Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Happy Friday from one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Talking about beautiful Cabo San Lucas. We are here at Zippers for the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Chris Cote here to start off your day. And we're going to start it off with a bang. We've got highlights from a marathon day of surfing yesterday. Check out what happened right here at Zippers all day yesterday. Here you go.
Darkness from my eyes, love is everywhere. Every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field, love is everywhere. So love is here, and love is there. There's a thrill, you can try it if you will. Love, love, love is everywhere. It's time to all agree. If we can, then we can all be free. Love is everywhere. I said love is here. From my eyes, love is everywhere. From every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field, love is everywhere.
So that last 2.5 minutes truly is proof that this is one of the most hotly contested QS and Pro Junior events on the entire schedule. Today we're going to get right into it. We're going to start with QS 6000 women. We're down to 2-man heats in the lineup. From there, we're going to make the call, potentially Pro Junior boys, potentially Pro Junior women. You're going to have to stick around to find out. We're going to start this contest off right now with Ian Folke and Callie Carranza. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so much, Chris, and we're up here in the booth just hanging out. Good morning to everyone tuning in around the world. Another beautiful day down here in Cabo, and we are just so pumped to be back in the booth. We're fired up on some coffee. We want to give you guys a little bit backstory as this heat gets started. So this is one of the few QS 6000s this year. There are 6,000 points available to the winner. Huge advantage to whoever wins this in their quest to qualification. And in this round, moving into the quarters, we have a couple insane matchups. This first one, as you see here, is Summer Macedo out of Hawaii, who's double dipping in the juniors category. And then we also have legend of Australia, class act, super funny girl, Dimity Stoyle, former CT competitor, working hard to get back to where she thinks she belongs, and we know she does on the Dream Tour. We did a little research last night and this morning, and Kale, can you just bring us up to speed on what you know about Dimity and what she has going on?
Dimity Stoyle currently sitting 13th on the QS rankings. She actually came down through the Alana Blanchard Foundation. She's also a surfer rep down here in Cabo making. This means that she's the one making the calls as well regarding waves and when these young ladies are going to surf, tide. So it's a really interesting thing to have Dimity Stoyle not only a competitor, but also a surfer rep down here in Cabo. She unfortunately fell off the tour a couple years ago and now has been working really hard on getting back on it. She's 13th, so really important result here in Cabo. If she manages to make it to the semis or potentially even win this event, that'll put her within qualifying distance for sure. I'm sure she's looking forward to that. It must be kind of a good teaser to be on tour, then fall off and go, okay, I really want this. I really want to be back on tour surfing perfect waves with the world's best. Only 10 ladies in the top, so hopefully she makes it in. And she was surfing really well yesterday. She had an amazing comeback against Chelsea Tuok. Absolutely ripping yesterday.
Is she battling a little bit of an injury? I saw something on her hand when she got out of the water. I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but she surfed great. Didn't seem to hinder her. Do you have any info on that?
Yeah, she broke her hand actually not too long ago in Japan, and managing to surf in this event as well. So obviously hand injury, not as bad as an ankle or knee injury. That obviously affects a little bit her paddling power. But this event is so important that she couldn't let this pass by.
Had to be inspired by Bethany Hamilton's performance in cloud break too. It's like a little bit of a broken hand. She should still be able to get out and surf as long as it's not too painful. Bethany Hamilton, what an inspiration, what she's done out in cloud break the past couple years. But on the flip side, and what we're going to see across this round of 16 is we have a lot of matchups between the juniors who are double dipping in the QS, like Summer Macedo is here and really been a standout performer with a couple of the top heat scores in the junior event, going up against I don't want to say the older women, but let's just say the more experienced competitors in the QS rankings like Dimity Stoyle. So interesting dynamic there. It's really going to be the young guard versus the status quo, and going up against the girls who have been battling it out for years on the Dream Tour and on the QS. So should be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, your thoughts on her being part of the team that makes the call on behalf of the surfers. I mean, she called this day on pretty fast this morning and pretty early, although we do have a little bit of a dying swell. So interesting call there. She must have seen something she liked, or that she thought there was a high level of scoring potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she knows that the swell is dropping. She also knows that the tide is coming up. As we see a little bit of a paddle battle here.
Wow.
Ooh, that's Dimity Stoyle.
Wow, experience right there, taking the inside track on Summer, not letting her get after that wave. But you know what the beauty of that is right there, as we see a couple waves rolling in, Kale, is there's not going to be a double heat restart this morning, because I would venture to say that the judges deemed that first wave that they both paddled for was a scoreable opportunity. We'll wait and see. But with 30-minute heats, there's plenty of time on the clock, and we're already 5 minutes into it. And we're just seeing these competitors kind of find their place in the lineup and feel each other out. And as you can see, that boil out the back, there is a lot of bat ray activity, a lot of ocean activity. And I think we were blessed with a great day yesterday, and looking like today could be as good. Give us a rundown on the swell and the tide, and what can we expect for surfing across the day?
Well, we had the peak of this swell, it was a south-southwest swell, a couple days ago, roughly 3 to 6 p.m. That was when we had the best and the biggest waves of the swell. Yesterday, we expected the swell to drop slightly, and it did. Most important factor came into play in regards to the period and the lulls in between the sets, right? So we saw less waves being ridden. We saw even some sets coming in every like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. We had that double restart yesterday on the first heat, so that was really interesting to see. Today, obviously, the tide got pushed back an hour, meaning that high tide is going to be roughly around 9:30 in the morning. And that means that that's the reason mainly why Dimity Stoyle wanted to get this thing started right away. We're starting earlier than yesterday, because yesterday morning we saw plenty of waves coming in, and then when we started our heat, there was that long lull. So Dimity really wants to get this thing going. She knows that the swell is dropping, and we really need to take advantage of that incoming tide. We will most likely potentially be even having breaks today if the tide gets too high and waves stop breaking. I talked to contest director yesterday, and he said that there is a small possibility that we'll have little breaks throughout the day. We pretty much got 29 heats underway yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and we only have 20 heats left in this event. So as we see a little bit of action out in the water.
And we do, and Dimity Stoyle makes an aggressive effort to take the inside pole position and make sure she starts this heat off the way she wants to, and she's really navigating the smaller inside wave well, and she gets 2 beautiful turns off and closes it with a third, does well to ride away with that. And we did see a lot of competitors kind of failing to finish their waves yesterday, and you look at Dimity on that one as she, was maybe arguably a little bit late into the lip, but she rode away cleanly, and that's going to give her some confidence to start this heat off. She's got to feel like Summer Macedo is a threat. She's been watching her all event. She's posted some huge heat totals up into the 17, 18-point range, and Dimity's not going to take her lightly as a competitor. And a great way to start it off with plenty of time. And give us the analysis on this one, Kale.
Yeah, aggressive surfing, aggressive paddle battle. She really wanted to establish priority. Got that wave, beautiful second turn, and manages to fit in a third turn. Looked like her outside rail was going to dig on that last maneuver, but like I said, very aggressive surfing, very solid. I don't see any nerves at all in her surfing. I think she really wants this.
Yeah, sitting 13th on the QS ratings, you can bet your bottom dollar that Dimity Stoyle is going to be putting her best foot forward, as she always does. She's really going to want to win this heat, and if you look closely, you could have seen that little hand guard she has on there, and maybe we'll get a better look at that later so you guys can see what she's dealing with. Judges quickly drop a 6.33, establishing the basis for what this heat will be judged on. They always try to give the first wave a nice baseline score, and then they really work the scale off of that. And as you can see, one of the judges went as high as a 7 and as low as a 6. They throw those two out, and they take the 6, the 6.5, and the 6.5 and average them out for a 6.33. So phenomenal start for Dimity. If you look at any of the heats yesterday, starting off with a 6.33, most of the competitors made it through to the next round.
Yeah, and no sign of an injury there for Dimity Stoyle. Obviously, even a stubbed toe, a little bit of a cut on our body actually affects our performance. I feel like every time we go out, we want to make sure that we're at 100%. But we've seen over the last few years, Kelly Slater comes to mind with a broken toe in Chopo. Then we had now we have Dimity Stoyle out in the water with a broken hand. John Florence had a bad cut on his elbow, I think it was, over in Margaret's. So for some odd reason, these guys and gals, cut a small injury like that doesn't really affect their performance. You actually have to know that info when they're out there surfing, because you don't see it at all.
Yeah, you would never notice it. Mind over matter for these competitors. They're so focused. And speaking of focus, Dimity Stoyle back up on another wave, looking to get well ahead of Summer Macedo in this heat as she does a couple nice turns in the pocket. Again, she's picked a really clean wave and throwing a ton of spray. So 3 great turns from Dimity, and she's off to a strong start. But Summer's not going to let her get too far out ahead. And then Summer here, first wave of the heat, nice snap up into the lip, draws it back, little slashing turn, and up again into the lip again. So great start. This is going to be a super competitive heat, and I'm already very excited to see the amount of waves ridden with just 20 minutes and 30 seconds left, Kale.
Big difference to yesterday. Ian.
Huge difference, yeah. So super exciting. Although the waves are a little bit smaller, dare I say slightly more rippable today?
Yeah, it looks like this tide is actually perfect for this size of wave. It's not too close to the rocks. We saw even an hour ago some surfers were having to dodge a few rocks on the inside. Now there's just enough water to cover those rocks as we see Blue up and riding Dimity Stoyle. This is her backup score. Beautiful surfing, a little bit smaller than her first wave, but lines up beautifully down the reef. That's the third maneuver. You can see a few rocks there. And this is Summer Macedo's answer back. Nice little climb there on the first maneuver. Open face turn, and bam, whacks it on the inside. So good answer. I think Summer needed that. Already waiting, seeing scores drop for Dimity's second ride and Summer Macedo's first.
Yep, and there it is, Summer Macedo, first wave of 5.0, and we've got Dimity's second one at a 4.17, so the judges appreciated the speed, power, and flow of Summer's first wave, over Dimity's second, but Dimity now sitting in first, and she has the foundation of her house built. She now knows what it's going to take to get the scores that she needs. She's feeling the difference between that 6.33 and that 4.17. The 4.17 did feel like a smaller wave, a little bit on the inside bowl. Probably a strategic maneuver by Dimity to get another wave on the board, understanding that the swell is getting smaller and she needs something to back up that 6.33. She's definitely not feeling safe from Summer right now, but I would say with this time left, she's got to be feeling pretty good about her position in the heat, and she does establish priority. And these two surfer heats, these two women heats here, in a dying swell, Kale, talk about now the use of priority and how important it is for them to manage it effectively to get the result they need.
Yeah, priority is key. I mean, you here in a wave like Zippers, it sometimes adds a little bit of extra pressure to have that priority. You don't want to let that priority go. Seeing an inside or a mid-sized wave, and sometimes here at Zippers, those are the best waves. So it may sometimes play against you in a 25-minute heat. But obviously the girls know that the swell is dropping. There's less waves to be had, and they really need to make sure to be on the bigger waves. So that's exactly what they're doing. It's interesting to see as well out in the water. Yesterday, I think it was actually Summer Macedo as well, had a heat where herself and their fellow competitors were actually maybe smiling and laughing a little bit at the fact that there was almost no waves. They were almost chatty and having fun out in the water. That does not seem to be the case today out there in this heat as we see Blue up and riding.
And it is just looking as fun as can be. Dimity up again with a knifey slash off the top. She slams it one more time, looking to finish this wave strong as she's driving through, building speed, hits it one more time, and just strong, solid surfing from Dimity. I think she's just warming it up for the morning, and she's got a lot more to give. And Summer Macedo now sitting in priority, just like we were talking about. She's going to be looking for that next best wave. And here's Dimity.
This is Dimity Stoyle in blue up and riding, just racing down the line, managing to fit in turns while keeping her speed up, which is very difficult to do. Last maneuver there. It's going to be a good score. Let's see if she improves on her situation. She needs to replace a 4.17. We'll see what the judges say. But it's really nice to see how these ladies post-heat in their interviews, they're really nice, they're really chatty, really friendly. And then in the water, it just seems like
they're animals.
They're animals. It's a totally different human. So it's really good to see that these girls can adjust to being in the water, completely focused, not really they're having fun, but they're not necessarily laughy and joyous as they are when they come out of the water. When they come in, I think the pressure's off, and they can I see them actually always congratulate each other, and they're really good competitors. But it's really hard sometimes to do the opposite, right? You come out from a heat loss, it just feels like you want to just hide and be angry at the world. So very professional, these young ladies. Dimity Stoyle looks like she did improve her situation.
Yes, she did. She dropped a 5.27, now sitting with that 6.33 opening wave, and a 5.27 as her third wave. Now her backup score. People talk in sport about rivalries a lot, and you just mentioned how friendly everyone is, and surfing is essentially one big family. But would you like to see, for the passion side of the sport, would you like to see some more aggressive rivalries? You look at basketball, MMA, and any other major league big sport, and there always seems to be, whether it's a team versus team or a competitor versus competitor, they like to talk a little bit of smack in the press, and they like to fire up their event before they get into it. Do you like the companionship of surfing, or would you like to see a little bit more fire?
Both. I love the companionship, but I really like the fire. I think it's human nature. We like to see conflict. Obviously now with social media and the media itself, they seem to somehow manage to always blow it out of proportion. Thinking back on important rivalries in surfing, Kelly Slater, Andy Irons.
That was at the top of my mind, yeah.
Right, that was like one of those that it just seemed like there was so much fire, so much anger, so much desire to beat the other guy that we got caught up in it as well. And afterwards, Kelly, in many interviews, was like, hey, I really respect him. He's a really nice guy. We actually went surfing together, went on a trip, and that kind of like, that tripped me out. I was like, really? They talk to each other? Because it just seems like it was just full on, not only in the water, but out of the water as well. So super interesting to see and hear about rivalries in the water right now. There seems to be a little bit of definitely a rivalry in the water, but maybe Dimity is, because she doesn't have priority, she's obviously sitting a little bit lower, but she's really, really close to Summer Macedo. Maybe trying to get in her head a little bit, knowing that Summer has been a standout in this event and can very easily get a 6.6. Maybe she's just trying to get in her head and make a mistake, per se. as we see blue up and riding.
Dimity sitting underneath Summer Macedo's priority on a beautiful looking wave with a ton of speed as she comes around and kind of floater snaps it off that pocket. Little bit of warble. Draw, beautiful turn there as she wraps it all the way back into the pocket. So she did get one nice maneuver. The other two were a little bit of setup turns, I personally feel like. A little bit of warble in the wave, but she did well on that last turn, and that was one of the biggest full turns I've seen this event from the ladies as she really wrapped it all the way back in. And just before that wave, we saw Bailey Naj getting ready for her next heat with Silvana Lima, which is going to be a cracker.
Bigger wave for Dimity. I was really surprised that Summer let that wave go. Maybe she saw it kind of run off. You're absolutely right. Those first two turns weren't really, that was the money turn on that wave. Yeah, those first two turns, I think maybe even the second one a little bit mistimed. She was expecting to maybe do an open face carve and just got to the lip a little bit early as we see Summer Macedo up and riding. And
Summer is going to answer back. She doesn't know what Dimity did on that wave. She probably saw a little bit of spray as she drives it up. Kind of floater climbs, and unfortunately that wave was one of those zippers stretch outs. But you know, that's the tale of the tape today. You're going to see a little bit of that. It's really going to come down to wave selection. It's going to come down to use of priority, and we're just going to take another quick look at that Kale.
Yeah, this is Summer Macedo's answer back. Unfortunately not what she was looking for. Just a quick tap right there on the last section, trying to make it around into the open face, and there the wave just closes out. Yeah, unfortunate for Summer. I think she just needs to regroup. She has the surfing. I almost feel like Dimity's paddle battle in the beginning and aggression as soon as this heat started maybe got into Summer's head a little bit, but she's an experienced competitor. She just has to go back out there and take it right back to Dimity's stall, sit right next to her, put her head down and go, okay, I got this. I can do it. She has the surfing, and if she can somehow just focus on herself and not Dimity, I'm sure she'll be able to get that 6.6.
Yeah, she's proven to us heat after heat through this event that Summer Macedo is a talent to deal with. Anyone who comes up against her is going to have to absolutely surf their heart out to beat Summer, and she has such an amazing career ahead of her. So
she's in open, women's, and in junior, still going in both, she's had the three of the highest heat scores of the entire event, including junior men's and open women. So Summer Macedo is surfing so well, and I think Dimity Stoyle paid attention to that. I think she knows who she's dealing with, and sometimes it's not about beating someone in the water. Psychologically, you could actually beat them before you paddle out.
Yeah, whereas we saw in that first exchange where they really jocked for position, Dimity, like you said, definitely must have taken note of Summer's prowess in the junior event thus far, as well as the QS heats. She clearly made it to the round of 16, so Dimity knows she's no joke. And Dimity, I think, just using her experience and applying a lot of pressure early on to Summer and capitalizing on the waves that she's had so far. But we still have over 10 minutes left, so plenty of opportunity to Summer, and we are excited for her to get a wave. But currently, Dimity sits with priority.
And it's nice to see that there's waves. We were really worried about the fact that the swell was dropping, tide coming up. Ooh, a little bit of a chat out in the water. Nice to see. A little bit of a different vibe compared to the first 5 minutes of the heat.
Dimity's probably telling her how rad her 6.33 was. She's like, he didn't see it, but I absolutely ripped it, and I'm actually leading the heat.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what it would be cool to hear what these ladies are talking about.
Let's put a mic on them.
It'd be so good, wouldn't it?
Summer's like, yeah, I saw your 6.33, but did you see my 9-point rides over the past few days? I'm coming for you.
Or maybe let's just smile and make everyone think that we're getting along, but I really want to beat you.
But I really want to meet you. And your board doesn't look very good. So we're just taking guesses here, and there is the Alana Blanchard Foundation, a really cool program in collaboration with the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Alana Blanchard, world-renowned surfer and surf personality. Her foundation actually brought 4 surfers down here to compete for a $2,500 prize purse. And Kale, you got a little background on that. You know, could you just tell us about her situation with Dimity and how Dimity got down here?
Yeah, absolutely. Dimity, we talked about her being a surfer rep down here, but she also came down through the Alana Blanchard Foundation. So Alana Blanchard and her foundation, what she did was she actually, this is what Chris Cote was talking about just the other day, that they came actually down together earlier, did a little bit of work with the tourism board here in Cabos, San Lucas, in Baja California Sur, and the Alana Blanchard Foundation paid for a few girls to come down and compete in the event, and that is why Dimity Stoyle is down here. She came down through the Alana Blanchard Foundation, which is, as you were mentioning, something awesome that Alana is doing. It's really nice for surfers that are well known, right, to do things like this and give back to the community.
And what a cool way to do it. She's taking her peers and fellow competitors like Dimity Stoyle, who's currently doesn't have a major sponsor on the nose of her board. She's a class act, a great girl, awesome surfer. I definitely think anyone who hasn't put a sticker on her board is missing out on a great opportunity. But good thing she has friends like Alana and the Alana Blanchard Foundation to kind of help her continue her dream. And she's obviously proving that she deserves to be down here. And there's Alana right there on the amazing scaffolding down here at Los Cabos Open of Surf. If you guys haven't come down to the beach yet, you got to check it out. And I was just blown away about the atmosphere here last night. As we got out of the booth, we went to the Pacifico tent. El Mercado was serving tapas, and Summer Macedo up and out under priority of Dimity Stoyle. Dimity didn't even look at that wave. She didn't even. She was like, "You can't trick me."
Yeah. No. Dimity knows the waves here better than anyone. She knows which waves are going to line up. She knows which waves are the ones she needs to take off on. She knows she has priority. So now she just has to hang on to her first place with not a lot of time left.
And we've got a swimmer out in the water, and I'd be willing to bet that is Crosby Colapinto, one of our junior surfer, Mitch Colapinto. He said every day he's been swimming laps because just in case the waves get good, he wants to be in peak performance shape. I love that guy, Mitch. Mitch Colapinto from San Clemente. I'm pretty sure that's him. He did about 4 of those laps yesterday, and he was all fired up on the beach. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And we're looking at a little bit of a slow ocean here. Just to recap, Dimity Stoyle really managed the beginning of that heat well. Her first wave, her best wave so far, is 6.33, and a 5.27 gets her 11.60 total. And Summer Macedo is really just looking for an opportunity to open up her account in a big way. She's got everything she needs. Her board looks amazing. She looks confident. She looks very in tune with the waves that she's shown us in the juniors and the QSs throughout this event so far. And there's Bailey Nas just getting fired up for her next heat. She's got Silvana Lima, who, as we saw yesterday, is pretty much on fire.
Yeah, Silvana's been on an absolute tear this entire event. Seeing a little bit of action out in the water. Summer Macedo from Hawaii.
Yep, and Summer, huge turn off the top, throws a bunch of spray as she drives through this inside section, floats that, looking for some open face, snaps it up one more time, and again, floater right onto the sand. So as the tide comes up, we're going to see those beach dismounts a lot. And well done to Summer, fearless in the water, and really just looking to improve her score line at all costs.
I really like that wave. I think that's exactly what she needed. She surfed it a little bit. It almost seemed like she was going to take off and surf it a little bit conservatively, but she actually managed to fit 4 turns in all the way to the inside. It's going to be really interesting to see. In my opinion, one of the better waves of this heat. Let's see if it's enough as we see the replay. Smaller wave, but definitely lining up beautifully. We're talking about how well these waves are lining up on this tide. And there it is, docking herself onto the sand. Maybe just not enough.
And improves her score line, but just not enough to overtake first place. She now has a 5.17 as her marquee score, backs it up with a 5, but she still needs a 6.43. I'd say well surfed, but the judges, I'm just speculating here, may have seen that as a smaller inside wave. She did everything she possibly could have. She looked amazing on that wave, and now she needs to focus on getting something bigger.
Yeah, I think the judges are really paying close attention to the speed that competitors are carrying through the maneuvers and how much water they're displacing. So hopefully Summer still gets a chance. Plenty of time left.
That looks like Dimity's support crew down there. I believe that's Quincy Davis, and can't quite get visual on the other girls, but just enjoying the morning sun down here. I'm not sure what it is in Celsius because I live in the States and we're the only country who seems to not use the metric system, but it's definitely warm down here already and setting up to be a cracker of a day. If you're down here, make sure you wear sunscreen, but definitely come on down and check it out. The beach should be pumping today. It is Friday, Aloha Friday, and looks like Dimity Stoyle exercising her priority here. Little speeder down the line, looking for that open face to get crazy on, and that is the tail of zippers right there. Some of these waves, Kale, just look so good on takeoff. and then even the world's best surfers can be tricked.
I think Summer Macedo did the right thing. I think Summer actually saw that that wave was going to break a little bit faster than the other ones. Obviously, I think that if Dimity would not have gone, Summer would have taken off on it anyways. Remember, we have a priority system. But the girls in 30 seconds are back out into the main peak. So Summer Macedo basically selling just a below average wave to Dimity Stoyle. Now Summer Macedo is on the driver's seat, sitting with first priority, needing a 6.43. Remember, she's been posting scores and heat totals. The highest, 3 highest heat scores or heat totals of the entire event. So a 6.43 is not difficult to get. The wave's obviously a little bit smaller, but she can so easily get that 6.43. So Dimity Stoyle now needs to just hang on. A few more minutes left on this heat, and they're going to be the longest minutes for Summer Macedo.
And a veteran move by Summer to show interest in that wave and steal the priority off Dimity. Dimity felt like she had to go in that situation. She couldn't let powerhouse junior server Summer Macedo get a leg up on her there. So she took it and ran with it. Unfortunately, didn't help her improve her score line. And now she's just going to be sitting and waiting and hoping the ocean goes flat. We've got Bailey Naj and Silvana Lima up in the next heat, and that is going to be fireworks for sure. I actually told Silvana, I saw her do an air in her heat yesterday. She didn't stick it, but she was already so far out ahead, you could tell she was trying to experiment a little bit, like, hey, what can I get away with for the rest of the event here? And I told her when she came into the competitors area and dropped her jersey off at the beach marshal, I gave her a fist pound, and I said, Silvana, are we going to see an air this event? You got to go to the air. And she was like, she just gave me that look like, you just wait. And I was like, right on. So I'm excited to see. We saw Bo Rayner yesterday throw a little air 3 in his heat, right away clean. So we know that it is possible to get in the air on this fast track of a wave called Zippers with just under 2 minutes left. Dimity Stoyle leading. Summer Macedo needing a 6.43 in second place. However, she holds priority. Great space to be in with the final moment. She knows now if there is a set, she will have first choice.
And I'm sure Alana Blanchard, if she's watching this heat, she's probably over the moon, super stoked for Dimity Stoyle. She just needs to hang on for another minute and a half. Great marketing for the Alana Blanchard Foundation. Dimity Stoyle coming through the Alana Blanchard Foundation down here to Cabo. And now just a minute and 15 seconds away from making it into the quarterfinals. So Dimity's probably super stoked. And it's nice to see. Obviously, we've heard of interesting stories like Jeremy Flores sponsoring Joanne Defay. Joanne Defay coming from Reunion Island. She had no sponsors. She didn't have a way to make it around the world, traveling and paying for tickets and contest fees and so on and so forth. And Jeremy Flores just decided to sponsor her and said, okay, no sticker, I'll help you out because I believe in you. And that really fired her up. Joanne Defay not only surfed well in the QS, qualified onto the CT, worked her way into the top 5. Joanne Defay is now one of the best surfers. We actually heard an interview with Ronnie Blakey and Sage Erickson in Fiji, and Sage actually mentioned that one of her biggest inspirations is Joanne Defay, who started from basically nothing and is now at the top, surfing with the world's best and surfing as good as them, beating them in heats. So the Alana Blanchard Foundation is basically kind of like a Jeremy Flores thing where they're helping young ladies. They're working with a specialized panel of surf experts to discover and determine which female surfers deserve to get a chance to follow their dream. And there it is.
There it is, the end of the heat. And fortunately for Summer Macedo, she's still going strong in the juniors, and she put together an incredible effort to get as far as she did. She's a huge talent. She's got a lot left to give to the world of surfing. And a quick recap here, Kale.
Dimity Stoyle starts off really strong. We didn't see that paddle battle, but that happened. That wave came after the paddle battle. Here was Summer Macedo's answer, 5.5 if I'm not mistaken. Great answer back, but unfortunately Summer didn't find another wave.
And yeah, we're wrapping up this heat recap. We want you guys to stick around this morning. We've got a banger heat coming up. Silvana Lima and Bailey Naj. Make sure you stick around and check it out for the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We'll be right back after this short commercial break. And we are back at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Thank you for enjoying that short commercial break. We are in San Jose del Cabo, Mexico, Baja California Sur. Very excited to be down here at the beaches of Costa Azul. The wave we are surfing at for this WQS 6000 women's event is Zippers, one of the most infamous breaks named by Herbie Fletcher back in the day, and now one of the most frequent in surf spots in Cabo San Lucas and the surrounding area. We've got Silvana Lima from Brazil going up against Bailey Naj, who has been on fire. They've obviously made it to the round of 16 through strong surfing, and now we get into the surfer on surfer heats where they battle it out mano a mano. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, I'm Ian Folk alongside my legendary sidekick, Kale Carranza. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Ian. Awesome to be here with you. And it looks like we might get started right away. Blue up and riding. And Bailey Naj.
And thank you. We're just loving the consistency already. Bailey Naj on her forehand. She's driving through this. It looks like she's still got the dry hair going, so she opted not for the paddle out duck dive. And just a clean wave there. You could almost see the squint in her eyes. Kale, are they looking straight into the sun right now?
This glare is pretty tough, especially when they bottom turn and look up at the lip. That's when the glare hits dead square in their eyes. So obviously the wave is not only hard to surf because of the backwash and the rocks and all that, but now the glare, and we see red up and riding our informed surfer, Silvana Lima.
Wow, cracks it off the top right there. Tons of speed, power, and flow. Beautiful spray as she finishes it off strong. So almost similar to what Dimity did in her opening ride there, although Silvana chose to take the second wave, now giving Bailey priority and scores, in already. Taking the nod from the judges, Silvana Lima with that 4.67 and Bailey just at 2.17. Looked like Bailey, now that she's got her hair wet, she's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable as she gets out into the lineup. She got one wave under her belt, and here is the quick replay.
This is Silvana Lima's 4.67. The judges giving themselves plenty of room on the scale. They know what Silvana can do. She's posted 9s on this event already, so potentially that wave in any other heat of the contest could have been easily a 5-point ride, coming in only at a 4.67. Oh.
Okay, so we we missed the first wave, which is the 4.67. The wave that we just saw in the recap actually is now dropping. It is an 8.33.
That makes sense, Ian.
That makes sense. So Silvana Lima off to a incredible start in this heat, really where she left off yesterday.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. For the three maneuvers, the speed, the power, the flow she had on that wave, garners herself an 8.33. Makes perfect sense. We were a little bit curious as to why the judges had given her a 4.67. We had not seen that first wave of Silvana Lima, that 4.67, but now that we see that 8.33, perfect sense. Unfortunately for Bailey Naj, just a quick 2.17, so she's going to paddle out and regroup. She does have priority. You see Silvana Lima there on screen, sitting a little bit closer in, a little bit farther to the left, basically in front of the judges' tower, feeling probably really comfortable right now, Ian.
Definitely, and anyone going up against Silvana Lima has to know that although, as she just proved, she's very strong on the rail, solid on her board, doesn't fall very much, finishes her waves, she's dangerous above the lip.
In one of her, yeah, so dangerous. And in one of her heat interviews, we asked her about coming to Mexico and that camaraderie that she has with Mexican surfers. But we'll talk more about that. We have Chris Cote down on the beach with our winner from the last heat, Dimity Stoyle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Dimity Stoyle went out there, first heat of the day. This is one of the rare events on the QS Tour where it's absolutely ladies first. Part of the discussion yesterday was being able to cherry pick the best times of day for the QS 6000 women to start. What's that mean to you as a competitor?
Yeah, it's really exciting for a change. Like we're always normally in conjunction with the men's 6000, and they normally get priority the best waves. So it's good to have a junior with us, and then we get the best conditions, and but the pro juniors have still been scoring because there's been so many good waves for everyone here this week.
I like it. Everybody's scoring. Now this is something right here. This is an empty space, and this is, for you as such a ripping surfer, this is a space you want to fill. Until we fill that space, you're part of the Alana Blanchard Foundation heat. It's going to go on in a couple of days, and that's going to be a heat that might allow you to win some money to keep you going on the QS Tour, to keep you traveling, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like at the moment, if I do well, I can make some money, but if I don't do well, it costs me a lot. And sends me broke. So I'm really stoked that Alana chose me to surf in that heat. It's going to be really fun, and it's an amazing thing that she's doing for the surfer girls to like put back into just to give us this opportunity, and it's going to be so fun.
Alana Blanchard Foundation heat's going to be coming up later on in this competition. She's going to have to earn her money. It's going to be a tough heat, but now she's got 2 opportunities to do it. Still continuing on, Dimity Soil ripping through the QS 6000 quarterfinal bound. Very excited to watch Dimity surf out here at Zippers.
Thank you, Chris Cote, and great to have you down there recapping all the action, and congratulations again to Dimity Stoyle. We wish her the best of luck, and we hope she wins some money in this event. And as you saw on screen, Bailey Naj really kind of got her account open there, and Kale, walk us through this one.
Yeah, Bailey Naj, she needed this wave. One of those inside waves, makes it out into the open face. Nice little crack to get things started. Another snap there for good measure. A little bit more power into that third turn. A little projection float. Goes all the way to the inside. Beautiful dismount. That was fun for the crowd. She needed to get out of there. She didn't want to risk her ankles on that shore pound. So great wave for Bailey Naj, knowing that she has one of the informed surfers of this event. And going back to that interview with Dimity Stoll and Chris Cote, it's awesome to see how stoked these young ladies are to get some help. You know, sometimes without a sponsor, it's pretty difficult to manage to keep your level of surfing along with your financial income, right? So sometimes we see surfers that surf really well, but slowly but surely they can't surf as much because they have to do a little bit more work. And thankfully, Alana Blanchard has helped many surfers out, including Dimity Stoyle, who now makes it to the quarterfinals of this event.
She does, and congratulations to her. We'll be rooting for you and all the other surfers, Dimity, hopefully getting some great waves and putting on the show for everyone here tuning in on the webcast and on the beach. And she just flat out said it. She's like, you know, traveling as a surfer, if you're not winning, you could easily go broke. And, you know, people say be aware of the surfer with everything to lose and beware of the surfer who's injured. And I feel like she's kind of in that situation on 2 fronts, so she's going to be a threat. And Silvana Lima up and riding. Uncharacteristic fall from her there. But she currently has Bailey in a situation where Bailey, now sitting with priority, does need an 8.33. So safe to say that with 21 minutes remaining, there is going to be an opportunity for Silvana to improve on that 4.67. But sitting in priority, Bailey will absolutely have the pick of the litter, as we say, for the next set. We wish her a great wave choice and hopefully provide a lot of action. I noticed that, and Kale, maybe you can touch on this a little bit, Silvana has a little bit more of a power-based stance. It's a little bit wider, probably reason she goes to the air a lot and doesn't fall very much. But Bailey has that really nice tight stance, similar to something maybe more of a Steph Gilmore. And here we go, up and riding again. Bailey trying to improve on her scoreline. Nice open face here. Big spray off that turn. She's going to bring it back into the pocket again, and she's looking for one more, and she just kicks out. Could definitely improve on her 2.17 there, so she's just climbing into this heat. But contrasting styles, what do you like about both?
I think it's really pleasurable to the eye that a surfer, a tall surfer like Bailey Naj has such clean style. I think that's one of the things that happens to taller surfers is sometimes it looks a little bit weird. Sometimes the knees point in different directions. You can see here just a beautiful style, really clean, really manages to extend that back foot and get maximum displacement of water with her back foot. So just a quick in and out, 2 turns. I don't think she liked what she saw after that second turn, so she's going to paddle back out and regroup. Just a small score for Bailey Naj.
Yep, and that's right. That comes in at a 3.07, so still doesn't really do anything for her scoreline. Silvana happy to be back in priority with just under 20 minutes remaining, as we see the surfers sitting there not talking.
Yeah, going back a little bit to the difference in styles, they've really learned to take advantage of their bodies, right? A tall surfer can actually push really hard and maybe create longer arcs. Silvana Lima on the petite side, she's very well known for going to the air. You're talking about her stance. She's really aware of where her feet are on the board. You can see her actually open up and widen up her stance when she's going to do those big tail wafts or airs. You were mentioning that you talked to her a little bit about going to the air yesterday. She wants it, and she is one of the best surfers, and a dangerous position now for Bailey Naj because Silvana Lima has an 8.33 and a 4.67. That's all we saw in her last wave. I think she tried to actually push a little bit harder, knowing that she needs to replace a 4.67. Now she's free to go mad.
She is free to go mad, and we hope that they both do through the remainder of this heat. Man, I love the glassy mornings in Cabo. That's one thing that I really enjoy about the surf down here, as you guys can see as well. Sheet glass conditions. We are expecting a little bit of an onshore wind flow like we had yesterday, but honestly, it didn't damage the quality of the waves, Kale. We actually saw some high performance surfing as that wind picked up, and we have a little bit of movement in the water. Silvana Lima opts not to utilize her priority, and Bailey just a quick up and out. But your thoughts on the glassy condition at Zippers versus a slightly onshore breeze? Is there any advantage, or does it create a better lip or coping, or is it, or would you call it an air wind? Like how would you approach a glassy session at Zippers in a contest versus a little bit windier condition?
I think you want to try and make sure your board and your fins stay in the water. It's not that easy to do airs on a glassy wave. Obviously, the world's best can do it anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's onshore or offshore. We've seen guys like Julian Wilson do crazy wafts with an offshore breeze, which before we used to think was impossible. But Zippers is a wave that you want to go down the line, and you want to make sure you make it to the open face. So when you get that little bit of an onshore breeze coming from the south, that makes it easy for surfers to actually go up into the air and come out with speed. When it's glassy, it's really hard to see where that lip line is. It's almost like it fades into the horizon, per se. So it's going to be interesting to see what Silvana Lima opts to do. She's free to go to the air, no onshore breeze, but she likes the looks of this wave.
And she does. She's paddling aggressively, showing her competitor she is definitely going to utilize her priority. Nice speed floater tap, another one. Lots of flow on this wave. What is she going to do here? Huge tail release, big spray, and her body language says she likes that. So we'll see if the judges appreciate it too, but well-surfed wave. Two smaller turn setup maneuvers out the back, but really, really quick. And she got back up into the lip very, very fast for that second maneuver, which set up that final big tail blow finish. Strong surfing from Silvana, and basically what we expect to see from her.
Yeah, for sure. Here you see her racing down the line, just a speed check floater, and now she's out into the open face. This is what she wanted. Beautiful bottom turn up into the coping, slides the tail out, kind of a drop wallet, lay back there a little bit, knowing that she had to keep her body over her board. She does that so well. She was looking to replace a 4.67. She's paddling out nice and relaxed, calm. She knows what she's doing out there, Ian.
Probably taking a couple deep breaths. She's an extremely fit woman, and I'm sure she's not out of shape in any way from riding that wave, but probably just a couple deep breaths to get the oxygen back into the blood and to the muscles, and also just to relax and say, hey, I've done some great work here already with 15 minutes remaining. And as we see scores dropping in, the judges are really happy about that. They liked what they saw, level progression, especially that ending maneuver, so powerful, biggest maneuver of the wave. Blew the fins out, threw a ton of spray, and rode away with speed. Really can't ask for more than that in a heat. And
she's surfing well. She's picking the right waves. She really is making no mistakes. She's not taking Bailey Naj lightly. She's not trying to manufacture a score on a three-point ride. She's actually waiting out the back, using priority well, and now sitting comfortably in first position. The judges love that score, Ian.
Yep, that comes in at, as you guys can see, a 7.67. One judge went as high as an 8.3. Low score of a 7.0. Those are thrown out, and the middle ones are averaged. So she's in a comfortable position and really not surfing outside of herself, just doing what she knows she needs to do to get through this heat, and she's pumping down the line. Will she go to the air? She's got a ton of speed, launches, spins, and rides away cleanly. The first air reverse of this QS 6000. Silvana Lima, just what we wanted to see.
I love it.
She has opened the can of worms on the air game here.
I don't think you can say anything to her when she comes in this time, Ian.
Nope,
you
she called my bluff.
Yeah, you called her out yesterday saying, so when are we going to see it? There it is, a beautiful Air 360. Luckily, she had that section. You can see her racing down the line. We knew what she wanted to do, but this is the part of the wave. It gives her that coping. Boom, right there. Beautiful air section, amazing rotation. Manages to ride out of it nice and clean. That's what she wanted. She wanted speed, and she wanted that little bit. We were talking about the lip line and how difficult it is to read, but when that section crumbles, it's clear as day that that's where you got to hit it.
And in that replay, that beautiful slow motion replay as she went to the air, we saw how delicate she was on her board. She shuffled her feet. She stayed low. She stayed over the center, spun it beautifully. And I hope everyone on the beach got to take note of that, especially the junior boys. Those guys are extremely confident and think at 14, 15, 16 years old, think they got what it takes to be in the big leagues. And Silvana Lima says, hey, you know what, boys? I've got this too. So look out for me. And we don't have scores yet on that. We'll see how the judges appreciate the air game. I think if she was able to get a turn off before that, it would have just been insane. And we're going to see another shot of this, Kale.
Yeah, we love this. Speed down the line. There's a crumble right there. Boom. Beautiful rotation. Keeps her body over the board. Rotates her body and her head all the way through. Beautiful style. Shuffling her feet, going from when she hit that lip line, you could see her front foot move all the way up into the nose, pivoting the board as she spins around and shuffling her feet back. Judges like it at 7.0. I think you're right, Ian. If she would have been able to get a turn in first and then finish off the wave with that air, we could have potentially seen another excellent ride for Silvana Lima.
Yeah, and that might just be us getting a little greedy here, mind surfing from the booth with you guys all out in Webland, enjoying it from your mobile phone or desktop on the WSL app or Los Cabos Open of Surf website. And coming up next, Heat 3 of Round 6, Keely Andrew and Bianca Buitentak. Keely from Down Under, and Bianca, one of the South Africans, great competitor and a good friend of my beautiful wife, Rosie Hodge, who's out on Tavarua for the WSL event. Hopefully going to be finishing the men's here in a couple days. Shout out to the whole WSL crew out there, Rosie and all the boys calling the webcast. We love watching you guys, and I'm sure you're asleep right now because they're in a different time zone.
Oh, that's right. It's pretty interesting to hear that Rosie's over off in Fiji and you're here in Cabo. Both of you guys opting to stay away from the June gloom of California.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, everyone from San Clemente that I've run into down here is like, how stoked are you to be in Cabo? And in my head, I'm like, well, I'm always stoked to be in Cabo. But the next comment is, the June gloom at home has been crazy. And in Southern California, we are experiencing the infamous June gloom. A lot of gray days. Still getting tons of fun south swell, which has been lighting up the waves around home. And there's Bianca. And Bianca, I would dare to say, is probably the tallest competitor in this event. But don't count her out. She's a fierce competitor. She has had some huge performances on the WCT. And just such a nice human. She is such a sweetheart, a pleasure to talk to. And we're excited to see her get in the water here. The first time I ever saw Bianca surf was a little over 3 years ago. I was in Hausegor, France, for the Quicksilver Pro out there, and I was watching her surf. I couldn't believe how stylish she was for her height. Usually the taller the surfer, the harder it is to make it look good, right? As you were touching before, and Bailey, being a taller surfer, has great style, that nice tight stance, and we were just waiting for her to really open up on a set wave. But she and Bianca, although Bianca's a goofy foot, have some similarities, that tight stance, nice pocket surfing, great style.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I really love the way Bianca Buitendak surfs. She uses that tall frame of hers very efficiently. She pushes water, and she's actually really agile on her feet. That's something that we don't get to see that often with tall surfers. She's really good. She uses most of her board as well. I've seen her do some airs. She was surfing incredibly well 10 days ago over in France at the ISA World. She made it to the final. Unfortunately, didn't catch any waves to win that event, but the surfing was there. She's been surfing so well over the last few years. I'm a tall surfer myself, so I really appreciate when tall surfers make it look good. I think that's an advantage that maybe smaller frame surfers have, is that they don't need to work on style that much. I even heard Pat O'Connell once say, or ask me, he said, would you surf better if you didn't have to work on style?
Oh, that's a great comment. And here are our top 5 scores from the event so far. Silvana Lima with a 9.0 in round 4, and then Summer Macedo, who just narrowly lost out. 9.0 in round 2. We knew that she has it all. Tatiana Weston Webb, 2 of the high scores, both in 8.93, and just a sign of things to come for the rest of this event. And here's the very stylish Bailey driving down this wave and trying to utilize her priority. Gets one nice turn off the top and just not what she was looking for. So very challenging in this morning light. We know the girls are using their gut instinct and all of their senses to try to pick the best wave possible with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. She still does have time, although she is in a combo situation. She is going to need 2 new scores to catch Silvana Lima. So as she paddles back out, she's probably just going to be reviewing her game plan. And
it'll be interesting to see how the ruthless Silvana is. Will she give Bailey Naj an opportunity? Will Silvana Lima just try and better that 7.67 that she has? Or will she maybe just strategically stay on the outside, making sure that Bailey does not get 2 good waves? If Bailey only needed 1 wave, most likely Silvana would stick to her like glue. But unfortunately for Bailey, she needs 2 waves. So will Silvana Lima go to the air again and please the crowd? Or will she focus on winning this heat?
Yeah, you know, that's a great question. And with 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, it is getting harder and harder for Bailey to find the 2 waves that she need, a combination of 16.01. So she needs 2 scores over the 8-point range, which would match one of the top scores of this heat so far, Silvana Lima's 8.33. So tough situation for Bailey. Not impossible. But it is a tough situation. She's going to probably need Silvana Lima to misuse her priority, and then she's going to have to swiftly get 1 set wave and back it up with another. So the beautiful thing about surfing is anything's possible. It's not over till it's over. And Bailey, a seasoned younger competitor herself, guaranteed she will be putting her heart on the line for this and giving it her all. So no doubt about that. And see in the lineup, beautiful sailboat out there, probably just anchored, enjoying the morning lineup. And man, I can't say enough about this event. It is so great to be down here, and we are just experiencing the best that the Los Cabos Open of Surf has to offer. How was dinner last night at El Mercado, one of the event sponsors?
We talk about that food hall, if we can call it a food hall, but it's so nice to go there. It's so beautiful. It's so like they've decorated it, and they've really put a lot of thought into the place. It's not just a place where you go eat and it's like white walls and plastic chairs. It's all really rustic. It's all really like cool, kind of a hipster vibe. A lot of different options. I had myself a little bit of sushi yesterday, and it was off the charts. Mercado, one of our main sponsors of the event. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. As we see on screen, Mike Parsons there, just unassumingly sitting in front of the judges' tower. A lot of these people on the beach don't know that he's here, don't know who he is, but if they knew, there'd be a line through the judges' tower to get an autograph from Mike Parsons.
That's right, and Mike Parsons, what a gentleman in the spirit of surf. He's accomplished so much, and now he's out here helping the younger generation. He's worked with Chloe Andino, he's worked with Lakey Peterson, 2 of the CT's finest surfers, and now he's down here with Caroline Marks, one of the standout junior performers, also surfing in the QS, and she's coming up into heat. So safe to say Mike Parsons is just down there assessing the conditions, maybe timing the sets, trying to figure out the exact lineup spot. And there's our favorite place to eat, El Mercado, Earth Goes Gourmet. You can get pasta, pizza, tacos, sushi, Japanese cuisine. There's a wine shop. Hey, how was that gelato after dinner last night?
Oh my goodness, we could not I couldn't afford not to go there. I mean, I was just like, oh, that looks so good. We have to get a little bit of ice cream. As we see a little bit more action out the back, we knew that Silvana Lima had priority, and there she is using it.
And she's going to keep Bailey off this wave and try to improve her scoreline with a hammer of a turn early in this morning. Climbs that lip again, and she's looking to get back out in front of this wave for one more closing maneuver, and she just wraps it up onto the sand. So kind of a defensive maneuver, but does it pay off? Because here's Bailey, beautiful style up into the lip, and just maybe slid the fins a little bit too much there, and you can see the look on her face. She knows she's frustrated, but she will get back out in that lineup with priority. Again, still needing a combination of 16.01 with 4 minutes remaining.
That's pretty tough for a tall surfer to extend like that and manage to bend the knees fast enough so that the outside rail doesn't dig. She did an awesome job at trying to avoid that from happening, but unfortunately just that board getting a little bit too extended, a little bit too perpendicular. It was almost parallel to the lip line of the wave, so that's when you actually really, when we see a searing first turn from Silvana Lima. Awesome surfing, working her way all the way to the inside, wraps it, and there she unfortunately has to just bow out because the wave docks itself onto the sand. I don't know, will she replace the 7.67? Doesn't look like she will, but what amazing surfing from this Brazilian.
Yeah, that first turn is what surfing is all about, that big fin release, that feel-good mojo you get when you come out of those with speed. And coming up next, as we spoke about, Keely Andrew, World Tour competitor and former World Tour competitor Bianca Bundak, looking like she's got a fun Channel Islands board down there. She tends to ride boards with narrow tails and quite a bit of rocker. I'm assuming she's got something a little bit flatter, but what a cool look at, what leash is that? It's a very cool little stripe leash.
Matching her airbrush.
Matching her airbrush, so she's got the pattern going. And there's Keely Andrew just having a moment on the beach, probably saying what, something to herself or putting her intentions out into the universe. She is...
Wasn't there an article back in the day about things that have stripes, that the strike rate for sharks onto striped animals is way less? There's snakes that are striped. There's some animals that actually have a striped pattern when they get scared. And some animals are poisonous actually when they're striped. So the logic was that if you have striped stuff, maybe a striped surfboard, an airbrush underneath the board, maybe a striped wetsuit, a striped leash, you might not get struck by a shark. Bianca Buitendag coming from South Africa, maybe she knows that. I'm
no scientist, Kali, but that sounds great to me. And I did see quite a few guys running stripes on their boards the last time I was in South Africa at the J-Bay Open, and here's Bailey just trying to find something. She's such an incredible surfer, and she's clearly a little frustrated with either her wave choice or lack of set waves in this heat. She knows that she's got what it takes. Very talented surfer, and a minute and 40 seconds left, and the writing is kind of on the wall, still in that combination situation. Silvana Lima has a stranglehold on this heat. She's even taken to the air, as we saw, which doesn't go into her top two scores, but a sign of things to come for Silvana as she marches on through these rounds. And what an important event for her towards her qualification.
Absolutely. Silvana sitting 34th on the QS. Bailey Naj 42nd. So Silvana Lima is going to get a nice boost up the ratings. And Bailey Naj, coming from Hawaii, you mentioned that there was an interesting post-heat interview from Mason Ho a couple years back saying that he didn't lose a heat, he just ran out of time. I think that's what happened to Bailey Naj right now.
That's right, yeah. Such a stylish surfer, a lot of power and grace. And it looks like Silvana is going to protect her heat lead here, holding down priority. She paddles in with 45 seconds left. Is she going to go to the air again? She's driving down the line. She boosts another air, just comes unglued. But at this point, you have to think she's just practicing for future rounds.
She's got that rotation down. A lot of surfers you see attempt airs, and they kind of end up falling back, leaning too far back, pushing the foot, back foot off forward, but then just not really maybe risking to be above the surfboard. Silvana Lima has that rotation down. She's going to be really dangerous. She's just getting warmed up. She's now unofficially in the quarterfinals. And as we see here, just a victory lap, making it all the way to the inside. I'm sure the crowd is loving it.
Little hang five. Love it. And that counts down the end of that heat. That is heat 2. We're moving into heat 3. Hopefully we'll get a little recap of that action-packed heat. And there's Silvana Lima just saying thank you to the ocean. World Ocean Day yesterday. Thanks to everyone, the staff here at Los Cabos Open of Surfing who've been cleaning up the beaches on the daily. And there's Bailey getting a pump-up high five before she hits the water. Silvana Lima just putting on a power and tail-blowing throw clinic here. She opened up strong, and Bailey was kind of on her back foot the whole heat. She just couldn't put it together the way she knows she can, but beautiful turn right there, and this was one of her best waves. And then Silvana just finding the rhythm and blowing tail. Very dynamic, and that is it for this one. You guys stick right here. Los Cabos Open of Surfing. We'll be right back. Can't wait.
Good morning and welcome back to beautiful San Jose del Cabo here at beautiful Playa Zippers, as we see the lineup right there further down the beach. We are in the beautiful state of Baja California Sur in the beautiful country of Mexico. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Mateo Myers. We're going a little bit more Hispanic today.
Local style.
Local style. Rip Curl team. And I forgot the other part already.
It's all right. Team and promotions manager.
Team and promotions manager. Thank you, Mateo. I'm just going to be calling you Mateo all day today, as we do have in the lineup heat number 3 of the round of 16. So now women-to-women competition right now, as we do see Bianca Buddag up and riding.
Yeah, Bianca on her backhand, starting the heat off quickly there as that wave zipped away from her. And priority will now be established with Keely Andrew out the back. And sometimes it's nice just to get that priority established so these girls aren't going to be, fighting themselves out of position too far up the point. Just get it going right there and relax and wait for the right wave.
And as we did see in the last heat, Silvana Lima actually having Bailey Naj comboed at the end. A little bit of a difficult situation there for Bailey, but fortunately for Silvana, she advances on. She's had a stellar run here at Los Cabos Open of Surf, and she is downstairs with Chris Cote.
In Silvana Lima, that was just absolute domination. You're looking like you're feeling very comfortable here in Cabo.
Yeah, it is. I feel that. And the wave is still fun, and I love it. It'll be here, and I love so surf with these waves. And well, keep going, by hits.
You are now in the quarterfinalists. I noticed on your board, Oi, you got the main sponsor. You've been sponsored by them for a couple years now. I know you had a long stretch, no sponsors. Now you got the backing. The surfing is looking amazing. You must be feeling good on the QS this year.
Yeah, when you have a sponsor, you feel more confident. Like you feel like more focused in the other contest. So yeah, Oi helped me a lot, and I'm so happy for that.
Well, you can tell them thank you and tell all your friends and family hello.
Oi, galera. Nossa, super feliz agora nas quartas. Surfei super bem, a prancha está funcionando muito e, nossa, só de estar aqui já estou super feliz, que essa onda é muito boa, me sinto em casa em Paracuru, Ceará. E é isso, galera, continua na torcida, vamos nessa.
There you go, the shaka from Silvana Lima into the quarterfinals. Watch out for Silvana Lima, Cabo.
Thank you, Christopher, for an amazing interview with Silvana Lima. As out the back, we do see Keely Andrew, our Australian surfer, all the way from the Sunshine Coast. Beautiful first opening turn, a second speed float coming around the section, and a third mover. Unfortunately, she goes down, Mateo, but a nice way to start off. Would have been better if she would have completed the last turn.
Yeah, that was a crucial last turn for Keely. That score would have been well and truly, in my opinion, probably up into the excellent range if she completed that third and final turn. And we're going to break it down exactly what she did here. She scratched in to a nice quality wave this morning. I'd say a mid-range, almost a set wave. One snap, a big float, came up into the lip a little bit late, and she fell off there. But it's plenty of time on the clock with 25.5 minutes. 30-minute heats here as we see Bianca taking a look.
Yeah, this heat has been action-packed already, as our competitor from South Africa, Bianca Buddag, getting a 4th place finish at the Ice Head World Games in Biarritz a couple weeks ago, and she's taken off right where she left off, but unfortunately does not finish that last maneuver. It seems like the battle for finishing that last turn is crucial at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, so both women back-to-back waves came undone on that third maneuver. So here we see Bianca on the backhand. One quick snap, a nice projection down the line there, tagging the lip, throwing some good spray, and that was kind of the money turn once again. These girls really want to finish strong, leave a good taste in the judge's mouth, and we'll see who's going to get the better of the 1-2 and a fall between red and blue. And Keely's score coming in at a 3.67. So ideally towards the end of the heat, she will not be keeping that in her scoreline, looking for something better.
As we have seen a couple waves ridden so far, Mateo, 3.67, still yet to drop. Last score for Bianca. So Keely opens up with a pretty decent score, but Bianca's going to back that 0.57 up, which was really just a kick out at the beginning of the heat. She's going to have the best score of the heat so far. And as you were saying, maybe just a little too hard on that last maneuver. For your consideration, how would you have told? What would you have told her? She maybe got a little bit caught and hung up on the second turn, coming around that section, maybe hitting it a little too early, for your opinion.
Yeah, so Bianca did get a 5.17, so that's going to put her out into the early lead. And the key there on the backhand, on those final turns, is really just to put that back foot down and ride out, obviously in front of the whitewater. It's pretty tricky, especially when you're pushing this hard on, you know, a pretty soft wave. Zippers is, you know, I would call, you know, somewhere in the middle range. It's obviously not a hollow, powerful wave. It's not a super flat, soft wave. It's somewhere in the middle. It's got some chunks and bumps in it, but right now, with this dead wind and this early morning, it is quite glassy. So this is the time to shine and really take advantage of these conditions, and that's why we have the WQS 6000 women's in the lineup. We have the quarterfinals on standby for later today, as well as the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior divisions, the men's and women's also on standby.
Yeah, so we could possibly see them later today. Tide isn't coming, so you have seen maybe a little bit of a backwash right at the shore break, but some really beautiful conditions this morning. Guys, look at that yacht in the background, Matthew. Just incredible display of just beautiful scenery here in San Jose del Cabo. Just an awesome place to be. If you've not been down here before, I believe it's your second time.
This is my first time.
Your first time,
My
Mateo?
first time to Cabo, and I am loving it. The sunrise this morning as we're driving down the hill was absolutely stunning. Had to, you know, pull over and take a couple quick photos because that orange sky over that blue ocean, it's like a beautiful painting.
And, you know, just comparing this little point break, we see the cobblestone rocks there on the shore. Maybe a smaller version of uppers as it, you know, once it gets too big here, maybe starts closing out a little. So in that 4 or 5 foot range is the best possible scenery out here. As look at these beautiful conditions this morning here at Playa Zippers. Amazing waves on offer this entire week. And we're just fortunate enough to be here calling the action. Mitchell Salazar alongside Mateo Myers all the way from Santa Cruz, California. And it's just been an awesome week so far. We've had some really good heat scores, some wave scores. Caroline Marks, one of the standouts of the event so far. And I think that we will be seeing her in the next heat actually up against Claire Bevilacqua. She is still going in the women's QS 6000 as well as the Pro Junior for the women's. She is our current ISA World Junior Champion in the under 16 category. And it seems like Keely Andrew might be using her priority here to her advantage as she is up and riding. Beautiful looking right-hander here. Playa Zippers speeding down the line. Nice first car for Keely from the Sunshine Coast. And she's still pumping down the line, a third one. And she's going to finish that wave up, as you see, right on the sand pretty much. That will definitely be the 2.08 that she needs to move up in a first. 21 minutes remaining, so 30-minute heats. It does help out these competitors quite a bit, as we're going to see the replay, Mateo.
Yeah, here you go, Keely. And I really like that back arm she has. It really drives her down the line, nice and aggressive. Lays it on rail. Great opening turn, snaps it up through the lip and up and over the foam there. What a cool angle looking into the wave. Almost a little mini barrel out in front of her. And, you know, she stomped it. A nice 1, 2, 3. And that's our first completed ride of the heat. You know, women's round 6, heat 3, the first heat of the woman-on-women competition. And, and we are waiting for scores to be dropped from the last in red. And it looks like it most likely will be the highest. Ooh, it's going to be close. And, yeah, 5.5, highest score of the heat thus far. So Keely Andrew moves up into first place as Bianca is now down to second, looking for a 4.01 to regain the lead.
As we are going to see ourselves on screen right here. Hello, Mitchell Salazar, Mateo Myers from Santa Cruz, California. An honor to bring you guys the action out in the water right now, as we do see a beautiful handcrafted Gerardo Rendon, a local artist here from, he works for Surf Si Puedes Creative. These are just some of the few, only 25 copies. So it's just a beautiful display of art, as Mateo is displaying it quite well. Just a beautiful scenery here at Playa Zippers and in San Jose del Cabo. He's really trying to express it in this art that he's been doing. He works for Surf Si Puedes. It's a creative studio in San Jose del Cabo, as we do see our board in the background as well. They also make some beautiful surfboards right here. Actually, across the highway, if you believe it, is their little local shop, as a Costa Azul surf shop and Surf Si Puedes. You know, really good combination. Gerardo Rendon, our local artist, doing an awesome job. Look at this architecture right here. A beautiful painting of art. And Mateo, would you like to take one of these home?
I would. Where did I score this? Just across the street, or did I got to win the contest?
Well, there are only a total of 25 copies signed, and they are numbered. So
this is number 22 out of 25, so I might put this swing in my back pocket right here.
You think it'll
Swoop
fit
that
in your
in.
board bag?
Yeah, I think we can make it work. We'll have to protect it with some bubble wrap or something.
Yeah.
But anyway, I know what I love about surf contests is the unique trophies that each event has. And it's always really exciting and fun. There you go, Chris. And I just really enjoy, you know, every event has a little local flavor for their event trophy. You know, we've had, you know, the Golden Spike down at Trestles in the past. Obviously, the infamous Bell down at Bell's Beach, one of the, you know, most famous trophies in the history of surfing, which everyone has got their desire to get their hands on. And, you know, you got to tie in a local trophy to the event just to give it, you know, something extra special for the winners.
One that I really like is the Jerry Lopez design board for the Billabong Pipe Masters. I think it is incredible. First of all, winning the Pipeline Masters is just something outstanding, you know, but getting the trophy is actually one of the parts that you look forward to the most. And, you know, Triple Crown Trophy is awesome as well. I think the Rip Curl Pro Search, when you guys used to have it, used to be amazing.
Yeah. That globe.
Yeah. And
so we still have one of those at the office, and yeah, I think it might be my favorite trophy. It's just incredible.
Yeah, especially because it displays the entire surfing world on a little globe as well. So I like to see, and actually you get to pick the winner of the event. You used to roll it around and spin it and see where his finger landed on the globe, and he would go there to surf his next trip.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's good. Keep it unique, keep it fun. You know, when you're in the amateur ranks, you have a room. If, you know, when you're competitive in the amateur ranks, winning a lot of events or making the finals, you got quite the big stack of those little kind of cheesy plastic little trophies with this little surfer on there. And it's pretty funny when you're a kid, to walk into your buddies' houses and they just have those things stacked all over the place. And eventually they're like, what are we going to do with all these things? And they get recycled and made into some other fun stuff. But, you know, when you get a little older into the professional events, that's when the real, true artistic talent comes out in the winners' trophies.
Well, I'll tell you who's been artistic this heat is Keely Andrew, a 5.5 on her last ride. It has her in first, but really Bianca Budendog, a 5.17. If she would have completed the last maneuver on that wave, the score probably would have gone higher. She needs a 4.01 to move up into first, and she does have first priority at 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We did mention 30-minute heats now for the entire round of 16 of the Women's QS 6000. Then once we go back to the quarterfinals as well, probably another 30-minute heats, as we are on standby after the 8 heats of this round to possibly go either into the quarterfinals of the Women's QS 6000 or the quarterfinals of the junior men's or women's division. So plenty of action here on offer on day 4, Mateo, and it's just been an awesome place. We went and had dinner last night over at El Mercado. Really good food. I had some sushi. I think the sushi down here is pretty awesome. A couple of the judges had some pizza. Really good food. And we had a little ice cream, a little gelato to top it off as well. Really gourmet food. If you're in the area, go and check out El Mercado. Just awesome place.
Absolutely scrumptious. And I followed suit with you, and I also got some fresh yellowtail that was caught yesterday into the sashimi, a little sushi action, and I might have to go pay another visit there this evening as well.
Yeah, as we will have a party tonight, actually. DJ Cal
fiesta.
Yeah, a little fiesta. Oh, you're getting all Hispanic on me. I like it. As we did start calling you Mateo today, which is absolutely perfection-wise. It suits you, Mateo.
Perfecto.
But yeah, Kiala Kennelly, Lily Miola, Matt's sister, is coming over.
That's
She's
right.
a very talented musician. She's coming over. It's going to start at 7:30 p.m. sharp, going all the way to 2 a.m.
And where is that?
It's over at El Mercado as well.
It is.
So we will be having dinner while Lily plays. Just a really talented musician. So if you're down in the San Jose del Cabo area, come and check it out. Also, Chris Cote might be tuning in with Kiala Kennelly as well, as he has some DJ talent, Mateo.
Oh, is he going to be dropping the beats?
He probably will. Actually, when we were back in Santa Cruz for the Coldwater Classic a couple years back, I did go and see him after I had bowed out of competition, and he's a very talented musician as well, besides being a fantastic commentator. But yeah,
he's a jack of all trades, that guy.
He truly is. But our production team is as well. As I want to give them a huge thanks. Just some beautiful angles so far. Just really good replays. Just hello to all the boys down there in the booth, and you guys are doing a great job. But you know who else is doing a great job? Ian Folk, Kali Carranza, Mateo Myers, Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar here with you. Awesome to bring you the action as we do see Bianca Budendog in the blue jersey. She's currently in second. A wave approaching the line of Mateo. She might go on this one.
Yeah, Bianca's looking to utilize priority here. Nice little set wave cruising through the zippers lineup, and she's dropping in on her backhand. Gonna eye it up. Just a quick tap just to get some forward momentum. A late hit up and over the lip, and she goes down once again, as we did see on her second ride as well. And it's a tricky end section there. And the girls, obviously, they really want to put it on the line and perform a high-quality maneuver. They don't want to just tap that section, so that's why there's some risk involved, and that's probably the reason why they fell off right there.
Well, the good thing is for Bianca Budendog is that there are still 13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Now priority does go to Keely Andrew, who is our heat leader. She has a 5.5 and a 3.67 in her scoreline. Bianca Budendog a 5.17 as her high score. She still only needs a 4.01 to move up into first. But the thing is, if Keely does better that 3.67, that requirement will go a lot higher as well. As a breakdown replay for us, Mateo.
Yeah, here we go. So that was a quick snap there. And no, this is her earlier ride. This was Bianca's 5.17, as we're still waiting scores on her next ride. This is a quick little heat recap. Here we go, Keely Andrew on the forehand. I really enjoyed that turn there. Really committed in the pocket. Nice little setup jam there. And this is where she goes up and over the foam. Sticks it solid with the only completed ride we've really seen in this heat thus far. That was the 5.5 for Keely. And just talking about the round of 16 here in the Los Cabos Open of Surf WQS 6000 event, this is where the points really start to matter, Mitchell. Second place in this round gets an equal ninth place in $1,550, so 1,550 points, $1,000. So, you know, this is a pretty crucial round for these ladies. If you're making it through, you're jumping up into fifth place with $2,650, 2,650 points, and $1,750. So, you know, these women who are currently, you know, one's on the CT, one's right on the bubble, kind of surfing as a injury replacement this year, as Bianca is. And, you know, this is such a crucial event in the standings, as I believe Keely right now is in 20th place, and really looking to make her march up the standings to back up her CT qualification.
And you know, the interesting about the two surfers in the heat right now is that they both grew up in perfect right-hand point breaks. I feel that they were really nurtured in those kind of waves. This wave really suits their style a little bit more down the line surfing, but there is a kind of a contrast in between both styles, as you know, Keely a lot more down the line, Bianca a lot more powerful, relying on that back foot power. But if you see it in the same way, they both grew up in such perfect waves, but the reason that they are nurtured different is because one is a goofy footer and one is a regular footer. As we see Sage Erickson, she's coming up in a couple heats. She'll be in heat number 5 against Ellie Brooks. And heat number 6, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Philip Anderson. Heat number 7, last year's runner-up, Dominique Barona from Ecuador, and Coca Ho, former champion as well. And heat number 8, all Aussie battle, Bronte McCauley, last year's champion, and Macy Callahan, reigning world junior champion. What a lineup we have.
That's a battle of the young guns right there.
As I was talking to Bronte's dad, Bronte's dad yesterday afternoon, Dave. He was on the CT from 85 all the way to 94, had 10 years of CT experience, shapes most of her board still, and he says, you know, I just really want Bronte to keep her pace throughout waves. I feel that growing up in such heavy waves in Western Australia that you can get kind of under pressure, relying so much that you're going to have a little bit more volume in your boards, and you know that the wave's actually going to counteract those big maneuvers that you're throwing out the back. You come to a little bit slower wave, not as steep as zippers, so, you know, not pushing as hard on your back foot is kind of essential, as we did see Bianca Budendog do that. A 5.17 is her high score, and if she would have completed that last maneuver, it would have gone up better. She needs a 4.01 to move up in the first. 9 minutes, 40 seconds, Mateo.
Yeah, that's right. And, yeah, definitely a huge contrast in styles here, as we know. We have the tall Bianca really extending her turns, really lengthy through her maneuvers, while Keely is much more compact, a little bit quicker. And it's really fun to compare and contrast as we have Bianca dropping in here.
Yeah, she is up and riding. Nice opening crack there for her. Maybe a mistake, as she does get caught behind the section quite a bit. 4.01 is needed. Nice turn right there, the best of the wave so far. And another one. That score is going to be close. 9 minutes remaining.
Wow, with 9 minutes, as you mentioned, you know, kind of a smaller inside wave. At first, I was kind of doubting her decision to go on it, but she really maximized the score. Got quite a few maneuvers done there, and she finished solid. So let's look at this. On her backhand, a quick snap there. This is where she got caught behind the section, almost dug a rail. that was a difficult little whitewater tap there. Found the open face, cracks it once, and then again. So, you know, Bianca looking for the 4.01. We will have to wait and see what the judges think.
It is definitely going to be pretty close. I think that she maximized her potential on that wave, not too much out the back, and she really stuck with it, and that's experience, Mateo. That's a person who's been on the championship tour for quite a bit. At such a young age, she's only 23 years old, and 24, excuse me, so 8 minutes remaining. A pretty wise decision there from her to do what she just did, as Keely did have priority, and she opted not to go on that wave. Keely needs a better 3.67. She knew that she could possibly not on that wave, so might as well wait for a bigger set wave. Scores have yet to drop in. 4.01, 8 minutes remaining, but Keely needs a better 3.67 to further extend her lead, but scores still dropping for Bianca Budag.
Yeah, I think Keely made a good decision there to wait, you know, with priority, you know, smaller inside wave. Even if Bianca does get the score, she'll have probably a great opportunity here to get what she needs in the final closing minutes of the heat. As on the screen there, Tati Weston Webb, you know, one of the most diverse, you know, talents we have on the women's side of surfing. Anything from, you know, small Rocky Point to massive Chopu, Jaws, you name it. Tati's a charger, and she's going to be ripping it, forehand, backhand, Fiji. Definitely one of my favorites on the women's side of the tour.
That she is one of the best surfers of the event so far, dropping a couple scores in the excellent range, and she did end up being runner-up in Fiji actually a week ago to Courtney Conlog. Not the best optimal conditions that they were expecting for the final, but they did run it. Fortunately, she ended up runner-up. Not a bad result, though. It brought her up to 10th place on the CT Tour.
Just within the bubble then.
Yeah. So, I mean, halfway through the year, that's kind of where you want to be in the first top 10. Get another keeper result, then you pretty much secure for next year. But most of the girls on the CT actually do compete on the QS just because they want to have that backup, you know.
Yeah, let's talk about switching gears, going from CT to QS competition, you know. They extended the waiting period for the first time ever for the women over there in Fiji. They got to surf within the men's waiting period and some solid, you know, 8-foot solid Hawaiian scale cloud break. And then all of a sudden she's on a plane the very next day heading to Cabo. You got to switch out your boards. You're not going to be bringing those cloud break boards, you know, to the zippers wave. So, you know, how do you think it is for those girls, you know, changing up equipment like that and going from, you know, a big barreling left-hander to a small playful right?
It's not easy. I think that having a couple of days, at least, you know, 4 or 5 days in between events is crucial. Just adapting to time zones again. You know, jet lag. Kali Carranza was telling me he was in France last week. He told me he got home barely for a night, had to get on a plane the next day. I know you've been super busy as well, so just getting those little time changes, getting your boards adjusted a little bit better, getting the right fins as well. Equipment is so crucial nowadays, but really I think getting enough rest is essential to your performance in the event, because you're going, you know, to a professional event. You want to have the best performance possible that you want, especially because if you're on that cusp of qualifying or not, you know that an event this big, a QS 6000 for the women, is crucial. There's only so few a year that you need to do well in an event like this and get a keeper result, and I think that's what Tatiana's been doing. She's dropped a couple solid scores so far in this event, and we'll be seeing her in heat number 6. She's up against Philip Anderson, who actually has a QS win earlier this year in Siargao in the Philippines, so it's going to be a great heat. But out in the water right now, 3.87 last of Bianca Budag, so not enough to move her up in the first, almost right there on the cusp, as well as getting that 4.1.
Yeah, what a tight heat we have on our hands as we are under the 5-minute mark, with Keely Andrew out ahead in priority with a 9.17 heat total to Bianca's 9.04. So, you know, just barely 0.13 separates the two surfers, as Keely has stayed extremely patient. She's only ridden 2 waves thus far in the 30-minute bout, and, you know, the swell is on the decline, so there's going to be a lot of sitting, a lot of waiting. You know, really kind of, you know, staying within your own headspace, staying calm in the lineup. Hopefully we'll get a couple questions with the girls, really what's going through their heads on these long lulls. You know, they might be sitting there 10, 15 minutes straight without catching a wave. It's all about, you know, just staying within your zone, not getting distracted, and keeping focused.
And another thing that we brought up yesterday is, you know, playing and adapting to conditions on the fly. You know, that's not something that you see every day. I think Silvana Lima is the girl that's really done that so far in this event. She's been posting excellent scores in all 3 of her heats that she's surfed. She had Bailey Naj in a combination situation at the end of her last heat. And getting to surf 30-minute heats with 2 women out in the lineup right now, does your approach change? Because, you know, the swell is on a decline, tide is getting higher, there's less quality waves, there's actually less waves as well. So when you're going from a 4-woman heat, then you go into a 3-woman heat, then you go into a 2-woman heat, and now it's all 2-woman heats onwards, but you're surfing a variety of different challenging priority as well as super different. So you're surfing 4-woman priority, then 3-woman priority, then 2-woman priority. Does your game plan, your approach, the entire heat change as well?
Well, again, I think we might have touched on this a little bit yesterday, but it's one of those to each their own type situations where, you know, a certain surfer might have their way of surfing a heat and they're not going to mix it up. As we see the 2 surfers coming up next, Caroline Marks out of Melbourne Beach, Florida, is going to be in the red. Claire Bevilacqua out of Australia will be in the blue. We have quite the age gap, I believe, in these 2 these 2 surfers, as we might have to get a date of birth check for Claire. But, Caroline coming in, is it 14, 15? 14 years old.
Oh, no, 15.
15.
Excuse me, yeah, 15.
So, Claire, former CT competitor herself, aiming to get back onto the tour after a few years off, as Caroline well and truly on her way to World Tour stardom. And, we'll be seeing her pretty much in every major event from here on out the rest of her career.
As Keely Andrew utilizing her first priority here. Nice speed full. Ooh. Unfortunately, a big mistake there for our competitor in red, our current heat leader, as Bianca Buddog gets awarded priority, and she is out the back on a beautiful right-hander here. Applies zippers, opts not to go. Might have lost priority there. Do not know if she paddled hard enough to get it. It seems like she didn't, so minute 50 remaining. She still needs a 4.01, but that was a missed opportunity there from Keely to better that 3.67 and add more pressure to competitor in blue.
Very interesting situation right there for both surfers. One, Keely waited for priority forever, and she drops in on that wave. It looked like her feet placement was a little bit off as she went up into the lip and just, buckled off her surfboard. And then all of a sudden, there goes Bianca with priority, needing a small score, that 4.01. A wave approached the lineup, and she decided to pass on it with only a minute 20. So quite the gamble there for Buttendog, and we'll see if it pays off for her as time is ticking away.
So with 60 seconds remaining on the clock, in this situation, what does Bianca Buttendog want to do? Wait for the second wave of the set, if there is possibly one, or go on the first wave that she sees?
She wants to choose the best possible wave that's going to come in these next 60 seconds. We do see some lines approaching out the back, and the girls are just going to see them right now. So here we go. I'm fired up, and we're going to have quite the exchange here to end the heat, and it's all coming down to this. Mitchell, take it away.
Bianca has first priority as she is paddling for this one, stroking into this wave. Let's see if she can get it. She does. She needs a 4.01 on this ride. Pumping down the line. She needs to make it around this section and actually get some work done. Nice opening turn under the lip. A second lip line floater. 2 maneuvers right on the sand. It's going to be close as Keely Andrew does have priority with 23 seconds left. She is up and riding. She needs to better a 3.67 to further and put more pressure on Bianca. Nice second turn right there. Good exchange. 10 seconds remaining, Mateo. Going to be close.
It is. And my gut feeling right now has got to be leaning towards Keely Andrew. Those 2 quick, aggressive turns right there have got to up the ante from her 3.67. As there's the countdown, 3, 2, 1. As both surfers are now hitting the sand, and Bianca's kind of thinking that one over to herself, wondering, what can I learn? Did I get the score? They're going to do some nice sportsmanship here, give each other a nice hug, and a little high five. And I'm sure these girls have surfed plenty of heats together. And we're going to check out a quick heat recap, and we're going to really break down what happened here.
As we do see both surfers on screen, Keely Andrew in the red, Bianca Buttendog in the blue. As scores are dropping in for Bianca Buttendog in the blue, it seems like it will be enough for her. But if Keely Andrew did better her 3.67, she will move back up into first. She needs a 4.3, a 4.63 for Lassa Blue Bianca, as we see her on screen. So Keely Andrew needing a 4.3 in red. She moves down to second. We're still on standby for heat number 4, Caroline Marks and Claire Bevilacqua, as we are going to see our heat recap here, Mateo.
And this is a tight one, and here we go. Bianca at the early stages of the heat, as well as Keely, with that beautiful morning light, and the scores are coming in, and it's going to be one of those situations where Bianca did get the score needed to move up into first. Keely needing that small score, and she gets it, a 5.6. So Keely Andrew does end up taking the win, and she's moving into the quarterfinals.
Yes, Keely Andrew takes the heat win here in heat number 3. We'll be back for heat number 4 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Buenos dias and welcome back to beautiful Los Cabos. We are at Playa Zippers here in San Jose del Cabo in Baja California Sur, Mexico. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Mateo Myers from Santa Cruz, California. We will be calling the action here in heat number 4 in the red jersey. Caroline Marks from Melbourne Beach, Florida, and Claire Blanco in the blue from Western Australia. Mateo, good morning. What a last heat. Incredible surfing. I mean, a couple mistakes made by both competitors, but it all came down to the last 60 seconds.
And you gotta love when a heat comes down to the wire. You know, we have some quite inconsistent, smaller surf on offer, but when a heat, you know, gets finished in that buzzer beater type situation, no matter how bad the surf is, it's gonna be nerve-wracking for someone, as we had a quick start here by the surfer in red.
Yeah, Caroline Marks up and riding. Has a nice first carve there for her. And that is a second beautiful maneuver. That is the replay while we were at commercial. Her opening ride, beautiful surfing there. She did post 3 scores yesterday in the Pro Junior division, up in the excellent range. As score still yet to drop in. Judges really picking that one apart. 27 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. So Mateo, she starts off with a banger, probably the best wave we've seen in the last 2 heats.
Oh, yeah.
And she does it in the first 2 minutes of the heat. What does that do for her confidence?
Dude, Caroline Marks is taking off right where she left off yesterday, and she hasn't skipped a beat. She's probably got the same routine. I bet she went to bed at the exact same time she did the night before, woke up at the same time, ate the same breakfast, showed up to the beach. I'm just assuming all this, just knowing these surfers and how superstitious they are and how much they love their routine. So Caroline down here with her coach, Mike Snips Parsons, obviously one of the best coaches in the business. And he's just pouring in the knowledge to her. She's got all the skill, and now she finds herself up against some of the best, you know, veteran women surfers in the world, and she's taking it straight to them. And it sounds like we're down there with Chris Cote and that nail biter finish. Talk to us, Chris.
Yeah, what a finish to that last heat. Keely Andrew, you said that Bianca's gotten your numbers in the past on the CT. Different story down here in Cabo.
Yeah, she's definitely got my number on the CT, but yeah, that heat was incredibly slow, and I think we were both a bit frustrated. We just wanted to showcase our best surfing, and I always love surfing against her. She brings out the best in me. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to get through that one. Just keep moving on heat by heat.
Now, there's 2 schools of thought when your competitor takes off on a wave in the dying seconds, when they have priority. Do you watch the waves that your competitor surfs, or do you just look out in the ocean and hope for the worst?
Yeah, I can't watch. It's too much for me. Sometimes I catch myself turning around, and I just tell myself not to. But she's such an amazing surfer that she could get a score on anything. So it's really quite scary when she only needs a 4 with the rest of the heat to go. But yeah, I try not to look.
Well, it worked. Keely Andrew moving on to the quarterfinals in the women's QS 6000. Congratulations, Keely. Looking forward to more from Keely Andrew. Watch out, Cabo. Keely's coming.
Thank you, Christopher. He is
love it.
He's loving it more than Keely Andrew is, it seems, as he's having a great time here in Cabo. We are as well. 7.83 is the opening ride for Caroline Marks, our youngest surfer left in the QS 6000 women's draw. our surfer all the way from Melbourne Beach, Florida. And if the Marks family is watching, hello, Luke and company. I know that you are all proud of your sibling, Caroline. As a Claire Bevilacqua, though, she did win a QS 3000 earlier this year in Barbados, and she is up and riding. Take it away, Mateo.
Yeah, here we go. Claire on her forehand. Great compact style from the short surfer, but she's got tons of punch and power. Nice quick snap, floats there, and eyes up the inside, blows the fins out. She sticks it in one quick float as she runs off onto the sand, which we'll be seeing all day long, especially at this high tide conditions. I kind of love that finish.
Yeah, really nice drift of the fins as we look at it here. Nice opening turn right there, and a second float just to really set up this third maneuver. Boom, uses the backwash to her advantage and actually throws the tail out the back. That's going to be a pretty decent score for her to start off this heat.
Yeah, some really nice flow there by Claire. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit, more spray thrown off the rail of her surfboard there. And the judges are really looking for those committed turns that do skyrocket the spray out into the lineup. And looks like another paddle here, Mitch, as Caroline's looking at this one.
As Caroline Marks having a look, a 7.83 on her opening ride. And she is on her way to another good score here as a beautiful bottom turn, top turn combo. Just one maneuver, though. So it's going to be a solid backup for her and add more pressure as Claire Bevilacqua, a 6.67 on her opening ride. She needs a 1.17 to move up into first, but that requirement is going to be a little bit higher as Caroline will drop her second score of the heat so far.
Yeah, nice aggressive snap through the lip right there for Caroline. And she's looking really confident on that magic surfboard she's got. And she was talking about it yesterday as we're going to dig into this replay as Caroline drops in with that patent little knock-kneed stance. Deep bottom turn there, opens the shoulders up, squares it up through the lip, times the backwash very well, and she gets a 4.67 basically for one single maneuver, so she'll take it, backing up that 7.83, sitting on a 12.5 combined heat total, as Claire now takes priority, and she's looking for a 5.84 to take the lead.
23 minutes remaining as she does have priority, and you said, Mateo, that priority system in place right now, very important, especially on these women-to-women heats as well. As Caroline might be having a look on the inside, maybe Snips gave her some advice. She's rolling around and she's on this wave. Nice opening crack right in the pocket. A second one, trying to better that 4.67, and she might do it right there. Beautiful third maneuver, Mateo.
That was a punctuation mark to end that ride for Caroline Marks. Gotta love that. And she's writing in all caps today. She's yelling. That's what I like to think about that on that wave. And, she's not just scribbling, no cursive. That's straight capital letters. Punching the lip with the board, nice and aggressive. And as I was going to mention before, that chemistry surfboard looks so good under her feet. The same board that she won the Rip Curl Grom Search International Final about a month ago down in Maresias, Brazil. As a couple quick turns, but all the score is going to come from this one right here. She tags the lip, kicks out, confidence, and waiting on that score to come in.
As a lot of resemblance to the Lopez brothers and the Hobbigood brothers as well. From Florida, as Claire Bevilacqua, our current second place surfer right now in blue. Nice opening crack in the pocket. A second little drift of the fins, and she might have one more to work with. She does. Wow, ends up right on the sand. Her board and her fins are well as she does the run and gets back out into the lineup as soon as she possibly can. She needs a 5.84 to move up into first, but that is before last of red Caroline Marks, as she will better her situation and get a solid score on the board as well. Going to back up that 7.83 at the beginning of the heat. Mateo, 21 minutes and 20 seconds that Caroline does have first priority.
And know what I really liked about Claire here? Although she didn't go airborne, she was thinking it, and I feel like she's going to bust the air out today because she's trying to find her point of difference. As Caroline, the compact goofy footer is going to be, really tagging the lip on her backhand. Claire's like, what am I going to do to impress the judges to take out this, young little hotshot ripper, Caroline? I'm going to bust the fins out. I'm going to do an air, and I'm really hoping to see Claire with that opportunity finding a lip that's going to allow her to do that maneuver.
Well, we did see one surfer already take to the sky this morning. That was Silvana Lima. She actually posted a 7.0 for one air reverse that she did. So a 7.0 for one maneuver, yeah, is pretty impressive.
So I missed that, and I'm going to have to check the replays. I'm excited to watch the highlights at the end of the day. So stick around. We got a full day of action here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Zippers Beach, Costa Azul, San Jose, Del Cabo, Mexico. And it's going to be a nice long day. Once again, we put in 12 hours yesterday, and we're back again. We're fired up for some more. And you know, we'll see what the ocean decides to do with us here as it's staying nice and calm. You know, it's very highly contestable, and there's lines approaching.
As we do see our competitor in red with first priority, as she will use it, and Claire Bevilacqua will have to kick out. Caroline Marks posted a 5.4 in her last ride. She is trying to better that right here. Nice opening turn right there. And a second one coming up. Beautiful turn as her consistency is there. She has made every single maneuver she has thrown out there this morning so far, Mateo.
Has she fallen?
She has not. That is why it is so impressive. I think her low center of gravity and being so short and stocky is what allows her to do that. And you said that chemistry surfboard is looking fantastic under her feet.
It is, and she mentioned to me, as I keep bringing it up, that big win down at the International Grand Search Final. She didn't surf the board between that event and this event, and obviously she must be surfing every day in between that time, but she said, hey, this is my magic board. I'm going to put it on ice. I don't want to risk breaking it. I don't even want to put a pressure ding in it, because I saw that board yesterday, and it looks like it's just shaped like a week ago.
Well, it does look brand new as she posts a 6.63 on her last score and does improve her lead as Claire Bevilacqua smiling into this wave. Nice float there to start off and really low center of gravity as well. She might go to the air here, Mateo, as you're recalling, and a nice finishing turn but does not complete it. Her nose catches a rail right there. 7.8 is what she needs now to move up into first. Not going to get it there, but 18 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And priority is with Caroline Marks. So Caroline 7.83 and a 6.63. But look at her consistency as far as scores go as she goes again, Mateo.
Yeah, Caroline's staying really active and completely feeling the vibes in the lineup right now. She really opens up on that turn, and she is absolutely heating up as she once again, is her feet glued to the board? She's got Velcro. What kind of wax is she using? I have so many questions for her.
I have no idea how well she is surfing, Mateo. It's for a girl 15 years young and going up against a former CT surfer, Claire Bevilacqua. She eliminated Nikki Van Dyke, one of our former champions. Then advances on, a couple other heats, beats Bianca Bundag, Mahina Maeda, and look at this replay right here. As you said, she has not fallen on one of these waves so far. Beautiful second turn right there. That was her previous, as we do see Claire Bevilacqua, last ride, 3.33, and we were kind of hoping that she would take to the air right here. She did have a section, but tries to drift the fins, but her nose picks, and this is the last score. Look at this beautiful surfing, Mateo.
There we go, Caroline. Quick crack there, and she's just feeling herself at the moment and absolutely tearing the bag out of this one as she finds lift one more time. So we're going to see where the judges fit that in her scale. She pretty much is, there we go, with Snips on the beach, giving her the little golf clap, the thumbs up. He's kind of, he's a man of few words as far as, lots of action on the beach. He's not like one of those dads that's going to be, whistling, screaming, waving a flag, He's cool and calm, collected, and looks like Caroline is going to drop another score that's going to enter her top 2 wave total and further extend her lead once again. It's pretty interesting to note all of her scores. She has a 4.67, a 5.4, a 6.63, a 7.83, and this next score is going to come in the 7-point range. So talk about a variety of all scores in the keeper range, and she's building that house from the ground up.
And as you said, consistency is key as she just drops a 7.4. So now extending her lead. Now Claire needs an 8.56 to move up into first. 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Not impossible, but a pretty big ask here today at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Although she does have first priority, but going back to Caroline, she has definitely been the most consistent surfer of this event so far. 7.83, 4.67. That was just for one maneuver, though, Mateo. So 4.67 for one maneuver is outstanding. 5.4 after that. So she further increases her lead. 6.63, even better. Now a 7.4, almost matching her 7.83. This girl, consistency is the name.
Exactly, and we're still not even halfway through this heat, so the house is pretty much built. There might be a little bit of the roof still left for her, as she hasn't yet dropped an excellent score in the 8-point-plus range, but without a doubt, I could foresee her easily doing that in the next 15 minutes of the heat.
As we do have lots of time remaining, Claire Bevilacqua, 8.56, a big ask, but definitely not impossible, as 15 minutes haven't even gone by, and we've seen more action in this heat than we did the entire last. It's crazy how the ocean kind of turns on for some heats and sometimes it doesn't. But Caroline Marks, just staying really busy, really active, And, Mike Snips Parsons, was on the beach, a man of very few words, but when you're that confident on the beach and you don't have to be whistling or yelling at all, that means that the work in the off-season outside of the water, as well as free surfing sessions, everything that you needed to do before to get to this point, of origin right now in the round of 16 of the QS 6000, this is a huge result for Caroline. Her best so far in a QS event. So if she advances on to the quarterfinals, she will be moving into quarterfinal number 2. So she could possibly meet up with Keely Andrew, which would be a fantastic matchup in my eyes, as we do see Snips on the beach. He's super calm, and I think that experience factor, as he has been a big wave surfer in his own right, a couple of years on the CT as well. So Mike Snips Parsons doing an excellent job. CT Taylor before that as well, as Claire, 8.56. She could possibly get it right here, Mateo.
Yeah, here we go. Claire dropping in on this one. A little bit deeper up the point. It does have quite a bit of open wall ahead of her. Kind of a quick snap there. She's looking down the line. Here we go. Oh, I like that rail gouge. And, caught behind, but she really put it on the line there, dug deep. And I like that compact bottom turn that we saw out of Bevilacqua, which is definitely one of the most fun names to say, by the way, in the draw. And I wonder what the meaning is behind that.
Well, aqua definitely means water, as we're going to see the replay. And this is one of your favorite waves of the heat so far. A nice opening turn, but this is where she gets frisky. Really opens up the shoulders, and we don't see that much nowadays because waves are getting smaller, consistency is less, so you can't really risk opening up the shoulders and actually carving now.
Yeah, it's such a down-the-line wave Zippers is, and as you noticed yesterday, especially in the Pro Junior, all these boys are constantly projecting down the line, keeping their eyes focused at the next maneuver. But right there was one of those rare opportunities where Claire was really able to find that open wall and dig deep, use her heels, and pull through that turn. And she dropped a 5.5, which will go into her scoreline, but it's really not going to do too much. She still needs the bomb score of an 8.56 to regain the lead. So at this point in the heat, Claire's really going to be hoping for a couple big sets.
Yeah, she still does have plenty of time, 13 minutes remaining, but first priority is with our competitor in red, our current heat leader, Caroline Marks, as it seems like some waves approaching. And Zippers has really turned on for this heat. Not even 18 minutes have gone by, and we see 5 waves from each competitor being ridden so far. And Caroline will use her first priority. She is up and riding, trying to bet her 7.4. And just one maneuver, but keeping Claire off. That's what you wanted to do right there.
Yeah, actually, I think Claire did a good sail job, as that wave was quite the closeout. It was stretching down across the point. Wasn't going to offer a ton of scoring potential. So right there, a veteran maneuver by Bevilacqua as she sold that wave for Caroline. A quick turn. Of course, she didn't fall once again, dropping the 2.5. Because it looks like we have, a little double up, little iPod, iPhone sharing. I wonder what Ellie Brooks is listening to before her heat.
Well, that is her boyfriend, Harry, as well. They travel quite a bit to every qualifying series event that she does. So it's good to have that little companionship throughout every event that you're searching for, as they're all smiles. Ellie's always smiling. I saw her last year in El Salvador as well. She was smiling through every single wave that she was surfing during the heat, which is absolutely outstanding. But as far as what they are listening to, if I had to make a guess, maybe Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Roar as well.
Wow.
That would get me fired up for a heat.
Is that your song of choice, what you listen to before a heat?
Before a heat, yeah, I definitely go with Roar. It kind of motivates me. If you've seen the video, there's like a tiger in it.
Is that your karaoke song too?
It is. I might sing it tonight, actually, as Claire Bevilacqua is up and riding. She is trying to get the Roar going on right here. Beautiful opening carve, sliding the fins. She is on her way to a decent score, and she does take to the air. A nice little frontside air as well, and lays it back right at the end. 8.56. Great wave there, Mateo.
I am absolutely loving that type of surfing right there by Claire Bevilacqua, as she totally mixed it up. A ton of variety. We're going to break down this replay for you. As she sold the previous wave for Caroline, this is exactly what she was looking for. A nice opening turn, even getting a little fin drift. Taps it there. She lined this one up, projected it. Not a huge error, but she did get the entire board, fins out above the lip, and then went into a layback and stomped it. So a ton of variety. Score is not going to be what she was looking for, the 8.43, or excuse me, the higher 8, but she did drop a 6.8, just lowering the requirement by a hair. And the judges weren't totally sold on that one. It came in the, upper good range, but not that excellent score. Why do you think so?
It was because of that one aerial maneuver that she tried, not really projecting out as much that she wanted to. The intention was there, though. I think that maybe a little bit more speed was the key component to that factor, but nonetheless, 6.8, her best score so far. But I did absolutely love the variety of maneuvers, especially open up with the carve. Not something easy to do here at Playa Zippers, so she actually took a risk by accentuating that first maneuver, Mateo. And
I really like that
not
wave.
easy. Yeah, it was a beautiful
I think it
surf
could have gone a little higher. But the judges get paid for a reason, and they're the best in the business. We have Bill Seitz, head judge over there with the rest of the crew, and I'm backing them. They're getting the result right. I like to say 99.9% of the time. And they've been doing this for a long time. All incredible surfers in their own right. I've seen these judges absolutely rip as we travel over the world with them in all these different events. And dropping the 6.8, maybe if we had a microphone over there, I'd love a little explanation of what they were thinking. But we have to save that kind of for the CT competition.
Yeah, 9 minutes and 10 seconds. And as you did say, the good thing about our judges for the World Surfing League, as we see all our staff, our security members, our scaffolding area. There's El Mercado right next door, our beach marshal with the jerseys. Some beautiful jerseys here, and we are probably going to give them away after competition, so if you're around, might as well get one. As next heat coming up, Sage Erickson in blue up against Ellie Brooks from Australia. Sage all the way from Ojai, California. That's where she was originally born, then moved to Ventura at a very young age. Also grew up on the North Shore of Oahu as well. As we see her dad on the beach with her. He actually comes down to every event here at Los Cabos to support his daughter just because he loves it so much. I wouldn't see why not. But going back, to a situation with our judges, all of our judges, I know all the panel that's up here right now. I can't really, give out the other names besides Bill Seitz, who is our head judge. But, I can tell you firsthand, I've been a competitor. I know you have been too, Mateo. You've judged as well. So you get that competitive experience and the judging experience, so it's a really good combo. But all of these guys are certified enough to know what excellent surfing is, and once you know what excellent surfing is yourself and you know how to appreciate it, that's when you do become a certified judge. It's actually something very difficult, as we do see our panel of judges right there. There are 5. We do have 2 rotators, our head judge, so it's good to give each other a break. We have our statistics guy on screen, Guillermo Verde, our own priority judge as well. So an announcer, our priority judge, and then the cube, as we do see, are tabulating this right there.
Yeah, so that's the judges' score sheet. So what they're going to do is they're going to handwrite the score in that black marker first. The head judge is going to look over all the scores, see that they're all within the correct range, and then they're going to give the thumbs up, and then they're going to plug the score into the computer, and then it's going to pop up, on our screen, on the announcer screen, and on your screen back at home. And that's kind of how it goes, It's not like you're just immediately punching the score in. You're going to write it down first, give yourself a thought, make sure you're right there at the right, nailing it as the rest of the panel is, and then you punch it into the computer screen.
Yeah, it's sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is, but it's actually something super simple. You get, a really good opinion as to where you are on the scale, and you set that up at the beginning of the heat.
Exactly
what an excellent score is, what a medium score should be, and it really depends on the waves and the conditions as well. You need to know how to differentiate excellent surfing from average surfing, and once you do that, then you're in the right mindset.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all about comparing scores. So at the beginning of the heat, we had Bevilacqua with the 6.67. We had Caroline with the 7.83. And from there on out, every wave ridden is going to be compared to those opening rides by those 2 surfers. And, it's a puzzle. And the judges are fitting the scores in, whether it's going to be nice and tight with the top score, just a hair below. And, it's just compare and contrast each and every wave. And at the beginning of the new heat, it's going to reset. It's going to be a completely new scale as the conditions change throughout the day. It's not like they're going to be judging, say heat 18 or 20 of the day. They're not going to be comparing to heat 1 in the morning. It's a whole new heat. Every heat it resets. They'll obviously think back to what they saw earlier in the day. If they saw some incredible, above the lip surfing, they'll be able to remember where the scores were in that range. But every heat it resets and they start over.
And as we do, say that this is the highest level of surfing in the entire world. You're surfing at the highest professional surfing level on the qualifying series here, Women's QS 6000, 2 Pro Junior events here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, a Junior Women's event and a Junior Men's event. So what they're expecting is the best version of yourself that you can be. So we see the pool view. You've been in there a couple of times this week, Mateo.
That's the dip-off spot right there, because it's getting heated up in here.
Yeah. But luckily we have a fan right here, so
the lineup's clear.
It is right now, but give it a good half an hour and that thing will be crowded.
I might have to cannonball straight in there after this heat.
All the Groms have been in there having a great time. They've been having those little inflatable donuts and a unicorn as well I saw in there. So getting back to action, Claire Bevilacqua needs an 8.43. She is pumping down the line. Nice speed float for her. Just going to be one and done though. So Caroline Marks really utilizing her first priority very well. Up until she got sold, that's where Caroline got her lowest score so far, 2.5, just for one turn. As Claire did a really good job managing her positioning right there in the lineup and actually forcing Caroline pretty much to go on that wave. But 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. That's not the score that Claire Bevilacqua needs, an 8.43. A 2.07 is the last of blue. And Caroline being very patient and methodical, probably giving a look back at Mike Snips Parsons as well, just to see how everything's looking from the beach, as we do see Ellie Brooks up and coming against Sage Erickson. What a heat it's going to be, and we're going to have another goofy versus regular matchup.
That's right, and Sage has been an absolute standout. Many people are talking about being the most improved surfer on the Women's Championship Tour, and I couldn't argue with that. Sage has always had the talent. She's always had great results over the year, but something has just clicked in the last 12 months for her, and she's coming into CT competition with so much confidence. She's taking down some of the biggest seeds event after event, and there's really no stopping her at this point in time, as she's continued to really impress the judges, her fellow competitors, and now she's potentially going to be a world title contender.
As that she is. So as we see both of our competitors on screen, Caroline Marks and Claire Bevilacqua respectively in first and second position. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And you were talking about Sage Erickson being, whoa, that is our competitors' area, Mateo.
Not a bad place to be.
Are these competitors nowadays? We see Dimity Stoyle in that nice hippie-looking shirt. And Jay-Z DeVoe as well as Fisher DeVoe. Sean Forrester there on screen as well. All the Groms having a great time here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. So that's what they're doing first. They're kind of in the shade, hydrating, getting some fruit in themselves. Give it a good half an hour, they'll be in the pool.
Yeah, well, if I was one of those women in the Pro Junior draw, I'd be studying these, these veteran surfers, these CT surfers. You definitely could pick up a couple tips or two, as these girls, the younger women, might be surfing later in the day. And, you're hanging around, ideally staying in the shade, keeping really hydrated, drinking lots of water, because it is scorching hot down here. Taking some notes. Obviously, Caroline is just one of their fellow competitors in the same draw, but you can definitely learn a thing or two from the young Caroline.
As that they can do is 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. She still has first priority. Her high score is 7.83, her low 7.4, but she has 4 decent enough scores to actually make this heat so far. A 7.83, 7.4, 5.4, and a 6.63 are her best 4 waves, and Claire Bevilacqua 6.67 is her low, and a 6.8 is her high. But that does not matter, as she still needs an 8.43 to actually advance.
Still pretty slack wind here. Look at that. We're looking at some of the flags there. And it is absolutely stunning. Beautiful blue water. And hopefully there's some surfers down the line getting a couple warm-up waves as well. We'll talk about some of the other waves in the area.
Yeah, the Rock right down the beach. There's also the estuary known as La Bocana, which is a beautiful beach break. It is probably pretty fun this morning, as it's really glassy out still, so you want to get those barreling waves just up and riding early morning. But there's plenty of waves, shipwrecks on the East Cape, 9 Palms. You can go to Monuments in town, or that's over in Cabos and Lucas. There's plenty of waves, especially hurricane swells. Justin Quirk lives down here. He's told me about a couple secret spots. I can't really name the places, but over on the East Cape as well, just some plenty of waves. And if you ever want to come down, just email Justin. Stosh Lindsay is another kid that'll show you around. A really good local ripper. Kai Lowe and his dad Carrie, fantastic people. If you guys are watching, thank you. And thank you for just being great ambassadors here to Cabo. As 40 seconds remaining, Claire Bevilacqua still in second, but she does have second priority. She needs an 8.43. She might sell Caroline on this wave. No, Caroline opts not to go, so Claire pumping down the line. She needs a big score. boosting that.
there.
Wow. Only one maneuver, though, Mateo.
Ooh, and, you know, a little frustration there. She brought her hands up over her eyes as she doesn't believe probably that's going to be quite enough. The 8.43s are down to 15 seconds. But that was the air she was looking for. You know, nice projection up and over the lip. Tons of speed. Nice coping. And that was a sick air. I bet there's going to be a great photo of that. And, you know, looking for a big score, 8.43. I do not think it's going to be quite enough, as Claire Bevilacqua's run does come to an end here as the youngster out of Florida does move on with an impressive 15.23 heat total. Caroline's going to be all smiles after that one.
Boy, she is all smiles no matter what, as we do see her on screen. Not even flustered at all, even though she came up against a former CT competitor herself. And Caroline Marks from Melbourne Beach, Florida, advancing on. The whole Marks family, very proud of her. Luke and company, if you are watching, congratulations, and we know that you are very proud. Claire Bevilacqua in the blue will be bowing out from the round of 16 as Caroline Marks advances on with a good 15.23 heat total. She will be moving into the quarterfinals possibly later today. We'll be back with heat number 5 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. And hey, that's us. There you see Alana Blanchard, the face of the Los Cabos Open of Surf. She is also down here representing Alana Blanchard Foundation, going to give 4 surfers the opportunity to potentially be receiving $2,500 to help them with traveling expenses for hand-selected surfers with no big main sponsor. So it's really cool that she's helping them along the way, and that'll be later on, probably over the weekend. But before that goes, look at this heat. Ellie Brooks, Sage Erickson. This is going to be a matchup for the ages. 30 minutes on the clock. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza. Kelly, inconsistent, but there's always a silver lining here. When the waves do come in, as we saw in that last heat, Caroline Marks blitzing through that heat. There are 8s out there. There are high 7s. So Sage Erickson in the blue, Ellie Brooks in the red. Sage Erickson, she has been looking in fine form throughout this competition. What do you think the outcome of this heat's going to be? Let's just put your, look in your crystal ball and tell me what you think. How's this thing going to shake out?
Yeah, first off, what a pleasure to be here. I'm pretty excited. As Potts would say, it's going to be a cracker of a heat. Amazing to see Ellie Brooks and Sage Erickson. You were mentioning waves. Not so many of them, but only 2 competitors out in the water. Plenty of time to catch 2 waves. Caroline Marks did so in an amazing way. Looking to be a threat in the quarterfinals. You're also talking about the Alana Blanchard Foundation, Chris. You were mentioning you came here a few weeks ago with them, down to Cabo, the tourism board.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to buck up and take on those tough assignments. I had to come down to Cabo with Alana Blanchard, Layla Hurst, Camille Brady for 4 days of fun in the sun. Tough job, but somebody's got to do it. And we actually produced a 2-part web series. We've been doing it the last 3 or 4 years here for the Los Cabos Open of Surf. It's called How to Do Los Cabos. It's all over the internet. We thank all the surf sites for posting that up. Surfer Magazine put us up there. Inertia, Stab. So it got around, and that's pretty cool to see.
pretty cool to talk to Alana Blanchard about this foundation. We were talking about Jeremy Flores sponsoring John DeFay back in the day.
Yeah.
It's cool to see that Alana, one of the CT competitors, one of the most famous female surfers in the world ever, is actually giving back. So you got a chance to talk to her a little bit about that. Probably pretty cool for her to be involved in this way. But we'll get back to that in a sec. We got a little bit of action out in the water. Seems to be our surfer in red, Ellie Brooks on her backhand.
Ellie Brooks, she's wrapping it up into the lip, and she has been extremely focused, super consistent, but she's got a front row seat to what could possibly be the wave of the heat. This is Sage Erickson speeding down this zipping wall. A blistering set of turns from Sage Erickson. Wow, that's going to open this heat wide up. You'd love to see a good exchange like that. Right after I said, it's a bit inconsistent. Both surfers getting a nice, chest-high wall to work with. And again, zippers, really at any size, offers the push to get you going down the line. You saw right there, both those surfers, ample speed right off the takeoff. And more sets coming through.
And realistically,
this is a special wave.
Yeah, realistically, all we need is 4 waves in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Right? So surfers have to catch 2 waves. And we see right there with only 5 minutes having gone by on this heat, already the first exchange looking great. Ellie Brooks, great surfing, strong on her backhand. Another tap there on the inside and a third maneuver to finish things off. Fortunately, you said front row seat to this. A little bit bigger of a wave, more down the line. Sage Erickson, nothing too critical yet. Nice whack there on her second maneuver right here. Boom, vertical on the inside. Really strong surfing for Sage. Most likely, just by wave selection alone, we could say that Sage Erickson got the better of that exchange. But it's going to be interesting to see because there are going to be more than 4 waves in this next 25 minutes, Chris.
And this is the classic backhand versus forehand, which it must be hard for a judge because, the backhand vertical snap is maybe an easier maneuver than a wrapping frontside, tail slide or gouge, but at the same time, you kind of able to throw a little bit more spray if you place your board right. It's all about the placement up in the lip. B. Durbridge is a perfect example of somebody who doesn't really have to put in 100% effort into his backhand turns, but yet they throw 20 feet of spray every time. That's totally about technique, and Ellie Brooks showed that on her first turn on that wave. She got a 5.83, a solid start, but look out. Like we said, there are near perfect waves out there, and Sage Erickson just got one of them, an 8 to start off this heat, putting Ellie Brooks on notice. 23 minutes to go. Let's go down to Matt Myers, who's got Caroline Marks.
Right on. Thanks, Chris. Caroline Marks, absolutely on fire. I don't think she has fallen once in this event, especially not on that heat. Caroline, on the 2017 WQS, I know you're still surfing on the junior. What's your goals on the WQS?
Yeah, I actually haven't even done every QS this year. I'm just, I've done a couple in Australia, but I haven't done every 6-star. I'm just trying to get as much experience as possible and surf against the World Tour girls, and tons of the top QS girls have so much experience. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to make as many heats as possible and see what happens.
You're absolutely ripping. So I'm just throwing it out there. What happens if you went on to win this event and maybe potentially qualified for the CT this year? Like, would that be something you're looking towards, or is it more just about experience at this stage in your game?
Right now I'd say experience, but I might change my mind at the end. I'm just I'm newly 15. That'd be really young, but I mean, that would be amazing. I think I'm just gonna, if that happens, I'm just gonna think about it when it happens and just keep on surfing heats for now.
And obviously the surfboard is looking incredible under your feet. Do you want to talk to us about that a little bit?
Yeah, chemistry surfboards. I just think so much. This board's amazing. It's the best board I've had in I don't know. It works really good, and I'm really psyched. And yeah, when you have a good board, it gives you so much confidence. So I'm really stoked.
And last but not least, any shout outs you want to give it to anyone watching at home?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my brother, and my little sister. Thanks so much for watching. And yeah, just everyone back home, thanks for the support, all my sponsors, and yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Caroline, on to the next round. See you guys soon.
Thank you, Matt Myers. Yeah, Caroline Marks. I mean, the waves have dropped, right? And her backhand, especially in smaller waves, put her on a zippy right-hander in that waist to chest high range, and I'm not going to say unbeatable, but as it looks right now, it's going to be tough to beat Caroline Marks in these conditions.
Yeah, I was super surprised to hear yesterday that she was going to be most likely surfing better in smaller waves. I thought that usually surfers that have that kind of a bottom turn and that kind of a down the line surfing, they have a harder time surfing smaller waves. And I actually doubted it for a bit. I was like, really? Caroline's going to surf better? And sure enough, she's actually surfing equally as good as yesterday, and hard to do in these small conditions. I'm super impressed by her surfing. I since day one, I was like, oh my God, who is that girl? How is she surfing that good? And then I saw her in the junior heats, and I was like, no, there must be a mistake here. And Matt Myers asking a really interesting question. If you happen to qualify for the CT, she's currently in 27th on the QS. She hasn't even done all the QSs, and she's already in the quarterfinals of this 6-star. So what if she does make the tour?
How cool that she even has to think about that possibility. A win here, then after this, she's going to Oceanside for the Supergirl Pro, a place that she is super familiar with. That's where Chemistry Surfboards is from. She spends a lot of time surfing in Oceanside. Yet another home break for her. You know, she did that classic Florida kind of started off surfing in small, soft waves. You know, she was probably really stoked when the waves were even 2 to 3 feet from where she's from. Then she moved over to San Clemente. A lot of lowers time. San Clemente Pier, you know, a little bit more punchy of waves. So Slater-esque, you know, in her growth through surfing. So obviously a huge future to come, and maybe a huge future. She's still in both the QS 6000 and the Pro Junior, and she's moving on to the quarterfinals for both, which is unprecedented in itself.
And it's a good problem to have when you're 15. Do you decide to keep going to school, or do you go on to the most amazing tour around the world surfing perfect waves with 10 of the world's best women surfers?
Yeah.
I wish I had that problem when I was 15.
To have to make. We got 18 minutes, 55 seconds to go. These are 30-minute heats. Top two scorers will get our one surfer through. Sage Erickson right now backing up her huge start to this heat. She got an 8, backed it up with a 3.17. 5.83 and a 0.5 for Ellie Brooks. And Ellie has priority. Do not discount her back end.
And that's Sage's dad, if I'm not mistaken. She posted a photo with him a couple days ago on her Instagram. Pretty popular, Sage Erickson on the Instagram. 251,000 followers. Not bad.
This is probably, if you're thinking of Instagram followers, this contest, when you put all the followers of all the ladies that are in this event together, I'm pretty sure you would have equal, if not more, than you'd have on a WCT contest.
Yeah, very true.
I'm not good at math, but I'm telling you, I mean, you got the Coffee Sisters, Alana Blanchard's down here, Sage Erickson, and these are, you know,
definitely
these
in the millions.
Yeah, these are gals with. I was excited when I got a K after the number on my Instagram. These gals are getting, you know, 780,000, and it's, you know, that's a huge part of surfing at this point. I mean, that's how they a lot of times get paid by their sponsors, and using that format of Instagram and Facebook and Snapchat, I mean, everything, using that to get themselves the financial backing to get around. I think it's pretty cool, and I think they all use that format really well. It's like an added sponsor, you know?
And they're smart about it. As we see Blue, Sage Erickson, having a look at this wave with second priority. Not a good enough wave. But
good
Instagram, very, very, very cool to see how these young ladies are actually using that to their advantage. We actually helped a little bit, some friends of mine with some interviews to Sage Erickson a couple days ago, and they had some really interesting questions. One of them being, how do you feel that women's surfing is portrayed now? There is a lot of interest for sponsors to make sure that the girls are very feminine, very cute, very good looking, bikinis and so on and so forth. And then you're doing both. You're surfing really well. Currently ranked 9th on the CT, so definitely, in my eyes, one of the best surfers in the world, period. And a very beautiful young lady. And she was very professional with her answer. She said, well, I think surfing, women's surfing has come a long way. I think it's important to take advantage of both things. I like being feminine. I think that there's nothing wrong with showing your body if you want to do so. Hey, it's your body, it's your thing. I personally I'm not going to go out and sacrifice my image for certain magazines that wish to portray women in a different way.
Yeah.
It's like I want to be one of the world's best surfers. I want to be respected, and I believe the women's body is a beautiful thing. So it's really cool at such a young age for her to be so on point and know exactly what.
Yeah, and Sage, you know, she had some really good points that she's been making. A huge thing for her is, you know, positive body image. You know, she's posted multiple times and done interviews about, you know, the pressure and the spotlight, but, you know, I love how eloquently she speaks about, you know, just being happy in her own skin, the healthy lifestyle, and I think she's just, both of these young ladies are just stellar, you know, influences on not just young female surfers, but surfers, humans in general. I mean, the way that these ladies carry themselves in and out of the water, you know, with a lot of confidence. And you know that, you know, when decisions have to be made, Sage is part of the WCT tour, so she is one of the surfer reps that helps make the decision to run. And she is decisive, and, you know, she has her opinions, and I think it's really cool to see a confident young lady like that really kind of taking charge of her destiny.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see a WCT surfer. She's had such a strong campaign and ranked 9th on the tour. And we also have in the next heat Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's currently ranked 10th on the CT. So 2 girls that have done incredibly well. Imagine Tati came off a runner-up finish in Fiji and ranked 10th on the CT. Comes to show 2 things, Chris. It's the CT is super hard to do, and this event is super important.
Right. Yeah. So we got 13 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Let's take a look at the top 2 scores of this heat, starting with Ellie Brooks.
Ellie Brooks, first wave on her backhand. Beautiful surfing, straight off the top. Another turn on the inside, and a third maneuver, really fast, really precise surfing. Smaller wave, garners herself 5.83, and right behind her on the bigger wave of the set, Sage Eriksson. Beautiful top to bottom surfing, 3 solid maneuvers. Nothing crazy, but beautiful surfing nonetheless. Vertical 3 times. She gets herself an 8.0, backed up with a 3.17. Sage is currently in first position. Ellie Brooks only needing a 5.35. Ellie, on the other hand, ranked 40th on the QS. Super important for her to make it through this heat and get herself valuable points to possibly qualifying onto the CT, the big leagues, and posting amazing heat scores. Her average heat score in the QS throughout the course of the year has been an 11.09. So comes to show that if you have an average that strong of 11.09, you're very easily posting 6s and 7s consistently throughout an event, which isn't an easy thing to do.
Well, yesterday we had, 11 scores up near that excellent range. Silvana Lima had an 8.5. Caroline Marks had an 8.17. Shay Allen, surfer out of Barbados, a near perfect heat, a 9.33 and a 9.7. On the women's side, Brisa Hennessy got a 7.33 in her heat to win. But Caroline Marks, she set the benchmark at 9.6. Tatiana Weston-Webb coming up next. She's got a tough heat. Philippa Anderson is she is a grinder. I mean, she has been on the QS tour for quite some time now, and she's one of those surfers that she will never lay down. You could have her comboed with 2 10s. She would still fight you to the bitter end. So definitely don't consider Philippa an underdog, although Tatiana Weston-Webb, her backhand out here, it's going to be a fun heat to watch. Here we go, Sage Eriksson back at it after kind of a lengthy lull. She's got a nice little wave to work with here. Couple turns. Wave kind of just flattens out through that inside section, but a couple nice turns through the mid portion of that wave. Her low score, 3.17. Most likely will better that. And then out the back. The wave's looking quite good for Ellie Brooks.
Wave number 2 of this set. Better looking wave, in my opinion, kind of wrapping beautifully across the reef. Third maneuver right there, displacing a lot of water, and a fourth. Great wave for Ellie Brooks, milking it all the way to the inside. This is maneuver number 5, if I'm not mistaken, all the way onto the sand. That's what she needed to answer back to Sage Eriksson's 8.0.
Yeah, that was clutch surfing for Ellie Brooks. She'll get right back out there. She's been really serious throughout this contest. You know, you see her on the beach, and she's got that really focused look on her face. You know, Sage Erickson right here. You see her. That's on the forehand, a little bit tougher to fit in multiple maneuvers, but you look at Ellie Brooks, like you said, 4 or 5 turns. And those are not windshield wiper turns.
No.
And fully engaged backhand snaps.
100%, and she's actually doing really well in keeping her eyes focused on the next section at hand, always following through, getting momentum out of every maneuver, which is not an easy thing to do. We had Bianca Buitendog having a little bit of an issue with that, trying to go a little bit too soon and having the wave run off in front of her. I'm sure Ellie Brooks paid close attention to that, and looks like the judges like the score, Chris.
Yeah, it's going to come through. Ellie Brooks needs a 6.68. Sage Erickson did improve. She got a 4.5. So the judges now are going to be watching replays, locking in their scores. 5 judges from all around the world. We throw out the high and low score, and we average the 3 middle scores. So I'm seeing some yeses, some nos. Either way, it's going to help out Ellie Brooks. She got a 6.33, so now she's added that to a 5.83. She still needs a 6.18, but definitely eased up, you know, made it release some of the pressure she was under, making this a tighter heat. 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go.
That was clutch. Ellie Brooks really needed that. 6.33, putting a little bit of added pressure to Sage Erickson. We mentioned before that sometimes having priority is not necessarily a good thing out here at Zippers. It kind of forces you to go on those bigger waves. Sometimes those bigger waves tend to run off too fast, as we see nonetheless some bigger waves out the back, and this is looking like an awesome wave. It's actually doesn't have that much wall in front of it, meaning it's going to be a bit more perfect, as we see Sage Erickson in blue up and riding.
Yeah, she had priority, so she was able to snake that wave off Ellie Brooks. Got to get around this section. See her working back onto the open face. Nicely placed turn there. Just caught a little bit behind. Goes up to the foam and rides out nicely. So a completed wave for Sage Erickson. Dad's hyped. Got the double pounds on the beach. I love to see that, you know, when the parents are kind of standing way out of the way. They don't want to be right in front of the judging tower. I know Alyssa Spencer's parents, mom and dad, are both here. They actually are on opposite sides of the beach. They cannot be next to each other. It's just too much.
Too nerve-wracking to see your kid into the quarterfinals needing a score.
Oh, man.
I get nervous. Imagine having a kid in this event.
Yeah, just as a fan, you know, you kind of get nervous for the competitors. But here we go. Judges are loving this wave, Callie. Why did they like this wave so much?
It was one of those waves that wraps beautifully through the inside section. She surfed it really well. You mentioned right there that part of the wave, when she hit that lip just a little bit late, but she manages to recuperate really well, and somehow, see Dad there.
Oh, that rules.
Epic.
Love to see that. 7-2-3. So Dad was rightfully pumped for Sage Erickson. And now Ellie Brooks, her back's against the wall. She needs an 8.9. So a huge ask. Haven't seen many waves up in that 8-9 range. So I think Sage here is just she's gonna keep busy.
The judges really like wave selection. They're paying really close attention to the fact that she managed to do 3 solid turns on a set wave. That's going to be much better score than doing the same thing on an average wave. So well deserved. Sage Erickson backs up her 8.0 with a 7.23. Crazy surfing. A little bit of a breather now for Sage. She can actually relax a little bit more, similar to what Silvana Lima did in her heat, and that makes them equally as dangerous. Now Sage is free to try and replace a 7.23. Ellie needing an 8.90. You're mentioning we haven't seen that many waves that offer that scoring potential. She's going to need one of those set waves that break beautifully along the reef. FSV up again. Our heat leader, Sage Erickson.
Yeah, now Sage can pretty much have a free surf, and it looks like it's working out for her nicely. So her low score is a 7.23. I don't think that's going to better the 7.23, but it's more time. at Zippers. I mean, we all know how, if you've ever surfed this wave, or, I mean, you can pretty much tell by watching this contest, this is not an easy wave to surf. So really, the more reps you get, the more waves you get to ride, just the more knowledge you're going to soak up about this wave. And Sage Erickson right now, she's kind of now putting on a surfing demonstration for all the fans on the beach and for those of you watching at home.
Yeah, she's probably having a blast out there, very free. I love that first turn, looking a little bit crisper, a little bit faster, loving life. See a little smile, cheeky smile after that wave, knowing that she's just having a blast. We actually, good point you touched up on, Chris, that you just want to get more time, more waves out here, and it doesn't happen that often throughout the course of a contest. We tried to get a cheeky wave yesterday as soon as the horn blew for the last heat, and we were expecting to be out there for 20 minutes on our own. We paddled out, and right behind us, about 7 to 10 people paddled right out. We had to come in.
And guess what happened to me on the wave I caught? I got caught behind. It's not an easy wave to surf. Zippers is fast.
And so it's so hard to lose your positioning out in the lineup because there's no markers on the beach that would help you find that right location on this in the lineup. I mean, there's a lot of hotels, there's a lot of people, so much stuff happening, but some waves, you can see competitors on your right side of your screen. That's where it's pretty shallow, and those waves that manage to peak up right there, those are the good ones. When you see the wave line up a little bit too far out, you see a big, long, extended line down the line, those are the waves that tend to close out, and only a few surfers have been able to make it around that section. Silvana Lima comes to mind, just really fast, progressive, down the line surfing. But sometimes on your backside, it's not as easy. Time winding down, Chris.
4 minutes to go. This is just going to be a tough situation for Ellie Brooks, knowing she needs a near perfect score. And that means she's really just got to wait. She's got to just sit there and hope that one of the waves of the day comes through.
And sometimes you're in rhythm. We see Sage Erickson, she caught 6 waves. Ellie Brooks only has 3. Obviously, priority coming into play. You want to make sure you have priority, but we talked about that sometimes priority here at Zippers is you almost don't want priority. And not too long ago, there was an interview with Kelly Slater and Ronnie Blakey in Fiji, and Kelly was saying the same thing. He's like, I don't really like having priority because when I'm sitting out the back, I'm almost forced to wait for the good one. And those medium inside waves come in, and guys like Gabriel Medina love keeping busy on that inside, manage to manufacture scores out of medium-sized waves, and that's the exact same thing we see here at Zippers. We hear a little bit of whistling.
Okay. Wow, Kelly. Here we go. 3 minutes to go. Ellie Brooks with priority. She's going to let the first one pass, which must have been hard to watch a wave that, maybe had potential. And here you see she turns away. She does not want to see what's going on. Looking towards the beach. Maybe she's got a coach or a friend on the beach helping signal her. It looked like a potential set was coming through, but it didn't happen. So now she's got 2.5 minutes.
A one-wave set.
A one-wave set.
That happens quite a bit out here at Zippers. And it must be hard, Chris, to be sitting out the back. Notice that you let one wave go by. You look behind you. You see that your fellow competitor catches the wave. Would you look back and see what she does? Maybe that would motivate you or potentially scare you even more. So I think Ellie Brooks opting to look away. What would you do?
It's almost like watching if you're in a situation, it's like watching a car wreck, train crash. You don't want to look, but you have to. Sometimes you can kind of will that fall. When you're sitting on the inside and someone's coming down the line and you want that wave, fall, fall, fall. Same thing if you're in a heat and somebody takes off, you're just going, please fall. But then when they don't and you just see spray, bam, 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 it can be defeating. We saw a couple heats ago, Keely Andrew saying she really wants to watch, but she forces herself not to. And, that's kind of her strategy. Just go, okay, don't worry what's going on behind me, sending the vibes, the fall vibes, and it worked out for her. A minute, 27 seconds to go. Ellie Brooks back against the wall, still needing that 8.9.
And I think you touched up on a good point. Looking is one thing. You don't want to look at what the competitor's doing, but I've been in situations out in the water before where that's my game plan. I see that he takes off or she takes off, and I'm just looking straight onto the horizon. I'm like, okay, I'm focused. I'm not looking. And all of a sudden you forget that you can actually hear things too.
Oh, yeah, and you hear, rah!
Whistling and hooting, and then you're forced to look. Then you look back and go, oh, he made it all the way
you see
to
his fins coming out the back of the wave. 55 seconds to go. Sage Erickson, a commanding performance with an 8 and a 7.23. And I was almost thinking, you know, in looking at the matchup here, Ellie Brooks, you know, you're going, okay, the backhand could potentially, you know, give her the opportunity just to whip it a few more times. Dad's feeling confident. Sage Erickson camp on their feet. They're psyched.
So proud. I mean, I want to be Sage Erickson's dad right now. The feeling that he must have in his body right now. Look at him. He's just over the moon.
They're just, okay, music's on. They're ready. They're stoked. Yeah, and so we're going to be making a call in, you know, just a few minutes here regarding what we will be going into. We've got 3 more heats of this round for QS 6000 women. And there you see incredible sportsmanship. I love that moment. No hard feelings. It was just a clean, well-served heat. There was no paddle battling, no hassling going on. Both of them got wave for wave scores. So
we'd like to thank everyone that's listening in Australia that was following Ellie Brooks' campaign in this Los Cabos Open to surf. She did amazing. You guys should be more than proud of her surfing. As we see a heat recap, beautiful waves. That's what I think set the tone for this event. Sage Erickson's first beautiful ride. See here once again.
Yeah, it just came down to, you know, Sage Erickson just got the better waves. You know, both of them surfed really well, but I think at the end of the day, it was that one big score for Sage that was the difference. We got more QS 6000 women's surfing to come. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Philippa Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are live from Zippers here in San Jose del Cabo. So one of the jewels in the crown that makes up Cabo San Lucas area. You've got Todos Santos up the road, about 45 minutes an hour away. A beautiful, cool little small town, and there's good waves up there as well. And then you've got Cabo San Lucas downtown, the party center, fishing, great food, nightlife, shopping, the whole vibe. And then here in San Jose del Cabo, more great food, good waves as you see here at Zippers, and it's just an epic, classic small town Mexico vibe. Congratulations to Sage Erickson, blitzing through that last heat. Third point total, 15.23, 2 solid scores for Sage. Really well done. You can see she is feeling good, feeling confident, happy, taking some notes right there. But now we're back to business. Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's up first, speeding down the line, trying to get onto that open face. It's zipping away from her at high speeds, and she's not able to capitalize on that first wave. That will hand priority over to Philippa Anderson. Philippa's had some great results here in the past. Like I said, she is a grinder when it comes to these QS heats.
Yeah, Philippa Anderson, if she manages to make it through this heat, it's a tough heat nonetheless, totally possible for Philippa. That is going to help out her WCT campaign in a big way. She's currently sitting 5th on the QS, because 5th. She's already a step away from the quarterfinals. Clashing against Tatiana Weston-Webb. Sometimes I forget. Tatiana has a Latin background. She was born in Brazil, speaks Portuguese. Yep. I think the first time, that was one of the first few fun facts that I heard from this young Kauaian when she went to Brazil, and there was a lot of heat interviews and people were talking to her, and She was just answering back, and I was like, wait, what? She speaks Portuguese?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was born in Brazil, raised in Kauai nonetheless, currently 10th on the CT and 9th on the QS.
Yeah, she's she's a really smart young lady. Obviously well traveled.
Very popular, not
Very
only with
popular.
female surfers, but also with male surfers. She has as well 234,000 followers on Instagram. Pretty similar number. Sage Erickson and Tati has just been on tour just a couple of years.
Yeah,
So.
it's a mix. It's of course her surfing ability, her attitude is incredible, and her professionalism. She is just one of those great spokespeople for surfing, and for the ocean in general. You'll hear in her post-heat interviews, very calculated. She doesn't get rattled by much. So she kind of has all the things that you would need for a long, successful career in surfing.
Very well respected. She can surf small waves really good. 2-foot zippers, no problem. Posting 7s and 8s and 9s. And then you put her on huge waves, and she'll
Watch
take
out.
off deeper than us.
That's right. Hey, good morning. Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza, your 2003 Mexican national champion, a citizen of the world. And where does Cabo rank on your favorite places to go?
I love it. And as far as sunsets go, probably the most beautiful sunsets you can see anywhere in the world.
And sunrises.
And sunrises.
Saw one today that was just a stunner. Here we go. Philippa Anderson, her first wave as she's speeding down the line here. Again, both surfers caught a little bit out of position on those first two waves. Waiting on a score for Tatiana. And now she may have found herself in the right spot. We'll see if this wave opens up for Tatiana. Good opening snap. There's that open face we wanted to see, but a little bit late there again. So, the one thing about man-on-man heats is sometimes when you have four surfers in the lineup, there's always someone there to kind of mark the takeoff zone. In a two-man heat, sometimes you'll find yourself a little bit out of position because you're out there alone with the surfer paddling back out, or both of you are just kind of right there going, okay, well, we're not going to push each other up the point, but at the same time, four opinions as to where to sit is better than two. So sometimes even in a crowd, like if you ever surf lower trestles with one or two other people out, it's super weird. Because usually the pack's there, and okay, there's the apex, there's the peak, the takeoff zone. But when there's no one out there, you're going, wait a second, this is way different than I'm used to.
Yeah, am I sitting on the left? Am I sitting on the right?
Exactly.
Where am I? I think as we see a paddleboarder out the back wearing booties, style points. I love that. Really interesting point about the wave. The girls were sitting actually in the exact same spot that Sage Erickson and Elliot Brooks were sitting, only that last set that we saw was actually one of those sets that is actually a full line stretched out across the horizon. So the girls were sitting in the same spot the other girls were, but that set wasn't the good one. We have some sets that swing a little bit west that make the wave break more perfectly over to the right with a beautiful peak. That set, that last came in a little bit more of a south swell, south set. I mean, we know that the swell is obviously decreasing in size. Once that swell decreases and it passes further up and past Cabo, starts hitting you guys, the wave direction changes a little bit.
Up a little bit, refraction. So we got 20 minutes to go here, 22 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Let's go down to Matt Myers on the beach with the one and only Sage Erickson.
The one and only Sage Erickson, that's right. Always smiling, always beautiful, having such a good time. Sage, you're in 9th place, I believe, right now in the WCT rankings, but you're showing up once again for the 5th year in a row to Cabo. What keeps bringing you back?
Cabo's just amazing. It's so much fun. I really like coming to QS contests. I mean, I get more practice and points and money, and Cabo is a place where my dad comes and we just have such a great time, and I always look forward to coming to it. And who doesn't want the opportunity to make money and come to Mexico with all their friends?
Yeah, you got to work on your tan too, right? Anyway, big shout out to Dad. He's on the beach. I know he obviously doesn't come to a ton of events with you throughout the year, so talk about having his support here down on the sand.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, he's like so passionate and so excited, so it keeps things really refreshed, and it kind of inspires me to, each heat win is like super exciting. So that's always fun, and just having long beach days and drinking beer and hanging out. I think making memories is what we really love about coming down here together, and We change cars every year. We had like the crazy 4-wheel drive Jeep last year, and this year we have the minivan. So it's just fun. Like all of those little things add up, and it's amazing to have his support, and as well as like my mom and grandma and everybody at home. It's really cool to have such good friends, and everybody supporting me. So yeah.
Tons of support. Big shout out to Dad right here. Anyways, back to you guys up top, and Sage is moving on to the quarterfinals. Thank you.
Yeah, she more than moving on, she is blasting into the quarterfinals. And I like Sage's new haircut.
Yeah.
Back in it. She's kind of got like the summer bob going. And 21 minutes to go here. Get some replays. This is the first wave for Tatiana Weston Webb. I believe this was a 7.67. Bam. A bam again.
And a last bam.
Whoa. And a sand bam. That's not the final bam you want, but Philippa Anderson on this wave getting a 7.67. So a solid exchange to start us off. Philippa's already backed it up with a 3.67. Tatiana backed her score up with a 4.67. Super tight heat. So this is kind of the flip side from what we saw in that last heat where Sage kind of ran away with it. Knew it. These two surfers were going to battle it out.
Yeah, Philippa Anderson only needing a 4.67. 20 minutes to go, so much time. I dare say we're going to see us shuffling here, first and second position quite a few times. 20 minutes to go, we see Philippa Anderson once again on screen. Just beautiful surfing. Tatiana Weston Webb, just amazing on her backhand. That was the wave that kind of ran off, not the right direction of swell that you wanted, but nonetheless manages to throw it up into the lip a couple times, gets herself a 4.67. Going back to Sage Erickson's interview, I noticed that this happens to you, Chris. It's almost impossible to listen to her talk and not smile.
Yeah.
You're automatically just kind of like boosted with positive energy.
Yeah, right.
Such a happy competitor. So always has time for all the cameras. I saw in her heat win yesterday, I think she got bombarded by like 4 different camera crews, and she was just always smiling and happy and saying, yeah, no worries, I got time for you guys, I'm good. Very professional, and that's what we like to see. We like to see people that are awesome competitors, and then when they come in, they're really grounded and humble, eager to speak to absolutely everyone. As we see Matt Myers there in the background talking with Sage's dad. And Sage,
I know what they're talking about.
What are Ruby and Sage talking about? Maybe fins?
Well, this is Brian Robbins. He is our WSL representative down here, manages the North America portion of the WSL for QS. They're talking about when are we surfing next? And Sage, actually, she is one of the higher ranking CT surfers in this event, so per se carries weight when it comes to the decision of when to run further in the QS 6000. After, let's say, 2.5 more heats, then we're into the quarterfinals, and this is not a decision taken lightly as to when to send the ladies in the QS out there, because again, this is one of the few events on the QS Tour that is truly a ladies first contest. They get precedent as to when they surf, and we're going to give them the option to pick and choose the best times of day, the best parts of this swell.
It's awesome to see that you guys take into consideration the competitors so well, not only with the areas on the beach to hang out and the free food and the free drinks and all that, but also taking into consideration the competitors and what it is they want to surf, how they feel throughout the day. We saw a lot of great waves on the first day, but we had already had roughly 10 hours of competition. Brian Robbins obviously taking into consideration what people like Tatiana Weston Webb, Sage Erickson have to say. If the girls are tired, if they've been here all day, we want them to feel good. This is a competition. This is a Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017. This is for the competitors. Obviously, we're having a blast hanging out with them, but we want to make sure that they have everything so they can compete at the highest level and make it fun, not only for us, but for the spectators on the beach.
Yeah, it's a trickle-down effect. If you make the competitors happy, if you make them comfortable, they are going to surf better. So you do that, this is where you see we got some pro junior men, pro junior women waiting for the call, relaxing, getting ready, potentially going to surf today. Like I said, if you keep your competitors stoked, we have JC DeVoe right here. She represents Sea Vibes, a company out of San Diego, California. She is offering free yoga, stretching for our competitors throughout this entire event.
Sister
to Fisher DeVoe, who is our pro junior correspondent. We'll possibly be seeing Fisher later on today.
They do their fair share of traveling as well, Chris. About a month and a half ago, we had a really good longboarding event, famous Mexi Log Fest down in Saladita Guerrero. And sure enough, that's where JC DeVoe was teaching longboarders a little bit about yoga.
And surfing.
And Fisher DeVoe was there interviewing and had the chance actually to narrate a few heats with none other than Corky Carroll and Joel Tudor. Not bad to hang out with these two guys when you're 15 years old.
Man, the surf knowledge that you can get from Corky and Joel, that's you know, that's why we brought the fish dog along.
Action out the back.
Yeah, so this is Tatiana Weston Webb. She's in second priority. Philippa has to wait. She goes. She's got a nice little inside runner. Quick snap getting down the line. Another solid turn. Finishes nicely going vertical straight up into the whitewater. Her low score was a 4.67. She might have just bettered that right there. Tatiana gets right back out there. Only takes about 30 seconds to get back out into the spot. And she's going to be right back out there, just letting Philippa Anderson know what's up. Tatiana wants this win.
Yeah, Tatiana, I really like the way she surfed this wave. Kind of 50% on the first turn, 60% on the second, and 100% on the third. So I really like the way how she just kept on building house on that wave. And there she is on screen again. I'm still waiting for scores to drop, but it is really annoying as a competitor to be surfing against someone else, see that they take off on a wave and go, okay, at least they're not going to be here for that long. 30 seconds later, they're right back out right next to you.
Yeah, I'm back.
Especially if they got a good score like Tatiana Weston Webb on her last one.
Yeah, 5.83. So she did improve on that 4.67. Philippa Anderson definitely still in this. She needs a 5.84. And Philippa already knows how to do that. She's got a 7.67 on her first wave. She knows the wave she needs. And as you can see right there, potential lines coming through. There's Sage Erickson. She's set up camp. I love it. How cool is that setup these guys got down there? Put the umbrella, got the waters going out of the sun, but into the vibe. Good times. 14 minutes to go here. Philippa Anderson. There's where the decision comes through. First wave, nope. She wants the bigger wave of this set. It's going to leave Tatiana Weston Webb on her backhand to take off. One quick snap. Didn't have priority, so no worries there. Unfortunately, she looks out. She sees Philippa Anderson on what could be the best wave of this heat. On her forehand, nice opening turn. Trying to get back on the open face, but the wave runs away from her. And now priority goes to Tatiana Weston Webb.
Oh, so frustrating for Philippa. She started off the wave the way she wanted to. Unfortunately, once again, that's the wave that runs off a little bit too fast. She did the right thing. She didn't go vertical on the first maneuver, wanted to project and get out to the open face. Unfortunately, the wave just runs off. And interesting to see Tatiana Weston Webb, who didn't really need a score. I don't think she knew that she could replace a 5.83 on that wave. Still decides to go on the wave. I've seen and had the pleasure to surf with some very, very experienced competitors, and they've told me that sometimes when they have the scores that they need and they're sitting with second priority, knowing that their fellow competitor is going to take off on the next wave, on the bigger wave, they opt to go on the small one. I'm like, why? Why do you go on the small one? They're like, well, judges can only see one thing at a time.
Oh, it's a distraction method.
It's a distraction method. So I don't know if Tatiana Weston Webb was aware of this. Is she that experienced? Is she that, as we say in Mexico?
That is, I've never heard that. That's you know, like the subtleties of when you're watching a baseball game, and there's signs that you're not even seeing. There's things happening. The catcher's talking to, I mean, a lot of sports have these kind of secret codes, and I love what you just brought up there. You know, you could take off on the wave your arm, hey, look over here, and try to distract the judges. I mean, there's 6 of them, or 5 of them, so they're of course watching, but you can kind of hold something shiny up over here.
Yeah, I don't know how far you could take it. Maybe bring a bunch of firecrackers to the beach and just kind of distract the judges altogether.
Yeah.
But yeah, nonetheless, some competitors have done that before, and I've been extremely impressed. When I hear of things like that, I'm like, well, wow, I'm so far behind
Had no idea.
on the game.
Tatiana Weston-Webb's mom right there. The one and only Palmia umbrella. I wonder if they're staying over there. If they are stoked. Cool
Good
place.
to know. Be good to know how fast her heart is racing at this moment.
She's hiding now.
11 minutes and 30 seconds left. Tati in first position. But it's been a long time since I see a heat that's this close. Both surfers have a 7.67 on their first wave. And now Tatiana has a 5.83 as we see Philippa Anderson trying to get a 5.84.
Well, this wave was without priority. Smaller wave, but definitely had some sections on offer all the way to the sand. Philippa Anderson now fighting back. That's going to make this heat interesting, isn't it?
That was a manufactured score. She could very well get the score. We'll see what the judges decide. They've been putting a lot of thought into these scores. We know that they like bigger waves, but really, could you have done anything more on this wave, Chris?
Nice opening turn. Just doing her best to keep the speed up. That was her third turn. She got one more on the inside. No, two more. So like 1.5, little bonus, quick snap right on the beach. It's going to be something for the judges to chew on for sure.
Yeah, judges having a really good think. We haven't seen a single score drop. Judges also can see, we can't see too well the lineup. We're seeing what you guys are seeing on screen, but the judges have a bird's eye view to the lineup. So when they see that there's no waves coming, there you can see beautiful pano shot of the lineup here at Zippers. When the judges see that there's no waves coming, no one riding waves, they know they have a little bit more time to have a good, strong think, because the repercussions of the scores they give out are huge.
Yeah, I mean, this is setting up the rest of the year. I mean, not just on the QS either, on the CT as well. This contest holds a lot of weight when you're thinking of the opportunities that these QS surfers and CT surfers have to get these much needed points. If you do well here and you make the quarterfinals, it's a huge prize purse there. 5th place will get you 2,650 points. And that is massive. Of course, that win, 6,000 points. Not saying that ensures your spot on the CT, but if you get a 6,000 point win, back it up with 2,000 or 3,000 points, you're looking good.
Just so you guys get an idea of points, I was talking to Brian Rubens earlier and asking him, hey, how many points do these ladies need to qualify onto the CT? And I said, well, roughly 13,000. Last year, Paulina Du made it with 12,600.
Cool.
Considering that this event will give you 6,000 points.
Halfway there.
You're halfway there. That's how huge it is. And it's, I almost feel like I have to remind myself over and over how important this event is. We get so wrapped up in the beauty of the place and the hangout areas and how cool everyone is down here on the beach and all the action in the water. So many times I'm like, oh, okay, she lost, what a bummer. And then I actually think of it and go, no, wait. It
is a bummer.
It's a huge bummer. Not only money, mentioned, Sage Erickson mentioned in her interview that why not come down to Cabo? She lives in California, get a quick flight, potentially make, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $10,000. But points are huge.
Points, you can't buy points. So that's definitely what they're surfing for down here. And you notice the tone on the day a little bit different, a little bit more serious in the lineup. You have 4 surfers, it's kind of more of a free-for-all out in the water. But with 2 surfers in the lineup, things, they slow down a little bit. Things get a little bit more serious. You kind of feel a little bit, there's more thickness in the tone there. And then not on the beach. The beach is the vibe is up on the beach.
Yeah. You know what? That would actually be a really good way for credit card companies to have every single surfer in the world use their credit cards if they could buy points.
Yeah.
Your points would be amazing. As we see, I think that was Mimi Barona streaking
by the camera.
Mimi's going to be in the next heat, I believe. I think she's going to have a tough heat with none other than Exo Coco Ho.
Here we go, with priority, Tatiana Weston-Webb on her backhand. Nice open face snap. Just fitting her board in this little tight spot, doing it quite nicely from outside to inside. Her low score of 5.83. Look out, Philippa Anderson. Again, hard charging Australian. 2 turns out the back. A nice inside line here. Some more opportunity as this wave opening up for Philippa. 6 turns straight onto the sand. Perfect dismount. Watch out, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Philippa Anderson is coming for you. That was a solid wave for this Australian surfer.
This is why she's 5th on the QS.
Exactly. Told you she will never, has never given up in a heat. She is not backing down to anyone in this field, including Tatiana Weston-Webb.
That's so hard to do, Chris, is to be losing in a heat and still have that positive frame of mind to go, I got this. As we see Tatiana Weston-Webb's last wave, beautiful surfing. I loved her tempo on this wave. Manages to squeak in a last maneuver here, a little bit late on that foam climb, but great surfing nonetheless. And here's Philippa Anderson to answer back. Beautiful floater to get things started. Another projection float out into the open face. Nice little, almost a fin drift on the 3rd maneuver. Works her way all the way to the inside. One more vertical maneuver, and this is when we thought that it was over, but she manages to get one more move right in the sand. Lucky for her, a lot of those waves actually have that lip landing on the shore. That wave had it just 5 feet further back. Gives her enough.
That was radical.
Ooh, needing a 5.84. I thought that was the score. We see Philippa Anderson.
Right back out there. Hi, Tati. I'm here. And no discussion. That's what I meant by the seriousness we have now in the lineup. And that if that's not posturing, I don't know what is. She paddled straight into the line of sight of Tatiana Weston-Webb after dropping what we think is going to be a major score.
And gives her back.
That's gamesmanship right there. Yep. That's really cool. Scores coming in for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She is definitely going to better her 5.83. You know, the judges are going to be thinking about what to do with Philippa Anderson, who really checked off all the boxes: speed, power, flow, variety of maneuvers.
It was really well surfed on behalf of Tatiana Weston-Webb. It was a smaller wave, but man, she had great tempo. She was displacing a lot of water, just beautiful backside surfing. And it's going to be really close. Both surfers improving what looks to be their 2nd highest score of the heat. It's going to be tough. Different kind of waves. Philippa Anderson's wave kind of ran off a little bit. She was just trying to get those she fit more turns in, definitely, but the wave maybe didn't have that much steepness to it. Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Well, here we are. Scores have dropped. So Tatiana Weston-Webb with a 6.5. She gets the better of the exchange. Philippa Anderson a 6.10. So let's kind of dissect those last 2 waves. So Philippa Anderson, a little bit bigger of a wave. She was maybe going faster, but her maneuvers maybe not as critical as what Tatiana Weston-Webb have. So you kind of put your judge's hat on. You think, okay, so Tatiana Weston-Webb with those 2 kind of big vertical snaps on the takeoff, whereas Philippa Anderson maybe more setup maneuvers. And while she did get those last 2 snaps, I think the best turn she had was her 4th turn down the line. So, you know, the wind-up was all there, but, you know, I think maybe just Tatiana a little bit more critical in her maneuvers, more vertical. So the judge is giving the nod to Tatiana. 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. That means Philippa Anderson needs a 6.5. And I didn't see really any expression with Philippa Anderson, so she didn't really kind of like sell it to the judges.
Yeah, interesting to see if it would have. Oh, I guess we'll never know. But what if she would have claimed? What if she would have claimed that on the beach, just gone wow, like a fist pump? Would it have messed the judges up a little bit more? Would they have given her a little bit more? Because it's so, the difference is so small. 6.5 versus 6.1, not even a half a point difference.
Yeah, I would have claimed that way.
Oh, for sure.
That would have been a 10 for me.
Even not in a heat.
Yeah, just free surfing. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Tatiana Weston-Webb now in control of this heat. She holds priority. She's got the lead, albeit slight, just leading by 0.40, but the math tells us that Philippa Anderson still needs a 6.5. Time's going quickly, and if a set does come through, Philippa Anderson, let's say she gets herself right in the right spot, Tatiana Weston-Webb is a savvy competitor. She will just drop straight in on Philippa Anderson, not giving her a chance, shutting her down. Now time's going quickly with not much on the horizon.
She knows how to play the game, and I'm sure everyone that's watching this live webcast from Kauai. Big what up to Kauai. I never had the pleasure of going to Kauai. I have a lot of good friends that live over there. But they do an awesome job, similar to Barbados, in not letting people know about their waves. As we see,
it's icy out there right now.
Look at Tati just right next to Philippa going, okay, you do that to me, I do that to you. I know how to play this game.
Yeah, you were talking about, the vibe on the beach. Cabo is so epic. This is this is the coldest part of Cabo right now, this portion of the heat. They're literally as close as you and I in the lineup.
If Tatiana turns her board a little bit to the right, she will bump into Philippa Anderson's tail of her board. So they're really right next to each other, as we see Tatiana Weston-Webb's mom hiding, partially because of the sun. And I'm sure the nerves are getting to her as we see Philippa Anderson up and riding.
All right, so this wave taken under priority, and Philippa knowing that that wasn't going to be enough. But just as I said earlier, look at her right back out there. She's basically going to go sit on Tatiana's board with her. Going to give her no space, no comfort in the lineup. Tatiana Weston-Webb does have priority. Still 35 seconds to go. There you see her just sitting on her throne out there. You know, she has been called the Queen of Dragons. She does have a semblance to Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. But right now, she is in full control of her kingdom out in the lineup now.
Absolutely. She is loving life. Just 10 seconds away from a quarterfinal finish. Keeping her QS campaign alive. There's a little cheeky smile. The horn sounds. We're friends again.
There you go. Maybe. I don't know. When you lose a close heat like that, you never know. All right, that was it for round 6, heat number 7. We've got 2 more heats coming up. Dominique Barona and Coco Ho, Bronte McCulley and Macy Callahan. 2 great matchups. Tatiana Weston-Webb making her way to the beach. This is a replay of her last wave. Incredible surfing by both of our competitors. An extremely tight heat. Philippa Anderson, she goes down to Tatiana Weston-Webb. It's coming off an incredible 2nd place finish in the Outer Known Fiji Pro. Her role continues. She is a quarterfinalist now at the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We got more action to come. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
And we are back at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing, and right there you see last heat winner Tatiana Weston-Webb stand out at the WSL event on Tavarua, the Outer Known Pro. Just about a week and a half ago, she finished in 2nd place to Courtney Conalog, but she was absolutely charging, making an incredible transition back to the small stuff. We are in round 6, and we are wrapping up the final 2 heats of this round. I am joined by arguably the most eligible bachelor this side of the border and surf marketing manager for Rip Curl North America, Matt Myers. Great to have you in the booth. What do we have here?
Folky, thanks for the wonderful intro. I really appreciate it, and just feel privileged to spend all this great time with you and get to know the man, Folky, behind the brand of Electric, which is definitely one of the standout eyewear brands in the surf market.
We do our best.
Definitely, you guys have an incredible team of athletes and good vibes all around. So, tip my cap to you and all the great work you're doing within the surf industry. And but we're here focused on the ladies. Luckily we have these 30-minute heats, as there is, quite the time between sets. But when they come, Waves look really fun out there.
Super fun. And unlike yesterday morning where we had a double heat restart to start off the day, we are very excited with what we've seen. Although a slight decrease in swell, a lot of action. And we have two incredible surfers in the water. If you remember last year, Dominique Verona from Ecuador finished second to Bronte Macaulay, so she picked up a number of QS points last year. Bronte, actually, who's in the next heat, went on to finish third in El Salvador in the following event, which was her major two results that got her onto the World Tour this year. So we're excited to talk about her in the next heat, but right now we've got Coco Ho and Dominique, and 26 minutes remaining, and here we are. Matt Myers right here. Ian Folk, thanks for joining us. I've adorned my South African camo today, trying to bring a little bit of flavor down here in Cabo San Lucas with the shirts, and I'm loving the little floral pattern you got going as well.
Thanks, Folk. You stepped it up a little bit after yesterday. You know, each day we're going to raise the bar of our shirt game here.
As we are.
It's been one of our game plans in the box this weekend at this event. It's just like the competitors, you know, want to start out the heat, you know, building the little house.
Yeah, we're saving the best for last. We got
Exactly.
a couple of kits up our sleeves, but thank you guys for joining us, and we're very excited to be your host through the next two heats. We did just get the call for Pro Junior Men's. We'll be up after this, so a lot of exciting action, and we've got Coco Ho taking a dig at that first wave and just slightly out of position. Coco Ho actually won this event in 2014. And last year she had a huge result at the next 6,000, which is the Supergirl Pro in Oceanside. So getting her campaign started for the year. And Dominique wanted to get off to a quick start. Unfortunately, that race is past her. But interesting here, Coco Ho actually hasn't done a QS this year. She's not even ranked. She will be after this event, already into round 6, and we expect a lot of that past champion. She's sitting a little lower on the rankings in the CT, which she probably really wanted to focus on the CT this year. She's kind of double dutied in years past, and she's been feeling really confident in her surfing and her equipment. Those Matt Biolas Lost surfboards, the Mayhems under her feet look incredible as always, and she has been pretty much on point this entire event. She also works closely with her coach, Matt Bemrose from Volcom. Matty, if you're tuning in, you're a legend.
Yeah, Benny.
And wish you'd be here with us. But also coming from the pedigree of the Ho family, no shortage of surfing talent there. World champion in the family, hailing from the North Shore of Oahu. So Coco, ton of experience, draws a lot of inspiration from her brother and her dad and her uncle and the friends and family on the North Shore of Oahu. And then we have slightly lesser known Dominique Verona from Ecuador. Her brother Israel, I'm not sure if he's in the zone or not down here at the beach, but Mitch was giving me a little background on him, says he's a phenomenal surfer as well, so they've got some deep roots in the surf culture. Do you know much about Dominique, or is this kind of one of the first performances you've seen of her as we're calling this event?
Yeah, I've seen her around a bit. I don't have a lot of the background details as we're watching her drop in on this wave, Ian.
Yeah, on her backhand, right up into the lip, and that's that awesome spray job we were talking about yesterday when she was just on fire. So another small score for her, but you know, for a competitor that doesn't necessarily fall into the QS limelight very often, to finish second last year to event winner Bronte Macaulay, like that's a big move into QS 6000. And here's the replay, Matt.
Yeah, so Verona on her backhand, timing the lip well, throwing a lot of spray, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday. She was absolutely on fire, dropping numerous, excellent scores, and it's all about that board. I think we found out later in the day it was shaped by her father. Might have to double check on that, or it might have been the Kalani shapes. We're gonna go ask Mitch. I think he's got the little background on her equipment.
Well, the board looks great regardless.
Yeah, it does, and we like the little spray job on the board as well.
I love the spray. I love the color.
Little flare.
Yeah, and we had that conversation yesterday. Does it play into the judge's eye or their subconscious at all? We'll never know. But it sure does look good. A little, flash up into the lip. It kind of reminds me of, a tropical fish, a mahi-mahi or something as it darts through the water. That wahoo, you see that little flash, and it just gets you excited. It doesn't matter what the turn looks like, a little bit of extra flair. So we'll see if that helps her through this heat. But right now, Coco Ho sitting solidly in priority, looking to open her account. And we do see a little wave on the horizon. We are just so stoked to have these glassy conditions. This is day 3 of epic surf down here at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing, and Coco Ho picks a beautiful runner, finding that open face, and we're going to expect a big turn right there from her, as she always delivers a nice floater climb, and she's looking for that next section. And as this tide has really peaked already, It's going to be very, very close up on the rocks and almost on the beach. We could probably expect some pretty crazy dismounts onto the sand.
Yeah, we've been seeing that all event long, all the last 3 days, and especially with the declining swell, it's going to even bring the surf farther into the lineup. As we're going to check the replay here from Coco, a ton of board speed here. She really eyed up this section, connected well with the lip, that patented Coco host style that we all love so much. In my opinion, you know, although she might not be a Rip Curl teamer, she might have my favorite style out of any of the women surfers all over the world.
Very smooth Coco Ho. Always continues to impress, and she's not afraid of getting a big result. She is gearing for that podium right now. Last year, she felt the sweet nectar of success at the Supergirl Pro, and she was also a past champion in 2014 at this event, so she knows what it takes to get it done.
Yeah, I think this wave really suits her style, the down-the-line speed that she carries. She's a very light-footed surfer, and she's really great at those, you know, top turns, sliding the fins, blowing them out, even spinning into reverse. I've seen her do plenty of big blowtail reverses. She's got a little air game, so the wave here at Zippers really, you know, matches her type of surfing, so we're expecting a really big result as the score comes in. A 5.83, not bad for Coco, as she's going to take the early lead.
She is, and another wave. Loving this consistency so far. Dominique is going to take an aggressive paddle with priority, and she does catch it, dropping in again on her backhand, cracks it up into the lip, trying to find that open space. Nice connecting floater maneuver up into the lip again, creating speed through a wave that didn't have much, so well surfed there. Unfortunately, not completing that final maneuver. It's going to be important to make sure that you finish your waves and really put that exclamation point on the end of the sentence that you're trying to create out there, connecting the dots. So Dominique quickly dropping a 3.67, the judges for that, so she jumps into first. But Coco Ho only needs a 0.24. Matt, how did you like this one?
Yeah, I like this wave. I mean, you know, she got a lot of maneuvers that we always go into, you know, that judging criteria. Is it about, you know, less turns with higher quality, more turns, kind of the old school type of surfing? And that was one of those waves, maybe not one of the bigger set waves that we're really looking for, and she was just trying to keep busy on that one. A couple turns, she fell off. It's her best wave, a 3.67, going to put her in the lead, but Coco's only looking for the 0.24. And it sounds like we have our boy Chris Cote down on the beach. Who'd you got for us, Chris?
I got Tatiana Weston-Webb here coming in from a really tight heat, probably the tightest heat of that entire round. How did you stay in that heat going up against Philippa Anderson, who is a really savvy competitor?
Yeah, she's been surfing amazing. Yeah, she definitely pushed me, and I think she did actually get the better waves in that heat, but it was super hard to tell what waves were better and worse and whatnot. And yeah, I feel like maybe the judges just appreciated my speed and power, I guess, more than hers, but I don't know. That's just, I guess, my guess, and I need to look back at the heat and see what happened. But yeah, it seemed like she was pretty bummed that she lost. So, I mean, condolences and commendment to her because she was surfing really well. And yeah, I'm having tons of fun, and I feel like I'm surfing really well. And as long as you put me on the right waves, I feel like I'll do the job.
Yeah, I like that point right there about going back and doing homework. When you go and you watch the heats that you surf throughout the day, what do you take from watching those replays?
You kind of just, I guess, evaluate your surfing on a scale from 1 to 10 and see what you can do differently or better or worse, and kind of just, I guess, not really change anything because I am doing well, but I mean, just really like notice the little things, like maybe priority errors here and there, or I don't know, even like little sections that I could have maybe hit better or, you know, attacked more, just little things like that.
Right on. Tatiana Weston-Webb knows the power of doing her homework. She's been in the quarterfinals. Another solid run here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf for Tatiana Weston-Webb, using the momentum of that big second place finish in the outer known Fiji Pro. So watch out. Again, Cabo, Tati's coming for you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Tatiana Weston-Webb, for that incredible performance. To get you guys up to speed at a little bit of lull in action on the water, as you can see, just kind of going through the rankings of the WQS for the women. Dominique currently sitting number 51 with 2,350 points. So give you guys an idea out there watching the webcast, you need approximately 13,000 points to qualify for the World Tour. Last year, that was the cutoff. So with very few QS 6000s, it's so important to perform at these. Sitting at number 51, this result for her would be huge, Matt.
Oh, she's going to fly up the rankings with this result. You know, a minimum of 2,650 points, which is definitely a keeper score no matter who you are in the WQS. If you're making it into the quarterfinals, that's going to be one of your top 5 results. You're going to bank it home and really count on those points as it gets to the nitty-gritty end of the year. And speaking about points, you know, as we're kind of going back to Tati there, she was, you know, absolutely on fire on the CT last year, and it was interesting hearing some of her interviews in Fiji as she sounded like she kind of came into this year with a little bit overconfidence, and she kind of got buckled down there with a couple tough results to start out her campaign. But she went into Fiji nice and relaxed, got the second place finished. You know, she jumped up the ratings into that top 10 spot now, sitting in 10th, so she is in qualification bubble, but I think that's going to be kind of the turning point in her year.
Yeah, taking a lot of confidence from the last event, that second place finish at the Outer Known Fiji Pro. Also into the quarterfinals here, so she is really getting her year started. And speaking of getting their year started, like I mentioned before, Coco Ho has 0 points on the WQS. Obviously, at this point in this event, she will connect the dots and get some points, get on the board. But going from 0 to potentially a minimum of 13,000 points to qualify, she has her work cut out for her.
No, she does. But luckily for her, you know, this is event 3 of 6 of the 6,000 women's events, as there is multiple time, and we're going to take a look here in red.
Dominique up again, staying busy on the inside in her priority. Nice fan off that turn and another big vertical crack into the lip. So just 2 turns, but we saw yesterday on that same board with that cool airbrush, she did a number of 2-turn combos that got her through her heat. So she might be looking at today going, hey, it's a little bit slower. There might not be as much big scoring opportunity. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sit underneath Coco. I'm going to start applying some pressure. I'm going to start building scores, and maybe, just maybe, she'll find the right one that connects, because she has a lethal backhand, as you can see here, Matt.
And here we go. She's hopping down the line, getting her speed up. You know, kind of a quick connection there, and that's the money turn. It was definitely, you know, one of those, you like to call them a windshield wiper type turns, which might not be like the biggest compliment, but those turns do score. We've seen them plenty of times over the years. And if you get that windshield wiper turn dialed to where you time the lip correctly and throw a ton of spray, the judges are going to be impressed with it. And it's dropping in with her best score, a 4.17. So she's up in the lead with Coco only needing a 2.
So great example there of smart surfing underneath priority. It actually ended up being the best wave of her heat so far. So now she's sitting on that 3rd wave of a 3.67. Her 4th wave just dropping in that 2-turn combo, a 4.17. So drawing hopefully a little inspiration from the judges rewarding her for that 2-turn combo. And now she's just going to sit underneath Coco and try to cherry pick a good wave with just under 15 minutes remaining. So plenty of time in this heat as we see this tide starting to slowly suck out. We're staying optimistic that there is still plenty of surf on the horizon. We've seen a great morning of action so far and a couple really big heats. Probably my favorite so far was the Silvana Lima heat. I thought she had a lot of progression. She was throwing tail at the end of every single wave, and she even had a completed air reverse. Now, as progressive as that was, it didn't even go into her top 2.
Really?
Yeah, and I think primarily because she didn't get a turn off in the front. She drove down the line looking for that buttery section. She found it. She clicked a beautiful air reverse, but I think the judges were looking for a little bit more link, looking for maybe a top turn before him to set it up. So harsh critics, but they know best, and they're doing a great job of this event so far. So we're hoping that Silvana continues to bring her A game and maybe gives us a little bit more of the air action. And Coco Ho showing interest in this first wave of the set here. So leaving Dominique out the back, Coco Ho does not care at all. She's committed to this wave, and she's going to find her spot to do her first maneuver. And there's a nice speed floater. She's looking for that open face. She wants to get up into that lip again, and there she goes. She kind of releases the tail. So another 2-turn combo right onto the sand, and she's back paddling out. And Dominique right behind her, applying some pressure to Coco. Another nice 2-turn combo. For me, maybe not as dynamic as the first one, but definitely a bigger wave, which will play into the factor. The judges love to see wave quality, Matt.
Yeah, they do. You know, it's definitely not written into the criteria, but when you are looking at a bigger wave, the wave is obviously going to be more critical. It's going to offer a bigger section, a more difficult section. So that's why you see a lot of the times when the competitors get scored highly on those larger set waves, just because the degree of difficulty is much more difficult and trickier for those type of surfers. Scores are coming in for Coco. Unfortunately, she was caught behind the majority of that ride, but it is a 4.6. It's going to go into her top 2 wave combo and get her out in front in the lead. as Dominic is looking to place her best ride of the heat. It's going to maybe fall just a hair above the last wave.
She's not slowing down. She's actually picking up speed on this wave right here. She comes into the section, and hard to say if that was a priority mistake there, but she actually flips her board around. She was feeling something weird. She checks her fins. They look okay. Maybe she tagged the rock on the inside on the last one. It is very, very shallow on the inside, Matt.
Yeah, here's Coco's replay. You know, she waited a good amount of time for this wave. Unfortunately, it ran away from her, but she did get one nice float and a finishing turn here, as she did bring the fins up and over, nice and stylish, and she kicks out right before hitting the sand. And here's Dominic's replay. One quick snap, and unfortunately got a little bit late to that second section, but it did come in at a 4.23, which is her best wave, so add that up, and she's now looking for a 6.2 to answer back to Coco, as this heat is flying by. Almost 20 minutes off the clock as we're just under 12 remaining.
Gosh, time flies when we're having fun.
Yeah, it does.
You know, we've talked a lot about the headspace of the competitors, and as you can see there, 4.6 for that two-turn combo on Coco's last wave, and, you know, maybe slightly underperformed on that wave, considering the potential. Hard to say as we're just watching it from the screen. However, the confidence she gains from that, she's looking at that score and she said, hey, my two-turn combo is better than Dominique's two-turn combo. So hopefully she recognizes that, and she is back up and riding in red. Another spicy two-turn combo. She's loving that backhand right now and really trying to utilize it. But then Coco, not satisfied yet. She's willing to use her priority on this wave. And this is looking like a great wall for Coco. She just draws her first turn out. Nice little slash and slide. And then the zippers hiccup happens. We've talked about that a lot. Matt, you've seen it time and time again through the heats that you've been calling with me and with the other gentlemen. What are your strategy thoughts on dealing with that inside hiccup? It feels like at this point now, these competitors must see that coming. So how do you make an adjustment to finish your last turn?
So what's interesting there is I actually agreed with you. I thought that wave looked like a great wave off the start because it wasn't a wave that forced her just to continue down the line. It really allowed her to, you know, use her rail, wet the rail, carve back. But unfortunately on that second maneuver, there is a little bit of bump out there, a little bit of backwash with all those rocks on the inside. So it is all about timing, as it is everything in surfing. It's all about your timing. Are you bottom turning in the right place? Are you hitting the lip in the right place? And actually, which was funny is I think Julian even talked about it in his post-heat interview, but down in Brazil at the Rio Pro, I don't know if you saw one of his, it's got to be a first or second round heat where he did that backside air and the backwash hit right as he connected off the lip.
That was incredible. Incredible.
Oh, yeah. Jaw drop, hit the floor. I had to pick it back up. And Julian, he just kind of talked about he did get a bit lucky. Obviously, it wasn't all luck. He's got incredible talent, incredible balance, and he pulls off some of the best backside airs in the game. But the way the backwash timed with that maneuver and the way he rode out of it looked like he planned it all along.
That was one of my favorite highlights from that contest. And although it was in the earlier rounds, I haven't seen anything like that. I can't recall a video clip or a clip in general where someone does something as dynamic in the moment of a backwash explosion as that backhand turn that he did to like almost a reverse, kind of just slid it and then turned it back around. It was really impactful.
Let's talk about some of our favorite backwash waves in the world. Do you have anything that comes to mind? What about Sandspit, Santa Barbara?
Yeah, Sandspit's an incredible wave. I know you guys have something up in Santa Cruz that's not dissimilar, heavily localized, run by the boys. We won't name any names, but you know, the wedge.
Yep.
The wedge in Newport Beach is definitely one of them, and that wave causes a ton of summertime carnage.
Oh, yeah, straight carnage. There's a reason why there's a helicopter flying above, and the lifeguards are there, and the news teams, because everyone's always keeping their eye on the wedge. And, wow, what a fun spot. I've got to surf out there a couple times. Actually, the only times I've surfed there is with Coco's brother when he's in town. He's, like, twisting my arm, like, come on, Matt, we're going to surf the wedge. I'm like, all right. Just for you.
What equipment route did you guys take? I've seen like skimboards, soft top, short boards, fishes, long boards. I've just seen the whole gauntlet of surf equipment used out there. What did you guys go for that day?
Well, Mason has enough boards from Mayhem that I think he just rides whatever board he has. He pretty much rips on anything. It's usually like, you know, probably one of his smaller boards in his quiver. And myself, I literally just go to my board rack and grab the oldest board I care the least amount about because I know it's going to probably break. And as the last time I surfed out there with Mace, I lasted about 20 minutes before my board was in two.
Yeah, I see that a lot. And that was a great photo of our El Mercado little diner on the beach. Transported a component of their stellar establishment here in the corridor, El Mercado. If you guys ever come down to Cabo or you're here now, make sure you stop by and taste some of the delectable treats they have on offer, from tacos to pasta to sushi, the gelato. Kale and I were talking earlier about the gelato scoops, and I remember last night you nearly missed out on a scoop yourself.
Oh, I had to
use
a little bit of my minimal Spanish there to beg and get the last scoop of the night there at the Mercado. So I snuck in there after watching your double scoop get devoured in about 2 minutes.
I just can't stop, won't stop on the ice cream. And we're going to probably hit that thing again tonight. So if anyone's around, wants to have an ice cream party at El Mercado, join us. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. We've got a surfer from the North Shore of Hawaii, surfer from Ecuador. Dominique finished second last year to Bronte Macaulay, and Coco Ho was actually the champion of this event in 2014. So 2 surfers who definitely know how to get to the finals, battling it out right now. And just a little bit of a lull in the sets. Oh, wow. We hung out there last night.
We did.
Event sponsors Pacifico down here at Zippers. Make sure you stop by on the beach. They have a really cool setup. They allowed all the kids to come down and paint on the pillars, and they served frosty cold Pacificos to the adults, and everyone was having a good time. They had a live band. The vibe was on point last night. So if you guys are in the area, make sure you stop down. If you ever visit Cabo, tons of Pacifico stands all around.
And there's only one reason why that thing's not packed right now. It's because it is 95 degrees out, and there's not a lot of shade there. So I think the locals are pretty smart about it. They're going to come down right after noon, around 2, 3 o'clock, and that place will be packed shoulder to shoulder.
It will be, and we had an epic sunset vibe down there last night with a beautiful moon rise. We're getting these extreme high and low tides here due to the moon set, and Coco Ho finds a little something under priority she likes. Big turn thrown, ton of spray, so smooth. Coco driving with all this speed and throws the tail. Very dynamic. Coco Ho right there.
It is.
Going to most likely increase the scoreline. Definitely her most aggressive surfing of the heat so far. Beautifully completed wave. Cannot wait to see the replay on that one, Matt, with 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
That's the Coco Ho that we love so much right there. It was an inside wave, but it did offer a lot of potential. A nice open face as she clicked through the lip there. And once again, aggressive surfing from Coco on this, little chest-high runner, and she blew the fins out, complete control, and that's exactly why she's one of the best in the biz. And, the judges are liking it. It's going to be coming in that, good range, and Coco's going to further extend that lead.
Yep, and that is the best wave of her heat so far, coming in at a 6.17, so now she's got a 5.83 and a 6.17, putting some serious pressure on the surfer from Ecuador, who now needs a 7.77. And we'll see if she gets an opportunity. And there's the whistles on the beach. I'm not sure if you guys can hear them on the webcast, but it is loud down here, and they are hooting and hollering for our surfer in red, holding down priority, and this just makes me want to go surfing.
This is an absolute screamer. Take it away, Folky.
And backhand attack right here. Hopefully a point of difference for her. She gets up into the lip once, and she's trying to get through that flat section. Oh, wow, that was a big Ross Williams-esque fan. Another one. She just hammers it up into the lip. Clap, small claim. She knows that was her best wave of the heat. The question is how is it going to compare to the surfer in blue, Coco Ho's last wave of a 6.17. The fire has been lit in the final minutes of this heat.
And there's a reason why we heard those whistles. As we did see the best wave, most highest quality wave of the heat so far. Not sure where it's going to come in the scoreline, but Dominic really is able to open up and show what she's got to the judges and the fans on the beach, as she was really feeling it right there. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm. A little bit of Latin fire right there from Dominic, as, needing that jackpot score in Las Vegas, that 7.77. So we will see where it comes in the scoreline.
Let's see if she put it all on black and wins big, and the first numbers that are coming through are looking very impressive. Dominic, a friend of Silvana Lima and travel partner, drops an 8.17 and turns the heat with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. A huge score. She's going to absolutely love that. And it's always nice to see when a surfer performs to the best of their ability and throws out that claim and they get the score.
Right. When we're seeing claims, we don't want people claiming 3s, 4s, and 5s. If you're claiming, you're getting the excellent range, and it's going to be, it's a well-deserved claim. And I would have claimed that with myself, too, if I was her.
It was a beautiful wave. It definitely put you and I on the edge of our seats here as we were watching it on screen with you all out in Webland, tuned into the WSL, your mobile app, or checking it out live from the Las Los Cabos Open of Surfing. And now Coco Ho with just over 2.5 minutes remaining needs a 6.24. The good news is that's totally attainable for Coco.
That's true.
Although she hasn't posted anything that high, she has to take some positivity from the 617 she got on a very small inside wave under priority. So, Coco, here we go. Matt, take it away on this one. Give us one more read on this wave.
Yeah, one more time once again. You know, it was kind of a slow start, but that's where she really caught fire as she went 1, 2, 3 to finish. And that major combination of critical turns right in the pocket of the wave is what has got her out in the lead. And I love that she put her hands over her head right now, taking some deep breaths, really trying to calm the nerves, as there's really not a ton that Dominic could do as Coco has priority. All the pressure is now on Coco's shoulders, and she's been in this situation before. She knows what she's doing. She's been on the World Tour for quite some time. She's won plenty of events. I know she's staying confident. What do you think's going through her head?
You know, I think she's probably looking back on all the coaching she's had with her father and uncle and brother.
Jason
also
Shibata?
Shabats for sure. What's up, Batsarazzi? And then also Matt Bemrose has spent a lot of time with her on the road. And so she's probably just taking a couple deep breaths, knowing that she has the talent, the skill, and the confidence to get that score should a wave come through. And, you know, as we're looking out to the ocean and seeing that person having a ton of fun on that jet ski, probably out of the Cabo San Lucas Harbor, we're just hoping as surf fans for another set. We'd love at least one more exchange between the two surfers, but we only have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. So Coco's just sitting there, biding her time, staying patient. She's not going to take off on any wave that doesn't give her that opportunity to get a 6.24.
No, and I bet the whole country of Ecuador right now is saying, stay quiet, go to sleep, Ocean. Shh, wishing to get to sleep, shh. As, you know, when you're a competitor in the lead, you always want the Ocean just to take a nice long nap.
And this is probably feels like a very long 45 seconds for Coco Ho. And we aren't seeing anything on the horizon. We're not hearing any whistles from the beach, signifying that there is a set. So we're just going to sit here and be patient. Really, really strong kind of last-minute heroics from our surfer from Ecuador. Beautifully surfed wave on her backhand. She did well to not only pick the best wave of the heat, but surf it to the best of her ability. And here is a lump with 20 seconds left. Is it going to be what Coco Ho is looking for?
I do see lines approaching the lineup, but the question is are they going to get here in time? There's only 10 seconds remaining, and it's going to be a close one here as Dominic is on the inside, but the focus really is going to be on Coco Ho with 4 seconds.
And I'm on the edge of my seat, and the buzzer goes off before she gets to her feet. She's still going to surf this as you would, just assuming she's going to leave it up to the judges to determine, and she goes down. So, unfortunately, past event champion, 2014 champion here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, Coco Ho goes down. She put on an epic performance the entire event. She has to be proud of the way she surfed, and she's starting to build her QS campaign. We wish her the best of luck on the CT and the QS for the rest of the year. She will be at the Supergirl Pro next, and some great sportsmanship there. She's going to give her friend and fellow competitor a hug. And a little heat recap here, Matt.
Yeah, Coco, tons of speed. This is early on in the heat. This is when she's lifting the fins up and through the lip multiple times. And that's the surfing we love so much. This looks like Verona's kind of backup score, which kind of just got her within the heat. As Folky, Coco just didn't quite have enough here.
Yeah, and she just kept fighting. This was that beautiful wave that she had. And, you know, we're excited for Coco. We're also excited to see Dominic in the next rounds. And here we go. We're going to commercial. Stick right with us. We got more heats coming. Back in the final heat of round 6, and we already have Macy Callahan up riding right out of the gates, getting her heat started early, reigning pro junior champion, driving through this inside section with a dynamic turn and just doesn't quite pull it off, but, you know, getting the heat jitters out of the way. Very, very strong performer, very young, a lot of years to develop her talent, and she's already proven to the surfing world that she is here to stay with that pro junior championship. And out the back, now with priority, current C-tier and event champion from 2016 right here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, Bronte McCauley in red. Both these surfers are from Australia. I assume that they know each other and or have competed this year, if not in the past. So hopefully a friendly rivalry, but I guarantee in the water mat that they are down to business.
Exactly, and Bronte coming in as a defending champ, obviously a ton of confidence knowing that she has already won here. She's raised the trophy high and proud over her head, taking down those 6,000 points, the $10,000. So she's back again, feeling confident. You know, it's her rookie year on the WCT. Just looking at her stats, currently ranked 14th on the championship tour. You know, she only has one heat win to her name, as it's so challenging coming in as a rookie surfing against the veterans. But, you know, she's backing herself up, just as most of these girls are on the WQS. And here's a quick replay from Macy. She took this wave off right to start the heat, kind of draws down the line. Nice first snap there. And this wave came in at a 4.67. Would have been much higher if she was able to ride cleanly out of that last wave and take it away.
And here we go, Bronte up and riding. Strong surfer from Australia on her backhand. And she's just going to jam it up in the lip, get this wave started. Bam, up again one more time. Vertical 12 o'clock. And as we've seen throughout this event, the two-turn combo, specifically on the backhand where they can get very vertical, has paid off for a number of surfers. Interesting talking about the QS rankings. Macy, as young as she is currently sitting in 4th position. And this is the last of Bronte, Matt.
Yeah, Bronte, she's flying down the line. That board's got rocket fuel under it, and she just cracks it up once there, up and over. The fins drifted nicely through the lip and comes down complete. And I got a feeling the judges are going to like that. And let's talk about these QS ratings.
So QS ratings, we've been talking about this a lot. This is a huge event for these girls at WQS 6000 at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. They're all down here. They're all putting in their best effort and wearing their game faces around the competitor's site. But Macy, as young as she is currently sitting in 4th and would be a qualifying position for the CT next year if it ended right now. Now, Bronte on the CT is currently sitting 20th on the WQS with 4,200 points. And we talked about this in the last heat. You need around 12,500 to 13,000 points to qualify. So really interesting right there that she's kind of on the bubble in both, but she has a lot of opportunity through the remainder of this year, specifically this event and the following 6,000s to get a job done and re-qualify or double re-qualify if she gets a heater going in the back half of the year. So 25 minutes remaining, and we have Bronte McCauley out front with a first wave of a 7. And Macy is sitting on her first wave of 4.67. So great way to start the heat for Bronte. She's going to be desperately trying to back that up with a similar score and get this heat under control. But she is sitting in 2nd priority on this surfer and surfer heat. And this is the final heat of this round. And we're going to be moving right into the junior men's for more action. As you can see, it is scorching hot on the beach, and these girls are making great use of a beach umbrella as they walk, most likely from the rock down the beach. It's another wave that you can surf here, and a lot of the locals really appreciate that wave in town. Have you ever surfed the rock, Matt?
I have yet to surf the rock, but I've heard great things about it. I heard it's pretty comparable to the wave here at Zippers. As a couple of our pro junior competitors there exiting the water with an umbrella. I wonder if they walked it down to the water, kept it on the sand, because they knew how scorching hot. They don't want to burn their feet, so the second they got out of the water, pop up the umbrella, big smiles you saw on their faces as they're walking down. And if I was one of those junior competitors in the women's side, I would be sitting down here glued to the beach, you know, just picking up any tips or anything that you can catch from these WCT veterans that are surfing here and these top QS surfers, because there's so much knowledge you could learn from the older ladies.
Absolutely, but good luck getting those juniors to sit still. They've been on a tear lately. You see them down the beach having a great time with each other, probably consuming a couple Red Bulls. One of our sponsors has got a ton of drinks. We've got some Powerades down here as well, and everyone's staying hydrated and stoked. But those young kids, they got so much energy. They could surf all day, surf a couple heats, and then surf again before dark.
Dude, those kids surf all day long. It was quite incredible because we were down there, you know, enjoying the Pacifico vibes at the end of the day, and there was a lot of the pro junior competitors, you know, Parker Cone, surfing in the light till had to be 9 p.m. almost last night as we had that moonrise, just totally lighting up the lineup, and it was great to see. And it sounds like last heat winner the fiery Baronas down the beach. Who you got down there?
Yeah, I'm here with last heat's winner, Dominique Barona, taking out a huge name in past champion Coco Ho, excuse me. Dominique, I'm going to do the interview again in Spanish, then I'll translate into English. Dominique viene de Ecuador, segunda posición el año pasado, otra vez le ganó a una competidora que ha ganado el campeonato aquí en los Cabos Open of Surf, Coco Ho. ¿Cómo se siente el día de hoy y tal vez posiblemente otra vez surfeando el día de hoy?
Bueno, primero que nada, gracias a Dios por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí siempre, de tener un nuevo día, de vivirlo y de hacer lo que más me gusta, que es surfear. Ya tuve mi primer hit con Coco, al salir del agua ella ganó y le dije que qué buen surfing, ahí, porque siempre la veo de verdad, y de ahí le dije que era un honor surfear con ella. Ella me dijo, tú me asustas con tu bache. Entonces sí, la verdad que fue un buen hit, ella lideró todo el hit, pero ahí de afuera Analí y todos me dijeron que tranquila, que esperara mi ola, tenía que conseguir una buena ola, estaba un poco desesperada, pero bueno, se pudo hacer el trabajo, así que pasamos.
So first of all, she said that what an honor to surf with Coco. Coco said that it's an honor to surf with her. Her backside is lethal, but she was in second the entire heat. Felt under pressure, but Annalí Gomez and everyone on the beach told her, hey, keep calm. You got the score at the end, and she made it through. Dominique, una última pregunta. Tal vez se corra los cuartos de final del día de hoy. ¿Cómo se siente usted? Sé que está usando una tabla Kailani, pero con todo el apoyo, la vibra latina aquí, usted es la persona que ha dominado este evento del contingente latino los últimos 2 años. ¿Cómo se siente la vibra esa aquí en México?
Es increíble, me siento súper feliz, es increíble cómo toda la gente me apoya antes de entrar al agua, cada vez que cojo una ola la gente grita, y bueno, dentro del agua no estoy sola, estoy con todos los latinos, todo Ecuador me está apoyando, mi casa, Montañita, así que nada, vamos para adelante, los latinos estamos aquí representando, sigue en competencia Silvana también, así que les deseo lo mejor, así que nada, vamos para adelante, Ecuador sí se puede, y a luchar por nuestros sueños, cuidemos las playas, nunca nos olvidemos.
So she feels really good to be the pride of Latin America, as she does get a heat win here, might possibly be surfing again. She's going to get a little makeup gift from Urban Decay. Congratulations, Mimi. Good luck in the next round. Back up to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Incredible interview. We love the passion and just her firing it up in her native tongue of Spanish from Ecuador. And Mitch, thank you for translating that for us. I think Matt and we would have been a little bit lost.
I was lost, but all I could do is I could feel that energy, and I could almost feel it up into the booth, transferring up to us, because that's the type of energy that's going to take to win these QS heats and even take an event win. As we did have a wave ridden, and during that interview, it looks like Callahan, on her forehand, was really able to release the fins really well, slide the tail on those final 2 maneuvers, pulled it off right before hitting the sand, and that's probably going to be her best wave. She was only looking for a 2-3-4 to take the lead here, as about 10 minutes has ticked by in this 30-minute bout. Our last heat, round 6, heat 8, as we're going to move into the quarterfinals, potentially later today, but most likely into the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to see how it shakes out. Right now, the conditions are buttery. We call this sheet glass, oil glass. It's as smooth as it gets for Cabo San Lucas, once again delivering as it has all week for this event. Waiting on scores for the last of Macy. She will improve her situation, but she does have a tall order with Bronte out in the water, and Bronte is looking at this wave aggressively. She's kicking. She knows she wants it. She's utilizing that priority, and here she is down the line, and that might have been a mistake.
That was the zipper runaway.
And you can't do that with Macy. She's young, but she's very experienced and very talented. She's such a strong surfer, and she's up and riding again. She's going to try to take advantage of that mistake and really put the staples with a huge turn right there to Bronte, and now look at her focus driving down the line, looking for one more opportunity as she wraps it back into the pocket. And straight floater onto the sand to a belly flop dismount. Fearless, these girls. How bad do you think they want this?
Oh, no, this is everything for them. These points are so valuable. I mean, we're talking about it all event long, but especially when you come down to this round 6, the difference between points here and making the quarterfinals is a huge jump, and it's really going to skyrocket them up their rankings into that possible CT qualification. As we're going to take a look here at Macy's replay, and I really love this opening turn, really full rail gouge, looking like Mick Fanning right there, maybe a little bit of Steph Gilmore in her style as she whips it around once again, and she's going for the float the boat right on the sand, and she dismounts. I think she's all right, and she's going to get right back out there. She's not feeling any pain, and she's got to be fired up with that one.
She has got to be fired up. Matt, she does such a great job at releasing the fins. We see a lot of the girls release the fins above the lip, but that was kind of the last 2 waves we've seen her actually release them on her turns, giving that extra little, little sriracha on the turns, a little spice there at the end. And
She's put a little tapatio on top.
Yeah, she does. And so she is showing a point of difference on her forehand. Obviously, Bronte on her backhand cannot do that same maneuver. Now she can do things that Macy can't do. So it's just going to be the battle right here. It's just creating a vibe for themselves, creating a level of confidence in their surfing, and trying to showcase what they have for the judges and just leaving it up to the judges. And we have a great score. Macy back into first with a 6.43 in her second wave of a 6. Now, Bronte McCauley, very talented surfer, also out of Australia, needs a 5.43. It's safe to say that she can get that. And here we have a look at our competitors area. As the week draws on, people have left town, so it's a little bit less crowded than it has been in the past. And it's pretty much how it goes with events. The winners stay, the losers go home.
That looked like a little dad hour right there. The Pops, great supporters of the youthful surfing on the Pro Junior and the QS level. It was great to see Sage Erickson's dad down the beach. It sounded like he only visits 2 events of hers all year long, which one being Cabo, year in, year out, and the other being Maui. So he chooses a couple good ones.
Yeah, those sound like strategic geographical points of interest for him as he goes through 2 very tropical areas. He must be a legend. The Ericksons, big family out of Ojai, spent a lot of time surfing in Ventura in the Oxnard area. And there we go. There's our Los Cabos Open of Surf store right down here on the beach. It looks like the mannequins are still trying to find some clothing. But I'm
this
sure.
a nude beach?
No, I'm not sure. But come on down this weekend, you guys. The beach is going to be packed, and there's tons of stuff at the Pacifico tent, at the store, and now we have live action on a beautiful-looking wave for Bronte McCauley, trying to get that 5.43 and gouges it up off the top, again into the lip, getting very, very vertical, and just drives around. And there's that little backwash hiccup we talked about. So it will be enough to change the heat, we're not sure, but Macy's right up behind her and just continues to do what she does, but goes down as well. So we're going to wait to see where they are in the lineup. I imagine Macy is going to put in an effort to get out in the water first to regain that priority situation. I believe Bronte made it much further on the inside than she did, so she should be able to regain that priority situation with just 16 minutes on the clock.
Yes, that's right, Folky. As Bronte, Macy will get back out the back. I don't know why she really looked at that wave. That might have been a bit of a mistake, but not too much of an error. Quick fall for her as Bronte really got to show off her backhand attack once again with a really fierce, kind of powerful hack, almost like a Gudane snap right here. And we're checking the replay, getting down the line. I really like this turn because she hacks it hard and really put the front foot down to continue down the line as she gets back up through the lip. A little bit late to that section, comes complete, and then falls off in that third turn right before the shoreline. So, looking for that 5.43. What do you think? Do you think she got it?
That's a tough one. I really would have preferred to see her finish that last maneuver, and I guarantee she would have liked to as well. However, we are seeing some scores dropping, and it's going to be right on the line.
Yeah.
We'll give you guys an update on that in 1 second here, but currently Macy is still out in front with 15 minutes. She's also holding down priority, which gives Bronte McCauley a little bit of an option to work underneath that priority and maybe get one of those cleaner long drawn out. And she does get the score. It comes in at a 5.9, putting the pressure back on Macy, who now needs a 6.48. So things are tightening up here, and a 6.48 is actually would be the highest score for Macy yet. So she knows, based on the surfing she's done, she's got to step up her game. Under priority, Bronte McCauley looking at this one, decides not to go. And sometimes those middle ones, as we've seen today, run nicely along this reef here at Zippers, Matt, and provide a lot of scoring opportunity.
Yeah, and I got a little news for us.
Oh, break it down.
And it sounds like the official call has been made. Always subject to change, based on conditions. We always can go on hold or, call the event off for the day. But for those of you at home, competitors, parents, might want to listen up right now as just got the sheet handed to me here. And it looks like we're going to run a ton of quarterfinals through the afternoon. First, starting off with the junior men's quarters, heats 1 through 4. It's going to run from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. as we're going to take a quick look here at red.
All right, Bronte up and riding again with some added spice in her turns, and just a quick up and out. No damage done. She didn't have priority. She was just trying to back up those scores. So where do we leave off on the schedule, Matt?
Yeah, straight after the junior men's quarters, we're going to jump into the junior women's quarters. 4 heats, 30-minute heats, 30-minute heats all day long, giving these competitors plenty of time through the lulls. And that's going to run from 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. as we're going to quickly take a look at this replay. One quick snap and a float. This wave ran away from her. She's ejecting. She's already got 2 better scores. And we're wrapping up the day. Hang tight, ladies, as we have the women's quarterfinals, some of the most stacked heats we've ever seen in WQS competition. We have Dimity Stoyle versus Silvana Lima, Keely Andrews versus Caroline Marks, Sage Erickson versus Tatiana Weston Webb, and Dominic Barona versus the winner of this heat. So, wow.
Who is it going to be?
Who's it going to be?
And I couldn't agree with you more. Those are stacked heats, and you definitely see some current and former CT competitors in the mix, as you would expect. At the beginning of the week, I feel there was some threatening surfing by the younger juniors that were competing in both events, but the older ladies have proven that they are dominant and want to continue their reign here on the WQS. And look at, I believe, Che Allen, one of the standout juniors yesterday. He's a goofy footer who put up a 19-plus heat point total and pretty much wowed the entire beach with his prowess out here at Zippers.
And look how chill he is prior to his heat, just playing with the sand. You know, a thin young man who still throws a ton of water. He's got his own water on the beach, got to stay hydrated prior to his heat. And, you know, he's just in the zone, flicking the little sand around. And Che, very impressive surfing yesterday, the standout of the juniors competition, as he's got a gnarly heat on his hands going against the likes of Rylan Rubens, Cade Matson, and Parker Cohn.
A lot of style in that heat. I really appreciate the way all those guys surf. They're very smooth, very polished, technically on point, so it's going to be nothing short of fireworks there. Cole Hauschman is good friends with Che Allen and was telling me that he's so shy that he doesn't like to do the post-heat interviews.
Really? Well, that's one thing he's going to have to learn to do. If you want to be a professional athlete, it's going to be, the camera's going to be in your face, the microphone's going to be in your face, and as time goes on, you're just going to have to learn to accept it, you know, improve your vocabulary, getting relaxed in front of the camera. As, you know, one day if you're going to be the world champ, you're going to be a hot ticket for many interviews.
And there's a few guys up at the top of the World Championship Tour of the World Surf League that are amazing on camera. Mick Fanning, one of your Rip Curl team riders, Kelly Slater, Julian Wilson, everyone who basically on the World Tour gets to speak now. They've just had so much experience, and it's so fun to hear their thoughts after a heat and how they were feeling, win or lose. They just always have insightful information. So we're going to send some positive vibes to Che if he does happen to take that heat out. You know, I'm sure if he gets Mitch or Chris Cote or Kale or Fisher, they'll bring some good vibes, and he'll feel just at home.
Exactly. And just to note, women's competitors, we mentioned it, but you guys will be surfing the quarterfinals at 3:30 p.m. For those of you at home, or some of you guys who might be working down here in Cabo, you might need to, you know, get off work a little bit early to watch the best final 8 here at the Los Cabo Open to Surf, who are going to be duking it out for those important semifinals, which we're going to be looked to be running potentially tomorrow.
Wow, and so we will wrap this contest up this weekend. It's just a next call for Saturday, June 10th at 7:30 a.m. Doesn't mean we'll run. We're going to assess the conditions when we get here. And by we, I don't mean us, because we're just here to talk about the surfing, but we have experts on site running this tour that pay close attention to the buoys and the conditions and the expected swell. So we know when they say it's on that it is our best opportunity to continue the surfing and give these surfers a canvas, a wide open canvas to showcase what they've been working on so hard. And it's just a little bit of a slow moment here with under 10 minutes left. Bronte McCauley still sitting in first place with a 7.0 and a 5.90. Macy, though, strong performance so far, a 6.43 and a 6.0, leaving her with an ask of a 6.48. World Junior Champ currently, ranked number 4th on the QS. It's probably safe to say that if she gets a choice wave, Matt, she will be able to get that score.
That's very true. And, you know, 6.48, she's been getting those her entire career. Nothing new for her. And then, you know, the mid-range score, she is going to have to wait for a decent wave, as we do have a paddle, but she's going to elect not to go on that one. Bronte, you know, in the lead, second priority. This kind of gives her the free reign just to kind of sniff around the lineup, you know, search around the inside. And where are we?
That is the infamous flag of Mexico, and it is one of my favorite flags on the planet. I love coming across the border and seeing that thing fly in northern Baja above Tijuana when we're going to search for waves. I love seeing it when I get to Cabo San Lucas.
What about the one in Ensenada?
Oh, it's just huge.
How big is that thing?
It is. It's like a football field on a pole, flapping in the wind, and it's a sign that you are in an amazing place. And the people, the locals, no matter where you go in Mexico, so fun, so welcoming, and just very, very good-hearted people. We've met a number of them down here as our first trip to the Los Cabos Open of Surf as commentators. Everyone has been very welcoming. So thank you to the staff and the locals of Cabo for having us in this event, and to all the people who have come out on the beach to celebrate the surfing every single day. With just 8 minutes and 10 seconds left, the ocean has gone a little flat, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow you up, I mean, we can't say thank you enough to everyone who's putting this event on. Such a well-organized and ran event, and hopefully Folky and I will be coming back here for years to come, as it might be a new favorite destination on my world map.
Absolutely, and I think this event over the past few days has really been able to showcase with the swell that we've had the potential that Zippers brings to the World Qualifying Series. Obviously, on any given day, the wave could be better or worse, but we are blessed with what we have. And here is a little recap so far.
And here's the best 2 waves ridden thus far. Bronte, this is her opening hockey stick score of a 7.0. And that was that critical double turn combo right there, up and into the lip, while Macy backed her up with the 6.43, tons of speed. I absolutely love that rail turn, completely dousing the rail, water displaced all over the place, followed up with another carve. This is where she beached it, floater straight into belly flop. And, you know, hopefully we can see 2 more similar rides from these ladies, because we want to see, you know, those type of fireworks to end the heat.
And I love the spray, as you mentioned, coming off of Macy's rails. And in the era of progression, as we've seen from a number of our competitors this event and around the world in surf competitions and free surfing videos, you see a lot of tail above the lip, and that doesn't typically relate to a lot of spray. Do you think the art of a big fan has been lost, or it is just waiting to come back?
Are you saying just as far as, you know, enjoying big turns that throw a lot of spray, or
I'm saying, you
like
know,
what the
not
type
only
of surfing the kids are looking to do?
Well, I think too, from the judges' perspective, you know, you look at guys who were previously on tour. Ross Williams, commentator and now coach to John Florence, was known for throwing huge amounts of spray. And then you got guys on tour like Wiggly Dantas from Brazil, who throws huge fans and gets great scores. And
that's a name that comes to my mind when I think about spray.
Yeah, and he's not necessarily going above the lip. He's going into the lip, but throwing a huge fan, and always seems to lock up great heat scores. So do you sacrifice the impact of a big fan in the judges' eyes by getting the tail released, or do you think you want to, you know, try to combo those together? Like, what do you prefer?
Wow, well, that's a really good question. You know, like, again, like, I guess to each their own. You know, there's plenty of waves you can get a 10-point ride in competition. You can do it John style, doing one massive aerial, Julian style, who's also gotten 10s for one single maneuver, or you could be a Jordy Smith in the Bell's Bowl doing multiple huge turns to get the score. So, you know, the judges are rewarding all different types of surfing, and they want to see the variety. They don't want to just see you going to that air reverse. I think a few years back when you know, was that maybe in the late 2000s, the air reverse started to get a little bit overscored, and you know, guys were winning events just by huck and tail, spinning around, and then they kind of started to back those scores down. They started to get scored a bit less, and I think we've really found an even keel right now between the power surfing and the aerial surfing. So I think the judging is in a good place.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I love all types of surfing. I'm not here to judge. I was just curious, and thank you for that.
I didn't
analysis.
really give you a straight answer there.
Well, you know, you don't have to. It's you know, you can appreciate everything about surfing. I personally love watching a big fan from other surfers, but I love the feeling of releasing the tail. And when you're surfing yourself, you can't see the spray.
No.
You can feel it. You can kind of imagine, and usually imagine that it's huge, and it's not as a non-professional surfer. But it sure is fun to bury the rail and release the fin. So to each their own, and you know, probably stick to your strengths.
Exactly. That's what it's all about in competition. You don't want to go out in the heat and try to do something that you're not comfortable with. You know, you got to surf to your skills, surf to your forte. And if you're an aerialist, you're going to come out here to Zippers right now, and you're going to find the lip, and you're going to launch and most likely be rewarded for it. And if you're more of a back-footed, lead foot power gouger, you're going to go out and stick to that. You're not going to be the one pumping down the line and trying an air to up the ante over your competitor. You're going to stick to your skill set, lay the rail on the line, and that's also going to score well with the judges.
So trust your guns. The analysis from my wingman here, Matt Myers. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, and Macy is still left needing a 6.48. She does have priority. This is one of the longer lulls that we've seen so far. However,
siesta, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of a Mexican siesta happening down here, and there's some action on the beach. competitors, all the juniors, are starting to fall into place. They do realize that they've been called into action, so they're down here sussing out the lineup. There's Cade Matson, one of my electric team riders from San Clemente. Powerhouse, as you know. He's been taking out the Rip Curl search events, or the Grom search events, left, right, and center. So we're very, very excited to see Cade in the water next. As we see a couple little lines coming through, Bronte McCauley trying to up that 5.9. She didn't really think there was potential on that wave, as it did break much further up on the rock. So once again, in the next heat, we have a banger, Che Allen, from Barbados. Rylan Rubens, Cade Matson, and Parker Cohn, all from the USA, all hailing from Southern California. So a lot of opportunity to surf a diverse amount of waves there between the Newport, San Diego area, lower trestles. These guys have done it all, and Macy utilizing her priority here, keeping Bronte off that wave, and she's looking for that 6.48 as she slams it up into the lip, creating some speed and momentum as she comes down this wave, and unfortunately just has to pump through that section, but she's going to send it onto the sand. What happens when someone rides onto the sand and stays on their feet, Matt? Is that a completed maneuver, or what happens when you touch the beach?
It is a completed maneuver, but if you ride out and you show commitment out in front of the whitewater, this was all down the line surfing right here from Macy. She really didn't get that huge maneuver she was looking for, kind of a bunch of taps down the line, and I don't think she quite rode out of that one, but if she did show a bit more control and rode out in front of the whitewater, I think the judges would deem it complete. As the scores are coming in, looking for that 6.48, it's falling a bit short in the mid fives range, low fives, and with just a minute 50, not a ton of time for her to get out the back and find another wave, but we will see what happens here.
So interesting, in the end of the heat, Macy Callahan with a 6 and a 6.43, but needing a 6.48, so she's got to reflect on that best score of the heat so far for her personal line and go, what do I have to do to up the ante on that? And she's probably asking herself that question right now as she utilized her priority with a minute and 30 seconds left. Now Bronte McCauley sitting pretty out in front with first priority as time ticks down. This is going to be a long minute and 10 seconds for both these competitors. It's probably going to feel like it's going to fly by for Macy, and it's probably going to feel like molasses for Bronte McCauley as she's just sitting there. And that's probably Mitch Colapinto out there doing another swim.
That's the signature swim of a San Clemente lifeguard, as well as I believe a 4th grade elementary school teacher, Mitch Colapinto, father of the amazing brother combo of Crosby and brother Griffin. As we're down to 43 seconds remaining, and unfortunately for Macy, we just wanted to see a little bit more flare, a little bit more tail-free surfing, maybe a bit more rail gouging on that last wave, as she needed that 6.48 and came up short. But it is a great run for her, as she's banking home quite a bit of points. She's already in a great spot in the ratings, and this is going to be definitely a keeper result in her voyage to CT qualification.
Absolutely. So 16 seconds left. We'll make the official call when the heat is over, because you never know, something might pop up last minute. But it looks like time is winding down for Macy, and she had a fantastic run in this WQS event. Thankful for the show that she's put on, and congratulations to Bronte McCauley. There it is, taking the win and on to the quarterfinals. And we are going to jump right into the junior men's as you see them paddling in the screen, but not before we get a heat recap.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to be sticking with 30-minute heats, moving in the juniors. And let's see the highlights here. It's that backhand attack of Bronte that took her to the victory last year, and she is back again, making her mark known, as zippers might be her wave of choice on tour. As we love the commitment here, riding out to the shore break.
And that's right, Matt. Thank you so much. You guys do not go anywhere. Quarterfinals of the men's junior is up next. Tune in for action all day in beautiful Cabo San Lucas at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing.
Buenos dias. Welcome back to beautiful San Jose del Cabo here at Playa Zippers as we see the overview shot on screen there. That was earlier this morning out in the water right now. Junior men's action quarterfinal heat number 1. Che Allen from Barbados in the red. Rylan Rubens in the blue from Southern California. Katie Matson also from San Clemente, California in the white. And Parker Cohn, Newport Beach local in the green. Kali Carranza alongside Mitchell Salazar and myself. Kali, good morning. Junior men's in the water right now.
Buenos dias, Mitchell. Yeah, I'm really stoked to see this. It's going to be interesting to see. Not a lot of waves in these 30-minute heats. We saw the girls competing all morning, 2-man heats. Now we have 4-man heats. It's going to be interesting to see the strategy as we see really spicy surfing from Parker Cohn from the USA. Starting off strong, beautiful. Wow, sick little slide turn on the inside. Garners himself a 5.33. The judges like it. I think the judges are really paying close attention to the speed that these surfers are carrying throughout the maneuvers, and that's why he gets a 5.33 on basically just one maneuver.
Yeah, really good score to start off the heat with Parker, and it seems like we are doing half-an-hour heats as well for the junior men. As Parker Cohn, 5.33, he is representing Newport Beach in the green jersey in the red. Our competitor who posted the highest heat total of the event so far, 19.03. There he is, Che Allen, our competitor from Barbados, the Bayesian surfer, a 9.7 and a 9.33. He had those two scores in his heat yesterday, his opening round heat, as he is in the red jersey. In the blue jersey, we have Rylan Rubens, all the way from San Diego in California. He is our current North America junior ratings leader. He won the first event of the North American Series over in Cocoa Beach, Florida in the month of March over at the Ron John Vance Fest. And in the white jersey, Katie Matson, international ground search winner about a month ago in Maresias, Brazil. He is representing San Clemente in the white jersey. So really good solid crew here. 2 goofy footers up against 2 regular footers, Kale.
Yeah, and I love seeing that. I love seeing the different approach that the backsiders have on this wave in comparison to the regular footers. It is tough as a regular footer to punctuate your turns. You know, we talked about the advantage that regular footers have at zippers, and that advantage pretty much comes into play when that wave runs away from you. They have an easier time making it around those sections, those flat sections, those double, triple lip line sections. Frontsiders can make it easier around the sections, but that being said, backsiders, when they bottom turn and hit the lip, they can actually puncture and rotate off the top of the wave much easier than the competitors on the front hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how these front handers, regular footers or natural footers if you come from Australia, how they manage these waves. I'm just curious. I'd love to see, obviously being a backsider myself, I really like to see really good backside surfing on this wave, but I appreciate when regular footers can really throw it down, not only make the sections, but throw those fins out.
And as you did say yesterday, you brought this up, Kale, a lot of these kids, to actually hone and practice their skills, they go to a long right-hand point break before coming to Playa Zippers. Parker Cohn did exactly just that about a month and a half ago. And the last heat winner, Bronte McCauley, defending champion, is with Matthew Myers.
Yes, that's right, boys. I'm here with the defending champ, Bronte. Moving on into the quarterfinals. We will be seeing you a little bit later this afternoon. What's your connection with zippers? Explain to us why you're doing so great out here.
I mean, I got pretty lucky that heat. It was just extremely slow, and it was pretty scary because she needed a really slow score. But I'm not sure. We have a wave at home that's kind of similar, and yeah, I just enjoy it. I always look forward to coming here, and the waves always it's just fun. Like, it's a rippable right. Like, you can't really go wrong. So yeah, I enjoy my time here, and yeah, I really like the wave too.
Yeah, obviously, we're in such a beautiful place. Tell me, what's your favorite things about being in Cabo San Lucas in Mexico?
I think the heat's really cool. Just the climate, it's kind of like balmy and always warm, and there's literally never wind. I swear this place just never gets windy. So it's nice because we're coming from winter in Western Australia. So I kind of like coming to the warmer climate, and I just like the setup of the place. You know, the hotels are out on the beach. There's pools, and it's pretty much your ideal holiday, really.
And your backhand attack's been on fire. Would you say that's your strong suit in surfing, or are you more into frontside, backside, or you think you're equal? What do you think about your surfing?
I'm honestly not really too sure. I mean, growing up in Western Australia, you kind of surf lefts more than rights usually. So, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, either way is fine. I guess I've had better results with my backhand, so maybe leaning towards my backhand. But yeah, I don't know.
I think she's got the complete package. The backhand's on fire. Congratulations. Let's get some shade, cool off, drink some water as you'll be surfing later this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Matthew. Actually, Mateo, we're going all Hispanic today, Kali, as Matthew Myers doing an excellent job, as well as Ian Folk, Kali Carranza, Mitchell Salazar, and Chris Cote.
Cristobal Cote.
Cristobal Cote?
Cristobal.
Oh, Cristobal Cote, like our founding father from America, Christopher Columbus, Cristobal Colon. And that's actually a pretty good name, Kali. I'm glad that you came up with that. As we did see on screen during the interview, Cade Matson got a 5.93 on his opening ride. Not a bad way to start off the heat for him. 22 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And, you really see the confidence there from Bronte. Not really sure whether or not her front side or her back side is her lethal weapon. As Parker Cohn, he's on his front side, Kali.
Parker Cohn, once again, without priority, taking off on this runner. Fortunately for him, he's not able to connect with the inside section. I think that's why the other competitor sitting out the back didn't really paddle for that wave. You can see the tide is dropping finally. We like to see a lower tide. As we see a repetition of Cade Matson's first wave, he did a really good job at not taking that outside rail right there. You have to have fast reflexes. The wave does trippy things on the inside. You see a few of the bowls, a few of those rocks sticking out, and that creates a little bit of a bubble. So sometimes those competitors, when they come down into the flat section, very easily they could dig a rail. That's what seemed to happen to Cade on that second maneuver, but manages to react immediately to that. Gives it a third turn, garners himself a 5.93.
Yeah, the best wave of the heat so far. And third priority goes to white, and then fourth green. And interesting that you said that, Kali, that Parker Cohn opted to go on that second scoring ride because, by how slow it's been, even though there's still quality waves and plenty of them, there are very long lulls in between sets. So for none of the other surfers besides Parker to actually look at that wave and even ride it is actually something surprising to me, as it seems like Rylan Rubens and Che Allen wanting to start off right where they took off yesterday. As Parker Cohn, our current heat leader, he is up and riding again, pumping down the line. Nice speed float, a second searing carve right there, sliding the fins at the end. Kind of carve snap maneuver, a second one, and he's going to finish on the sand pretty much. Kali, what do you think of that wave?
I think he's very dangerous now without priority. He catches a wave and within 30 seconds is right back out again. So I'm sure the competitors out the back looking to see what he's doing. Obviously, they have to wait for the big wave, but since Parker doesn't have priority, he can just chip away and catch those insiders little by little, potentially improving his situation. He already has a 5.33. Tried to go on two waves earlier that didn't really give him the connection, but this one does. Beautiful tail slide snap on that wave. Connects it with the inside and another little cutty for good measure. Good wave. He's definitely going to improve his situation, as we see Cade Matson doing the exact same thing that Parker's doing, catching those insiders and getting scores.
As he did win the Rip Curl Grand Search earlier last month in Maresias, Brazil. And Parker Cohn staying super busy. Here he goes again. Nice first carve, sliding the fins. A second top turn. Don't know if that's going to better his 3.7, but really good surfing and really smart surfing, putting a lot of pressure on his fellow competitors. But Cade Matson only needed a 3.1, possibly going to get it right there. And, some really good surfing from both surfers. But Che Allen has had the highest combination of the entire event, Kali. This kid is dangerous, and Rylan Rubens, another patient kid, super quiet. He might get a bomb out the back. Either him or Che might be having a look at this. It's Rylan Rubens up and riding.
Rylan Rubens, Captain America, just his physique so strong. Beautiful surfing on his backhand. We saw him practicing here early morning when we showed up. Oh, what a searing top turn and another. Just a beautiful combination of turns. Beautiful flow. Is that turn number 5 on that wave?
Yeah,
Fortunately, he becomes unstuck on that last one, but just a beautiful combination of turns. The flow that this kid has in between maneuver and maneuver is something the judges love. They love that top to bottom surfing. Basically no hiccups at all. No double pump bottom turns, just up, down, use of right rail, use of left rail. I love surfing like that.
Yeah, Rylan Rubens showing why he is the current ratings leader as scores are dropping. 8.67. A fantastic way to start off the heat for Ryland Rubens, all the way from San Diego. Parker Cohn, a quick in and out for him. It looks like he is going to better his 3.7 on his last ride with just those 2 turns. 4.07, as we are going to get a replay. This is Cade Matson, 7.17, the second best wave of the heat so far, Kale.
Yeah, I think the score was well deserved. He pretty much surfed this wave as good as you could. Look at that, 5 turns all the way to the inside. We're going to see Parker Cohn's last ride. I think this was his 4.07. He's been super busy. He's caught 7 waves already. And this right here, best wave yet of this heat. Ryland Rubens, judges were forced to give it a really high score. They gave Cade Matson a 7.17, and this surfing out of this world. Very professional. That's CT surfing right there.
And if he would have finished that last maneuver off, probably even go maybe a half a point higher as well, but 8.67. Ryland will take it. A great way to start off the heat for him, but Che Allen needs a 9.4. He pretty much proved to us yesterday that he could get 2 of those scores, as he does have the highest heat total, a 19.03, the highest of the event, but unfortunately in this heat he has not cut a wave yet. 17 minutes and 25 seconds, but he does have first priority, so as we see David Economos in the blue jersey coming up, Taro Watanabe in the red, Bo Rayner in the white, and Shane Borland in the green. That's going to be a fantastic heat as well. But going back to Che Allen and his patience, he's really proved to us why he posted the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.7, the second best, well, one of the second best, 9.33, as we see Parker Cohn yet again up and riding, Kale.
Chipping away. Parker Cohn already with a 5.33 and a 4.07. Let's see what he can do on this inside.
Yeah.
A little bit stuck on that first turn. I think he wanted to kind of bust the tail out in that first maneuver. Unfortunately, he can't because he sees the wave rifling away. So he opts to just kind of speed tap it and tried to push a little too hard on that second session. A little bit of a mistake, but remember, Parker has caught already 7 waves. He's currently sitting second, and he's just trying to stay busy. As we see, Ryland Rubens, our heat leader, up and riding.
As he is pumping down the line. Nice first check turn for him, and a second top turn straight up into the lip. A third one, sending a lot of spray, and a fourth right on the sand, Kale, as he's finishing up. Going to back up that 8.67 very well, as we see Braden Jones and Bo Rayner having a talk right there as Ryland Rubens paddles back out. 15 minutes and 55 seconds.
Crazy to think that these guys aren't even 19 years old.
No, it's, you know, Ryland, I've known him for a couple of years. He's huge as well. I mean, that's why these kids display so much power on their waves.
Yeah, it's crazy to see them surf this well at such a young age. Here we go, Parker Cohn. This is right here. He wanted to ditch the fin, saw that the wave was going to run away from him. Pushes a little hard. Stays on his board. Not going to be one of his top 2 scores, as we see Ryland Rubens racing down the line. This is where he wanted to get to. Boom, taps it right there. This is the power move of this. Boom. A lot of water being displaced. And another last vertical turn on the inside. Walks off. He's got to be feeling good.
That he is, as he dives underwater. 7.5 and an 8.67 have Ryland Rubens in first. Second place, Cade Matson, a 7.17 and a 5.93. He needs a 9.0 to overtake Ryland in first. Parker, a 7.77 now to move up into second. And Che, he needs a combination of 13.10. Not impossible, but with 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. In this situation, as Che has yet to catch his opening wave, Kale, if you were in his situation, would you, 1, try to catch an opening ride as soon as possible, or might as well wait with priority?
Yeah, he definitely has to wait. He has to wait for a good wave. He can't afford, with 3 other competitors in the water with him, he can't afford to just paddle in and try and catch a 3 or a 4. He knows that Ryland Rubens already has an 8.67 and a 7.5. Cade Matson has a 7.17. So he knows he needs those high scores, those excellent scores, to be in the battle for first or second position. He has priority, and he's had it for pretty much the entire heat. Him and Ryland Rubens were waiting out the back at first. Obviously, Parker Cohn getting really busy right away. Cade Matson as well. I think they both did the right thing. Ryland Rubens got really lucky into getting that better wave of the heat over Che Allen, and he just backed it up in a huge way. That last wave he caught it further down the point, way closer to the beach, so Che Allen was nowhere near that wave. He couldn't afford to paddle all the way down and miss out on a potential opportunity out the top. As we see some movement out the back, this seems to be Che Allen, the Bayesian surfer, with the highest combined heat score yesterday. He's up and riding.
As the Bayesian invasion continues, and Che goes down on the second maneuver. That is a mistake that he cannot afford, Kale, as he needs a combination of 13.1. It's going to be difficult with 13 minutes remaining, and our priority is with second place, Caden Matson. He's going to try to better his 5.93, and you know, not the way Che wanted to start off his heat at 2.17, so he still needs a combination anyways. But, you know, waiting for that long, do you think the nerves or pressure got to him, Kale?
I think he needed a big score. I think he knew the wave wasn't one of those bigger set waves. He was doing the right thing. I think he was trying to go vertical and project out of the turns. Unfortunately, he just didn't have enough speed going into the turn, and that's why that outside rail ended up digging. So he's going to have to regroup. This is what champions are made of. He's going to have to go back out there and just focus on himself right now. He's just going to, he no longer has priority, so in a way, it's a little bit, he has a little bit more freedom, per se. He doesn't need to wait out the top. He can actually get the inside waves, where Parker Cohn got a 5.33 and a 4.07. Ryland Rubens also got a 7.5 on those inside waves, and that's exactly what Che Allen's doing. He's moving a little bit further down, closer to the beach. The pressure's going to be on the guys that are sitting with priority out the back. So hopefully Che Allen can regroup, and there he is. He's going to be paddling for his inside wave. Could be a good thing, Mitch.
As he will be up and riding here. Our surfer from Barbados, beautiful opening maneuver, a second one straight up into the lip. As he continues down the line, 3 maneuvers in a very tight space. And as you said, you know, it seems like that first wave that he got out of the way, you know, utilizes his first priority. And even though he fell, he got the jitters out of the way, got his feet in the wax, and said, you know, now that I don't have priority, I can actually sit wide and maybe catch something that comes through that everybody else isn't going to catch. And it seems like it did favor him in a big way, as we are going to see the replay. Take it away, Kale.
Yeah, so he's sitting a little bit farther off. Beautiful first turn. Gets that projection out of the first turn. Beautiful second maneuver and really vertical on the third. So he really likes it. I like it as well. I think it was a really well surfed wave. I think that falling on the first wave actually helped him. I almost feel like if he would have kept on going, he wouldn't have been in position to catch that better wave. We're still waiting on scores for Che Allen's last wave, but he's free. You know, he's sitting further off the pack. He can actually afford to go on those small waves because we know that within 30 seconds he's right back out again. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these competitors that originally at the beginning of the heat didn't have priority and were catching a lot of waves, like Parker Cohn and Cade Matson, how they react to having priority. First priority is with Cade Matson and second priority with Parker Cohn. So now they're going to have to change up their game plan. As we see there on screen, it seems to be Bo Rayner, who actually ripped zippers to pieces yesterday. And we see once again Che Allen on the inside. Great looking wave. Let's see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, he got a 7.03 on his second ride. Trying to better that. He needs a 6.08 on this wave to move up into second. Might possibly get it there. 10 minutes remaining, so he is now in a good position. At least, you know, with that 7.03, he could possibly move up into second with his last ride. We're going to see the replay right now as he drops in. Opening turn right here. Just a setup for this one. Boom, actually sends a lot of spray out the back and straight up and vertical again. You know, really 2 solid maneuvers on his backside again. And as you said, that first wave that he fell on, that 2.17, he had one decent turn, tried to come up for a second one, and actually try to force it too much. You know, he got the jitters away. He got his feet in the wax and just really got into this heat. Once you get a wave and your blood's flowing, everything's going through your mind, and you stop thinking about things. And I think that's what Che did. He gets a 6.6, so actually moves up into second. Now Ryland's still in first, but Cade a 6.46 and Parker 8.3, and priority is with white Cade Matson. So as a kid who just won the Rip Curl Ground Search, the international final, went down to Brazil and won. So he knows how to utilize priority very well. 9 minutes remaining. You know, things can happen. We've seen crazier things. And as we said, these junior men can surf waves like this so well. it's crazy that we might see more excellent scores.
I love seeing what just happened in the last 3 minutes. Che Allen was waiting with priority for more than 10 minutes, catches a wave, falls on his first turn. Then we're thinking, oh boy, that's it, he's out, right? That's what goes on in my mind. I'm like, oh my god, he's gonna have a hard time catching up. But what do you know? Within 3 minutes, catches a wave, gets a 7.03, paddles off out again. 15 seconds later, catches a 6.6. So he's way back in the heat. Not only that, but he actually caught 2 waves that Cade and Parker could have caught before him, but they didn't want to afford losing priority on a medium wave that didn't necessarily look that good. But there it is. Che Allen in second position, and now sitting right next to the guy saying, boys, you thought I was out? I'm in.
Well, the good thing about Che Allen is that he is, one of the taller juniors there is, but very thin and lean as well. So he has that projection. I know one of your fellow teammates from Sayulita, Nayarit as well, Dylan Southworth, like that as well. He catches waves so easily getting into them, as we see some spectators right on the sand. As we're going to see ourselves on screen right now. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza from Sayulita, Nayarit. We are here in heat number 1 of the first quarterfinal of the junior men's action, then going straight into junior women's quarterfinals as well. It seems like we will be running our QS Women's 6000 quarterfinals as well, so stay with us. It's going to be a long day, but it's action-packed as things have been incredible all day long. Caroline Marks, one of the best performances of the event so far. Rylan Rubens currently in first, 8.67 and a 7.5. Che Allen, as you said, in a 3-minute span, gets a 7.03 and a 6.6. But Cade Matson, a 6.46, and Parker Cohn, 8.3. Not impossible, but a lot more difficult as things have slowed down. 6.45 remaining, Colin.
Yeah, we're going to see a shuffling of the pack for sure. 6 minutes remaining. We're definitely going to see more waves on this heat. And it's going to be interesting to see how these guys choose to use their priority. We've talked about this over and over again, and I was actually mentioning to Cote earlier that I saw an interview where Ronnie Blakey asks Kelly if he likes to be more active, and Kelly was saying, yeah, I don't really actually like having priority out the back, because then you're almost forced to wait for the good wave and decide which is the good wave. That's the hardest thing. Usually when you're just out there having fun and surfing with your friends, you're just catching waves all day long, right? You're just catching waves. You're not sitting for 20 minutes trying to catch the best wave. A, it's really hard to decide which wave is going to be the good wave, and B, maybe after sitting such a long time, there's no blood flow in your legs. You get a little bit tight, make little mistakes that you wouldn't usually do if you were busy. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens towards the end of this heat.
As you did say, not having priority can sometimes be very beneficial, as Che Allen, having a look, the other 3 junior men not opting to go on this one on our competitor. The Bayesian invasion continues as Che Allen kicks out, does not like the look of that wave. He needs a 9.14 to overtake Ryland. But really advancing on is what these kids want.
Yeah, and it almost looked like he was looking down the line on that wave, potentially even to do an air. These kids have the air game.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about young kids nowadays, is they have the rail game. A lot of them have really amazing rail game in their surfing, but for sure they can go to the air. And that's something that we really haven't seen that much. We saw an Air 360 by Silvana Lima today, but we really haven't seen that many airs from the young guns. Obviously, the wind right now, almost no wind at all. You can tell because we're sweating like crazy. A lot of people are just chilling on the beach, hoping that the breeze comes up a little bit. But surfers are surfing with more rail, keeping their fins in the water. Some tail wafts, but not a lot of crazy air. So I'm really interested to see now that Che Allen is a little bit more free in this heat. He doesn't have priority, and he has 2 great waves. So potentially he could catch one of those insiders or go for something really big on the inside, which would be really fun to watch.
And, you point to something interesting that a lot of these surfers, especially in this event so far, because there has not been too much wind, that they've been keeping it on rail just because those opportunities haven't really been brought up too much. So when you actually do see these kids just lay it on rail knowing that they don't have a section to actually pop up, they say, hey, I got to actually go back home if my rail game isn't as good. That's something I need to prepare on and get better at. And I think most of these kids live in Southern California. They all go to lowers during the summer. It's one of the most premier waves. It's very similar here to playa zippers, especially the right-hander. You go to upper trestles more during the winter. You know, you surf waves like those and waves down the line where you need a speed and actually control all your weight and how your board positioning is on the wave as well. So that's a really cool concept because unfortunately, you know, we've seen a lot more kids just take it to the air instead of actually lay it on rail as we used to do back in the day. And, you know, for that to come back and kids to finally understand that power is equal to airs as well, it's something amazing and outstanding that had kind of been lost for a couple years.
Yeah, and I think these guys actually have to find the time to juggle 3 things. 1 is school, 2 is competitive surfing, and 3 is actual free surfing. You're not going to get better at surfing necessarily just competing, right? And you're not going to get better at competitive surfing just free surfing. So these guys have to obviously make sure they're doing good in school and then divide their time in surfing into 2. They need to go down and surf, for example, southern Mexico, Australia, places that have more line in their surfing. California is known for a lot of beach breaks. Obviously, you mentioned lower trestles. There's a few waves that give you that line. Unfortunately, some of these waves are ridiculously crowded. So as a Grom, it's not that easy to catch those great waves. So a lot of these kids actually spending a lot of time in southern Mexico in those points south in Oaxaca, and then also finding time to travel all over the world, Brazil, France, and now here in Cabo, as we see Cade Matson up and riding.
And speaking of lower trestles, this kid surfs there every single day when there's waves, and you can tell right there, a nice 3-turn combo. And I like that little fist pump that Cade said. He needs a 646, not an easy task, but really good surfing there from our surfer in white. As a reminder again, he did win the International Grom Search back in Maricias last month. So a minute 50 remaining. This could be a nail-biter heat, Kale, as you know, Cade needing that score. We're going to see the replay really break it down for us here.
Yeah, Cade Matson needing to replace a 5.93. Beautiful projection flow. Bam, that's a little better. And another finishing turn on the inside. You mentioned the fist pump. We've talked about claims before. It affects me, right? I see the wave and I'm like, oh, maybe it was a 5, and then I see a fist pump and I'm like, wait, maybe it wasn't a 5, maybe it was a 6. So it makes me doubt. The judges paying close attention to what's going on. They have a few camera angles. They're able to see replays on the spot. They can actually call down and say, hey, we need to see a replay on that last wave, please. Boom, there it is. They didn't take too long in Cade Matson's last wave. Not as good as his first wave.
Yeah, not enough, 5.9. So only really that second turn where he really projected down the line. Third turn, not as strong, but strong enough. But unfortunately, does not get the score at 5.9. 50 seconds remaining, and Che will be on the defense mode right now. As you can see him paddling, he is utilizing his third priority. He is up and riding, trying to better a 6.6 as this thing is running down the line. Not going to do it right there, but really trying to keep Cade off that wave as Parker does have priority at the back. He needs an 8.3. Might get on this wave here, Kale.
Yeah, that was a really smart maneuver from Che Allen. As we see, up and riding, Parker Cohn from the USA. Beautiful surfing down the line wave. Manages to fit 3 turns in fast. Little ollie there on the inside. And our heat leader, Rylan Rubens, who's sitting with priority out the back, using it on this beautiful wave. Wow, that was crazy. I was not expecting that.
That was impressive from Rylan Rubens, and we're counting down. We did see Cade Matson have a look. Oh, not up in time, unfortunately, so he will be bowing out. Score still yet to drop for last of Parker Cohn in green. He needed an 8.3 to move up into second. Don't know if he's going to get that score right there, but last of Rylan Rubens still yet to drop in. And Ryland did win the heat only with 3 waves ridden. That's something pretty impressive, Kale, as we do see the youngster, our current ratings leader for the Junior Series in North America. He's going to take a big heat win and moving on to the semifinals, as well as Che Allen.
On screen, Rylan Rubens. Guys following online, get used to that face, because you're going to be seeing more and more of it throughout the upcoming years as we see a heat recap. Beautiful surfing from these young guns. Cade Matson right there, unfortunately, just doesn't get the jump on Che Allen. Che Allen, really, really intelligent surfing. And this was by far the best wave of the heat. This is Rylan Rubens. Amazing surfing. I love this heat.
Yeah, our surfer from San Diego advancing on in first place into the semifinals. We will be right back with quarterfinal number 2 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Buenas tardes. Welcome back to beautiful San Jose del Cabo here at Playa Zippers. We are in quarterfinal number 4 of the junior men's. As Tara Watanabe is in red, David Economos in the blue, Bo Rayner in the white, and Shane Borland in the green. Another great action-packed heat. Kale Carranza alongside myself, Mitchell Salazar. Kale, action-packed heat was the last round. Rylan Rubens and Che Allen advancing on. Unfortunately, Cade Madsen and Parker Cohn bowing out. But they're still enjoying Cabo, and it's we got a great quarterfinal on hand. We will be running all 4 quarters, then going into junior women's quarters, and then eventually women's QS 6000 quarters. It's going to be another action-packed day. It has been so far.
Oh, for sure. I was actually really impressed by the way Rylan Rubens surfed in that last heat. Really mature. I can't believe this kid is under 19. This is crazy. The level of surfing is just through the roof here in Cabo. We knew we were going to see great surfing. You anticipate it, but then when you see it firsthand, you're just really blown away. Then Che Allen, that is one of the biggest, most important turnarounds I have seen in a heat yet. He was sitting with priority, went on a wave, fell on his first turn. Usually that's enough to get you pretty down, pretty sure you're going to lose. You paddled right back out in 3 minutes, caught 2 waves, just killing it.
We do see some really good surfers out on the water right now. Tara Watanabe was having a look, as well as David Economos. These kids wanting to get off to an early start, and we did see, Rylan wait patiently, but then Che, even more patient, utilized his first priority. Things didn't work out for him, but he still advanced through. That shows patience and maturity, as this kid has both. Bo Rayner is up and riding.
Bo Rayner forcing the issue right there, trying to do an air 360 with almost no speed. That's the kind of stuff these kids can do. I mean, they can manufacture a 5-point ride on something that you and I would probably just take off and get maybe a 1, maybe a 2-point ride. So just trying to do something out of nothing. Bo Rayner there from the USA. Sitting a little bit now farther off to the left. It's going to be interesting to see which surfers actually surf better with priority. It seems like most of the surfers today have done better when that priority pressure is off. So interesting to see what happens. Looks like there's some waves on the way.
As we do see, a couple surfers from the San Clemente area. I want to say a big hello to Kevin Schultz and everyone watching from San Clemente. Just supporting their fellow teammates all the way from those surf clubs, as we see Bo Rayner up and riding again. This kid is from North Carolina, Kale. I really liked his interview yesterday. He said, here at Zippers, I don't have to fit in 2 maneuvers in a 20-foot radius. As Shane Borland, this kid is from Ventura, California. Beautiful opening turn on a big, one of the bigger set waves we have seen this morning. Really nice second turn, setting it up for right there, sliding it. He needs to finish strong to get a good score right here. He does. Slides it right again in the pocket. 26 minutes and 20 seconds as up and riding David Economos.
David Economos answering back. Nice little lip glide. It's the first maneuver, wrapping it all the way around into the foam. Another turn for good measure. A 4th maneuver on the inside. This is just a gift that keeps on giving all the way to the inside. And we see Bo Rayner. Beautiful surfing. Smaller wave, but surfing it very, very well. Once again, trying to manufacture a score off of a below than average wave, I would say. Nothing like David's wave. And Tara Watanabe patiently sitting out the back with a red rash guard. It seems like that red rash guard always holds priority for the beginning of the heat. We had Che Allen in the previous heat also with the red rash guard waiting. So now Tara Watanabe pretty much in the exact same situation that Che Allen was in his previous heat, and see how he uses his priority. We're going to see the last replay. This is green. Shane Borland from the USA. Beautiful surfing, Mitch.
Yeah, Shano, really nice first turn. Gets caught around that section. Kind of has to speed flow down the line. Has a really nice wrap there and finishes off with that beautiful carve at the end as well. But David Economos right behind him. I really like his speed right here. Utilizing this first section to his advantage. Boom, right down the line. And he's keeping his vision always down the line. That's that beautiful, beautiful carve. We don't see that too much. Bringing his shoulders all the way around. Finishing up on the beach. Probably the best wave of the exchange. And Bo Rayner, smaller wave, but he's smart. He's trying to build a house, build a foundation, and he does just that as he works this wave all the way through to the inside. And you can tell he's from North Carolina because in a very short space, he got a 3.73. Not an easy wave to surf, but he did it very well. 24 minutes and 30 seconds. But as you said, Taro Watanabe sitting patiently out the back with first priority.
He was surfing really well yesterday. I think he knows what waves he wants to catch. We're still waiting on scores from David Economos and Shane Borland. Both waves very similar in distance and size, but David had a little bit of a floater fin drift at first, then 3 different turns after that. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges give it. Shane Borland, great flow, just great surfing all in all.
As we are going to go downstairs to Fisher DeVoe, he's with last heat's winner, Rylan Rubens.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with their heat winner, Rylan Rubens. So tell me, Rylan, you know yesterday the waves were a little bigger. Today it's a little smaller. So what was your game plan going into your heat knowing that the waves were smaller today?
I don't know. Yesterday I didn't do that great, so I just tried to wake up. Today's a new day and just start over. Luckily there's 30-minute heats. I think that was a great call because that heat was really slow. And yeah, just catch waves, try to build some sort of a rhythm. And yeah, luckily I got those 2 pretty kind of early ones. I waited kind of for a while, but luckily there was plenty of time, and yeah, I was stoked.
Awesome. And tell me, how is it like growing up in San Diego and surfing blacks all the time?
Yeah, it's nice. It's blacks is a really good wave, and it's not so good for waves like this, which is kind of most of the junior tour. But yeah, no, it's a great place to grow up, and it's taught me everything I know. So yeah, I'm super blessed.
Awesome, Rylan. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the next round. Sweet.
And thank you, Fisher. That is probably the 10th high five, at least the 10th high five he has given out today. But that kid is classic. But Rylan Rubens, what a class act. You know, he even admitted it. It's like, hey, you know, I need to surf more point breaks. Blacks isn't, you know, a wave enough good for this. But he said that he didn't surf that very well yesterday. I disagree with him. I thought he surfed excellent, even though he made a couple mistakes. But made up for it today. 8.67, 16.17 heat total, and he takes the win into the semifinals.
That means he's got more left in the tank, Mitch. I mean, it's nice to hear, nice to see good surfing, and a shock to hear when competitors aren't stoked with the surfing they did. That means that their level is way higher than what we saw. So that's always exciting to know, because we know that we'll be seeing more aggressive surfing from them. Rylan Rubens saying Blacks is a great wave. We all know Blacks is an awesome wave, but yeah, it's hard to come from a place with awesome waves, knowing that you're going to go surf 2-foot waves like Japan, Brazil, and not opt to go down to Blacks and go surf maybe La Jolla Shores, really far up away from the pier where you can actually get 1- and 2-foot waves. So interesting to hear Rylan Rubens talking about that. We're going to see the event top 5 scores, Mitch.
As, yeah, Che Allen, he had advanced on in the last heat with Ryland, 9.7 and a 9.33. 19.03 was his best heat total of the event so far. That's from Che Allen. Rylan Rubens, as we do see, Taro Watanabe, the patient youngster from Malibu, California, up and riding in the red jersey. A series of beautiful frontside maneuvers, and wow, how did he do that right on the sand? But that was impressive. The kid, I personally know him quite well, working over at Hurley, but, you know,
I love the body language. I love the body language. He's so stoked. He's paddling slow. He's like, yeah, well, I waited, but how do you guys like that?
But, I mean, not even 10 minutes have gone by. He waited patiently with priority. But, I mean, his bottom turn after bottom turn after bottom turn straight into one maneuver and another. I don't know how he controlled his speed that well. It's amazing. 7.67. Best score of the heat so far. Beautiful surfing. He got rewarded, and you know, that was not an easy wave to surf, and he did it perfectly.
What's most impressive to me is how he can keep his composure after waiting for 10 minutes. He knew he had to do something big. Starts off with a floater. Here it is, first turn, more of a transition turn. Boom. Slides the tail out, climbs up on the foam, finishes it off strong. Judges like it, 7.67, and here he goes again. Trying to get a backup score right away. That's exactly what you need to do. You need to get back out there and try and get another score to put even more pressure on your opponents. Other surfers in this heat probably thought that their strategy was going to pay off, just get 2 waves right away. In the previous heat, Che Allen fell after 10 minutes of waiting, and Taro Watanabe said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take advantage of my priority. I'm going to get a 7.67. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just as you said, really not dictating the pace of his wave, but surfing the wave as to where the wave asked him to do. Just very patient and methodical, as we do see Fisher DeVoe, and I believe that is Caleb Crozier with Gabi Milan from Mazatlan. She's getting a massage from Caleb, and Fisher giving him some, as we see everyone in the competitors area just laughing. Caleb's around 14, 15 years old, and he's massaging an older girl. Everyone was just laughing. It's a pretty good scenery down here at the competitors area.
Gabi Milan, always super fun to hang around. Her and Mar Villela hanging out down here on the booth, taking amazing photos. Part of this amazing crew of people that we have working in this Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017. Awesome job. You guys have no idea how many people it takes to put on this amazing event, and they've done an awesome job. But we'll get back to that in a sec. We got Shane Borland up and riding.
As he is pumping down the line. One first crack there, second one, speed float. Beautiful steering carve right there, sliding the fins. A second one straight up. Gets a little hung up, but, you know, finishes the wave off, which is the thing that he wanted to do. Needed a 4.35 to move up into first. Gonna get that as a green will change positions. But look at this, David Economos with a 5.5 on his opening ride. Gonna utilize first priority. Look at this beautiful wave, Collie. Amazing surfing here at Zippers.
David absolutely over the moon, seeing that wave come in and him having first priority. There he goes, third time through the lip and a fourth. We hear a little bit of hooting on the beach, a little bit of clapping, and why not? He is stoked. That's what you want when you're waiting out the top with priority. You want to catch a wave that it's obvious to you that it's a good wave. And Zippers doesn't really do that very often. It throws a bunch of waves, and you have to guess. Is it a good one? Is it going to wrap in close to the rocks, or is it just going to run away from me? That wave looked amazing. As soon as he looked at it, he knew that this was his wave. We're going to see a recap right here, the replay of the last couple waves. This is Shane Borland. Beautiful wave, ticking all the boxes, surfing it really well. Small wave, not really much he could have done much more, but this is the money wave right here. Beautiful turn to get things started. And another one through the lip. David loving life. A little tail drift right there for variation, and a fourth foam climb. So he loves it. We love it. Let's see what the judges think. Still waiting on scores to drop. Currently, David is in fourth position, needing a 4.68. Safe to say he probably caught it?
You know, it's very safe to say I think he did get it, obviously. But Shane Borland does get a 4.6, and he moves all the way up into first. Now, David Economos, a 7.07. That moves him up into first. 16 minutes, 25 seconds. So situation out in the water. David Economos on screen, 7.07 on his last ride. But Taro Watanabe still has the best wave of the heat so far, 7.67. As David is in first with a 7.07 and a 5.5. Second place, Shano, a 5.83 and a 4.6. He needs a 6.75 to overtake Blue David. And Taro sitting in third, you know, wasn't first for the majority of the heat, but a 7.67 is the highest score of the heat so far. He only needs a 2.76 to move up into second. And Bo Raynor, a 3.73, not a keeper score that he wants in the scoreline by the end of this heat, but a 6.7 moves him up into second. 15.40, but Bo does have first priority, Collie, so many things can happen. You know, we've seen things change in 2-3 minutes, as it's such a short paddle back out that, you know, we saw Che Allen catch 2 waves in 3 minutes. He was in fourth.
Yeah, we're gonna see a shuffling of the pack quite a few times over the course of these 30-minute heats. We heard Ryland Rubens, heat winner of the previous heat, heat 1 of the quarterfinals, saying it's a great idea, good call on making these heats 30 minutes. Why? Because there's not that many waves, and you want to give these guys opportunity. You want to see good surfing. We want to make sure that these guys showcase their talents. As we see Bo Raynor up and riding, great looking wave, much better looking wave for Bo. That's a second turn, tail out, beautiful reverse on the inside, climbs the foam. Nice, that's exactly what he needed. Bo was currently sitting fourth, needing a 6.70, and as we see Taro Watanabe needing a 2.76. Nice surfing for Taro. I think he wants to apply the pressure onto the competitor. Small wave, but he said this is enough for a 2.76. Yes, sir. Kicks out right in that Pupukea inside. Looks like Pupukea, that little backwash section. I think he likes it. Paddling calmly out the back. Such poise for such a young competitor.
Yeah, and as we did see on screen, Bo Rayner needing a 6.7. Some excellent surfing right there. We're going to have to wait for scores and see what the judges deliberate, but some really good surfing as well from Taro Watanabe. He needs a better 2.5. Going to do that pretty consistently. 14 minutes of priority is with green. Shane Borland, his low score is a 4.6. That was his last ride, as we're going to see some replays right here. Bo, really nice opening turn there, setting it up. A second one as well, right in the pocket, but this is the money turn. Boom. Slides it all around really quick as well. Not something easy to do. I think that score might even go up into the excellent range. As Taro Watanabe, really nice first turn. Gets a little hung up though, but manages to secure a second one in the pocket and go straight up and vertical into the whitewater at the end. He finishes off 2.5, needed to better. He needs a 2.76. That is before last of white though. 13 minutes, 20 seconds. All I can say is I'm really impressed with the surfing of these junior men surfers. It's just fantastic. David Economo 707, Taro Watanabe 767. Score still yet to drop for last of white, as well as last of Taro as well. So, you know, you called it. Situation will probably change again, but you know, these kids managing and utilizing when they don't have priority as well is something super impressive, and I think that comes with a lot of amateur events using priority as well. So you get groomed and nurtured into using it and getting more used to it as well and feeling comfortable. So when you're in the situation without priority, you know what to expect from yourself and feel under pressure. As Taro, have a look, he is up again, Kale.
Taro Watanabe, just a quick in and out, trying to reposition himself on the reef. You see the boils there on his right side. That's how shallow it is. The tide is dropping. That's going to come into play. They're not going to be able to do those last turns on the inside anymore.
As we still have 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Last of Bo Rayner in white, 8.17. So the best wave of the heat so far, as we see some beautiful chicas on the beach. There are plenty of spectators here, and as you see the beautiful scaffolding in the back, we are up in that little booth that you see all the way to the right. It is pretty hot up here, Kale, but we are doing pretty well. Taro Watanabe on his previous ride, 3.8. So he's still in third as Bo moves up into second. So David comfortably in first. A 7.07 and a 5.5. Bo in second, 8.17 and a 3.73. Taro 7.67 and a 3.8. And Shane 5.83 and a 4.6. I'll tell you why David Economos is in first position comfortably right now, Kale. Because he has a backup score. All three other surfers, their backup score 3.73, 3.8, 4.6 respectively. Anything better than a 5 is usually your backup score. And David, wanting to replace that, he does have second priority. Going to be smart, but Shane Borland needs a 6.08. Not impossible, but with 11 minutes and 10 seconds, he will have to use his priority accordingly.
And you got to have a good head on your shoulders. I mean, you have to know what's going on, not only with what you need, but what other competitors need. Taro Watanabe, smart enough to catch a wave, needing a 2.67. He does. He gets it. He got a 3.80. So he knew he was going to better his situation, but I don't think he expected the surfer in fourth position, Bo Rayner, to jump into second. He caught a great-looking wave, did a crazy reverse on the inside. Judges loved it, gave him an 8.17. As we see, Taro Watanabe just going a little too hard, getting a little bit hung up. Momentum was driving forward. His board got stuck behind him, pearls that nose of his board, and becomes unstuck. He's got to paddle back out, regroup. Plenty of time left, 10 minutes. Such a good call. I couldn't agree more with Rylan Rubin saying that it's such a good call to have 30-minute heats, as we see Shane Borland up and riding.
Shane-O pumping. Oh, beautiful air reverse for our competitor in green, and just one maneuver. Fantastic surfing, though. 10 minutes remaining. He needs a 6.08. I can't wait to see the replay. Kale Carranza.
Yeah, it was a really cool tweaked air he did right there. I don't think he was expecting to come out of it like he did. He kind of lost a little bit of speed, so we'll see if the judges penalize him for that. Nonetheless, a very tricky maneuver. Hard to do. Air 360s, in my opinion, they're probably the hardest trick in the book. Now these young kids, they can pull them like that. Just boom.
couple pumps and Air 360. We're going to see a replay of that last wave. This is Shane Borland on his front side. Boom, there it is. Air 360 right there. Forced to kind of lay back a little bit. Different to Bo Rayner's Air 360. Bo read the wave actually really well and did that reverse out into the flats. Not only did he do it out into the flats, but he pivoted his board fast and readjusted his feet immediately to be able to climb and do a fourth maneuver. That's not easy to do, and I think the judges really appreciate that as we see a great looking wave for David.
Our heat leader in the blue jersey, David Economos from San Clemente. Beautiful opening turn. A second searing carve, sliding the fins out the back, unfortunately pushing a little too hard. He knows that was a mistake. 8 minutes, 55 seconds, and Bo Rayner currently in second, trying to better that 3.73. A 4.4 will give him the lead. Not going to get it there. He goes down, so things could possibly shuffle again, as it seems like Shane Borland's scores dropping in for his last ride might get the score he needs. And
wow, leaving the door wide open for Taro and for Shane. David Economos had priority, took off on the first wave. Good looking wave, digs a rail. Bo Rayner, better looking wave up the back. Second wave of the heat has been looking way better, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more steep. Takes off, looks down the line, forgets to get a little bit more projection out of the first turn, digs his rail. He's down 2. Now, Taro Watanabe and Shane Borland, respectively in second and fourth position, now have first and second priority. So it's going to be interesting to see if David's and Bo's mistakes will cost them this heat.
And it's surprising. I mean, you know, you see two surfers that were doing so well and so consistent, barely falling, go down like that when they did have priority. So David, unfortunately, a 3.7 for him. Doesn't better his 5.5. Was on his way to bettering that 5.5, though. But Shane Borland is the one that gets the 6.13, as we're going to go to Chris Cote. He's hanging out in the pool. Chris, how's it going?
Loving life.
It's going great, because all the way from Maui, we've got international singer, songwriter, rocker. Lily Miola is here. She's playing tonight in Cabo. Thank you so much for coming down to Cabo. You've only been here a day, but you're already looking like you're feeling the Cabo vibes.
Cabo vibes all the way. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited.
So you brought the band in. You're playing a show tonight at El Mercado. Yes. And is this your first time playing Cabo?
It is my first time playing Cabo. I used to come here when I was a kid and just flop around on the beach. So I'm excited to work here.
Well, you're going to mix work with play. Lily Miola is playing tonight. We couldn't be more excited. It's going to be an awesome show. I'm going to be I'm opening up for you, DJing.
No way.
Yeah, so this is really...
An opening DJ and Kiala Kenley's DJing after.
It's going to be an incredible show. I'm nervous. I'm working with stars here, folks.
Thank you very much, Chris Cote. Awesome job down there. It seems, you know,
a star in his own right.
He doesn't look like a DJ, Kale. He looks just like a normal skater surfer kind of guy. And then you see him, best commentator in the business, now a DJ. What cannot Chris Cote do?
It's crazy. I would actually disagree. He does not look like a skater. He does not look like a surfer. He looks like a guy that sits behind a desk all day and can't do any of those things. And then you see him surf, and you're like, wow, this guy can surf. Then you see him skate, and you're like, no way, this guy can skate. And then now he DJs. So it's a little bit annoying when you meet people like that can do absolutely everything. As Bo Rayner here, shredding this inside zippers nugget, trying to make something out of nothing. He needs a 3.79. If anyone, it's Bo Rayner that can make that score.
And I'll tell you one thing, that kid can definitely surf and skate as well. 3.79. I think he's possibly going to get that score and move back up into second. 5 minutes and 35 seconds. So Shane Borland on that one air reverse gets a 6.13. Barely getting the score he needs to move up into second. But Bo Rayner definitely going to drop his 3.73. Going to get the 3.79 he needs and move back into second. Taro Watanabe needs a 4.29. Not impossible. And he does have first priority with 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. As we're going to see lasted Bo Rayner in the white all the way from North Carolina, fitting in many variety of maneuvers as well on this short wave. And a pretty small wave as well. But judges appreciating, just the variety of maneuvers and how well he stayed with it, surfing right in the pocket, 4.33. So he does move up into second. Shane Borland now in third, a 6.38. So, going to be difficult for Shano, but Taro Watanabe, 4.84. A little bit of an easier ask, and he does have fourth priority. So 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. things are coming down the wire. I love these junior men heats, Kale.
I was blown away. I was blown away by Bo Rayner's last wave. I counted those turns. Those 6 turns on what I would call a 1 to 2 foot wave maybe. As we see Shane Borland, he doesn't want to get left behind. Unfortunately, that wave doesn't have enough. You can see him slapping the water, a little bit frustrated. This kid can surf. He's a phenom. He surfs so good, and all he needs is just a little bit of help. Mexican ocean gods, if they can send Shane Borland and Tara Watanabe a wave, it's going to be super exciting for us and for you guys that are watching online to see what these guys can do. We already saw Shane manufacture a 6.13 out of a wave that didn't have much in it. That was an Air 360. The judges liked it. Once again, you got to remember, Air 360s, they're way harder to do than floaters. So if you do 2 or 3 floaters and 1 crazy Air 360, you bet your Cabo hair that he is going to get a score.
And Sebastian Mendez on screen. It seems like former junior competitor Kevin Schultz, very proud of the San Clemente upbringing. He has, really paved the way for a lot of those junior surfers, as we see John Mel from Santa Cruz, California, son of the Condor, Pete, as John's got some beautiful hair on screen. I kind of want some of that hair myself. I'm a little jealous. But 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining as action out in the water. David Economou still in first, and that consistency has been the name of the game, as a 7.07 and a 5.5. It seems like David has been the more quiet surfer in this heat, only catching 3 waves. But that last wave that he caught, one really good turn, slid the fins on the second, but pushed a little bit too hard out the back. But still, he's in first. Why? Because he's been a lot more patient, a lot more methodical, and actually doing as much as he can with his waves, maximizing on each opportunity that he gets. But Tara Watanabe has the second best wave of the heat so far, 7.67, and Bo Rayner, 8.17, that has him in second. And here he goes. It seems like he's going to utilize his third priority, and he is up and riding, Kale.
Yeah, with some waves out the back, we're going to see an exchange. Unfortunately for Bo, I think he was just trying to keep Shane off of that wave. As we see David, our heat leader, David Economou in blue, up and riding.
As he is pumping down the line. Oh, nice little chip shot air. Does not complete it, but really the intentions were to keep Shane Borland off that wave. 2 minutes remaining as Tara Watanabe, he is up and riding, utilizing his first priority. He needs to make a 4.84 happen on this wave to advance into second. Nice slide of the fins right there from Taro, all the way from Malibu. Both of his parents are Japanese. He was born in the US of A. Growing up in Malibu, some really good right-hand point breaks, just like Zippers. He needs a 4.84. Your opinion, Kale?
It's gonna be right there. Taro, as you mentioned, only needing a 4.84. Small wave, well surfed, 2 maneuvers. Here we see a replay. Getting speed. Nice little tap on the first maneuver. And this right there slides the tail out with control. Tries to do a last foam climb. Fortunately, isn't able to ride out of that. So 2 maneuvers. The bulk of the scores are going to come from that second maneuver. I think the judges are going to have a long, hard think about that. The repercussions are huge. Taro could potentially get into second position as we see waves out the back. And this is exactly what Mr. Shane Borland was praying for.
6.38 is what he needs to move up into second. He is up and riding. Nice opening crack for Shano in the green jersey. Second one straight up in the pocket. He needs to finish strong to get the score he needs. Might see something progressive there. We do. Slides the fins at the end on the sand. Shano getting the job done, possibly getting the score 6.38. It's a big ask. Maybe get it there. 30 seconds remaining. He's on the beach. Going to make his way over to the beach marshal. As, it's going to be a close call. Taro Watanabe gets a 4.5, so does not get the score he needs. 20 seconds remaining. It is all up to Shane Borland to possibly move up into second. 15 seconds as a 6.38. Look at this wave, Kale.
Wow. Shane Borland, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Great surfing. I think he wasn't sure when he was coming on the beach if he got the score or not. It's in the judges' hands. These guys can't do anything else. See a little bit of frustration in Bo Rayner's body language. He docks himself on the rocks. Be careful. It's shallower than you think. And unfortunately for these guys, the set came in just a little too late. It would have been really fun to see these guys go off in the last few minutes as we see Taro Watanabe a little bit frustrated. He only needed a 4.5, if I remember correctly. Getting a 4.84 now. He is unofficially in third position. Shane Borland in fourth. We're still waiting on scores. And bam, there it is. Shane Borland makes it.
6.47 for last of green. Shane Borland, so he moves up all the way into first position. There he is on screen, opening ride. David Economos advancing on as well from San Clemente, California. San Clemente surfer is very proud, very happy to be here as we have one more up and coming. Sebastian Mendez in the next heat as Taro Watanabe unfortunately bows out. And not for lack of surfing though, as he did surf incredibly well. 7.67 on this ride right here. Beautiful surfing. We'll be back with heat number 3, quarterfinal action here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
All right, surf fans, get psyched. We are deep into the quarterfinals here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf Pro Junior Men's Division. Chris Cote here with Matt Myers. Matt, we're scoring. We didn't think that these waves were necessarily going to stick around through the day, but I'll tell you what, seems like it's just getting better and better. The waves look so fun. It's in that chest, waist to chest high range. Some big scores coming through. We got more than we expected. This is awesome.
Yeah, there's plenty of surf on offer. Having 30-minute heats is giving these junior surfers plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to show us what they've got. And if the scores in the last heat show you something, these kids are blowing up as all 4 surfers within a half a point of advancing, as looks like Shane Borland nipped it at the end of the heat, took the victory, 12.6 points to David Economos' 12.57, so just narrowly beating him, who held off Bo Rayner at 12.5 and Taro Watanabe at 12.17.
Incredible. Every surfer in that heat sitting on that 12-point mark. So 30 minutes here. We're going to start off with John Mell out of Santa Cruz, California. His backhand has been proving to be exactly what the judges want to see. And right there, just more of the same, opening it up with a solid scoring wave. He had a 2 on his previous effort. So let's set this heat up. Surfer in white, Eitan Osborne, who's been looking like the guy to beat throughout this competition. John Mell, you just saw there in blue. Sebastian Mendez, he will be in green. He's our youngster out of San Clemente, LA area, kind of bops around back and forth.
He lives a couple different spots, Agora Hills as well as San Clemente.
And then you got Tyler Gunter. Everybody knows him as Instagram. He'll be in red.
So, you'd have to say, 3 of our big contenders for victory in this heat, as well as a younger Grom who's going to be gaining some experience over these older boys, as we do have John Mell with his patented backhand snap tearing apart this one. And he got a nice combination. If you watch a lot of John Mell heats, you'll see he's always putting himself on the right waves.
Here goes red, Tyler Gunter. Another surfer on his backhand, going up in the lip, flying down the line here. Big vertical snap. Tyler Gunter now. This is definitely the best wave pick of this heat. You saw he did that first pump up into the foam, got the high line, and then bam, bam, bam. Out go the lights. Tyler Gunter's on for a big score to start this
Instagram
heat.
ate his Wheaties this morning. And that's exactly how he planned to start out his heat. Just 4 minutes into it, he waited patiently. Everyone else caught a wave. We're going to check the replay. Tyler on his backhand got flying down the line on his Doc prescription surfboard, and he just went to town here, tearing up the roof off, multiple turns on definitely, one of the higher quality waves we've seen in the last hour. And the judges are absolutely going to eat it up.
Yeah, that was a hell of a way to start a heat. He's going to be feeling confident paddling back out. Meanwhile, John Mell spinning around on a smaller one on the inside. Had a paddle. He was in third priority. He's probably going to stay there. Out the back, you've got surfer in white, Eitan Osborne, but this is Tyler Gunter, who found something on the inside. Goes to the backside. Air 360, can't come down with it. And here goes Eitan. Watch out for the fireworks from Eitan Osborne. Big opening snap. Another big turn. Gets around this section. He is feeling it as well. This is going to be a big heat score-wise. I feel like all four of these guys are just looking to do some damage here to zippers.
I am absolutely impressed by that surfing right there by the young man in white with that stylish bleach tip hairdo as Eitan. You know who this reminds me of? It was a little Connor Coffin action right there with that layback jam up into the lip again, throwing the fins out. And once again, so wow, between Tyler Gunter, John Mel, and now Eitan Osborne, it's not only scorching on the beach, Chris, but scorching in the water.
Yeah, so now we get scores coming through. Tyler Gunter's first wave comes through an 8.33. John Mel with a 2 and a 6. Eitan Osborne a 3.33. Sebastian Mendez to 1.77. Sebastian out the back in green with priority. I like that we have 30-minute heats for these junior men. They've earned it. They deserve it. And they're putting on a show. So they're using every minute of it.
I could not argue with you a bit there. Completely agree. They've earned it. It's very rare for one of these kids, these guys to surf a 30-minute heat. A lot of the time in the junior series, you'll surf a 20-minute heat. Every once in a while, maybe you'll get up into that 25-minute heat action. But since we've done so well and had such good waves the last 4 days of the Los Cabos Open of Surf, now that we're into Friday action, these kids get another additional 5 minutes to showcase their talents to not only those on the beach, but all the spectators at home.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it'd be pretty cool to see how these young surfers react. I mean, 5 minutes might not seem like a lot on paper, but it can really change the way you surf a heat. Here goes John Mel. His backhand again. Yesterday we kind of called him a cool combination of Owen Wright and Matt Wilkinson. You can see right there, he's definitely done his homework watching the world's best because, technically you see everything in its proper place. Of course, we all know John's dad, Pete Mel, an incredible surfer. He was one of the founding fathers of the 2 to 20 club.
He was, right?
He can do airs and 2-foot waves and charge 20-foot waves. And John Mel, he's in the 1 to 50-foot club.
There we go, John looking to back up that 6-point ride. Great floater, carrying tons of speed. That's actually a tricky and difficult turn. Both of those are, they don't look too special, but to get your board up and over the foam and carry speed through the maneuver, extremely difficult. It was an insider. Got a 4.67 and up into advancing spot. So John Mel now in second, holding off Tyler Gunter and Sebastian Mendez.
Yeah, it was cool to see John Mel and Tyler Gunter checking in together. Obviously, they're good friends.
Oh, they're best buds.
Yeah, so you have to think, they're competing against each other, but there's got to be an element of teamwork for Tyler Gunter. So he's sitting on that 8.33. You think at the end of the heat, he's going to try to help John get through. Does that even happen?
It is.
Or do they become enemies when they hit the water?
You're a different surfer when you're on land than when you're in the water, especially in the form of competition. In the water, you have no friends.
Yeah, and
that's
I think
the truth of the story.
I
really
think
is.
they all know as well. If you're trying to help out, let's say a surfer who's in third or fourth, the other surfer in the heat can just as easily get around both of you guys. And we all know all the surfers in this heat have the ability to drop a big number. So
but you
expect
never know.
more.
Like say John Mel was way out in the lead, had everyone comboed. Tyler was in third place, and John had priority. He might just paddle over the wave just by chance and hook up his little homie to get an advancing spot. You never know. Doesn't happen too often, but we've seen it over the years. I think there's a qualification year with the Gdauskas in Sunset Beach.
I was commentating that.
You were.
Yeah.
So we'll get back to that right after this interview we have with Fisher DeVoe. Who do you got for us?
Yeah, I got Shane Borland, our last heat winner. So tell me, Shane, through your heat, it was a 30-minute heat. You got a bunch of waves, but at the very end, you got that last buzzer beater that made you to the top spot. Tell me a little about that.
Yeah, it was crazy. I had last priority, and there was 2 minutes left, and I thought there's no way I was going to get another wave. And then their little set came that wasn't that good, and everyone kind of went on it. And then I had first priority, and then luckily that thing came with a minute left, and it was a nug, so worked out. But yeah, it's fun.
That's awesome. I know you're a pretty good skater. How do you balance the two sports between skating and surfing?
It's pretty hard, but I just try to surf whenever there's waves, and if there's not waves, make sure I'm skating. Yeah.
That's awesome, Shane. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, it's straight out of that interview. We got Eitan Osborne going 115 kilometers an hour down the line, up into the lip.
Wow.
Controlled, makes it.
Are we going KMs?
I said yes, I said
Okay, got it.
KMs
Thank
because
you.
if that was lowers, we'd say miles. But
gotcha.
down here in Cabo,
What's the
we say
translation?
KMs.
115.
I've told you many times I'm not good at math.
Okay. Well,
I do
someone
have a
else
calculator.
send us the answer
Yeah,
of that.
it's really fast.
Just log into
the translation there.
Yeah.
Eitan Osborne, really fast.
Really fast.
Kilometers,
Pedal to the
miles,
metal.
meters, however you put it. He was flying. He's our leader. 7.83, 6.67 on that last wave, extending his lead here.
It looks like he switched up his equipment, as yesterday he was riding a double-decked front grip board, and looks like he's opted to go to something else. Looks like a brand new white surfboard by Roberts Designs, and he timed that the backwash pretty impeccably right there. As we've seen a lot of wipeouts onto the sand because of that backwash, but Eitan said, "No worries, I got this."
Yeah, I think we've been saying it this whole time. Eitan, one of the surfers to beat in this entire contest, and I like the matchups here. John Mel has been just blitzing through heats as well. Tyler Gunter, I mean, all three of these guys have had a solid run. They're, I'd say, the most known out of this foursome. Sebastian Mendez has definitely made a name for himself on this stage. I actually just got a chance to meet Sebastian and his dad, traveling buddies, and they've been
They're a
making
classic
full use
duo.
of their time down here in Cabo.
So one
And
thing
Sebastian still has priority, so he's playing the patient game. I think he knows you're going to have to get a really good wave and surf it really well to match the game of Eitan, John, and Tyler.
Especially with the scores that they have at this point in the heat. Here we go, Sebastian, what he's got for us.
Mendez on his backhand, quick opening snap. It's a little funky and gets it all back together. Another snap, so he's really got to hammer home these turns if he wants to keep up with the crew now. I like it. So obviously you can see the smallest and youngest out of this foursome.
He looks in at dad.
I like his face though. He is not intimidated one bit by these surfers he's going up against.
No, he's gaining tons of confidence, learning a lot by surfing against the older boys, And Chris, as you mentioned when we kicked off this heat, what is the ocean doing here? It's coming alive for us.
Oh yeah, Zippers is zipping. Tyler Gunter, aka Instagram, on his backhand. He has an 8.33 on the board. And if he keeps surfing the wave like he's started, this is going to be another big score. Onto the open face, another backside snap. Nearly gets hung up. One more vertical foam climb. All right,
Really
Tyler
well done.
Gunter now answering back to Eitan Osborne.
And Gunter was only looking for the 2.34 to get into second place.
That's an easy decision.
I believe this is going to take him up into the lead. We'll see. He's probably going to need around a 6 for that. And here's the replay from Mendez. Staying very active on this wave, getting a lot of maneuvers in. It's going to be tough for him to match the power of, these bigger surfers in his heat. But if he keeps being ferocious, attacking the lip, he'll be able to match a couple big scores with the boys. And here we go, Gunter backing up that 8.33, just looking in really good control over his equipment as he brings it up over the lip here, snaps it once, and squeezes in one final maneuver right before the shore round. And, Gunter's going to like that. And Larry back home is probably watching. Shout out to you. Got to give a big shout out to all the fathers, moms and dads, families supporting these young surfers. Couldn't do it without you guys. As here we go, John Mel on the answer back, Chris.
John Mel, his backhand has been flawless thus far. 2 turns. He speeds down line back into the open face. Another big snap. This is the heat of the day so far, Matt. For me, these guys are going blow for blow, wave for wave, scores coming through. Sebastian Mendez, a 4.37, so he improves on his opening ride. John Mel, his last one was a 4.67, so we're waiting for that score. And it looks like the number for Tyler Gunter is coming in. It's going to be a solid chunk of score as well. Here goes John Mel. I love this 1-2-3 combo. Bam.
So John is probably going to be looking for a score right now, as his fellow competitors have already dropped a couple solid scores. John sitting on that 6 and a 4.67, as it looks like the score for Tyler Gunter is going to be another bomb being dropped, as he's going to rocket way out to the lead.
You know what I like that John Mel just did on that last wave? He kept the pace. So he knew that, anytime you can kind of keep up with what your fellow competition has been doing, you're gonna allow yourself to not get in that panic situation, and I believe that score is gonna come through nicely. And Tyler Gunter, his wave comes through a 7.83, so the pace has been set. Tyler Gunter with an 8.33 and a 7.83. Aton now drops to second with a 7.83 and a 6.67. John Mell, he is in third. His last wave comes through a 6.4, so he needs to up the ante a little bit. Now he needs an 8.10. Sebastian Mendez is comboed. He's got 16 minutes, 15 seconds to go. A lot of time remaining. You see all four of our surfers right here. There's no anger in the lineup right now. They're all having a blast, surfing really fun-looking zippers. Just four homies out.
Yeah, so at a time like this, it gets a little interesting in a heat, Chris. Is like, are you going to be the type of surfer that's sitting out there chatting it up? Are you going to try to get in your competitor's head? Or are you going to just go cold, stone cold Steve Austin and just freeze up, game face, not saying anything? Someone might be like, hey, Chris, how's your last one? You're just going to be like, nope, just ignore him.
Yeah, I think the perfect two examples is you had Philippa Anderson and Tatiana Weston-Webb in the heat together, and I don't even think there was a word exchange. It was just icy, cold, paddling around each other, and it was really fun to watch. You know,
Yeah.
It makes it excitement, and then it makes it exciting, and then you have a heat like this where these guys have all surfed together probably a bunch of times at this point, so they know that with priority, no need for hassling. They're really just kind of taking turns in the lineup, and of course, the 2-minute mark, then we're probably going to see some fangs come out, and that's what we want to see. Good clean surfing and finish it off with a bang.
Yeah, right here, there's not a ton of juniors in the series as far as events go, and this is a crucial event in the rankings. As you know, this is the second event. We kicked the year off in Cocoa Beach at the Ron John event, which I believe Ryland Rubens took the big victory there, as he has also moved on into the semifinals. So he's really going to look to take a stranglehold on the North America junior rankings. But these young lads here in the water are looking to be nipping on Ryland's heels, as they're going to be waiting patiently.
And Ryland's still going, right?
He is. He advanced. He won his heat. The first quarterfinal, him and Che Allen advanced. In that next heat, it looked like we had Borland and Economos, a couple, a little bit lesser known surfers in the junior ranks. And here we have a bunch of the big names, as well as coming up in the next heat, a couple bangers.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto, Elijah Fox, Cole Hauschman, Liam Murray coming up in that next heat. Visit loscabos.travel, and as you've been witnessing via your computer, phone, TV, Cabo rules. And what a beautiful place to come visit. And as far as, economics go, a trip to Los Cabos is not going to break the bank. Respectively, if you look at the grand scheme of trips, this can be a really cheap and easy getaway. And I should know. I come here as much as possible. John Mell now, big backside hook on his second turn. He gets back onto the open face, not wasting an inch of that wave, all the way to the beach, runs it off. That second turn was vicious.
Scorching. So John Mell looking for an 8.1 to get up into advancing stages. We're going to have to check the replay and let the judges do their job, give us a number. As John, quite a few maneuvers there. He was able to really connect well at the beginning of the wave. Towards the end, he just tapped away. As John currently sitting in 4th place in the North America Junior Rankings, which is a qualifying spot for the World Juniors next January. And that's what the goal is here for all these young gentlemen, is to qualify for that WSL World Junior event. It's definitely the biggest stepping stone to make it to the WQS and then onto the CT.
Yeah, it's, in baseball you have the minor leagues and the major leagues. Kind of consider the farm system that we have in surfing as you got Pro Junior, then you got the WQS, then you got the big time, the World Championship Tour. John Mell, definitely on his way to the big time, but right now he's still got some work to do. His last wave comes through a 6.07. Needs an 8.10. I would say the only difference between John Mell, Aton, and Tyler right now is size of wave, quality of wave, because his surfing is right there with both those guys. His waves have been a little bit smaller.
Exactly, Chris. So that's really what was hurting him here. The open face of this wave didn't quite allow him to, open those shoulders and crack the lip as he would have really enjoyed doing. But, one really nice turn. He got a 6.07. It is up into his scoreline, but still looking for that requirement of a 8.1 as time. Still plenty of time in this heat. 30-minute heats. These kids are laughing. Normally, like one of their heats on a normal day back home would be, you know, coming ticking off to an end here. They still got over 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so out with priority is your second place surfer, Eitan Osborne. Tyler Gunter. You would, in any other heat, you would really kind of feel like this would be a safe win for Tyler, but with 10 minutes, 15 seconds to go, and the talent in this heat, definitely not safe. Here's a look at Tyler Gunter's highest scoring wave in this heat is 8.33.
And look at that right there. Look at the speed and flow Tyler Gunter's displays on this wave as he absolutely attacked the lip numerous times, and that got him in the 8.33 excellent range. And here we go with Eitan Osborne, that amazing layback snap right there. Really love this type of surfing. Eitan's definitely one of my favorites in the draw. He's one of those kids where if you see an edit coming out online, whether it be on Surfer Magazine, Stab, Surfline, etc., you're going to have to click and watch it because he's one of those unpredictable surfers, you know, out of that Ventura, Santa Barbara area, the likes of Dane Reynolds, the Coffin Brothers, just those guys that really you don't know what they're going to do on the wave.
I'm with you. 9.5 to go. Surfers in the lineup. Now play the patience game. Eitan has first priority. Tyler Gunter second priority. And that basically means those two surfers right now are controlling this heat. And we said earlier, they're all friends, but I tell you, they're going to be watching John Mel, knowing full well what he's capable of if he's given the opportunity. So Chris Cote here with Matt Myers. And we are staring down the barrel of another epic quarterfinal. Crosby Colapinto, Elijah Fox, this man on your screen now, Cole Hauschman, and Liam Murray coming up in quarterfinal heat number 4. And we've been blasting through days, kind of trying to make full use of the swell that we've had. And I think we've pretty much picked the eyeballs out of it. And it's still here. So I'm excited. I know everybody watching at home, all the surfers here, are really happy with the conditions that we've had. You know, last year was kind of a struggle, really small into the finals. But then if you watch the replays of some of these heats,
just think about the overall event recap video you could put together in the last 4 days.
I think I will venture to say this has been the best ever Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, it's just, I mean, the level of talent we've had, I mean, especially the QS 6000 women.
Yep.
The level of talent there and the storylines that have been kind of interwoven through that portion of our event been pretty cool to watch. And huge potential for a new champion this year with Coco Ho losing out in the quarterfinals, or in the round before the quarters. Nikki Van Dyke went down. So there's some options here for
we're down to our final 8.
That's right.
And they will be surfing again later today. And looks like we have, you know, Dimity Stoyle, Silvana Lima, Keely Andrew, Caroline Marks, Sage Erickson, Tati Weston-Webb, Dominic Barona, and Bronte McCauley, who is looking to go back-to-back. So I think she's our only former event winner still in the draw.
Yeah, you're right. And then you have the women's pro junior side of things. Summer Macedo, Leilani McGonigal, Alyssa Locke, Macy Callahan, Mia Collins. So many good names. Alyssa Spencer's been looking in fine form. And then you've got Caroline Marks, double duty. So not only do we have the potential for a back-to-back winner, maybe, we do have a potential for a juniors and QS 6000 winner, which would be the first time, I believe, in history on the women's QS.
A double champion?
That would be so cool.
What would she do with all the? Could she carry everything she's going to win? Like
would she
those
get,
many big checks and trophies and prizes? And
she'd have to fly a friend down here to help her carry
just
all
like
this stuff home.
Get like a cargo ship, something.
Yeah.
To take it back.
6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Gunter in the lead. Eitan Osborne holding priority in second. John Mel in third, needing an 8-1-0. Sebastian Mendez, he's comboed, but he's ready to put up a fight. He's in third priority. We're getting down to the wire here in quarterfinal number 3.
We are, and just a little brief puff of wind starting to come up, but it is staying absolutely beautiful, pristine conditions down here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. World Surf League WQS 1000 men's pro junior event in the water now. There's quite a few events kind of in the back half of the year. I know we head to the East Coast, the ECSC. I believe there's an event on the Outer Banks. Got to double check the schedule, but I know there's an event in Barbados. There was a Newport event. We'll see if that's still on the schedule as well. But, you know, these are crucial points for these young gentlemen. And they're learning a ton about their surfing. They're learning how to compete. They're learning how to use the priority system. And win or lose, everyone's going home with a big smile because you're here in one of the most beautiful places all over the world.
And a tan.
And a tan.
Nothing
not
like a
not us,
combo
though.
tan.
We're inside here. We're not getting the direct sunlight.
Oh, man.
Oh, we're working on it.
Hey, we might have a day off at the end here. The Alana Blanchard Foundation, we do have an Alana Blanchard Super Heat. She's hand-selected 4 surfers to compete for kind of a side prize. And basically, those 4 surfers that she selected aren't necessarily all sponsored up. So, you know, getting around the world and traveling to all these events costs a lot of money. So the Alana Blanchard Foundation has been set up to help young female surfers get to these competitions. And I believe she's got Holly Wan, Dimity Stoyle,
Maddie Peterson, and a local Mexican,
Anna Gomez. I might have Anna's last name wrong, but
okay.
We got 4 great surfers.
Thank you,
It's gonna
Alana.
be a fun heat to watch. Yeah, very cool. And I saw Alana yesterday.
Yep, she's arrived.
She's arrived. She's ready to cruise down here and hang out. And she's been a great spokesperson for this event. I actually got the chance to travel with Alana, Layla Hurst, and Camille Brady.
Oh, look out.
Down here to Cabo. We did a video for the tourism board and for the Boardwalk Productions called How to Do Los Cabos with Alana Blanchard and Friends. And that was a really fun trip. You can look it up. It's all over the internet. It's gone viral. You should watch it. Parts 1 and 2.
I've watched it at least twice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you know,
You're making our
Alana
ratings
Blanchard, one of
soar.
our Rip Curl athletes, so obviously supporting her cause and all the different movies and
I'm your
clips and
friend,
things
so
she's
you're
coming out.
supporting me.
And, of course,
Thank you.
Cote Media, the man.
3 minutes, 25 seconds to go here. All fun and games.
And talking
in the
about
booth and on the beach, but
Oh,
tense moments in the lineup.
We do, as we do see a few lines
Uh-oh.
approaching, and the boys are scattering. White does have priority in the second place spot.
And he's making a go for it.
He wants the first wave.
I think there's a wave out the back. He better not miss this wave. He doesn't like that initial speed pump. Going down the line, looking for the ramp. Opts for the up and over. There he goes to the air, gets the grab. Front side 360 air, spins it around, revert. Perfectly executed. And here goes red, Tyler Gunter. So these 2 surfers getting the best of this set. You saw John Mel slapping the water out the back. They just needed 2 more waves to complete the cycle. And I think
Wow.
Eitan Osborne and Tyler Gunter may have potentially, I don't know, Tyler's second scoring wave is a 7.83, but Eitan Osborne, he was sitting on a 6.67. You would have to think an air like that, probably the best air we've seen in this entire event.
I just had to do a little in the booth. It was a semi-golf clap, semi-actual proper clap, because I got fired up.
Yeah, and as you should. Let's take a look at Eitan. It was all set up from this first turn right here. Kind of snapping up, barely just releasing the fins, and then bam.
That looked like Felipe Toledo.
That was cool.
And then we had Tyler Gunter using his priority here very well. Nice first turn. I love he takes his time here, really picking his spots on the wave, not coming from too far behind, really getting to the open wall as he connected 1, 2, 3, and 4 times. Finished solid. So we'll see if that does go up into his top 2. Nonetheless, Eitan Osborne is about to drop an absolute hammer, and the judges are loving it. And here we go with John Mel. Can he answer back?
Trying to keep pace, and the pace is feverish. John Mel going to the backside reverse, goes down. And he's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, so knowing full well that he had to pull out something special at the end of that wave. He's going to get back out into the lineup. Scores are coming through, and they're coming in hot for Eitan Osborne as well as Tyler Gunter, so we could be in for a pretty epic battle here for these first and second place spots with 1 minute, 12 seconds to go. Sebastian Mendez now has priority. John Mel will get back out there. Unfortunately for John, he's in 4th priority now, so he's got to be at the back of the line. Scores dropping. And it looks like Eitan Osborne drops a 9.4, jumps into the lead. Tyler Gunter needs an 8.91. He's got something close coming in, but he should feel good about this. An 8.10 for Tyler Gunter. So Eitan Osborne with that frontside air 360 gets the lead, one of the highest scores of the day, if not the entire event, a 9.4. Tyler Gunter keeping pace right behind him, an 8.10. John Mel dropping a 2.7. Sebastian still only with 2 waves. These guys are coming in. Job well done.
Yeah, these boys just ran away with it there. Unfortunately for John, couldn't quite find the quality waves that the surfers in red and white found in the lineup. But Eitan Osborne doing what he does best, and that is not holding back, letting the fins fly free, and stopping the maneuver of the events thus far. So Eitan, with the board change, really working out for him as that heat comes to a close. And the final heat of today in the Pro Junior division is coming up next in quarterfinal heat number 4. As we're going to take a look at some of these highlights from that heat, as there's plenty of them. And I think it might have been potentially the highest combined first and second place heat score of the event.
Yeah, no, I'm no mathematician, but I'll throw that out on a limb that was the highest scoring heat yet. And it was Tyler Gunter who really started it off, and then Eitan Osborne. Not only did he go with the power, but also went with the technical surfing, getting a massive frontside 360 air to seal the deal here. John Mel made it a battle. Unfortunately, like you said, could not quite get the waves he wanted. So at the end of that heat, it's going to be Eitan Osborne, Tyler Gunter. One more quarterfinal here in the Junior Pro Men. Stay tuned. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. And we are back after an incredible quarterfinal number 3 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are in the Pro Junior Men's Division. We are live from Zippers. We're just on the edge of town in San Jose del Cabo. One of the 3 jewels in this Cabo region. You've got San Jose, you've got Cabo San Lucas and Todos Santos. And you've got shredding happening right here at Zippers. Chris Cote here with Matt Myers. Liam Murray, I believe that will be his second wave. Crosby Colapinto will be in red. Elijah Fox in blue. Cole Hausman in white. Last heat you had a goofy and a regular footer making it through. So the goofy versus regular battle is looking pretty even here in the Pro Junior Men's Division. Always fun to kind of watch that little contest within the contest.
Oh yeah, we got a goofy versus regular battle in the booth too.
That's right.
Or we could just split the peak.
Split it.
I'll go left.
Sure.
Nah, just kidding.
I've been watching all these. I've been watching all these
I'm not going
backsiders
left.
here.
Are you kidding me? I'm going right all day long.
Man,
You're going left.
It's really fun and inspiring to watch these surfers, men and women, to really study their techniques. Kind of, I love to just pick apart exactly what they're doing and try to soak up some of that knowledge. Excited to see what Elijah Fox from Hawaii has for us today.
So Elijah Fox is a recent transplant. Just about a year and a half ago, he moved from the island of Kauai over to San Clemente to join, the circus of the melting pot of Southern California surfing, where the who's who. And if you want to make it as a pro, living in San Clemente is not a bad call. So Elijah, kind of gets a little bit forgotten in Kauai. They're pretty rootsy behind the scenes out there, and moving to California to get a little bit more in the limelight.
So you moved to Sao Paulo Clemente?
Sao Paulo Clemente. You see what, Toledo's in town now. Who else? Jordy Smith?
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I mean,
if there was a town versus town surf contest, And San Clemente could use all the people there that have an address in San Clemente. We have a pretty unstoppable surf team.
It'd be tough to beat from like the youngest age group and up, because those little Groms, you know, even from the middle school age group, they're the gnarliest ones in the entire state, if not the country.
Check.
I think it's really about check, mic check. And it sounds like Fisher's getting ready down there. But yeah, you know, it sounds like you know, San Clemente really supports the younger surfers, and that's the reason I believe that they have such good talent. You know, when you have Chloe and Dino bringing up, you know, the Jet Shillings over to his house, showing him surf movies, showing him the boards, helping him get sponsors. Same with the Gudangs. They really support the youth, and I believe that's the reason why San Clemente produces such good talent.
In their high schools, surf programs are always really solid, so they really foster surfing from a very young age, and it's showing. 25 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Liam Murray, his second wave at 2.87, so a slow start here. But speaking of big heats, that last one was probably the biggest heat of the day. Eitan Osborne with a huge win, 17.23 points. He's on the sand right now with Fisher DeVoe.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with their heat winner, Eitan Osborne. So tell me, Eitan, in that heat, you got that one right there, and you got that first turn just setting up for that big air, and that got you into the leading position. So tell me a little about that.
Yeah, I was in second, and there wasn't really anything else to do, so I just did an air, and I kind of wanted to do an air, and I haven't landed one, so I landed one. I was stoked.
That's awesome. It was a good air, and it got you that score you needed. That put you into the first place position. And also, I noticed you changed out your boards. You want to tell us a little bit that?
Well, the other one was kind of shorter and rounder, and this one just felt better on rail, and yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, the board looked a little better under your feet. Well, anyways, good job on your heat win. We'll see you, I think, in the semifinals. Hell yeah.
Very relaxed, Eitan Osborne.
Did you hear what Eitan said? He said stoked.
That's even more than psyched.
It's
that's
stoked
his,
psyched combined. Is that going to be the new word? Is that the new word?
Well, we can use it in this heat.
Can we say we're stoked?
Yeah, hopefully a set will come and get us stoked up.
I'm so stoked right now.
So Eitan Osborne, you can tell he's just, you know, this is all business for Eitan. Really relaxed, no stress in that last heat. And he moved it through with Tyler Gunter. And if you make it this far, and let's say you lost in that last quarterfinal, you're still getting 300 points and $300 for third place, $200 and 280 points for fourth, 13th place and 9th place. So 9th place in a pro junior at this level is huge.
Yeah, it is.
That's a keeper result.
That's a lot of tacos you could buy too.
Oh yeah.
So you're going to be nice and fed. And look at the parent zone right there, competitor area. Looks like we have one of the lady competitors coming up. Looks like a little Kira Pinkerton, who's absolutely been on fire lately all throughout the many events that she participates in. And, you know, next to her, if I look at some other competitors, a little trainer there.
Yeah, and, means we're moving on. We're going to see more quarterfinal action. You know, we didn't know at the start of the day what the swell was going to do, what the tides were going to do to the waves, but thankfully they have held up, and that allows us to really just keep powering through in fun waves here at Zippers. And it's really easy as a commentator to, you know, try to hype up the situation, keep it positive, yada, yada, yada. But I'm telling you, it's warranted. These waves are looking really fun. It's, you know, waist to chest high, some head high sets. You know, it's not super consistent, but it's consistent enough for surfers to get 4 and 5 waves each in a 4-man heat. So that tells you right there, there's a lot of waves. And Brian Robbins, the WSL, has, and the head judge, has deemed 30-minute heats the call, and that's giving our junior pro surfers, you know, a lot of opportunity. And was that a missed opportunity? Here goes blue, Elijah Fox. And Elijah Fox has got a nice section in front of him. One big turn, another big snap, blows the tail out, getting around this section. Another quick carve, and what's going on with Elijah Fox's knee? I know he had a previous injury, and in watching that's something you do not want to see, obviously in some pain.
There's a lot of pain from Eli Fox. I was actually with him when he blew his knee out about 3 weeks ago at the Rip Curl Pro Tofino up in British Columbia, Canada. He was surfing in the semifinal and did a big error. It was actually the quarterfinal, excuse me. Did a big error reverse, landed backwards, and partially tore his MCL. And he hasn't surfed since that event, since that day. Did a bunch of rehab the last few weeks, and this is the turn right here where he's going to feel the pain right there on the outside of his knee. And he's grimacing. He's got the knee brace on. You know, talked quite a bit about pulling out of this event, but to him, these points at this last year in the pro junior age group were so important to him that he wanted to tough it out and push through.
Well, he's 17, 18?
He's 17. He might have just turned 18. I got to double check. But so this is his last year in this age division, so he doesn't want to miss any of these events, so there's no second chance.
Yeah, it's you know, that's a tough call always when you're rehabbing from an injury. And I actually flew down on the flight from San Diego to Cabo with Elijah. His dad was there, and you know, they were just kind of talking about it. It's kind of like, just go there, enter the contest, and take as much time as possible before you have to surf. Fortunately for him, he's been getting really good waves, so he hasn't really had to like grind it out super hard. And I think this is going to be a heat that tests his fortitude and the strength of that knee. 6.5 on his first wave, so a great start. And he's going to just have to get back out there. And you know, obviously you don't want these young kids to push themselves past you know, what they feel is worth it. But I feel like Elijah Fox, he's put a lot of thought into that decision, and he's going to be going for it. And he's up again on another wave, and you know, he looks like he's kind of figuring out a turn to do to minimize the stress on that front leg. That quick little front side snap, the judges still like it, and it does the job. So I kind of like his strategy within this heat as to, you know, you don't want to like try to do a big layback snap and really risk further damage there. Stick to those just fundamental style turns. And in this heat, his second wave just came through. It's a 5, so he's doing everything right, and he's still keeping it under like 80% here.
Yeah, I'd say he's surfing, honestly, around 60% because this kid has an absolute nuts tapped air game on the regular down at T Street, lowers across San Clemente. He's doing air reverses all day long, and he's basically told me he's not going to do any airs this event. He has the power game. He's a really big kid who trains all year long, so he's just going to stick to the power game, doing those simple maneuvers, like you said, just tapping the lip there, doing
Smart.
something that's not going to, you know, hopefully further the injury too much. He does have the U.S. Championships at Lowers coming up just over a week away, so unfortunately for Elijah, you know, injuries happen in sports. No matter what sport you're participating in, it happens all the time, and it's just something you got to deal with. So we will see, you know, if Elijah continues to press on or take some time off, as the next pro junior event, I believe, is the U.S. Open.
Yeah, so long road. Summer, the busiest time for any surfer. You know, on the World Championship Tour, we've got the outer known Fiji Pro going on. I believe they're off today.
They're off again, yep.
So they're waiting for some swell, and they've had decent waves throughout the waiting period, but I mean, that's Fiji, right? Decent wave in Fiji is the best wave anywhere else in the world, but thankfully they're holding off. They're waiting for just the most perfect conditions, because as we all know, this is an event that sets up the World Championship run. And you got John still in the draw, Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina still in the draw. So some title Owen Wright.
Gabe and Owen lost.
They did.
They lost in round 3.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Did I just rub it in? I didn't mean to.
Oh, right on. Thanks, Cote. Yeah, no, they lost some really tight heats just at the end. Really high. They had the 2 highest scores out of anyone who lost. They would have won the majority of the heats.
That's a nice way to look at it.
And looks like we got a deep paddle here. White and red are going to absolutely paddle battle for this one. The 2 San Clemente surfers as Crosby Colapinto takes it away. Here you go, Chris.
Bam. Opening turn, setting it up, getting on a beautiful open face run here at Zippers. Crosby playing it safe on his first 3 turns. Now he engages the fins. Bam, another snap on the inside. So Cole Hauschman, he had to give way. Crosby just got the edge there. I mean, by a matter of just inches, got right around the backside of Cole Hauschman and scored. It's going to be a great opening wave for Crosby. And Cole Hauschman, well, he does have priority now. That one's going to sting to start this heat.
It's going to sting, know why the most? Because he waited about just over 13 minutes into the heat. Both surfers still without priority. Neither of them caught a wave, and that was such a crucial single wave that came in. You won't even call it a set because it was just one. But Crosby, you know, he doesn't back down in heats. You know, him and Cole are obviously good friends. They hang out all the time.
Not anymore.
Yeah, they're going to have to, you know, take a couple minutes to let that one soak in, get over it. But Crosby, you know, a bunch of down-the-line projections here for his first 3 maneuvers, and then this is, like you said, where he really was able to open up, blast the fins out, stylish surfing for Colapinto as he taps it 2 more times. And if you zoom in closely, you can check out his new little haircut, Chris. I don't know if you've seen him walking around, but he went with that Taj Bro look where they like basically shave the sides but leave the top. It's not a mohawk. I don't know, what do you call that?
Like a side mullet?
It's like where they, exactly. Not like a proper mullet, but like they shave the sides, leave it long up top, long in the front, long in the back.
So it's not the Mikey Wright.
It's a little bit like the Mikey Wright.
Okay.
So it's not a full, because Mikey Wright has the long hair in the back,
Three-quarter
right?
Mikey.
Yeah, it's a 3/4 Mikey. Mikey in training.
It's good. You don't want to go. You don't want to go. You don't want to go the full Mikey right off the bat. You've got to ease into the full Mikey.
Right. Exactly.
15 minutes, 30 seconds to go, waiting for scores, and they've dropped a 7-1-7. Crosby Colapinto starts off with a hammer. Cole Hauschman does have priority, unfortunately lost the paddle battle. No priority to start these heats. And then priority gets handed out as surfers paddle for and or catch waves. Elijah Fox still in the lead, 6.5 and a 5. But Crosby Colapinto now has jumped into second, strength of 1 big score. Liam Murray, 2 small scores. Cole, Hauschman, nothing. Yet. We know Cole is about to flare up.
I'm just kind of looking at the Pro Junior rankings after one event. We do have quite a few surfers in the mix. Elijah Fox got a 9th place finish in Cocoa Beach. Crosby and Cole both are 13th place finishes as Liam Murray finished 25th. So all 4 of those surfers, not quite the starts they're looking for. You know, Eli, a 9th. You'd consider that the lowest end of a keeper you'd want, but it's all about making the semifinals and the finals to finish in those top 5 spots. So, you know, this is such a crucial heat for that, you know, advancement towards the World Junior Championship.
Here we go. Colapinto looking for a backup. Staying busy. He's in 4th priority, so he's the furthest surfer in. He's taking scraps right now, but he's a lot of time left. We're going to see priority switch a few times. Just got a message from friends at Hanson Surfboards. You know Hanson Surfboards in Encinitas. They're very excited to see what's coming up. They've got some team riders in the women's pro junior division.
What's up, Josh Hanson?
Yeah, they're all.
What's up, boys?
Yeah, sorry if you go to Hanson's right now and they don't just jump to service because they're all watching the con. No, they'll still serve.
Yeah, but they're locked into the Los Cabos Open to Surf.
Yeah, for sure. And so are the boys at Chemistry Surfboards.
One of their favorite team riders, Alyssa Spencer's coming up.
That's right.
Next round.
Yeah, it's a big time. A lot of this is kind of an extension of Southern California, really. Cabo, you know, it's such a quick flight, so it's very easy for a lot of these competitors to make that trek from San Clemente, San Diego, Orange County. This is one of the closer pro juniors you're going to get. Crosby Colapinto, he's found a little gem on the inside. Quick float. Nothing crazy, but staying busy. And I feel like when a surfer in 4th priority starts kind of capitalizing on these little insiders, it actually draws the guys on the outside in.
Oh, nice point right there.
Yeah, and so they start to kind of get a little antsy, fidgety, and they're going to start coming in a little bit, and then they
like a fidget spinner fidgety?
Exactly. Then they tend to make some mistakes, maybe using priority on smaller waves because just they have that little tiny panic button that the 4th priority surfer has kind of been toying with by catching those little waves on the inside.
Yeah, and Colapinto only getting a 1.77 there, but does further his lead over the surfers in 3rd and 4th. Murray with a couple quick throwaways, looking for the 6.08 with Hauschman. Still yet to drop a score on the board, looking for the 8.94. As time is flying by, and unfortunately for these boys, Chris, I think Aton and Tyler just sucked the ocean dry.
Yeah, they were little wave sponges.
Little surf sponges.
We're under 12 minutes. Something's happening in the lineup. Got a kind of a mid-sized set. Cole Hauschman has priority. He's getting a good look at this wave. And this is where having first priority can be kind of sketchy because you don't want to make a mistake to start your heat. He hasn't got a wave yet. He's got a lot of time to go, and he's fully engaged in paddling for this wave. Here goes Cole Hauschman, a powerful goofy footer. Big snap to start it off as he speeds down the line. Cole, part of that heavily stacked Vissla team. 3rd turn, spiced out. Cole Hauschman, great start He needed an 8.94. Most likely he'll need 2 waves to get that, but I feel like that is a great start to this heat. Most likely it'll get up in that 6+ or 7 range, I would say. I'm not a judge.
So Hausman, looking down the line here, he waited about almost 18, 19 minutes for this wave. And this kid is always cool, calm, collected. His approach is just very sturdy. Kid doesn't fall off his board very often. And he just, linked a couple solid turns there. Nothing too fancy. Didn't want to push the tail too far and come incomplete after waiting that long. So he knew his power base of surfing was going to be rewarded. And the judges are absolutely loving Cole Hausman's surfing. He had no bobbles, connected the turns, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way inside. And this is going to be the highest score of the heat. And it's almost actually going to take him into advancing stages on just one single wave.
Yeah, well, he's trying to prove me wrong. When I said he might need 2 waves to get that 8.94, he might be right on the money there. And he does, an 8.67. That's enough to get him in 3rd place. So right there with what he needed. Still needs to get 2 waves, so it was right in that point, but now he only needs to basically stand up, a 0.27 to get into 2nd place. But he's dropped down to 4th priority. Liam Murray now in 1st priority, Elijah Fox 2nd, Crosby Colapinto in 3rd. Whistle's coming up. We got a set coming through the zip line here. Zipper's coming alive, and it's going to be green. Liam Murray. We haven't seen much from Liam yet. He's got a nice looking wave, beautiful opening snap. Gets around this wave, a glistening just jewel of a right-hander, but unfortunately Murray, the 2nd turn, a little bit too much emphasis, sliding the tail, zipped on by him, and here goes Elijah Fox.
Elijah Fox, one quick snap there, looking to come around the section, snaps it once, floats down the line, carrying a lot of board speed. The wave is running away from him, but he finds the section again, and he unfortunately goes down, falls on top of that injured left knee, and unfortunately for Fox, that was one of those set waves that zipped down the line past where he was looking to do his performance maneuvers. Going back to Murray, I really did enjoy that 2nd turn. He obviously didn't continue down the wave, but he committed to it. He released the fins, and he held it down. So here it is. Nice quick snap. I don't know a lot about Liam Murray, but I'm instantly a fan of his.
I was kind of harping on him for not making that section, but I really like that 2nd turn. You're right. This is the first time I've seen this injury really hampering Elijah. This is kind of, you can see the telltale signs here. He would have normally made this turn, but the way he was coming down was already kind of awkward. And now here he goes, backing it up. Cole Hausman, he's got a beautiful looking wave. Just perfect backside snap. Again, tagging the lip. And a 4th big turn. Signals it up to the judges. Smiles, claps from the crowd. That is going to be another near excellent score for Cole Hausman. His first wave in 8.67. I think that's going to be right up there with that 8.
Wow, so Cole Hausman, talk about a late start to a heat, but coming in hot, drops the 8.67. And here's a quick replay of a wave we missed. Colapinto, let's see what he did on this one as he snapped it up through the lip there. Nice open wall, drifts the fins on the 2nd turn, a little bit of backwash, but he connects solid once again. So the surfers in red and white really taking advantage of the waves on offer in the back stages of this heat. As here we go with Hausman again. This is one of the few waves we've seen claimed in this event. Only a handful of waves, and Hausman is going to go up and over the excellent range, and I think the judges are going to start to really run out of room at the top of the scale for where they want to put this score.
I'm putting that in that mid-9 range.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I give that a 9.5.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen any scores. We'll see.
Yeah. We don't know, so just gut feeling. And I know Cole liked it. Cole gave himself 10 on that one. And I think that was a nice claim. It wasn't over the top. It was just right there. Quick snap, looked at the judges, smiled, just showing his stoke. So here's how the scores are shaking out now. Crosby Colapinto, he's going to be getting a nice score for that 2nd wave of the set with 7 minutes to go. So as it stands now, Elijah Fox is in the lead. That's all going to change. Cole Hausman actually has dropped into 4th place. But just wait. When his score comes through, it's going to be solid. Now Crosby Colapinto leapfrogging into the lead with an 8.30. And just as we thought, big scores coming through for Cole Hausman.
One more
Is it going to be?
Oh,
so close to our first perfect 10 of the event. A 9.93.
Apologies. I'm sorry we gave you 9.5s.
Wow. Even better than we expected. We expected a huge number. 3 judges gave it a perfect 10. Two judges gave it a 9.8. You average that out, a 9.93. The highest single wave score of this entire event, I think.
And he even has Colapinto comboed in second place, who has an 8.3 and a 7.17. So now, with 6 minutes remaining, Murray dropped a 5.9 on his last wave, and the sets are coming in hot. Chris Cote, take it away.
Oh, here we go. Liam Murray needs a 9.57, so a huge, huge number for Liam. He's got the skills. Does he have the section? Goes to the air, blasting the fins, comes unwaxed from his board, goes down. He knew he needed something big. Here goes Fox, trying to come back. Looking fired up after hearing those big scores. Dropping through, big power hook for Fox. Another vertical snap on the forehand. Wow, Elijah Fox wants back in this heat.
Fox is feeling it. Now
Oh
here
my
with
gosh.
Colapinto just throwing buckets to the horizon. A nice early combination for Crosby as he opens the shoulders there on the third turn. A smaller wave, but a lot of work getting done here. The great combination of turns. I love the pro junior action, Chris. This is too fun.
He's a surgeon just performing surgery on that wave. The scalpel's out. And meanwhile, Hausman, I mean, that is a celebration maneuver right there. He's throwing away, well, I would say he's throwing away scores, but he's gotten only 2 waves. Fortunately for Cole, they were 2 of the best waves of this entire event. An 8.67 and a 9.93, putting him up there with Shea Allen for the highest heat total of this contest. Shea Allen, of course, getting that near perfect heat. Cole Hausman, though, he has got to be fired up. And you know what? Safe to say, when he hadn't caught a wave in 14 minutes, you and I were not worried about him because we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, and he is one of the surfers that doesn't freak out. You see a lot of the juniors, even some of the pros, that when they don't catch a wave at the beginning of the heat, they start getting antsy, start going on small waves, start rushing their maneuvers. But Cole and his family, I think they really, are calculated in their surfing and their approach to heats as they take their time. And a couple big scores are going to be coming in here as Elijah Fox drops a 7.6 as we see Liam Murray.
Murray now, great opening turn, lays it back. Another big tail sliding maneuver, and I like that Liam Murray knows what he has to do. He has to throw it all on the line. He's I would say, the youngest competitor of these 4 surfers. And he did that snap there, and had this weird flash of Travis Molina and momentum surfing in Cabo.
We're going back to Travis Molina.
Yeah.
Wow. And here's a replay from Fox. Fox dropped his best wave, a 7.6, for a searing number of powerful turns. Again, nothing too risky here as he doesn't want to further that MCL injury. But look at the look back at the judges. And Colapinto with his best score. With just this fiery surfing, a nice open carve there. We missed that turn. We picked it up there. And look at how much spray this kid throws. Great timing on the button. Nice variety of turns.
You know
confident
who he
with his
surfs
maneuvers.
like?
Who's that?
Griffin Colapinto.
Who's that?
His bro.
Oh, his bro. We know him.
So obviously shredding in perfect style runs in the Colapinto family.
I wonder if he looks at his brother surfing and tries to emulate it or picks off the parts that he likes about it and wants to improve them.
It's going to be a fun grudge match to watch. They're both the nicest kids you could ever meet. So
it was almost like when Andy Irons took off ahead of Bruce and then Bruce kind of caught back up to him.
Yep.
I feel like Crosby's coming for you, Griff.
2 minutes, 45 seconds ago. More sets on the horizon. Pro junior women are coming up next. They got to be fired up from what they're seeing right now. There's high 9s available in the water. Elijah Fox, he needs a 9.57. He goes up in the lip, trying to get around this section. Perfect little runner. Unfortunately for Elijah, caught behind him the majority of this wave. So all his turns ended up being just a millisecond late. And again, he turns around to see Crosby Colapinto is back on the escalator, going full 540.
Wow.
Now Colapinto trying to steal some thunder from Cole Hausman. Love it. This rules, Matt.
I got a big smile on my face. I'm just going to let it hang for a little bit, the smile. Sorry, I'm not talking.
Man, so under 2 minutes to go. Now the judges have to kind of think, okay, well, we threw that 9.93 for...
Look at these guys.
Yeah. And they're still at it.
There's a minute and a half left. Elijah, dropping another big score there, looking for the 9.57. And these two boys got to travel a lot together. They're on the Rip Curl program. 2 of our best California juniors and good friends in and out of the water. I guess in the water on the free surfs because we're in competition and they're not going to be too friendly right now. As we do pick up Fox's last wave, once again, a bit late, as you mentioned, to a lot of these turns, working really hard to get around the section, but absolutely ripping. And Colapinto did something we have yet to see him do in this competition, and that is take to the sky, as he's been serving all power so far, but right there showing the flair, showing the judges, the spectators on the beach, the girls on the beach, friends at home, that he's got the full mixed arsenal as he drops at 8.53, that big aerial maneuver, but still not enough to catch Hausman.
Yeah, I think the big difference there was, a little bit size of wave, how many maneuvers Cole did on his 993. I think that was probably the best maneuver of this heat, but when you're looking at what you need to get a score up in that near perfect range, Cole Hausman had the edge. But so far, that was the air of the event. And of course, you got to leave it to a Colapinto to do the air of the event.
So are you saying Colapinto's is better than Eitan's?
Yeah.
We're going to have to tee those up. Maybe our boy Chucky Regano in the replay booth could show us those two airs.
Ooh, yeah. That would be fun to see the side-by-side comparison.
I would
10
love to
seconds. Surf fans, after this, get ready. Some of the best pro junior females in the world will be going out there in zippers, about as fun as it gets. Great sportsmanship right there. That's what we like to see. So they have been trained well by most likely by their parents. Win or lose, high fives.
Yep.
Move on. And speaking of moving on, it's going to be Cole Hausman and Crosby Colapinto. Great effort from Fox and Murray. And there's Mr. Hausman. Sean Hausman.
And Charlie Fox right there too. Elijah's dad.
They all got to be they got to be hyped with that heat. I mean, win or lose, that was a great performance by all four surfers. There's your winner coming in. You said it. I think you said calm, cool, and collected, or cool, calm, and collected. Either way, it fits.
3 C's.
Yeah. Surfing like this, I mean, just pure power, consistency, a lot of flow, and just great maneuvers. I love this kid's style. Liam Murray.
Right here.
I want to see more of him.
I'm a new fan of Liam Murray. I'm admitting it right here as we have Colapinto on that forehand attack. Absolutely unleashing the fury here, following in his brother Griffin's footsteps, who won this event last year. And here is the powerhouse.
Yeah, this was that big 9.93, one of the best scores of this entire event. There was a San Clemente super heat with Cole Hausman taking the lead. Got to give it up to Elijah Fox, surfing through injury and absolutely ripping. Well, folks, we'll be back with more surfing from Zippers. Swell, hanging in there, waves looking so fun. We've got some of the best pro junior females in the world coming up next. Do not go anywhere. See you in a minute.
And welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf down here in Cabo, San Jose. It is a beautiful day at Zippers on the beach here, as you can see. And Kale Carranza joining me in the booth. What an electric heat we just saw. Two of San Clemente's favorite sons absolutely dominated that heat. But we're back into the quarterfinals of the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Women's juniors, we have Macy Callahan from Australia, Mia Collins, Rachel Presti, and Kira Pinkerton, all from the USA. That last heat, I just want to keep talking about it, but we are in quarterfinal number 1 of the junior women, so we're going to switch our tone. Congratulations to Cole Hausman for one of the highest single wave scores of the entire event so far for that 993, but we've got action in front of us, and contrary to popular opinion around the contest site today, the swell has stuck around.
Yeah, we're so stoked that the waves are actually pumping. We knew that the swell was going to decrease in size, but thankfully there's still plenty of swell in the ocean. I think the conditions are probably as good as they get here in
Zippers in San Jose del Cabo. Amazing waves, amazing surfing. Pretty stoked to be here with you, Ian.
Yes, and it is on. And as we move into the quarterfinals, I was doing a little research on these ladies, and I couldn't believe how power stacked these next couple heats are. And you're looking at this heat right here from San Clemente, Kira Pinkerton. She currently sits number 3 in the ratings for North America. Mia Collins, number 9. Macy Callahan, current Pro Junior champion, sits number 6 in the Oz region, and Rachel Presti is 9th. So across the regions, we have top 10 surfers right now in the water going to battle it out for a semifinal berth.
And it makes perfect sense. I mean, the surfing we've been seeing from these young ladies over the course of the last 3 days has been unbelievable. Those of you that are following online have seen scores in the 7, 8, 9-point range from the women's. We saw Silvana Lima doing a crazy air. We saw the junior women's posting 6s, 7s consistently throughout the event in 4 to 5 foot waves, in 3 to 4 waves, and now 2 to 4. Great idea on behalf of our contest director to give them 30 minutes. I think this gives them a little bit more time, at least enough time to catch 2 great waves.
No doubt there. Thank you, Kale, for that analysis. And to remind everyone, in case they missed some of the earlier heats, these junior girls comboed up with the QS 6000 that is happening down here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Some of them have had to surf multiple heats in a day, competing in both divisions. Macy Callahan in this heat, current Pro Junior champ, is one of those girls, and she just narrowly lost to Bronte McCauley earlier today. So now she's surfing down in her normal division. And here we go in white. Rachel Presti took a quick look at that. Great wave peeling off down the line. And these girls are just trying to find their spot in the lineup. They were all digging pretty deep down into the zone, trying to find the right takeoff spot, trying to establish priority. And Mia Collins gets really the first wave of the heat and slams it off the top. It is only a single maneuver wave, but as we've seen, the single maneuvers, double maneuvers, they don't have to make it all the way down the point to get the score. Safe to say with her talent level and the talent level in the water that score will be replaced. But, Pro Junior champ right here, Macy, picking a gem of a wave. She just floats it off the top, sets up this turn, throws a huge fan, and continues to speed down the line as she's looking for another opportunity. And there she goes, pumping in the inside section and opposite kick out just before the sand. So happy to be here. Happy to see the Zippers lineup firing up all day. Sheet glass conditions. We couldn't ask for a better Friday afternoon. Aloha Friday to you, Kale.
Aloha Friday to you, Ian. Yeah, awesome surfing. The conditions are absolutely perfect. This is what Zippers likes. 3-foot waves, beautifully clean. You see a little bit the rocks exposed. We are going into a peak low tide as we see Macy Callahan's first wave. Beautiful bang on that second maneuver, and a third one, connecting it all the way to the inside. Unfortunately, not low enough, the tide, to do that last maneuver, but nonetheless, a lot of damage in those first 3 maneuvers.
Absolutely, and a great example there of what happens on that inside bowl. Some of the shots that we get don't quite show how dangerous the sand is, but I'm loving that side angle as they're rushing down the point, and they can see what happens if you take the wave too far. You will bury it into the sand. Hopefully not your body or your fins, but I guarantee these ladies in the water right now will take it as far as they need to go to get into the semifinals with 23 minutes and 25 seconds left. And we have the legend at _FishSticks, Fisher DeVoe, our Pro Junior correspondent, downstairs, I believe, with Cole Hauschman and Crosby Colapinto from that last heat. Bring us up to speed, Fish.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Crosby Colapinto and Cole Hauschman. Crosby got second. Cole got the win. So tell me, Crosby, this heat was a stacked one for you guys, and you guys just put it all on the rail and just killed it. So tell me a little about that.
Yeah, it was insane. Cole was dropping some hammers, some 9s, and I was getting some 8s. It was just crazy heat. Everybody in the heat, Eli and Liam, we were all dropping hammers, so it was super cool.
Awesome. And Cole, you dropped that 9.93, so tell me a little about that. It was insane.
Yeah, I stopped for, I think, the first 20 minutes of the heat. I didn't catch my first wave until about 10, 11 minutes left, and I finally got that 8, and then I got the 9. Felt really good. It was a big set wave, and I just tagged it a couple times.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, both of you, for making this heat, and I believe you guys are on to the semifinals, so congratulations to both of you guys. You guys killed it.
Thank you, Fisher. That was a great interview, and you can tell that those two guys are elated to be into the semifinals as we bring you up to speed with live action in the water, and that's green Kira Pinkerton opening her account as she slams it up into the white water a couple times. Kira has been on fire lately. She's been absolutely crushing her competitive process, I should say. She does so many contests, and she's really, really focused. And I think although she enjoys the junior rank, she has aspirations to go bigger. She wants to be on the world tour of surfing. She wants to be in the top 17 on the CT with those ladies going toe-to-toe on the Dream Tour. And we're going to get a quick replay of that wave. Callie, could you catch us up on what happened?
Yeah, this is Kira Pinkerton in green, just doing the right thing, trying to stay with it just a little bit. I'd say maybe a half a foot too deep when she first took off, and she was just playing catch up the entire ride. She managed to tag it a couple times, garnering herself a 5.33. So it was well surfed. Fortunately, the ladies still finding their spot in lineup as we see Rachel Presti up and riding.
And Rachel with a very cool spray on the nose of that board, showing off her flare. She tags it up into the lip one more time and wraps it back into the pocket, regaining composure right there and looking for another opportunity, and she gets it. Driving all the way to the inside. One of the more completed waves we've seen yet. And to bring you guys up on the score line, Macy out in the lead with a 6.67. What a great way to start the heat. But Kira Pinkerton for that last wave right behind her with a 5.33. Mia Collins on that one-turn wave, she got herself a 3.83, and we're just going to wait for that score for Rachel, but I would say that was right up there with one of the better waves in the heat so far. So 30-minute heats, giving these ladies a ton of time to process through their priority situation. Take a look at the sets, and here we go, Kale, with the recap of that wave.
Yeah, I really, really like this wave. Waves here in Zippers don't do this with this wave. That you can see it gives her time to actually wrap around all the way back into the foam. This is the fourth maneuver. Beautiful variation of maneuvers for Rachel Presti. I really like the wave. 1 out of 10, maybe 1 out of 20 waves here at Zippers does that. It allows you to actually do round cutties all the way back into the white water. That doesn't happen that often. Rachel Presti taking full advantage of that wave. I think the judges are going to like it a lot. I think they like the change in tempo. And obviously wave selection was perfect. So we're already seeing some scores drop. I think Rachel's going to be very stoked with this.
Yes, she is, and it comes in at a 6.60. So just under Macy Callahan's opening ride of a 6.67. But very, very strong start. She is in first. However, her second wave is just a 0.10. So she will easily replace that. And really some great action to kick this heat off. Very, very competitive lineup here. These girls all want to move on to the next round, and here we are. Thanks for tuning into the World Surf League. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surfing. My partner in crime, Kale Carranza from Sayulita, Mexico. I'm Ian Folk, and we're very happy to be here. And if you are tuning in from the island of Tavarua, I'd like to give a special shout out to my wife, Rosie Hodge, and the rest of the WSL crew doing a fantastic job out there, bringing in all the action from Cloudbreak. We found out that there is no competition today, so we're excited to see that thing finish and hopefully perfect surf. Been an absolute pleasure to work with you, Kale, and I have to say, the more I get to know about you, the more I am impressed with your history. And for anyone who doesn't know Kale, he was still is an amazing surfer, but had a great pro career. Cut his teeth on the sharp sandbars of Puerto Escondido. At one point, he decided to go to Finland and go to the university where his mother's from, and then he came back, and now he runs a surf and yoga camp in Sayulita. So congratulations on being in the running for the most interesting man in the world title.
Thanks so much. You had put me on the spot, but interestingly enough, it's cool that you gave out a big shout out to Rosie Hodge. We've been following her over the last 3 days. Actually saw an interview yesterday that Rosie did along with Ronnie Blakey to Kelly Slater. So it's awesome to see this dynamic duo. I think you guys are taking charge, doing the Laird Hamilton, Gabby Reese, kind of perfect, amazing couple. You guys.
I'm just trying to keep up with her. She's my mentor, my coach on the mic. So thank you, my love, and hope you enjoy your day on Tavarua. And 17 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this Heat 1 of the junior women's quarterfinals. The situation remains the same. The ocean has gone a little bit flat. Kale, can you give us an update on the tide and kind of how you see the wave quality breaking down across the day?
Yeah, I think we've actually been really stoked to get the conditions we've had. I almost think that there's been less time in between sets today. Obviously, giving the competitors 30 minutes is a great bonus, but low tide this morning, this afternoon is going to be at 2:50 p.m. The high tide this morning was at 10 a.m. We had roughly a 3-foot high tide. We're going to go down to almost a 1-foot low tide. and we're going to see a really strong push in the afternoon, hopefully in the swell as well, but the tide is pushing really strong. At 9 p.m., we're going to have an almost 5-foot high tide as we see competitors that look like synchronized swimming for a second.
Yeah, it did.
White and green, Kira Pinkerton and Rachel Presti asking the beach announcers for a bit of an update on the situation. It's pretty tight. 6.60, 6.67, 5.33. Obviously, Mia Collins just had that one wave. Plenty of time left on the clock. Super interesting to see where these girls are sitting. Interesting what strategy comes into play and what the waves do. Like we said, we're going to have low tide in roughly 1 hour, and that affects, if anything, the waves out here at Zippers.
And thank you for that update. And you are correct. And Mia Collins, although she only has that 3.83, she is sitting in pole position with priority, and she is the furthest up the point and sitting just under Macy Callahan. So she will have a great opportunity when that next set rolls in, and she will have first pick of the lineup. Confident that she will tear that wave apart. She's an incredible surfer from Newport Beach, California. Spends a lot of time traveling and competing, and also very young. So good on her for making it this far, and I have a lot of confidence in her surf career. We saw yesterday when that low tide hit, it did slow up a little bit, Kale, but the bonus is that when that tide starts pushing, we saw relentless waves all the way till dark. I hung out at the Pacifico booth and watched the moonrise with Matt Myers. It was very romantic. We even jumped in the water for a quick swim. It was just too nice outside here at Cabo San Lucas, or Cabo San Jose for the Los Cabos Open of Surfing, and everyone's down on the beach. There was a live band, and we were like, we're just going to hang out. We watched some of the juniors surf for a while, and it was pulsing. So we know that high tide should help. And there's a couple beachgoers enjoying the day down here. And up in white, Rachel Presti, in and out. She was sitting in fourth priority, so she had nothing to lose there. She was just, calming the nerves, keeping the mojo flowing. And
it's really key to get just to stay active in the water.
Totally.
We were talking about that earlier. It's very easy to end up sitting for more than 10-15 minutes with priority. I almost feel like the surfers that don't have priority are the most dangerous in the water. We saw that happen with a few heats earlier, and there she was. That was Rachel Presley, currently in first position, but with fourth priority, she now has a little bit more freedom to search and seek out those inside waves that have, over the course of the last 3 days, produced some of the best scoring potential here at Zipper. So she's pretty free. Obviously, she's not done yet. She only has one important wave, a 6.60, and having Macy, Kira, and Mia in the same heat, I'm sure she's really going to stick to her guns and do what she knows how to do best.
That's right, and she made it this far for a reason, a very talented surfer, and will continue to push these girls to surf their best, as well as herself. 13 minutes and 45 seconds approximately on the clock. We're seeing a little bit of a lull in the action. From your competitive history, how hard is it when the waves go flat and you're just left there with your thoughts?
Yeah, it's so tough. I think that's what champions are made of. They're able to just focus at the task at hand. I think Cole Houshman did an awesome job, and he talked in his post-heat interview saying that, man, I was sitting out there for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes almost without catching a wave, and for him to actually be able to wait that long and surf a wave that well, those are the guys that make it. It's guys that not only can surf and win heats when they start off strong, but it's surfers that make mistakes in the beginning and are able to regroup and start from scratch and make those heats. When you make a heat in the last few seconds of the heat, you feel that confidence. You go, okay, well, anything is possible. We hear surfers talk about this over and over again. Never give up. Don't give up until the last horn blows, because you never know what's going to happen. And here at Zippers, we saw so many times that the situation changes within 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough time to catch a wave out the top, ride it all the way to the inside, paddle all the way up to the top, and catch another one. So that's how fast things change here at Zippers.
And we've seen that time and time again. And that last shot you saw on the screen was just a little pan over a couple of sponsors that make this event possible and allow these surfers to come down and pursue their dreams. The Los Cabos Open of Surf, a big one, Pacifico, which we have been enjoying nightly. Very fun to have them down here. They have a great expose on the beach full of cold beverages for the adults. They also have a great area for the kids to paint on the walls and just play on the beach. So Thank you, Pacifico and Visit Los Cabos, the Alana Blanchard Foundation, El Mercado, all the sponsors that make this happen, and of course the WSL for sanctioning this event and allowing these competitors to collect their world ranking points for their pro junior career. And here's Mia Collins utilizing her priority up into the lip, driving on that colorful board again, and she just goes down. Just a small error right there that caused her to lose footing on that wave. And right behind her, the threat, Macy, current pro junior world champion from Australia. She's going to take advantage of this wave. And this is one of those slower waves we were talking about, giving her an opportunity to really open up her shoulders and get her board on rail. She just nicely floats past that, and she's going to build on that 6.67. She probably knows that that wasn't maybe as good from our point of view, but she's a smart competitor. She knew with just 11 minutes and 15 seconds on the board that she had to put something else up there to put the pressure on her competitors. What did you think of these rides?
Yeah, I think Macy definitely got the better of the exchange. We see Mia paddling back out after a small mistake. Beautiful surfing from Macy. Just a lot of water. She pushes a lot of water. She uses that tall frame to her advantage. A little bit mistimed on that last maneuver, but nonetheless, a couple turns, looking for a backup score. I think she's going to get it. Her first score came in at a 6.67. Probably not as high as that first wave, but definitely a backup score that you want with only 10 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, man, and just an unfortunate misuse of priority there by Kira. She was sitting in first priority, paddled and missed that wave, and then went down to third priority because Macy was still paddling back out. So a little bit of an error on Kira's part, but one thing I do know about Kira Pinkerton, she is a fighter, she's fierce, and she is an incredible surfer. She doesn't need much to get some scores, and here she is utilizing that third priority as she paddles past Macy, gets up on her board and starts driving down the line to find some speed. She's looking for an opportunity to throw one of those big turns right there, and that's all she was looking to do, and she's going to get a bonus section where she slams that tail in and unfortunately comes unglued on that last section, but that mayhem is looking really good for Kira, and she did quite a bit of damage there, throwing a lot of spray, great flow, even exercising a little bit of her power to punch through that lip. So I can't wait to get the replay and your thoughts on that. But Macy did drop a 5.10 on her last wave, and then here we go with Kira again.
Yeah, I think we saw Macy Callahan really interested on that wave. She knew what potential this wave had. Starts off with a nice cutty, open face turn right there, a bit more water, and right there, unfortunately, just a little bit late, lip crumbles above her board, and she comes down. She digs that outside rail. That's been a common theme with that inside section, but well surfed nonetheless. You could see Macy Callahan, our current heat leader, paddling up without priority. She's sniffing out those little inside waves. Why? Because you can get great scores. We're still waiting on scores of Kira's last wave, but two good turns. Nice way to keep the mojo going.
Yeah, and smart surfing from Kira there on that last wave. Finding one of those middle waves with a little bit of an open face. She did well to get two turns off. I know that she would have loved to complete that last maneuver, but there is still just under 9 minutes left. There is time on the clock. She will sit in fourth priority, but like we talked about, that's a dangerous position for her to be in for the other competitors. And there is a little bit of a lineup change happening here as Mia shows interest but doesn't want it. So Macy up again, flying down the line. The board is just looking so active and responsive, and she threw a huge fan on that one, and as she's trying to find an opportunity to complete one more maneuver. So there was potential on that wave, but that was a zipper's runaway wave we've seen time and time again. And Kira up and riding with a nice first slash. She's going to go ahead and punch it one more time, and this is a better looking wave for her where she can really get that board moving. A couple quality maneuvers, smaller wave on the inside, but she's just trying to build that house right now. She's trying to get her score line up, trying to get into that qualifying position, which the top two from this will advance into the semifinals of the women's pro junior.
And we've seen this time and time again, surfers in third and fourth position staying really active on the inside. And it's very dangerous for those surfers sitting out the back. They don't want to relinquish priority too easily, but they just have to look back and see spray and fins the whole way. As we see here, Macy Callahan, who was halfway off the point, manages to steal this wave off of the other competitors. Beautiful first turn to get things started. Races away. That wave races away from her slightly, so she basically only gets one solid turn. But Kira Pinkerton on wave number 2, just a little bit more spice into her surfing, a little bit more aggression. We see a second solid turn and a third. Connects it all the way to the inside. So 4 maneuvers on that wave. Great surfing from Macy.
That was great surfing from both of them. Macy had that big first turn, but really couldn't capitalize on that huge fan. And Kira, I love what Kira did there. She surfed with inside herself and the wave as we see here Rachel Presti dropping back in. Looks like she's got a snow cone on the end of that board, keeping her stoked as she drives through this one. Huge turn, opened up those shoulders completely. And then Mia up again, so we're getting some activity in this heat. Love the spray on Mia's board. Nice fan out the back as she just keeps opening up those hips through those turns, getting that board moving around and showing the judges that she has full control there. And then, oh, whoa, back to back to back. Macy up again. She's staying extremely active in this. She's not worried about priority. She saw an opportunity here, and she throws the fins as she has the entire event. And 4 for 4. Kira up at riding. What can Kira do here? She's pumping down the line. She's looking for that section. Nice big power hack right there, showcasing what she's got, and snaps it up one more time. I love that wave from Kira. And what I was saying before on her previous wave, I love that she surfed inside herself and what the wave offered. She didn't push too hard. She didn't try to get too critical. She just got the board moving, and I believe she got a 4.90 for that wave. So she's sitting on a 5.33 and a 4.90. So Kira works her way into second place behind Macy Callahan, who is now sitting with an 11.77 total. Kira to move into first needs a 6.45, but I think we're going to get one more wave in the scoreline for her and a couple of the other competitors. So there might be a little bit of a shift up here. And Kale, walk us through this Rachel wave.
Plenty of waves ridden on this set. This is the first wave of the set. Rachel Presti, kind of a slopey looking wave, manages really well to get that rail in the water. 2 turns, and we see Mia. Mia's looking to replace a 3.83. Better surfing from Mia. Beautiful flow. Nice first turn to get things started. Little cutty. Connects with the wave on the inside. But these next couple waves have a little bit more juice on. Macy Callahan starts off pretty strong. The first check turn into another speed float. Really enjoyed that maneuver. Unfortunately, just leaned back a little bit too much. And Kira Pinkerton, I think she's going to be really stoked with this wave. There's only a 2-wave combo. Beautiful arc to get things started, and another jam on the inside. So in comparison to her previous wave, well, it garnered her 4.90, where she did 4 turns. This wave, only 2 turns, yet it came in at a 6.43. Interesting.
Very interesting, and Kira Pinkerton taking advantage of that flurry of waves, as did the rest of the competitors. A couple comments on there. I think we've seen over the period of this event that zippers, the wave, does run off without you, and we've seen a number of competitors using that 2-turn combo to get through heats and get big scores. As you see on the screen, tons of beachgoers down here enjoying the festivities. If you guys are in Cabo San Lucas or Cabo San Jose and you guys are watching this webcast, you got to come down to the beach. It's electric. The people are whistling and clapping for all the surfers. There's a lot of passion for what's going on. We have the world's best juniors right here, right now, going toe-to-toe, trying to get into the semifinals with just 4 minutes remaining, Kale.
Yeah, we have some experienced beachgoers on the beach. I think usually when we show up at the beach, we just bring maybe a blanket, a bit of water. These guys know what's up. They got their chairs, they got umbrellas, which is a must with this sun and this heat in Cabo. Imagine showing up on the beach and realizing, oh, I forgot my umbrella. These beachgoers are total professionals, but if you guys are around and you don't have an umbrella, come down anyways. There's so many spots to hang out and chill here. Organizer from Boardwalk Productions, Abelardo and Lulises, have done an awesome job at just making this event not only awesome for the competitors, but for the beachgoers as well. You were mentioning the Pacifico tent earlier in this heat. Such a cool place to hang out and chill. We got the Red Bull tent on the left-hand side. So many spots to cruise and see the world's best surfers. And it's been fun. I love this heat. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. But we had a flurry of waves, and hopefully for beachgoers and spectators alike, we get to see a little bit more surfing on behalf of these young, super talented women junior surfers.
That's right, and we did see a flurry of sets, and we didn't see much of a change-up in the situation. The leading surfers, Macy and Kira, strengthened their position. Rachel Presti is sitting on a great score of a 6.60. She does have priority, so she is sitting in the hot seat right now, looking to improve on her 3.63, but really to make a statement, she's got to improve on that 6.60. And Mia Collins, an informed surfer of this event, a young girl out of Southern California with so much talent and heritage in the surf world, has really yet to get the wave that would allow her to showcase her talent, because let me tell you folks, Mia Collins is a talented young lady and absolutely rips. So we hope she gets an opportunity. She is sitting in third priority with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, so it's going to be a little bit of a nail biter as we get down to the the bottom end of this heat. We noticed in the previous frame that there was a list of competitors heading out for that next heat, and Summer Macedo, one of the standouts, not only in the juniors, but also in the QS, narrowly lost to Dimity Stoyle this morning, has probably got something to prove. She wasn't very happy that she lost. She put in a great performance, but I feel bad for the competitors that are going up against her in the next heat, because she's going to come out guns blazing.
Absolutely. We're also going to have a look at Leilani McGonigal, who's holding the Latin flag high. Mimi Barona in the Open Women is also making it to the quarterfinals. Leilani McGonigal last week, or 10 days ago, made it to the final at the World Juniors ISA in France. This young lady traveling quite a bit and managing to get awesome results. It would be awesome to see Leilani in the CT. She has the surfing. She's been getting the results. So hopefully if she can keep that momentum going, we're going to see our first Tekin in the WCT. But for now, with the task at hand, out in the water, 4 surfers waiting for waves. Slightly, I'd like to say, maybe a wave start heat towards the beginning of the heat, but now we've had a few more waves. I hear a little bit of whistling, some action out in the water.
And Kira Pinkerton, just taking a look at that, she was sitting in 4th priority, so she had nothing to lose there. She's trying to improve that 5.33 and really make it hard for her competitor, because right now Rachel Presti only needs a 5.16, and Mia Collins only needs a 6.86 to get into that advancing position. And from what we've seen in the past heats, huge scores, completely contestable conditions. These ladies just need a chance to ride a wave. And we're down into that 30-second mark. And as we can see, it is just looking a little bit flat. And Kira's trying to stay active. She's done well in this heat to post a couple really good scores and put herself currently in that advancing position. And she appears to be paddling off screen or either in. We're not quite sure at this point what her strategy is there. She may have looked at her watch and just realized that if there was a wave or two, she may not have gotten it. I like the theory of staying in the lineup till the last second and the buzzer goes, and that's the buzzer right there. Kira Pinkerton checking her watch. She was right on time to advance. And
congratulations, Macy Callahan and Kira Pinkerton. Difficult heat, well surfed, really awesome strategy. They're off into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals.
Into the semifinals, and a quick replay of that right here. We've got Macy driving down the line in one of the better waves of her heat. And then Rachel again put up a great effort. Very cool spray on that sharp eye board. Macy again, just, you know, you couldn't contest with the fans that she was throwing. But Kira Pinkerton did well to advance through this heat. And we want to remind you guys that we're getting into Heat 2 of the quarterfinals of the Junior Women's right here at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Thank you for joining us. We are back in beautiful Cabo San Jose, right at the wave called Zippers, the infamous Zippers named by Herbie Fletcher back in the day, now home to many of the local surfers here. And we are in Heat 2 of the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior Women, the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are excited to be here. Myself, Ian Folk, along with me, Kale Carranza of Sayulita, Mexico, and the world. We are excited to get this next heat started. Congratulations to Macy and Kira, who moved on into the semifinals from the previous heat. And as you guys can see, it is a glorious day down here in Cabo San Jose. Sheet glass conditions, super fun waves, very contestable. Give us your breakdown of what we're looking at today.
Oh, man. We're looking at so many good waves and so much good surfing over the last couple of years. I think we've had everything else other than waves. This year, 2017, the ocean decided to deliver. So we've had not only amazing conditions off the ocean, in the beach for our competitors and our fellow beachgoers. But now we have waves, 2 to 4 foot, beautiful peeling waves, perfect right-handers here at Zippers. Some are fast, some are slow, but nonetheless, we've seen really high scores along and throughout the last 3 days of competition. I really like that drone shot of Zippers. You really get a bird's eye view of what this beautiful coastline has. We have so many waves, probably around a dozen waves in like a 10-minute drive-in range from Zippers. Zippers being one of the most popular, definitely the most famous wave here in Cabo San Lucas, easily accessible, one of the most crowded waves because of that. So I think these girls are probably stoked to be out in the water at a perfect right-hand point break. Only 4 gals, 30 minutes to catch waves.
And they don't have to deal with all the pro junior boys out there running around like ants, paddling in the lineup. We saw that. That was pretty funny during the warm-up surfs. It looked like a little bit of a hectic situation, everyone trying to warm up and get their boards dialed in. But just like the last heat, I want to bring you guys up to speed on the current rankings for the pro junior situation, as these international competitors have put their stamp. Leilani McGonigal sitting number 4 in the North American rankings. Summer Macedo currently competes in the Hawaii Tahitian region. She's also sitting number 4. And Alyssa Locke, not to be confused with competitor in the next heat, Alyssa Spencer, is sitting number 2 in the Australian rankings. And then Julia Camargo currently isn't ranked in any of the regions. So a huge result for her already. She'll definitely be on the map after this, and wishing all 4 surfers the best of luck with just over 25 minutes remaining. And during the break, it does look like Leilani McGonigal had just a quick in and out for a 0.5, so she's currently sitting in first place, but safe to say that score will be erased before the end of this heat. And we've got the last heat winner with Fisher DeVoe downstairs. I hope we get one of his legendary high fives after it. Fisher, bring us up to speed with the last heat winner, Macy.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with our heat winner, Macy Callahan. She absolutely destroyed her heat. So tell me, Macy, you just won your quarter heat, and you now are going in the semis. What do you expect in there?
I guess that was a pretty hard heat. There weren't too many waves, but I'm happy with the way I surfed, and I'm just excited to be in the semis. I lost my QS heat today, so that's a bit of a bummer, but just hopefully get a good result in this.
Awesome, and I noticed how when you were surfing, you were just so in tune with your board. You want to tell us a little bit about your board?
Yeah, I ride a Matt Biolis is my shaper. I think it's a pocket rocket, and it goes really good in these small waves and just really fast and loose, so it's good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the semis.
There it is, the legendary Fisher high five. Good job, brother, and thank you for bringing some insight to that last heat right here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We have had a couple epic days of competition, and I've continually asked either yourself, Kale, or Matt Myers, who I've been sharing this booth with, is there an advantage to being frontside or backside? Does it matter? Is it just down to the surfer? Is it down to the wave choice? And we saw in the last heat of the quarterfinals, heat 4 of the Pro Junior men, we saw one of the highest heat score totals and highest wave total of the entire event with Cole Hauschman, and he was on his backhand.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman was another goofy footer that's been posting crazy scores. We've talked about this so many times, regular versus goofy. Over the last 3 days, certain surfers come to mind that have posted amazing heat scores and wave scores throughout the event. And you mentioned Cole Hauschman, but I'm also thinking about Caroline Marks.
Oh, yep, backsider as well.
Yep, and Che Allen.
Yep, from the Barbados, had a huge heats total yesterday and was actually the heat before Cole Hauschman, and he went out and then won his right after. So
exactly.
You could say that he was inspired.
Yeah, Che Allen, the lone Bayesian in the event, posting 19.01 heat score. So that's huge. As of now, just looking at the stats, I'd have to say that backside is an advantage. Then again, you think of amazing performances on both the men's and the women's. Silvana Lima, for example, Crosby Colapinto with that crazy last-minute Hail Mary Air 360. So we've had amazing surfing from goofy footers and regular footers. It's going to be really interesting to see what the waves have in store for us tomorrow. Maybe certain surfers have had an advantage because the waves are still at a pretty decent size. You think of some of the QSs around the world held in very small waves. The waves have been pumping, so hopefully we still have 3 to 4 foot waves tomorrow. Fingers crossed, the ocean will deliver. But now with the heat at hand, pretty slow start.
Yeah, and regular footer Summer Macedo has put up a number of big heat totals earlier in the event, and although she narrowly lost out today, she is still in the junior women's quarterfinal in this heat right here, looking to open up her account. She is a danger lady from Hawaii, and we're expecting big things as soon as these waves decide to cooperate with 22 minutes and 16 seconds left. And I think most of the time when the waves are this small in the beginning, every competitor obviously wants to get off to a hot start. Everyone wants to drop that 8, 7, 5, 8 right out of the gates and start to secure their position, advancing position. But as we saw in the Cole Hauschman heat, to bring up Cole again, the man with duct tape on his feet, the guy just doesn't fall. He didn't catch waves until the last maybe 10 minutes and still put up one of the biggest heat scores. So hopefully these women were watching those heats, getting motivated by them, and we just kind of ran through this, but we're getting an update on the event top 5 scores. There's your girl, Caroline Marks, backsider, round 2 with a 9.60. Summer Macedo in this heat with a 9.1. Alyssa Locke, 8.87, also in this heat. And then Caroline Marks just running away with the top scores, 3 out of the 5. So Caroline Marks looks like the obvious favorite, but there's a lot of surfing left. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and we don't want to pick favorites. Anything could happen. So we're excited to see her in the future heat. She's been working with Mike Parsons. We've seen him around the event site looking very stoic, looking very focused, and we know that those two are a power team and a team that might just strike fear into the heart of their competitors. But we know all these girls are feisty and strong and ready to take it to them with just over 20 minutes left, and we're still sitting in this lull situation as that tide is really starting to bottom out. The rocks are starting to be exposed, and I mentioned this before. I've been to Cabo quite a few times, Kale, and every single time I've been down here, it's been windy by this time, and it usually is windy through the afternoon as we see Julia Camargo taking a look at that and just doesn't materialize into a wave. So I just want to say how fortunate we are to have these epically glassy conditions, giving ideal opportunity for these surfers to really throw some spray and tag it off the lip and showcase everything they've been working so hard for.
For sure, it almost seems like Cabo, I mean, it does get windy, but in comparison to other places in Mexico, especially mainland Mexico, it manages to stay relatively glassy, where we get a little bit of a breeze from the south, but it never really completely blows out. That's a positive thing, except for when it does blow out, it comes in the form of a hurricane.
Yep.
And that's happened before. Total bummer what happened here a few years ago. But thankfully, that is not the case today. Beautiful glassy conditions as we see green up and riding. Julia Camargo.
Julia up and riding on really the first wave of this heat with any proper scoring potential, and she gets 2 nice turns off as she just pumps down the line and does that great ejection. Like to remind our competitors not to dive off head first too heavily. It is quite shallow with a rocky bottom, but a great way to really kick off her campaign in this heat and put something on the board to put pressure on the rest of the competitors.
Interesting to see Leilani McConaughey from Costa Rica took off right away at the beginning of the heat. I almost feel like doing that is a good thing, then you're not in priority. As we see a replay of Julia Camargo last wave, couple taps on the wave, best wave so far, nothing out of the ordinary, but a great way to start the heat. And going back to what Leilani McConaughey was saying, what I was saying about Leilani McConaughey is sometimes when you start off and catch a wave, then you know that you don't have priority. And you don't have to worry about waiting for that wave or paddling too far up the point or positioning yourself in alignment. Just sit a little bit wide, a little bit closer to shore, and you have way more opportunity and way more freedom to catch any wave that comes your way. And that's been happening over and over again. So we see Leilani a little bit off to the side over on the left, pretty close to Julia Camargo. Now Julia Camargo obviously in the position that Leilani McConaughey was in. You see a beautiful poster here of Los Cabos Open of Surf. This is WSL 6000 for women's and a Junior Pro women's and men's event. So awesome to see this poster here in Los Cabos. When I was a kid, we didn't have events like this.
No, absolutely not. And it's so great to see the WSL pushing these contests into regions unseen before. Los Cabos is an obvious destination. It's fairly easy to get to for everybody, everyone in the North American circuit, whether you're coming from Costa Rica like Leilani or Brazil like Julia, or even California or Hawaii. It's not that challenging of a destination, and the wave quality is amazing. The water is warm, so overall it's a little bit of a surfer's paradise down here in Cabo San Lucas and Cabo San Jose. And we're seeing a little bit of a paddle in the water. They're trying to decide who wants it, who's going to go. And Leilani in blue taking a real dig and getting up on her backhand as she cracks it up into the lip one time, looking for another maneuver. And as we've seen in the past, that end maneuver is so critical because those two maneuver waves sometimes can produce heat-winning scores. And like you were saying about the priority, the two advancing positions in that last heat, Macy Callahan and Kira Pinkerton, they operated a lot in the dying minutes of that heat under the priority of the other two surfers, and they were actually able to get small waves that provided big scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I think that is that's been what's been happening over the last 3 days. Is that priority system is great, especially when there's a lot of waves, and when the waves that do come in are clear as day that they're the good waves of the heat. Here at Zippers, you can't really tell which one is a good wave. That's why we see so many competitors that have priority out the back, paddle a little bit to the side, a little bit down as a wave comes in, and then pull out last minute because they're not really sure. It's not clear as day, not even for us that are looking at it from shore. Is it clear which wave is going to line up? I saw a couple heats ago some of the juniors out in the water. I forget who it was that took off on the wave, but I was like, oh, he's too far back. He's not going to make that section. Sure enough, he managed to get 4 turns in that wave. So for us, usually when you're mind surfing, like you mentioned, from the beach, it's super easy to know what you would do. But here at Zippers, not even mind surfing is an easy thing.
That's right, and Julia up again, trying to stay busy and just gets a nice little floater off that wave, and she's up and out. So 16 minutes remaining. She's staying very, very busy in this heat. Arguably a smart strategy with the dying tide as it starts to bottom out. And she is sitting on a 3.0 and a 1.5, and Leilani got a 2.0 for that last ride and sitting on a 0.5. So they are in first place position, but with just about half the heat over, there is tons of opportunity as long as the waves come for Summer Macedo and Alyssa Locke, and we can guarantee that when the sets come, they're going to put in some work. So we're excited to see that, and we've got plenty of time left for them to do that. But in the meantime, how crazy is Cabo? You fly in over the desert, you land, you're in a complete desert, and then you just drive straight to the deep blue ocean.
It's almost like the Mexican Vegas. It's hard to believe that a town grew to the size that it is today here in the middle of the desert. Obviously, beautiful beaches playing a huge role in luring tourists all over the world to this destination, but also the waves. I keep telling a lot of my friends and people that are involved in tourism in Mexico and the government that waves are a gem. You know, there's not a lot of places in the world that have great waves, and unfortunately in Mexico, a lot of those beautiful waves get privatized. It's not that easy to access. Cabo not being the case. Zippers just basically 200 feet from the main highway. But we'll get back to that when we have a little bit of action in the water. Alyssa Locke on her backhand, first wave of the heat for her.
Wow, and that was a crazy paddle, and she generated a ton of speed by continuing to paddle down the face of that wave, and it proved successful as she just laces that one up. And does she still have dry hair? It looks like her hair is still dry. She's clearly not stressed about this heat. She's going to maintain that dry hair. We've got to give her some sort of prize if she makes it in at the end of this heat, advancing with dry hair. So Summer Macedo now takes over priority position in first, giving her the next choice of waves, anyone she likes, and then the other competitors can interfere with her paddle or her surfing on that wave. Sitting in second now, Leilani McGonigal, and we're going to get a quick replay of this wave.
Well done to create that speed right away, get out into the open face. This is Alyssa Locke from Australia. That was the money turn right there. With another tap on the inside. 4 maneuvers. You see how when she took off on that wave, she did her best to hop and get up to the upper half of the wave. She really needed to generate speed in order to make it through that inside section. So that's something that only people that know how to read waves really well actually do. That was Alyssa Locke's first wave. So already seeing scores drop. Not a bad score.
Nope, and as you guys see on the screen, a 7.0 for all you viewers back at home. And no surprise, if you haven't seen Alyssa surf before, that she is number 2 in the Australian junior rankings. Australia and surfing go together like cheese and wine, or Vegemite and toast, I guess I should say would be more appropriate. But a huge culture around surfing in Australia, and that's one thing I love about the Los Cabos Open of Surfing is there's so many locals coming down to the beach to enjoy this surfing competition, and it might be the first time they ever see people in jerseys surfing, and they're getting an amazing experience watching some of the world's best juniors go toe-to-toe, not only the men, but definitely the women, and then the QS 6000 for the women as well. We saw so many of the CT surfers here for that and continuing on into the quarterfinals for that event, which we will run this afternoon. So if they're down on the beach, they're just getting a real treat and seeing some world-class surfing. And Alyssa, back in Australia, I would love to know what board riders club she's a member at. Australia known for their clubs and surfing competitive prowess. They love to have weekend battles with each other, city by city, club by club. And we're excited to launch clubs now in Southern California, the first ever. So there's a Huntington Beach Board Riders Club, Laguna Beach Board Riders Club. San Clemente is just getting put together by Visla's marketing manager, Eric Melberg, a good friend of mine, doing a great job on that. And that's something that Electric, our eyewear brand, is a part of. We're based in San Clemente, and we have a lot of pride in our local community. So we're excited to be a part of that as well. But we're still years and years behind the froth of the Australian board riders clubs.
Whichever board riders club she is a member of, let's hope they don't have a contest right now, because if she's missing out, they really need her. That type of surfing is world class. Alyssa Law, coming from Australia, what a great opportunity to come to Mexico. Surfing, such an amazing vehicle for these young surfers to visit exotic places around the world. As we see, speaking of which, Alyssa Locke on her backhand, wave number 2, already has a 7.0, trying to get a quick backup without priority. That's what these surfers have been doing, is posting great backup scores on the inside.
And she did that. And I'm actually, it's a subtle thing, but I'm loving her approach to her takeoff. If you pay attention, she paddles extra hard down the face after she's already caught in the wave, and that gives her extra speed as she lines up her backhand. And here's Summer Macedo, a little bit more relaxed approach, one of the star surfers of this event so far in both the 6000 QS and the Pro Junior, and she's showing why right here as she just drives down the line on that Christian Bradley surfboard. And good use of priority there. Nice wave, couple clean turns, clean surfing, and she's going to get back out the back in 4th priority, leaving Leilani McGonigal in 1st.
Such a great opportunity for surfers like Summer, who unfortunately bowed out in the women's round earlier. She had Dimity Stoyle. Obviously, she's able to compete in 2 events. Here we go, as we see her up and riding. That was Alyssa Locke. And this is Summer Macedo, who had an earlier hit with Dimity Stoyle. So cool to learn. You can, obviously, after every single event that you do, you learn so much. Look at that, just connecting the dots, surfing all the way to the inside. You're going back to learning a lot. You learn so much after every event. So Summer Macedo comes down from Hawaii, gets to compete against Dimity Stoyle, unfortunately bows out, learns a lesson there, and now she gets a chance to compete again. So whatever mistake she did, or she believes she made against Dimity Stoyle, I bet she's not going to let that happen again. And that's so cool about competitive surfing, is that the more and more you compete, the more and more you learn. So we hear about this in every single post-heat interview. Sometimes they talk about their mistakes. They're really critical with their own surfing, and that's what you have to do. You have to learn from your mistakes.
Absolutely, and she is a smart competitor and a seasoned vet in the junior ranks of her local NSSA or WSA, as well as these pro juniors, and she gets the score of a 4.43, and she needed a 4.5 to get into advancing position, but now she is sitting solidly in 3rd with a great score to build on. And if she gets anything over, a 1.5, she'll be in that 2nd place position, which I'm confident she'll do. And here is the girl from Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal, with a huge turn off the top. Unfortunate that was all that wave offered, because that first turn felt, I'm sure to her, fantastic, and to us it looked incredible. Threw a big amount of spray and rode away cleanly. Her body language said as soon as she dropped back in, she was ready to go off the top, but that zippers just ran away from her again. And she tries to get one more on the inside unsuccessfully, but playing that under the priority game, as we've talked about time and time again, as 8 minutes and 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Alyssa Locke solidly out in 1st place with a 7.0 and a 5.00. Julia Camargo from Brazil sitting in 2nd with priority now. She has a 3 and a 1.5, so not a strong position for her, but she is currently in 2nd. And here is Leilani again.
That was the good whack you were talking about, Ian. Yeah, unfortunately, only one maneuver on that wave, but building house, Leilani trying to find a wave on the inside. Not much the other competitors can do on the outside. We've seen this time and time again. With 4-man heats, you can't really focus on one competitor, because we've seen the positions change so much in 30 minutes. You might be focusing on the person that's in number 3 position, and before you know it, the lady in 4th jumps up to 1st. So it's so tight, it's so compact, the score's really close. We only have one major score in this heat. That's Alyssa Locke with a 7.0. But other than that, all other scores falling short, less than an average score, less than a 5-point score. So heat is wide open, 7 minutes remaining, and as we see, Summer Macedo up and riding.
Right here, and she's looking to tighten her position on this heat, currently sitting in 4th. She just drives down the line looking so composed and smooth, getting back up to the lip one more time, and very, very impressed with Summer surfing. I think she's got a big future ahead of her, and seasoned competitor, as young as she is, she's ready to get back out there, and we're going to take another look at this small wave on the inside.
Summer Macedo, great looking wave, one of those growers, I would say. Look at her racing through down the line, using floaters to project out into the open face. Solid turn, another one for good measure. 4 maneuvers on that wave. She was looking for a 1.40. Safe to say she got it, Ian.
Yeah, definitely safe to say she got it. And there wasn't anything extremely dynamic about that wave. It was just good, strong, solid surfing. I think that says a lot about Summer's mindset in this heat. She knew she didn't need a 10. She wasn't going to go out and try to do anything crazy. She knew she needed to complete a wave to better that 1.4. And as the scores start to drop in from the judges, we will give you guys the official result of that wave in a minute. But the first score drop, she's obviously going to improve on that 1.43. So we'll give you guys the update as soon as we know more. But I think she'll like what she sees when it comes through. And we'll continue to keep you updated on that score line. So judges are deliberating. We haven't seen any more scores drop, but we are excited to see what they thought about that wave, as it should change up the current situation in this heat, where we have Alyssa Locke still in 1st place with 2nd priority. Leilani McGonigal sitting in 2nd with a 5.83 total, and we have Leilani up and riding again. She just is trying to get something going here with a 3.83 and a 2.0. She knows that that's not going to stand in this heat, and she's going to continue to push herself to better those scores. And from Brazil, Julia Camargo picking a nice-looking wave, and you can see those rock boils as the tide is really getting low. She slams it up into the lip, kind of drops the purse a little bit, gets back up cleanly. So, again, for Julia, just a 1-maneuver wave, and I'm wondering what kind of damage those boils are playing in the mindset of these competitors, because I don't think it's shallow enough for them to hit their fins, but the water's so clear right now, and those boils are affecting the way that they might approach a wave.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think as spectators, we see those boils only when they're actually breaching the surface. Those competitors are standing on their surfboard, and you of all people well know, Ian, that when you're standing up high in the ocean, you actually see very well through this clear water. So these competitors can see those boils. They can't focus on them. They have to focus on the lip, and that's exactly what Alyssa Locke is doing. Beautiful surfing on her backhand. Manages to finish off that last maneuver. 3 solid turns, and right behind her, Summer Macedo.
And Summer, again, doing what she does, picking off a great wave, finding an open face, throwing a ton of spray, and she snaps it one more time. Such clean and composed surfing as she passes her competitor, Alyssa Locke. She's going to like that score, and it's going to further increase her score line. So the wave before that, the score came in at a 6.60, putting her solidly in 2nd place. And now Leilani needs a 7.2, and Julia Camargo needs an 8.03. So things are tightening up with just 4 minutes remaining. And as usual, fireworks at the end of these heats.
Yeah, it's so fun to see a last exchange when we see 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. This was Alyssa Locke's last wave. Solid 3 turns. I thought she was going to dig the nose on that last maneuver, but manages to stay on. This is Summer Macedo, who had a 6.60 on her last wave. You mentioned the amount of spray that's being thrown by Summer Macedo. The judges like it. We like it. Nice combination of maneuvers. Last floater to finish things off. Rode it well. Once again, a little bit more pizzazz, as Potts would say, on those turns. I like it.
I did too. I thought that was a great wave and a strong performance for her. And I love using the Potts pizzazz. Potts, a great commentator, 1989 world champ. Love that guy. He's been a good friend to my wife Rosie and myself, and just love having him on tour and all the insight that he brings. So 3 minutes left as we see the scene, and that's what we were talking about, the beachgoers enjoying all the tents providing the shade because it is boiling, molten lava hot down here in Cabo San Lucas, as to be expected in the summer months. And there it is, Alyssa Locke drops a 6.5, putting her solidly in second place. So we've had another shift up. Summer going into first place. She actually got an 8.833 on that final wave. So we're having scores drop in a little bit slow with that recent action, and we are just getting you guys caught up. Summer Macedo in first, Alyssa Locke in second, Leilani McGonigal needing a 9.67, and unfortunately Julia Camargo from Brazil comboed. She needs a combination of scores that breach the 3.51 mark with only 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining and a small line. Leilani has priority and she opts not to go. So she'll maintain that priority. She didn't show any real intent on taking off on that wave. And she didn't block any of her competitors. None of those competitors really took a dig at it. So the group of girls in the water deciding that that wave wasn't worth the squeeze. And we are just into the dying minutes of this heat. And this is what we love to see. We love to see action at the end. We love to see all the girls get an opportunity to surf. A little bit slow. Summer Macedo held on to that priority for a big chunk of this heat, and it has paid off in a huge way. Her last wave, an 8.33 and a 6.60, skyrocketing her into first place. And Kale, something to note, Summer in first place with those scores has only caught 3 waves this heat.
Interesting, smart, intelligent surfing on behalf of Summer Macedo. You see Leilani McGonigal, who actually was sniffing around the inside trying to catch a wave. If we remember, she gave away priority right away in the beginning of the heat, hoping to find something on the inside. Unfortunately for her, nothing of substance found on the inside. As we see Alyssa Locke on her backhand, really sharp surfing, a little bit more anger, a little bit more desire to get a higher score on behalf of Alyssa Locke. She, along with Summer Macedo, have made life really difficult for Leilani McGonigal and Julia Camargo. Julia needing a combination of 13.51. So she needs 2 waves, not enough time. And Leilani McGonigal, she still has hope. 42 seconds left on the clock. The lone Tican from the land of Pura Vida. All of you guys listening in Costa Rica, please send Leilani good vibes. See a little bit of action. I hear a little bit of whistling. Hopefully that wave comes to the surfer in time. As we see, that's competitors from the next heat about to get started, and 15 seconds left. It looks like just enough time for Leilani McGonigal to catch a wave, and here she is.
And she has paddled into this thing. It is a beauty. She drives it up into the lip. She's going to try to get around this section, and she needs a 9.67, and it's not going to be enough. So moving on, smart surfing from Summer Macedo, solid and competitive surfing from Alyssa Locke from Australia. Unfortunately for Leilani McGonigal and Julia Camargo, that is the end of their run. Congratulations to them for making the quarterfinals. What an exciting heat that was. A little slow to start, but as we knew, Zippers would deliver like it has all day, every day. And just another heat in the books. Heat number 2 of the quarterfinals for the Pro Junior women. So a lot of action still to come, and we have a couple surfers on the way. And here we go, Kale, heat recap.
Beautiful surfing from Alyssa Locke. Backhand versus forehand. Here it is. Summer Macedo, beautiful surfing. We said she learned probably a lot from her loss to Dimity Stoyle, and she sure has shown us and the crowd that she wants this junior title. Beautiful surfing. We're going to get back with more action here at quarterfinal number 3, the women's junior event here in Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Buenas tardes. Welcome back to 42 local time here in San Jose del Cabo. Live from Playa Zippers, we are in quarterfinal number 3. Alyssa Spencer in the red, Kiasa Maruyama in the blue, Gabriela Bryan in the white, and Bethany Zelasco in the green. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Mateo Myers, my compatriot from Santa Cruz, California. Matt, good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, my friend.
Some couple Pacificos and some tacos later on today as we are going to a little get-together at the Mercado.
El Mercado.
El Mercado. You're getting your little Christopher Columbus going right there.
Oh, gosh.
As Chris Cote been doing an outstanding job. That one photo that Ian Folk, our co-commentator, posted of Chris Cote with the hand on the hip. I think he comboed everyone with that post-heat interview hand on hip maneuver right there. I
call that the tea kettle right there.
The tea kettle. Is that from Beauty and the Beast?
That must be. It must be.
As Chris Cote, Matthew Myers, Kali Carranza, Ian Folk, and myself, Mitchell Salazar, as we see Gabriela Bryan from Hawaii in the white jersey. She is hailing all the way from the island of Kauai, the beautiful Valley Isle.
The Valley Isle.
It's 27 minutes, so long days here at Zippers, but very fun waves. We saw one of the best heats I have ever seen in my entire life, as we do see our blue surfer, Kiasa Maruyama, up and riding. She had a 2:17 on her opening ride. We did not see that one as we were at a break. That last one going to be a small score, but going back to that, Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, Elijah Fox, and Liam Murray, the last quarterfinal of junior men's. One of the best heats I have seen in my entire life in live action, Matthew. And I think that all 4 competitors, even both that did not advance, should keep their heads up very high, as it's one of the best heats ever. John Mel also, unfortunately, bowing out, but Tyler Gunter, Eitan Osborne putting on a great show. Really, some really good surfing. Che Allen as well. Rylan Rubens, our current ratings leader, as we are going to go straight into 4 quarterfinals of women's QS action after this, Mateo. So we will be seeing the women in action, as we will be determining all semifinalists for all 3 divisions today.
That's right, my friend. And, you know, it's one of those days where the waves do provide, and it's all about patience, because with 30-minute heats, there's going to be a couple sets, I promise you, and there's going to be some opportunities. So it's all about finding yourself in the correct position. And, you know, the girls are a little bit spread out here, as we have Bethany Zelasco kicking off in green.
Yeah, she visits us from Dana Point in California. You said that you see her surfing Dana Point over at Salt Creek quite a bit. And she's a very experienced surfer. Her coach down here with her as well. But still early days, 25 minutes as a last heat's winner. Summer Mercedo, one of the standouts of the event. She's downstairs with Fish.
Yeah, that's right here with our heat winner, Summer Macedo. Summer's just telling me in her heat it was really inconsistent, and she had to wait about 15 minutes before she got her first wave. So why don't you tell me a little about that?
Yeah, it was really tricky out there. The previous heats had a lot of waves, and it looked really fun, actually. And then we got out there, and I just kept telling myself, oh, there's going to be a set, there's going to be a set. I just need to wait and get first priority. And then it kind of never came, and I didn't waste my priority. I got a 4.5 on a pretty small wave, and I thought that was a mistake, but it ended up working out.
Awesome, and you just won the quarterfinals, and now you are into the semis. What do you expect going into the semis?
Going into semis, I don't know. I'm just gonna take it by heat by heat. So. Yeah.
Awesome, Summer. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you, Fisher, doing a great job down there, and congratulations to Summer Macedo, who did surf in the opening heat of the day, up against our competitor who did advance, Dimity Stoyle from Australia, and she will be surfing in quarterfinal number 1 up against Silvana Lima from Brazil. So that's going to be an action-packed heat, as we are currently in heat number 3, quarterfinal 3, here in the junior women's event. And if Alfredo Ramirez is watching, a surfer from Ensenada, Baja California, it is his 44th birthday today, a surfer who has done a lot for the sport of surfing in Mexico with WAPO, a bi-national organization that organizes events not only in Baja California, but also in the Southern California region. So Alfredo, happy birthday, feliz cumpleaños. Mateo and I are having a great time here, a blast in beautiful Zippers. Kind of slow heat this one. Bethany Zalasko at 2.57, the best wave of the heat so far. 23 minutes, and as we said, half an hour heats because we have those long lows. It seems like as soon as we kind of entered the junior women's heats, Mateo, a little bit slower start, but Summer Macedo dropping a really excellent score in her last heat. Gabriela Bryan is up and riding.
Here we go. Surfer in white driving down the line, getting her back arm going, getting a lot of speed as she connects the lip once and again. Nice combination for Gabriela. She just unable to hold on to that finishing move. Nonetheless, it's going to be the highest score of the heat so far, and Gabriela going to take a quick early lead as priority is now officially established, as all three girls in the water have taken a wave, leaving Alyssa Spencer out the back with unconditional right away. She can pick any wave she wants. She can take off wherever she wants, up the point, down the point. And, yeah, she's going to be patient. You know, she knows what she's looking for. Alyssa, our current ratings leader in the North America Junior Series, as we're taking a look at white, you know, she got quite a few pumps to really gain some momentum down the line. Kept her board speed up as she connected a nice 1-2. The rocks at the low tide kind of got the best of her there. A couple little boils coming out of the water, and it's dropping in. It's going to be a keeper score at this stage in the game, a 5.33 for Miss Bryan.
Yeah, not a bad way to start off her heat, 5.33, a mid-range score, 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, Alyssa, you said our current ratings leader. She does have first priority, so really a big event for Alyssa if she can get a huge spread here in between competitors, as Samantha Sibley did bow out from competition already. Oh, no, she's
Sibley,
coming up, excuse me.
she's in the next heat.
Yeah, excuse me.
And we've had Kira, who's the
Leilani, excuse me. Yeah, Leilani just bowed out. She was in fourth, so a little bit of a mistake there from my part. But Leilani, yeah, she got fourth in the first event over in Cocoa Beach. Kira Pinkerton advancing on in second in the first heat of the quarterfinals, so she's still in competition. And Sam is coming up in heat number 4 as we see Kiasa waving her hands. She wants the situation, but she only has a couple small scores. When that really happens at the beginning of the heat, you know, our beach announcers don't really give situation out because since they're super small scores, not really a necessity there, Matthew.
Exactly. It's not really an official situation until all surfers have ridden 2 waves. You know, right now, if you're telling Chiasa what she needs, it doesn't totally make sense as the girl in first place, Gabriela, only has 1 wave ridden, as well as Alyssa Spencer, yet to catch a wave. So we could usually wait, especially as a beach announcer, you're going to wait till the 2 waves have been ridden by all 4 surfers before you really give the official breakdown of what everyone's needs, the placings, and the priority order. And just kind of looking back through the ratings quickly here as we got a couple quick kickouts. The girls kind of searching, sniffing around the inside. Really interesting through those first 2 quarterfinals. The ladies who have advanced on to the semis, most of them are all surfing out of region right now. And there we go. We got Mike Lamb down on the beach. This guy has been around the game for a long time. And if we can get a shot of the eyewear he's wearing, those glasses, check these things out, ladies and gentlemen at home. This guy's got full style. Golden lightning bolt? Are you kidding me? That guy knows what's up. I can hardly keep a straight face right now. But, yeah, he said that was a gift. I had to question him about those yesterday. So check out the game face for Mike Lamb. He's been doing this a very long time. I remember myself surfing NSSA events in the Gold Coast in California, 15 years ago, and he was down on the beach coaching kids. So very experienced, knowledgeable coach who's spent more hours on the beach than most.
And that he has, and working with a young, talented girl like Bethany Zalasko from Dana Point. She did make Evan's U.S. Open Pro Junior Final last year, getting
big result.
4th. Yeah, really huge result, especially, an event that big where you can compose yourself under pressure. It's not something easy, Matt, and for her to do it, she's only 16, been around the game for a while, and when you groom up those amateur ranks, but actually once you start making finals in the Pro Junior rankings, it's a big step, and it's a big leap in competition, even though you're still competing with many girls that you normally compete with, but, judging scale is a little bit different just because it's actually a pro contest. You're coming up against girls from international ranks as well. A lot more people on the beach as the U.S. Open, is one of the biggest events in the world. So
it's a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
When you have 10,000 people on the beach watching you surf, you kidding me? You better have nerves of steel to handle that, as it looks like Alyssa is looking to open her account here. Take it away.
Yeah, regional ratings leader right here, Alyssa Spencer from Carlsbad in California. A nice couple of steering maneuvers. As I really like her low center of gravity. Her positioning of her arms is beautiful as well as she is kicking out possibly the best wave of the heat so far, as Chiasa up and riding, nice opening turn. The girl from Huntington Beach in California, also a pretty decent ride for her. 18 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, as Alyssa Spencer getting the best of that exchange. But our surfer in white from the Garden Isle of Kauai, she is up and riding, pumping down the line, as we see that whiteboard really making her way around this section. Beautiful. Ooh, a slip there, Mateo. Not going to be the score she's looking for, but a 5.33 on her opening ride. But Alyssa getting the better of that exchange.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gabriella, that's a good old-fashioned foot slip right there. We've all been there before, and nothing more frustrating because, you know, she had already gained some momentum, got one nice turn, was really looking to capitalize on that inside section, but it just happens to the best of us, and she's going to reset, regroup, and get back out there. As something I was going to mention moments ago was just the diversity in this international field and kind of what it means for the ratings, because moving on to the semifinal, at this point in time, we have Macy Callahan, Kira Pinkerton, Summer Macedo, and Alyssa Locke. So out of those 4 surfers in the semis, actually only one of them, Kira Pinkerton, is actually gaining any points. Because these other girls are surfing out of region, so you can only gain points for your world's qualifying seed in your own home region, although you're allowed to surf out of the region.
And that's a really good observation, as we see Alyssa Spencer, our current ratings leader for North America, a couple nice searing turns on her backhand, and she gets one more in. But look at the placement of her arms and her feet on top of her board. She was nursing an ankle injury a couple months ago. It seems like she's way better now. 16 minutes, 45 seconds, 7.0 on her opening ride, the best of the heat so far, Matt.
I like to call that one the hockey stick, the nice 7 there for Alyssa Spencer, the perfect way to start out a heat. You know, you're going to have a nice, comfortable, a little weight off your shoulders, and now she's going to like look to relax and really look to capitalize and back that 7 up to get advancing stages of the heat. So Kira is the only girl picking up points into that top 2 on the ladies' side. So the top 2 finishers out of the North America region on the women's side will get the advancement and invitation to the World Juniors, which is, correct me, is it Kayama?
Kayama, yeah.
Kayama.
And, as we see 16 minutes
and that's
remaining.
near Sydney, Australia?
Yeah, around Sydney, the area, Kayama. As we do see Gabriella Bryan, but it's Bethany Zelasco in the green jersey using her first priority as she is up and riding. Nice second turn right there, but goes down. So unfortunately for her, not going to be the score she needs. She needs a 4.44. Matthew, still plenty of time, 15:35.
Yeah, not even halfway through this heat right now. Plenty of time. There's, you know, the ocean's looking a little sleepy at the moment. But as we've seen all event long, there is plenty of surf pouring into this lovely zippers lineup. And there's not a breath of wind here today, which is really advantageous to the surfers in the water. But to us here in the booth, I could use a little bit of wind breeze.
We definitely could, but I mean, conditions are so nice that we don't want to jinx it, Mateo. You know, we want our surfers to get the best possible conditions they can. And I mean, junior men's heats turned on. 4 of the best quarterfinals I've seen in my life, especially the last one. Crosby Colapinto advancing on with Cole Hauschman, 9.93, the best wave of the entire event so far. Che Allen also advancing on with Ryland Rubens, our ratings leader. You were saying 2 women from the regional championships go into World Junior Championships. Ryland Rubens and Alyssa Spencer still in the event. So it's a big event for them and actually get a big gap in ratings.
Yeah, on the men's side, there's 4 that qualify. Yeah. On the women's, there's 2. So obviously, this being the second event of the series in North America, huge points on offer, and these kids are really looking to maximize them because, you know, I was up in the pool on the little break there, and I watched a couple of the competitors come in from their heats, and they're pretty tortured. I saw some tears, unfortunately, and that just shows how much they care about this event, how much they care about surfing and competition, and they're really, you know, putting their blood, sweat, and tears into it.
And it would be way worse if you'd actually see someone, you know, just shrug it off and say, you know, whatever. But you actually see them, and they're so emotional because they put so much time, effort, and dedication. You know, some of these kids, you know, they're missing school, they're missing things that are probably a little bit more important, you know, in the real world as to them. They want to make it as a professional surfer. They're putting blood, sweat, and tears into this. So it's difficult, Matt. You know, taking a loss is never easy, but it is part of life. And depending on how you react after the loss is actually the biggest win.
Exactly. It's all what you learn from your wins and your losses, and I know you are always learning much more from the losses as we see Umbrella City down there on the beach. If you don't have a beach umbrella, you're not on the beach because you will be fried and torn to pieces by this blistering heat. But luckily for them, the umbrellas are out, the sunscreen's on, everyone's working on their tans, and the water temperature is absolutely perfect down here in Cabo. And maybe by the end of the week, I'll be halfway to your skin color, but I got a long, long way to go.
Well, you know, now living full-time in Southern California, I actually get a little bit pale compared to my normal skin color, but I've been working it. As Chris Cote is downstairs with a special guest. Chris, who you got?
I am very excited to say that Alana Blanchard is here, and I'm looking over. She's 20 feet tall over here on the scaffolding, and now she's here in person. Alana Blanchard, thank you so much for bringing the Alana Blanchard Foundation to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We also filmed the How to Do Los Cabos video together last month, which was super fun. Let's get to the foundation. You got 4 surfers who could really use a kickstart to their campaign to get them around the world. Tell me a little bit about the Alana Blanchard Foundation and the heat we're going to see coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, we just announced that we are doing the Alana Blanchard Foundation, and I'm really excited. It kind of, started out that I just wanted to help girls that kind of wanted to get into surfing or that are into it and kind of need help because kind of like everything else, it's, you know, expensive to do. And I just saw an opportunity that I could help out some girls that need some help, and we thought that Cabo or the Los Cabos Open was like the perfect place to start. And we're gonna run one heat, and we picked 4 girls this time, and I think there's how much? There's some
$2,500 for the winner.
Some cash in there for them, and I'm pretty excited. I know the girls that got picked are all really excited. They don't really have main sponsors at the time, so even coming here, you know, it's so expensive. So to help out anyway is like amazing, and we couldn't have done it without the Cabo.
You know, again, you're here on the giant billboard here on the beach. This is your 5th year coming to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. No pressure this year. You're not competing in the event, so you're coming down here kind of as spokesperson, and you're just hyping up Cabo. Yeah. I know you love it here. What's your favorite part about the Cabo experience?
Cabo is just so fun. I think when anyone hears like Cabo, they just think about fun, and it's just fun and light, and you can surf, you can hang, and it's all good. So I'm just hanging this time. I'm gonna surf, but I'm not competing, and I'm kind of liking it, so it'll be good.
We're liking it. Alana Blanchard is free to hang out down here in Cabo, but she's going to be watching closely tomorrow when you have the Alana Blanchard Foundation. I'm calling it a super heat. 4 incredible surfers will be hitting the water at Zippers to get that $2,500. We're just calling it a grant, but it's more of an earned grant. It's going to help these surfers get around the world and back competing on the QS. Follow underneath you see at alanablanchard.foundation. Go to that Instagram handle and get all the information you need. We're just going to be cruising here, watching the rest of this contest, and tomorrow things are going to be heating up as we may see finals in QS 6000 women, as well as the Pro Junior men and women. It's going to be an awesome day.
It will be.
Thanks. Thank you, Alana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher and Alana. Great job. Giving back to the community, Matt. You don't see that too much for someone who's actually made it in life already, and for her to give back in such a big way, $2,500 could be something huge.
Oh yeah,
these girls.
It's going to definitely help those competitors that are surfing without a major brand supporting them. And there's a huge shout out to Alana. Thank you for being here. Thank you for starting the Alana Blanchard Foundation. And she's been a great advocate for women surfing around the globe, inspiring tons of young ladies, you know, to get out there and be proud of their bodies and also surf up to their abilities and just fall in love with the ocean. So, you know, working with Alana for the Rip Curl team, it's just been great having her part of the program since she was 10 years old. And, you know, she's a lifer with us, and we're so proud to have her and all the things she's doing at this stage in her career.
Well, that's awesome, Mateo. And, you know, just going back to that, someone who has everything already and giving back to the community, to the sport that she loves and that gave her so much, that gave her the career that she has right now. And you bringing up the topic that she's such a beautiful girl and using that to her advantage. As we're going to go back to that, Alyssa Spencer, our current ratings leader in North America, up and riding. She's pumping down the line. Nice eyeing the section right here. She hits it, exploding that section out the back. And a second one, sending a lot of spray. This girl has such a good base. rarely falls, as she will be posting another score. And up and riding Chiasa, a quick in and out for her, but Alyssa Spencer, great surfing in the red jersey.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer, I'd have to say another beautiful young lady, hopefully following in Alana's footsteps as far as a World Tour qualification, as well as, being proud of her body and, demonstrating and having a big following on social media. And look at the boys and girls in the pool. Look at that. The inflatable rafts. You got the unicorn with the golden horn there. And these kids may have won or lost in this competition, but they're all winners here today as they're in the perfect seat, the best seat in the house, poolside, watching the best pro juniors in the world. What's up, our friends? Enjoy the action.
All right, here goes a surfer from the Garden Isle of Kauai. This is Gabriella Bryan. Nice opening turn for her. A second one, forcing that maneuver, but not coming down with it. So not going to be that score she needs to improve her situation, possibly a 2.93. She is currently in first, but Alyssa Spencer going to post a score in the excellent range, 8.33, Mateo. Wow, she is on fire, 8.33, 7.0. Gabriella Bryan in second now. She needs a perfect 10 to regain the lead. 7 minutes remaining on the clock, but priority Bethany Zelasco needing a 5.76, excuse me, and she does have first priority. And Chiasa 6.13 to move up into second. So really the battle for second right now. As next heat, Caroline Marks, Brissa Hennessy, Julie Nishimoto, and Samantha Sibley. That is going to be a great way to end the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a stacked next heat. As we're going to take a look on the replay, Alyssa Spencer really taking her time here. Didn't rush into the whitewater. She wanted to find that blue open wall as she absolutely tagged the section there once and again. As she stood pretty tall through that second maneuver, normally you would have seen her go into a bit more of a crouch to really explode through that turn, but she saw the sand coming on. She took a little bit of caution, rode it out, and dropped the hammer, 8.33. And having a massive lead over her fellow competition.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan in second, needing a perfect 10.0. Yeah, it's the Alyssa Spencer heat right here. She is on fire, 8.33 and a 7.0. It's two waves, very solid surfing from Alyssa. And going back to that, just being a girl pretty much in the world of surfing, and using that beauty that all women have to their advantage. Atlanta Blanchard. The most common exposure we can probably think of, but Alyssa Spencer, only 14 years old. She's one that'll probably be doing the same in the near future, as well as an incredible surfer. But we've seen so many girls. I think Monica Leogram is another one that really comes to mind. Khalil Maniz's sister. All these girls using that beauty that they have, not only for surfing, but just being an all-around employee for the brands that they work for as well. And I think it's something that many of these girls will end up doing as well, because not only are they great surfers, they're beautiful as well.
Yeah, there's a little modeling side to the women's surfing. Men's too. Obviously, you've seen all the ads in the magazines. It's not just the girls, the guys as well. But, surfing is a sexy sport. Not going to deny that, You're not wearing a ton of clothing. You're in board shorts and bikinis, and you're down on the beach. You're fit. You're tan. So there's a reason why surfing's gaining a lot of popularity. We're going to be in the Olympics. A lot of exciting stuff happening in the surfing world. And hey, if you're in Cabo or you're listening at home, if you want to come meet the Rip Curl team, we are going to do a pro team signing down on the beach right here at the event tomorrow, 3 to 4 p.m., a 1-hour signing. And we're looking to potentially have Alana there, Nikki Van Dyke, Paulina Doe, as well as some of our junior competitors, Alyssa Spencer, Brisa Hennessy, and Leilani McGonigal. So if you want to meet those 6 fine young ladies, come on down to the beach tomorrow and get an autograph signed.
I do have a very important question for you. You said surfing is a sexy sport that even men model. I'm going to go back and ask you if you have modeled before, because I'm pretty sure you have, because you're smiling right now. But going back to action, Bethany Zelasco,
you're talking about.
She needs a 5.76 to move up in a second. We're going to get a replay instantly of that last wave that Bethany rode. Scores are coming in. It's going to be in the mid-range, 4 minutes remaining, and priority is with our surfer in blue, Chiasa Maruyama. 5.17 is the last of green, Bethany Zelasco. She needs a 3.17 now to move up into second. As we do see on screen, our surfer in red, Caroline Marks from the next heat. She has been not only the standout surfer in the junior women's, as we'll get back to that, Chiasa Maruyama in the blue, up and riding.
Yeah, Chiasa, one quick snap there. Unfortunately for her, in this heat, she has had some tough wave selection, which proves to be so important, especially in these later rounds, into the quarterfinals against the top seed in the North America standings. It's not going to be enough if you're catching those shorter, closed-out waves. You really got to find an open wall, a quality set wave, and to release a couple big turns. You know, and Gabriela, I haven't really seen her with any too big Pro Junior results in the past, so she must be licking her chops as she kind of is finding the form as we see Zelasco here.
Yeah, Zelasco up and riding. Nice turn. Ooh, right on the rocks almost. I hope she's okay. It seems that she is, but she's risking everything. As you know, she only needs a 3.17 to move up into second. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to get a replay of this is her previous ride, her best so far, 5.17. A nice snap under the lip, a second one straight up into the lip line, and that closing maneuver right there. She does get one more, the best of her wave so far. So 5.17, good score for Bethany Zelasco, but 2 minutes 30 seconds, she still needs a 3.17.
Yeah, that wave of Bethany really got her back in the heat, that 5.17, but unfortunately for her, she's paddling back out in that fourth priority. That last wave really could have been utilized, looking for that small score of a 3.17, as now the surfers in first and second sit out the back patiently with the top two priority positions. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. And, you know, we're marching our way through here today.
Yeah, Chiasa up and riding in the blue jersey, our surfer from Huntington Beach. Nice opening turn there, but pushes a little too hard, and you can see her body language slapping the water. Not, you know, the thing that we want to see the most. We want to see these surfers actually, you know, putting all their effort into it. But that's, you know, the other side to it, that these girls are putting so much effort and all their time and dedication into it that it's hard not to get frustrated, as we do see Zelasco up and riding in green. She needs a 3.17 on this ride. Not going to get it there, Mateo. A minute 35 remaining as Alyssa Spencer. Only 2 waves so far, 8.33 and a 7.0. Have her in first. So Gabriela Bryan in second as Alyssa is up and riding.
Yeah, Alyssa looking to better her low of a 7.0 here. She cracks the lip once. Really strong maneuver. This wave's kind of petering out. She doesn't need it. She's already cruising ahead. But what I really liked about Alyssa's heat strategy here is she didn't rush anything at the beginning of the heat. It took her about 12 minutes to catch her opening wave, and she trusted her ability on that opening wave and just tagged it a few times, got the 7, got the confidence up, and, you know, finished the heat with that 8.33. So it's all about patience, waiting for that correct wave, and unleashing it when you get that opportunity.
As that she did. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. So Bethany might have one more wave as Chiasa as well. 45 seconds. Things looking difficult for these girls, as Gabriela might play a little bit of defense. No, she's letting Bethany go. She needs a 3.17 on this ride. Could possibly get it here. First opening crack, a second one under the lip, and goes up in vertical.
Wow.
Whoa. You know, right on the rocks, ending up on the sand. 30 seconds. Mateo, your opinion?
Oh, I'm just like taking a deep breath here just thinking about it, because that was so risky from Gabrielle Bryan with priority to allow Bethany to catch that wave. And here goes Gabriella looking to better her low of a 3-point ride. And I don't know if she's going to be able to do it on this small of a wave. It's going to be extremely challenging as she docks herself onto the rocks on the shoreline. And it's all going to come down to this between green and white, as we're down to 3 seconds left. And the score is in for Zelasco, a 3.57, and she turns the heat.
Whew. So 2 surfers from the North America region advance on. So it is good for them as they are getting more points towards their qualification to World Junior Championships. We just saw Alyssa Spencer run up the beach. We do see Gabriela Bryan in the white as well. But what a heat coming down to the last 30 seconds, Matt.
And here we go, Gabriella on the early on in the heat, really utilizing that back foot power. She cracked the lip, got herself into advancing stages as Alyssa Spencer did what she does best and totally tore apart the wave on her backhand. And you know what? Things all came down to the end here for that second place battle. What do you think?
7.0, 8.33. It was a battle for second as Alyssa Spencer gets the heat win and moves on to the semifinals. We'll be right back for quarterfinal number 4. Welcome back to beautiful zippers. Samantha Sibley is up and riding. This is quarterfinal number 4 of the junior women's action. In the red jersey, Caroline Marks from Melbourne Beach, Florida. Brissa Hennessy from Kailua of the island of Oahu. And speak of her, she is up and riding. Matthew Myers with me. Mitchell Salazar speaking as Brissa. Beautiful. Ooh, trying to go a little bit too radical there, Mateo.
Yeah, early on in the heat, it was one big section. She knows it's going to take big scores to advance to this heat. So she wanted to show off to the judges, the crowd at home, those on the beach with a little grab rail below tail. But unfortunately for Brice, she came undone there. Got a 1.5. As this is a gnarly heat. Easily this could be a final, but it's not even a semi. It's a quarter.
Quarters. So, but that's the thing, as you were saying, 2 of these girls in this heat right now are competing for the North America region. One from Japan, one from Hawaii. So they do not count towards the points rankings for the North America, as Julie Nishimoto is up and riding. She is from Hawaii but competes for Japan, as a nice couple turns out the back, and a third really nice blow tail turn right there on the inside. She will kick out, being confident. Definitely the best wave of the heat so far, 27:20 on the clock. And speaking of girls who know how to compete, Brissa Hennessy from Kailua, Oahu, Samantha Sibley from San Clemente in California, Julie Nishimoto from the island of Oahu, and Caroline Marks, Melbourne Beach, Florida, the standout of the event, not only in the junior women's but also in the QS. And Julie, great wave for her.
Yeah, Julie connected with the lip really well there, kept her speed down the line, linking multiple turns. And the judges are going to give her kind of a mid-range score. This came in at a 4.67. It was slightly an inside wave, but not a bad start for Julie. As I'm kind of digging that swimsuit there. Looks pretty fun. Nice match in her white jersey. And we got to watch her yesterday as she did a couple of those off-the-lip floaters. Got airdropped with the backwash.
Right on the sand.
Right on the sand. Late last night. It was like a 6:30 p.m. heat. As we see another wave approaching. It's Samantha Sibley opting to take this one.
Yeah, Sam up and riding. She surfs lowers and upper trestles all the time in her hometown of San Clemente in California. Not the wave that she's going to want to keep right at the end of the heat. 26 minutes left on the clock. And as you were saying, Mateo, Rip Curl team in the water right now is Brissa Hennessy, the surfer from Kailua on Oahu. I believe, though, she was born in Costa Rica, so her name actually means breeze in Spanish. Tell me a little bit more about Brissa. As we are going to go downstairs to Alyssa Spencer, another Rip Curl team rider. She's with Fisher DeVoe.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with our heat winner, Alyssa Spencer. She's from Carlsbad, California. So tell me, Alyssa, through your heat, it was pretty inconsistent, but you managed to get that 7 in the 8.
Yeah, it was pretty inconsistent, but when the waves came through, it was pretty fun. But yeah, I had to sit for a long time for the 7 and the 8. Yeah.
Awesome. So now you just won the quarterfinal. So what do you expect to be going into the semis?
I'm super excited to be in the semis, but it's going to be challenging to make to the final because all the girls are surfing so good. So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Awesome, Alyssa. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you, Fisher. Awesome job down there, and congratulations to Alyssa as we see her best wave on screen, an 8.33. She gives a little handshake to Christopher Cote, and the hat back to my man sitting right to my next.
Yeah, Cote is being a little sub on the team manager duties with the little hat. You'll see World Tour pit boss Ryan Fletcher, who's probably having a nice time over in Fiji on these late days at the moment.
Life.
Oh, he lives the dream. So Fletch, he's the pit boss of the Rip Curl squad, traveling the world with Mick Fanning, Gabe Medina, Matt Wilkinson, Owen Wright, Connor Coffin, Tyler Wright, and Nikki Van Dyke. So that's his squad, those World Tour All-Stars on the RC program. And, Fletch is always there for whatever they need. So big shout-out to Fletch Doggy if he's watching. Looking forward to our next time hanging out. Most likely be at the U.S. Open, where we'll probably see Mitchell Salazar as well.
I sure hope so, Matt. The only thing that we can do is actually just work hard and see what happens in the near future. But speaking of girls in the future, this is Caroline Marks, the standout surfer of the event, and that is why 2 maneuvers in a row and a third one. The only thing I can say is that I'm very impressed by the way Caroline is surfing. I am not impressed, though, by the person she has behind the scenes with her, Mike Snips Parsons, as Sam Sibley. Nice 2-turn combo as well. And, wow, a little drift of the fins actually on a left. That was a little impressive, getting a little bit of extra points there on the shore break, as that was a pretty nice exchange. Caroline getting really, really good surfing there from Caroline Marks and Sam Sibley. So 23 minutes and 35 seconds. Priority now first blue, then second white. So Julie 4.67 on her opening ride. Caroline going to drop a nice score right there, as well as Sam. So I love that redirect that Sam Sibley did on the left.
You know, it's probably not going to score a ton of points with the judges. It was just nice to see something different. And that's what excites us in surfing, when we see something unique, something that out of the ordinary. That's really what fires us up, as we see blue, Hennessy looking for the insider here.
Yeah, brisa, which means breeze in Spanish. She is up and riding. Our surfer from the island of Oahu. She is always smiling, I can tell you that. As she finishes up her ride on the inside, 22 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock. This is quarterfinal number 4, then going straight into, after this heat, will be quarterfinal number 1 of the Women's QS 6000. In the red will be Dimity Stoyle, and in the blue, Silvana Lima. Then heat number 2, as we do see our competitors, Liam Murray, Kate Matson, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman, Elijah Fox, and all the rest of the boys down there. What a great crew we did have for the junior men's, as we do have semifinals on tap for either tomorrow or Sunday, Matt.
Can I say, look out Cabo. These boys are coming in hot. A lot of talent, a lot of good looks, and a lot of fun in that group of young men right there. All, you know, in that 15, 17 age group. And most of them, well, a few of them still in the event. A handful of them have bowed out. So they're going to be, you know, hopefully enjoying the rest of their time here. Probably spending a lot of time in that pool up above us.
Oh, yeah. With all the unicorns and the donuts they got. There's actually a shore rake to the left of our contest site where they actually took those things out one day. As opening of red, Caroline Marks 8.27. And last of blue, Brissa Hennessy, a 5.33. And last of Sam Sibley, that little redirect on the left at the end, 5.67. So that moves her up in the second. Caroline Marks, 8.27, just one score has her in first. And third place, Brissa Hennessy, a 5.53. It is her best score so far. A 2.72 moves her up in the second. And Julie Nishimoto, only one wave, 4.67. That is also part of our scaffolding right there, as we see a couple of former competitors not in the draw anymore, but they are enjoying their time. Melanie Gunta from Peru all the way to the left. And these surfers, you know, pretty spoiled with this event, which is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. I know definitely we are. We got a fan on ourselves right now, Mateo, because it is scorching hot right here. As we do see on screen, Los Cabos and our event top 5 scores. This is from our junior women's event. Caroline Marks, 9.6 in round 2. Summer Macedo, 9.1 in round 2. Alyssa Locke, 8.87 in round 2 as well. All these from last round. And Caroline Marks, 8.77 as well as an 8.5. So she does have 3 of the excellent scores of this event, junior women's so far. Matt, your opinion on that?
Well, it's obviously the Caroline Marks show this weekend so far, this entire week, excuse me, as we have really yet to see her falter or stumble, as it looks like Julie is looking at a nice quality wave here.
Yeah, Julie Nishimoto up and riding. Nice opening crack. A second one in the pocket. I like how she keeps really centered over her board, slides the fins on the third maneuver, and the fourth one really using this wave to her advantage and milking it all the way through, using her emotion and her body language as Caroline, our heat leader, up and riding, as we do see her there on her second maneuver, a third one, and she rarely falls, this girl. And Snips, give him the high five, a little thumbs up right there.
Thumbs up from Coach.
And that's the most you're probably going to see out of him in maybe the next 10 years. So
we could see like a golf clap, maybe. Just a brief one.
Just a brief one.
Luckily for Caroline, she's got Snips Parsons in her corner, who, you know, he's coached the likes of Chloe Andino, Ricky Peterson, and the list goes on and on. But looking to see where these scores will fit in the puzzle here that the judges, you know, each and every heat, the scoring system resets, and, you know, they're constantly comparing each ride to one another. And now that they have the 8.27 of Caroline, they have a few of those smaller scores, they're going to see how they compare to one another, and they're going to plug them into the system, and in the end, the top 2 will advance on and move to the semifinals to meet Alyssa Spencer and Bethany Zalaska.
As that they will, as we see Snips on screen right now. And, you know, for someone to actually coach someone at this high of a level, that's, you know, a little bit of a smile right there. That's probably the most you're going to get out of him. But going back to Snips, to be able to coach at this high of a level, you have to have been a great surfer or still be a great surfer. I think that Snips one of the best in the game. A 6.93 last at Caroline Marks. So you can see what kind of work she's been doing, not only in the off season but also on the on season. During the on season, you know, you're busy most of the time, want to surf as much as you can, but even when you're surfing as much, you still want to either stretch, get a workout in almost every single day, at least 3 times a week, but most importantly is get your rest, Matt. Even besides eating well, if you're not resting enough, your body's going to be so consistently tired that your body's not allowing itself to actually regenerate what you need. Your cells are just, you know, dead, especially here someplace so hot as Cabo San Lucas. Even though it is so beautiful, it can be lethal if you're not taking well care of yourself. You're not hydrating yourself, being in the AC when you can, and just being in the shade, because the sun out here can be deadly.
Man, I could use you as a life coach.
You know, I try my best, Mateo. I just want to be a good partner in crime with you.
Well, I appreciate it, Mitch. And you know, I'm not one to forget about the water, but I could use a little bit more sleep. These are long days, lots of traveling in my life as of late. But I'm fired up just because the surfing is so good, and it really carries on through the day and fires you up, heat after heat, as we are into nitty gritty, into the last quarterfinal of junior women's in this junior 1,000 event, JQS, $5,000 prize purse. And after this, we are moving back into the pro women's 6,000 quarterfinals, and boy, do we have some heats on our hands here.
Yeah, Jimmy Stoyle up against Silvana Lima, then Keely Andrew up against Caroline Marks. After that, Sage Erickson and Tatiana Weston-Webb. And then quarterfinal number 4, the clash of the goofy footers, standouts of the event so far. Dominique Barona, who got 2nd place last year, up against former champion, actually, Bronte McCauley. So that is going to be a rematch from last year's final. It will be an all-goofy clash. Going to be an incredible day of surfing. And just an honor to be here with Matthew Myers, Mitchell Salazar, just Chris Cote, Ian Folk, Carranza doing an incredible job, as well as Fisher DeVoe. Don't want to forget about Fish. He's been doing a fantastic job with the junior surfers, getting post-heat interviews. And he's probably given at least 1 million high fives the whole time he's been here.
He's given a few high fives, and that lucky hand, he should probably go, you know, maybe a casino. I'm not sure if he's quite old enough for that, but with the amount of high fives from all those winners, that's one lucky hand. And at the end of the day, that kid is all smiles, and it's such a pleasure to have a nice young talent such as Fisher DeVoe on the webcast commentary team. And that kid's got a big future. He's an incredible fisherman. He's an incredible diver. As we're going to take a replay here of Caroline Marks as she floats over that section, carries a ton of speed down the line. This is Caroline Marks' last wave, a 6.93 for that combination of 3 maneuvers. And that's got her well and truly out ahead as the surfer in second, Nishimoto, is looking for a large score of 8.83 to take the victory, as she will be fending off the hungry surfers in 3rd and 4th. Samantha Sibley, she's looking for a 5.38, as Brisa Hennessy in 4th, staying very patient out there, is looking for the 5.52.
And if you look at this sheet on paper, Nishimoto would actually be considered the underdog. And she is advancing right now. Samantha Sibley, Brisa Hennessy, maybe a lot more household names that you hear a lot more. 15 minutes, 10 seconds. She is in 2nd, but she does have 3rd priority. So Sam and Brisa do have 1st and 2nd respectively. As we see some spectators, that's how warm it is out here, folks. It is absolutely scorching hot, and our spectators are just laying on the rocks right now as the water's a little bit cooler than outside temperature. And, you know, if you are in the region, come by and stop. That is a pretty cool angle. Sam Sibley, Julie Nishimoto, Caroline Marks, and further out the back, you can see a longtime competitor, Brisa Hennessy, sitting with 2nd priority. So even though she has 2nd, if she does not paddle hard enough, or our priority judge doesn't see enough determination for her to catch the wave, she will not be degraded priority, so she will probably hang on if Sam catches a wave. So that's good for her, sitting further out the back, and you can really tell when a person her age has enough experience. Still 17 years old, born in Costa Rica, raised on the island of Oahu, and a really good surfer, smiling all the time, Matt. And that's another girl as well, Sam Sibley, really good competitor. She went to the ISA World Games, only 14 years old. And Alyssa Spencer also as well, representing Team USA in the ISA World Surfing Games. Really young team. Hurley team rider that I know very well. Jordy Collins being the team captain, the oldest, 18 years old. He got a semifinal finish. Cole Hauschman, who dropped the highest score of the entire event, 9.93 earlier today, was on the team as well. Then Tommy Coleman, who unfortunately lost out yesterday. And Crosby Colapinto, yes, thank you. That was our 4th member of Team USA over in France. So 4 really young competitors and 2 extremely young women. So that really tells you how determined and how patient these kids are and how confident USA Surfing is in these young kids.
Yeah, you know, the whole point of that event for them was really to gain a ton of experience on the international stage. There was a big men's 6,000 WQS event going on in Chiba, Japan at the time. So quite a lot of the older boys on the U.S. squad that normally would have been in the pickings for the U.S. team weren't available. So they decided, you know what, let's reset our strategy. Let's look to the future. Let's get our top 6, you know, young surfers in the junior ranks. Let's get them over to France. Let's get them surfing against the world's best and just see what they can learn. Let's see what result they can get. You know, they got a copper, and I believe in the Aloha Cup. I think they took 8th place overall, so not a terrible result, as they advanced through quite a few heats and learned a lot and had a good time. Because all those photos, all I saw was big smiles.
Yeah, they were smiling all the time. Why not? Baguettes and coffee all the time. They were over there, so not a bad place to spend a good 10 days. As we see our spectators on the sand right there at the beach. Beautiful conditions here at Playa Zippers. As we have said before, oh, look at the Tecate on the head of that mister, our fan. He is enjoying his time, as well as his wife, it would appear. But, you know, going back to the youth of surfing, not only in the U.S. but around the world, you know, having confidence in people like that, you know, you're going to call them in a week's anticipation time, and you're just going to be like, hey, I have an opportunity for you. Are you going to take it? And they say yes. So ISA surfing is very different from the one we're doing right now. This is, you know, there is monetary gain. The other, you know, considered a lot more amateur. But the thing is, you get so much experience because each heat you advance, especially being repercharge, you surf a lot of heats.
Oh, yeah.
And then repercharge heats are 15 minutes. So in those 15 minutes, you got 4 guys that are hungry to get a result for their country. So it's, you know, you have to really go out there and put the pedal to the metal and get things done. Johnny Corzo, an outstanding surfer from Puerto Escondido, winning, you know, the first entire medal for Team Mexico in the history of surfing. So a big congratulations to Johnny.
He must be a friend of yours?
He is. I've known him since he was 10 or 11 years old. His brother Angelo, as well as we see the poster.
Hashtag.
And hashtag Los Cabos if you're here. Sam Sibley up and riding in the green jersey. She is pumping down the line. Nice first crack for her. Trying to get that score she needs, 5.38. Not going to do it there. But, you know, a good effort. She did have first priority, though. So Alyssa Spencer advancing on to the last heat. Priority now with her compatriot, Bissa Hennessy. Priority goes to blue. Then second, white Julie. She's currently in second. So here's the thing, Matt. With 10 minutes, 35 seconds, we've seen a really last slow 10 minutes. That's where you have 30-minute heats, but the last 10 minutes have been very slow. The first 10 minutes of this heat, you know, a lot of waves ridden. But Julie, going to be smart. Brissa probably going to catch the best wave that comes through. But Julie, right after that, either maintain first priority or catch the first good wave that she sees, put a lot more pressure on Brissa, because Julie actually has the 3rd best wave of the heat so far. So what Brissa wants to do is get the 5.52, but actually get a score higher than that. So when Julie actually betters her 4.67, the requirement for Brissa is actually less.
Dude, you're breaking it down right now. Thanks for dropping knowledge on us.
You know.
You've been to a couple of surf events in your career, so.
Just a few.
Yeah. Mitchell Salazar, thank you here. You know, a bilingual speaker, spent, you know, 10 years of his life living in Mexico, now comfortably up in Orange County, joining me in a little surf hub that we have there with all the major brands. He works for Hurley. He's a team rider and ambassador for that program. So congratulations on all the great things you got going in your life. As the last score coming in from Sam, not going to be enough to turn the heat. Looks like it's going to come in that 2-point range as we are under 10 minutes. And potentially I might see some lines way out the back as, you know, not a whole lot of waves right in this heat. Caroline obviously is looking pretty comfy with her situation, but definitely a nail biter for the other 3 girls as, you know, there hasn't been a lot of action. It's all about staying cool, calm, collected, being patient. And we'll see what Brisa decides to do here. As, you know, she's been in this situation before. She's had a lot of slow heats in her career. She is a former 3rd place overall in the WSL World Juniors last year at Kayama. And, you know, she's looking to get back there again, as we do have a paddle on the inside here with Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline up and riding, trying to better that 6.93. Beautiful second maneuver. Don't think she's going to do it there, though. But good utilization of her priority, as she did have third. So just really trying to put a little bit more pressure on all other three girls. But as you were saying, Brissa, this is actually her last year in the junior ranking. So she wants to make it count. Even though this doesn't count for her region, she still wants to get that money. You know, it actually helps out if you have a little bit more extra baggage in the pocket. So Brissa trying to get a little bit more money and really just more experience as well, more heats. It's always good. 5.07 last score of Caroline Marks. But as you said, Kayama, a tricky wave, and Caroline Marks has been here before. Break it down, Matt.
Here's Caroline. You know, she's just getting loose on the inside, working on that backhand attack as she has all event long. You know, a quick throwaway for her. She's not going to need the 5.07, as she already has two much better scores in her scoreline. And that set really didn't provide all that much. It was one of those swing wide sets. Unfortunately, I'm not quite the expert at this wave as far as knowing exactly the swell angle, like as far as degrees is concerned, but I do know you do want a wave that comes, you know, a little bit more out of the western region that's going to swoop across the cobblestone point. Is that correct?
Yeah, and you are right, because the ones that actually hug the point and the reef a little bit better are the ones that actually don't run them the line as much. You want to surf it right in the pocket, though, because if you get too far out of the face, you know, just a little bit too fat, but you're actually spot on, as the ones that actually hug the point are a lot better. Actually, Malachi Martinez, one of our junior competitors, unfortunately, he bowed out yesterday, but he told me the exact same thing. I don't like the ones that actually run down the line. I like the ones that actually hug the point, that don't seem like they have too much wall. As Sam Sibley got some work done, not going to get the score she needs, as she still needs a 5.38, but some good surfing from her.
Yeah, Sam attacking the lip really well there. A nice combination of turns. And I really like the flow she had on that wave. But unfortunately for her, not quite enough. Just a 4.3. Still looking for the 5.38, as we're down to 6 minutes and 40 seconds. And, it, you know, it's nervous times. I know the Hennessy's, Katie and Mike, are probably down the beach, and they're just like, come on, Ocean, come on, come alive. You know, doing whatever little voodoo chants they can. Big shout out to Keikoa Bam Bam Bacalso, I'm sure is watching from home.
Mililani present.
Oh, yeah. Rocking the Mililani vibes. Keikoa has been coaching Brisa. A co-worker of mine, a good friend, and he's been doing such an excellent job with our Rip Curl squad in Hawaii, being our Rip Curl Hawaii team manager, coaching the likes of Brisa, you know, Cole Alves, Robert Grillo, Diego Ferry, Sage Tetero. You know, the list goes on, and
helping out Mason Ho as well.
Oh, of course, yeah. You know, he's real focused on the juniors, but when the pros come to town, you know, he's helping out anyone from Mick Fanning and Owen Wright. And here we go, Brisa.
Brisa up and riding the surfer from Kailua on the island of Oahu first. Opening turn for her, getting a little bit caught right there. Needing a 5.52. Do not know if she's going to get that score. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, as Julie, our current second position in this heat. Nice opening carve. And you see that drawn out bottom turn, top turn combo. One more section here, boosts it. Ooh, unfortunately goes down. That was definitely going to better her 4.67 right there. Don't know if she's going to do it with that fall at the end. But 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Brissa needs to get back out and put a lot more pressure on Julie, as we're going to get the replay of Last of White.
Here we go, Julie. A really nice low center of gravity. Such a smooth surfer. You can tell she's got that Japanese vibe in her steez. And unfortunately, the backwash, the little zipper's hiccup, as as the folkie's been calling it, unfortunately got her on that turn, and she exploded off the wave. And I think that was a quick look at her father on the beach, who is still smiling even after the wipeout.
Yeah, so born to Japanese parents on the island of Oahu. She does represent Japan still, but born and raised in Hawaii is Julie Nishimoto, as her last score 4.27, almost bettering that 4.67 that she first had, as she's still currently in second. Last of green, Sam Sibley 4.3, and Brissa a 3.9. She's still in fourth, needing a 5.52 to move up into second, and Sam Sibley in third, needing a 5.38. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Priority with our heat leader, Caroline Marks. Sam Sibley with second priority. Third with Brissa Hennessy, and Julie, unfortunately, she got that last wave, did not complete the maneuver. As we see our rash guards on screen, and one of our beach marshals, that is Patita. He is all the way from Mexico City, actually, but he lives in Acapulco part-time. He loves to bodyboard, and he loves to be here in Cabo as we see Silvana Lima, one of the biggest threats to the crown here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. She's had a super consistent past couple of years, getting second to Nikki Van Dyke in 2015 and getting a semifinal finish last year as Dimity Stoyle on screen in the red jersey. She is all the way from Australia. Another threat to the championship here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. A super determined competitor, and she is surfing with a broken hat, Mateo. With a broken hand. A broken hand. Broken hat. Yeah. Anybody can surf with a broken hat.
You don't see people surfing with a hat all too often, but we do see it from time to time as people do enjoy covering their face from the sun. As we are down to the nitty-gritty, the 3:10 mark, and Marks still comfortably in the lead as it is a battle for second as Nishimoto with the fourth priority is holding on to that advancing stage. Samantha Sibley, second priority, looking for the 5.38, and Brisa Hennessy looking for the 5.52. As it looks like we're down to our Los Cabos Open of Surf beach shop. And look at all those fine gifts you can be getting for your friends and family at home. Some souvenirs from the event. Beautiful T-shirt. The WSL logo right there. I might have to go pick myself up one of those.
Yeah, those tank tops actually look pretty sick, Mateo, with the background. I think that's shipwrecks in the background, actually. So you get a little cactus in there, the ocean, the desert. It's pretty cool. I actually got to bring some home for a lot of my coworkers, so they will be all happy to see me. When I get back, hopefully, you know, I do want them to be happy. 2 minutes, 15 seconds priority. First red, Caroline Marks, 8.27 and a 6.93 in her scoreline. As we do see El Mercado and the Pacifico stand, you know, keeping everyone hydrated here, I guess you could say, Mateo. The Pacifico's really cold, and this girl is cold as ice as well. So Silvana Lima coming up in quarterfinal number 1. She is in the blue jersey, one of the most consistent surfers out here at Playa Zippers. She dropped a 7.0 earlier this morning, Matt, just for one aerial maneuver. The first person in the entire event actually to land in air, as we see our junior surfers, some of them advancing on, some of them not with Fisher DeVoe. It seems like Caleb Crozier actually dyed his hair black yesterday after he competed, yeah. So Sam Sibley up and riding here in the green as she is making her way down the line. She needs a 5.38 on this ride. Nice second turn there, excuse me. Making her way down the line. Not going to get the score she needs right there. A minute 15 left on the clock.
Woo! So we're down 1 minute, just over 1 minute remaining. Sam looking for that 5.38. Made a move to the inside. And I'm going to take a look at this one as Brisa was quickly up and out of there as Sam connected once. And she's light on her feet, and she's surfing quick, but that wave is pretty tiny on the inside. It is not going to be what she needs as a set is approaching the lineup. And we're gonna it's all coming down to this as we're going to see white and blue taking a look here. And I don't know if that will be a priority change or not, as we can't really tell if white committed to that wave. Doesn't look like it, but we will see if there's going to be enough time for a few more waves here.
Yeah, Brisa had a look there, but Caroline Marks has first priority, our current heat leader, and she is up and riding on a beautiful Zippers right-hander here, using her speed. Nice float there for Caroline to start a second maneuver. She goes down for the first time in the entire event, probably, as Julie Nishimoto using her first priority now, as she will be advancing on with Caroline Marks unless Brisa Hennessy catches one more wave. It seems like 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and Brisa will not be up in time. So unfortunately, she bows out with Samantha Sibley, Caroline Marks, and Julie Nishimoto advancing on. So things coming down to the wire there, Matt, but Caroline and Julie advancing on.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brisa, a bit of an upset there, but you got to tip your cap to Julie and Caroline. Caroline continuing where she's left off in each and every heat all throughout this event and dominating fashion. Congratulations once again. Snips is going to go give her a little high five, a little thumbs up, and a big result for Nishimoto as she takes out Hennessy and is moving on to the semifinal. There's the smile that we love so much from Caroline, and she's not going to want to be on that hot sand too long. She's running up the beach, going to get in the shade and put her sponsor cap on and get a nice beach interview.
So another thing is, it was an upset because Sam Sibley lost, so important loss for her in the ratings as Caroline Marks takes the win in red, and Julie Nishimoto as well from Japan advancing along into the semifinals. Samantha Sibley unfortunately bowing out with Brisa Hennessy. We will be back for quarterfinal number 1 of the QS 6000 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
All right, surf fans, here we go. Straight back into it. Quarterfinals, heat number 1 for the women's QS 6000. We got Dimity Stoyle versus a hard-charging Silvana Lima. Chris Cote here with Callie Carranza. Callie, we had no idea we'd get this deep into competition today, but the waves keep coming. So we keep sending out heats, and it's a good thing because we're seeing huge scores thrown down. Pro junior men went out there, pro junior women. Everybody got a piece. And I'm liking the looks of today.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit more and more excited with what we have in store. Dimity Stoyle, Silvana Lima. Woo-ah. Super fun to see these young ladies go at it. 30 minutes, plenty of waves. We're going to go down to the beach with our junior correspondent, Senor Fish, down on the beach. Fisher, what do you got for us?
Yeah, guys, I'm here with our heat winner, Caroline Marks. She just dropped an 8 in her heat. So tell me, Caroline, how do you drop an 8 like that when the heats are really inconsistent?
Yeah, it was really inconsistent. I was watching it and I was like, whoa, okay, if I see a wave, I'm just going to go and just wing it because it can be like 10 or 15 minute lows. So yeah, I just try to surf my best on the wave and try to commit to all my maneuvers, and yeah, it worked out.
Awesome. So you just won the quarters and you are now going on to the semis. What do you expect going into the semifinal?
Yeah, all the girls are ripping, so it's definitely going to be a great heat and a great battle, and I just hope the waves stay fun, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome, Caroline. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the semis.
Yes, that's our pro junior correspondent, Fisher DeVoe. He's been crushing the post-heat interviews in our pro junior division. But here we are now, the big leagues, QS 6000 women. And I think we still potentially have a couple double threats, Caroline Marks being one of those. So this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup as you see a paddle battle to start us off. 30-minute heats, 4 minutes in. Already seeing some battling, Callie.
Similar to what we saw in the first heat of the day. Dimity Stoyle also was at it really early in the morning. Not afraid to take it to Silvana Lima. Look at that aggressive. Look at that aggression in her surfing. She wants it. Spicy surfing. Wow. Quick wave to get things started. Possibly not going to be in her top 2 at the end of the day, but just not letting Silvana Lima take off on that first wave.
I think she's just proud of herself for getting that wave off of Silvana Lima, who is a tenacious competitor. But do not discount Dimity Stoyle, who has been fighting. I mean, every event for her, she's pretty much ponying up her own money to travel around to these contests. So every event becomes critical for her to get in the latter rounds to make money to get to the next event.
Dimity Stoyle coming by way of the Alana Blanchard Foundation. And we see
great.
here, paddle battle, really similar paddle battle to what we saw.
That was the first
with
battle
Summer
battle of
Macedo
3.
in the morning. Remember the morning, Summer Macedo? Dimity Stoyle went at it right away, and once again, paddle battle extraordinaire. Dimity Stoyle starting off strong, not giving any room to breathe to Silvana Lima. I like this stuff. This is the stuff that we wake up in the morning to see.
Well, that tells me that Dimity is the aggressor, which is cool because you wouldn't think, Dimity would be the kind of spiced up one taking it to her competition, but she is.
Those are the competitors that are so dangerous. I mean, they're obviously super nice. We've talked about this before. It's super interesting to see these competitors change roles. They're out in the water. They're really aggressive. They're like, you're almost afraid of them. And then they come in and they're like, hey, that was a cool heat. That was rad. Dimity Stoyle being one of them. We saw her smiling to Summer Macedo in the morning after the heat. As we see here, a little bit more action. Looks like a good-looking wave for Silvana Lima. Take it away, Chris.
Here we go. Silvana Lima flying down the line. Nice opening, long floater to start up into the foam climb. Getting back onto the open face. One more foam snapping straight onto the sand. And look at that. Urgency pulsing through the veins of Silvana Lima. Quickly getting her aboard, taking a little backwash ride back out into the lineup. A quick wave. Didn't really allow much for the way of big maneuvers, but I like the flow on this one.
Yeah, great flow. Transition floaters, making it all the way out into the open face. Not a lot of competitors can make it all the way past those fast, tricky sections. the way Silvana Lima does. She's such a great surfer. Notice she's riding Sharp Eye surfboards. Same shaper as Felipe Toledo. So really interesting to see Sharp Eye surfboards back. It seems like all these shapers been shaping so long, and they get their breaks, right? There's so many amazing shapers all over the world, and then they get their break. You get to see more and more of these surfboards all over the world. Sometimes they're a little bit dormant, these shapers shaping amazing boards for 15, 20, 30 years, and all of a sudden they get a break, get a really good surfer on their boards, and all of a sudden they got all sorts of crazy orders in. As we see, red up and riding, this is Dimity Stoyle from Australia. Wave number 2 for Dimity. Already scores dropping for Silvana Lima's first wave.
And here we go, right back at it. Silvana Lima, a little bit late on this one, but gets up into the lip, blowing out the tail. Silvana Lima. This, you know what, on paper, you knew this was going to be a good matchup, but it's really already exceeded expectations. Look at she have 22 minutes, and she's still grabbing the board, getting right back out there. She's not leaving anything up to chance. I think she knows Dimity's feeling it too. Both surfers now, they have Dimity has a 4 to start off. Silvana Lima with a 4.67. More scores to drop. Judges need to be on their toes for this heat. There's going to be a lot of waves ridden.
Pretty interesting to see that pin drop ejection from Silvana Lima, as we're going to see a replay of Dimity's last wave. Sharp surfing, unfortunately, just kind of a crumbly, tough wave to surf. Silvana Lima with the better of the exchange, manages to make it around. This is the tricky section. 2 speed floats, bam, beautiful tail waft, and this is the ejection right here. Different ejection to up the point.
Yeah, we're used to seeing her just straight up beaching it, but she opted to jump off.
A little bit deeper there on the inside. Over here where the wave is taken off, we see competitors actually just kind of fly over, jump over the whitewater because it's too shallow where it's rocky.
Yeah.
Over there on the inside, they actually get a little pin drop. They can stop right away. A little bit deeper, a little bit nicer, sandy.
Well, as it stands right now, we got second wave scores coming through. Silvana Lima gets the better of it, a 5.67. Dimity Stoyle, a 4.10. 20 minutes, 45 seconds still on the clock. And now Fisher's got the rest of the day off. We use Fisher for those pro junior heats. And he's been doing a lot of them as these pro juniors. We've just been blasting through those rounds. So a much earned dip, Fisher DeVoe. We get into this QS 6000, so obviously big points, big prize money come into play. You know, the separation between 5th place and 1st place is pretty massive. You get a 5th place here in the quarterfinals, you're going to get $26.50 points-wise, $17.50 cash money. If you could win this whole event, you're going to be multiplying that pretty much by 3. 6,000 points, $10,000 for the
200,000 pesos.
All right.
A lot of tacos.
There you go. That's a couple nights at the Marquise up the road where I'm staying at, and it's a good spot. It's well worth it.
It's crazy how many options you have when you come to Cabo.
Yeah.
Really tailored to all sorts of budgets. You can come down here with a couple $100 and
With a
make
tent.
it. Yeah, exactly. You can camp out. That's what surfers back in the day used to do, as we see Fisher having a blast with the blow-up unicorn on the inside. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of beautiful hotels. I really like those drone shots that we saw a few heats ago. You actually see the whole layout of the beach. And this gets my heart pumping a little bit faster when I hear whistling and hooting. Why that is, there's waves out the back.
And Dimity has priority, so she gets first pick. Here she goes. Did she choose the right wave? We will see off the bottom, straight up in the lip, little setup turn. Gets around this fast section, trying to get the speed to get on the open face. Finally does. Nice wrapping turn for Dimity. Maybe one more. That whole wave was just a little bit off kilter for Dimity. Now she's got to watch as Silvana Lima flying down the line. Big speed float. We want to see one more chance for Silvana, and she's got it. And just a little bit late again. They're just trying with everything she had to get around that section. Did love that floater, but I was kind of hoping and wanted to see a section pop up and see some of those trademark Silvana Lima fins flying down the line. But another great exchange. I mean, both of those waves weren't probably necessarily going to be in their final score lines, but both of those You can just tell how bad both of these surfers want this heat.
Absolutely, and to those of you just tuned in, you see Dimity Stoyle there on screen.
That was a good turn.
That was a really good turn. That's one of those waves that gives you the opportunity to cut back straight into the whitewater. And we see wave number 2, Silvana Lima. It looked like an awesome wave when she took off, but unfortunately, even though she has that projection, that speed, that zipper's inside section, winning that round. Unfortunately, Silvana Lima not connecting with the inside. But Dimity Stoyle, you can see her paddling. You can see a little bit of a brace she has on her right hand. That's because she broke her hand in Japan not too long ago. And there she is.
Did she punch a wall? What'd she do?
I'm not quite sure how that happened. I know it's surfing. We haven't gotten the intel yet. But doesn't look like it's affecting her surfing one bit. And usually if I have like a stub toe or something, I'm already like, oh, that's my excuse. I can't really surf. Broken hand, no worries. Dimity Stoyle already scores coming in for the last exchange. It is going to improve her situation, but she's still in second position. Chris, 4.47 on her last wave.
And you know what? That was all pretty much based on that one big open-faced carving hook that she did. It was, you know, she had a few opportunities that maybe she kind of bobbled a little bit, but I like that she kind of fought for that wave. She got her second turn really almost thrown off her board, reacted, kind of pulled it all together, and did a beautiful open-face snapping turn. And that was where she got probably the bulk of those points. So she's still definitely in this heat, 4.10, 4.47. But Silvana with that high score now of a 6 being the difference maker. Dimity Stoyle needs a 5.87, so not huge, and she's got a ton of time, and she's got priority. And there is no love lost between these two competitors. No goofing around out here in the lineup right now, is it?
3 feet apart, sitting shoulder to shoulder. Dimity Stoyle and Silvana Lima out the back. I'm sure they've had their encounters in the past before. And as we see the blow-up Unicorn Fisher and the beautiful pano shot of San Jose del Cabo down south in the distance. Amazing waves right around the corner. That's what they call the East Cape of Cabo San Lucas. Interesting. The water is so much warmer down here. You go an hour or so plus north and you might have to wear a wetsuit. Here, Trunkville it is, especially now in June. It's 4 p.m. Tide coming up here at Zippers. Awesome surfing excitement nonetheless. As you see up there, a beautiful panel shot north and event top 5 scores. This is something really interesting. I was lucky enough to see Silvana Lima's 9.0. Summer Macedo with another 9. Tatiana Weston Webb, an 8.93. And another 8.93. Alyssa Spencer, the young surfer from the United States, an 8.83. Such good surfing. Silvana Lima, who is in this quarterfinal, heat number 1. No stranger to big scores. Airs. We saw the first air 360 of the event. Yep. Courtesy of Silvana Lima. Just amazing surfing. It's crazy to think that she's not currently ranked top 5 on the CT because the surfing's there, Chris.
Right? She's not? Shocking. She has been. I'm sure she will be again. She's surfing better than ever. And definitely got to consider her as the best aerialist. You know, right up there. I think her, you know, Lakey Peterson, really good at throwing the fins out. See Sage Erickson blast some airs. So Silvana Lima, she's got that in her arsenal. Just needs that section, and you can tell she wants an air section when she takes off on some of these waves. Everything she's doing is building up to get that speed. There's Laura Enever right there. Looks like she's brought a crew of friends from Australia. I don't know why, you can just tell. Those are Australian fellas right there.
I was just going to say, I think...
the style.
Yeah.
The vibe.
The hats. The vibe. I mean, how can you not love Australians? They're so funny. They're so cool.
There's
so,
Nikki.
Yeah, look at them just having an absolute field day here.
Getting on the tinnies, as they say.
Getting on the tinnies. Going back to the heat in hand, Silvana Lima against Dimity Stoyle. Silvana Lima sitting 34th on the QS rankings, and Dimity Stoyle 13th. So close to cracking the top 6. So Dimity Stoyle super important heat for her. If she manages to make it to the semifinals, you were saying, Chris, points huge. 3,550 if they make it to the semifinals, and 6,000 points if she wins, needing roughly 13,000 points to make it to the CT. You win this event, if you started off strong already this year, you will most likely be in the CT next year.
Yeah, that's huge. You know, the fact that they don't have many options, this contest holds a lot of weight. I mean, even if they did have a lot of options, this contest would hold weight just purely because of the vibe here in Cabo. I am Chris Cote. This is Kale Carranza, and we have just been, you know, freight training through some incredible heats, but each and every heat has had some memorable moments. Reflecting back on the day, seems like we've been here already for 12 hours, but every heat has had that one big spotlight. What are some of the things that you've remembered already from today?
Silvana Lima's airs, I think. Well, that's one of the things that I remember. And the other is the waves. We actually were, when we started the day, we thought that we were going to have a short day. We didn't know, potentially 3, potentially 5 hours of competition. We started really early in the morning today, and because the waves have not stopped,
keep it going.
We're just going to keep it going. Amazing surfing out in the water. Dimity Stoll and Silvana Lima. I love this heat. I love the fire that they have, the aggression. They're not bowing down. We saw Dimity Stoll in the first heat of the day, also really giving it to Summer. And I'm just really excited to see another exchange. 11 minutes left. We have seen long lulls in these heats, but I think we're in store for another good one.
I got a gift for you, Kale. This is something special that we have for you. Let's give Kale Carranza his gift. He asked for it. This is Silvana Lima's air from earlier today. This is early morning. Look at the form here. Speed, you knew was about to happen. Bam, goes to the air. Just perfectly done right there. And I love it. Usually around the world, that lighting right there would kind of signify evening, glass off. But that's what it looked like this morning. And then in the evening, the sun's over there, so you're almost getting this reverse effect. And right now, the water, it seems like it starts to glass off towards the end of the day. So I think we're going to be in for a classic afternoon of surfing here at Zippers. Silvana Lima, she snuck this wave under priority. We'll see if she goes to the air again. See right there, you can tell she's projecting down the line. She wants it. Settles for a couple snaps and a nice vertical whip. And you hear the cheers go up. That's not just her fans and friends from Brazil. She gains fans from everywhere she goes. The locals have her back now.
She was backing Mimi Barona from Ecuador all day yesterday, and now I see that Silvana Lima, when she paddles out, she's got the whole Latin American contingency backing her. All the Costa Rican surfers, all the Mexican surfers, as we see once again that sharp eye surfboard. Marcio Sovi from Brazil must be really stoked in seeing the way that board is working for Silvana Lima. Some of the best projection floats we've seen in the entire event. So big hola, obrigado, Marcio Sovi, for making such amazing boards. Silvana Lima, judges like it, we like it. 7.17, Chris.
Wow. So she snuck under Dimity Stoyle on that wave, and that was probably the biggest manufactured score we've seen of the day. The wave was pretty small, but it had a really nice zippy pocket to it, and she made full use of that wave. 3 or 4 snaps all the way down the line, and they weren't just setup moves. They were fully extended, finishing vertical on her last turn. Silvana Lima, we easily picked her as one of the favorites before this event even started. Watching her practicing out here at Zippers, you picked Silvana as a favorite. It was just, that was the easy call, and she's making everybody who made that call look really good right now with a 7.17 and a 5.67. Dimity Stoyle in red has priority, 4.47 and a 4.10. Notice Dimity's sitting style. She's been kind of sitting with her arms
stretching
behind,
the shoulders.
Yeah, behind her back right there. Just, you see, posturing, making sure that Dimity knows Silvana is right there. 8.5 minutes to go.
Interesting strategy from Silvana Lima. Usually when you don't have priority, you tend to sit farther off in the shoulder. That's not Silvana's plan. Silvana just letting Dimity Stoyle know that she's right there. If Dimity doesn't paddle for a wave, I'm sure Silvana's going to take off on it. Also, the idea of selling a wave to another competitor, that's key.
Huge.
There's some guys and gals that are really good at that, and whether we like it or not, it is difficult to pass up a wave when you see someone paddling frantically towards it, right? Even though you may think it wasn't a good wave, they make you do a double take, as is the case right here.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Well, Dimity Stoyle thinks she has something special here, and she got sold a lemon by Silvana Lima, just as you were describing kind of the idea that you can kind of bait your competition into a wave that might not be that special. I think Dimity Stoyle just fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Silvana Lima did a great job of kind of forcing Dimity's hand there, making her take that wave.
And can you imagine how many waves Dimity has seen in her lifetime? So she compared that wave to every single other wave she's seen in her lifetime. She saw Silvana paddling for her and said, well, maybe it is actually pretty good. It's so hard, even as an experienced competitor as Dimity Stoyle, to know which wave is good, especially here at Zippers. But then when you add the fact that fellow competitor Silvana Lima in the heat with you is paddling for that same wave, man, it really throws you for a loop.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard, especially even if you're free surfing and someone looks at you and says, hey, go.
Or are you going?
More often than not, you're going.
Yeah. Or they
not
say,
thinking,
are you going?
oh, is this guy? Yeah, are you going? Yes, I am. And then they're laughing because they sold you into a closeout. Your brothers do that a lot. My brother does that a lot. Sells me waves. 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Here we go. Silvana Lima with priority. She's deep, but now she's back on the open face. That board so quick under her feet. With a quick snap up into the lip. And both those waves, I think they caught these ladies a little bit out of position. They were kind of deep.
Maybe just trying to stay in rhythm. Sometimes it's, although the water is warm, it's totally different to sit out the back 20 minutes when the water is freezing. Obviously, your hips get a little bit tight, your hamstrings get tight. But warm water, not necessarily the fact that your muscles would get tight, but the fact that you don't get as much blood flow. It's nice to keep that rhythm. It's nice to stay active, not knowing really which are the waves that are going to line up, and knowing that you'll be back out in the lineup in 30 seconds, right? It's totally different if these surfers would be surfing a wave like, per se, Barra de la Cruz down south in Mexico, where the famous Rip Curl Search Contest went on back in the day. You catch a wave there, you pretty much have two options. You either paddle 10 minutes back against the current or run up the point, which takes another 7 minutes. So that's not the case here at Zippers. Within 30 seconds, you're right back out. You can actually see Silvana Lima is just a little bit off your screen to your left. Dimity Stoyle with first priority. And Silvana Lima this time sitting wide, hoping that there'll be one last set before we call it quits. This quarterfinal number 1 at the Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017. Looking forward to going to El Mercado after this, Chris.
Yeah. It's the official Los Cabos Open of Surf party. It's going to be really fun. I'm actually going to open up the night DJing, and I say it in air quotes because I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a DJ, but I'm picking some good songs to get the crowd going to start it off. And then Lily Miola is going to play live. Lily is a signed recording artist from Maui. She gets around all over the world. I think she just got signed by Interscope Records.
Miola, does that have anything to do with Matt?
Matt Miola's sister. And it's going to be a special, special night because after Lily plays her rocking set, Keala Kennelly is just going to blow the roof off that place. There's no roof yet on it now, but I tell you, it's going to be even higher when she's done. It's going to be a great show.
Looking forward to it. Anyone listening online, if you guys are anywhere near Cabo San Lucas, San Jose del Cabo, La Paz, make your way to El Mercado tonight at 7:30 p.m. I think it was, Chris?
Yeah. Yeah, what? Start driving now. Why not? Get in your car. Come down here, make a stop down here at the beach, take a dip, and then get back out there. Guess what, Callie? I know you are excited about this next heat. Your new favorite surfer, Caroline Marks from San Clemente, California, by way of Florida, coming up in the next heat. She's going up against Keely Andrew. Now that, well, they're all stacked heats, but yet again, I should just say, that is another really solid matchup. I feel like, you know, if you were trying to script a quarterfinals that were really going to be exciting, these are the names that you'd pick, because we've got veterans, we've got up-and-comers, rookies, we've got pro juniors still going in these quarters. So this is going to be a solid matchup. There's Keely Andrew right there. She has WCT knowledge, and she is a cool character. Totally undeterred by anybody she's surfing up against.
And that's one of the most important things before paddling out in your heat is your headspace. Where are you at? Are you focusing too much on the competitor, focusing too much on waves? Do you have a strategy? Do you have a plan A, plan B, plan C? These girls are going out with a head full of thoughts, and they have to be smart enough to just quiet down the mind and do what they do know how to do best, and that is surf.
Now, this might be kind of a random question. If you paddle out into a heat and you have dry hair, do you do a little duck dive before you ride your first wave? I find it always kind of hard to surf with dry hair.
That's so funny you mentioned that, because we had a few competitors earlier that actually caught 2 waves and still had dry hair. I have to dip my head in the water.
I gotta dip. Dimity Stoyle now trying to fight back into this heat, goes down. And maybe, again, did she get sold into that one? I mean, it looked like she had waited long enough to where she really knew that she needed to get something on the board. 1:50 to go.
What do you do now? You're Silvana Lima, under 2 minutes left on the clock. You have priority. Dimity Stoyle paddles off to the left. Do you stick to her, or do you let her just surf freely?
You know, she needs an 837, so I don't feel like you really need to pressure her super hard, but just kind of let it be known that you are controlling the lineup. You know, that's kind of where Silvana stands right now. She is in complete control of this lineup with 1:18 to go.
And I think she's probably stoked that Dimity's actually paddling deeper. That means that Silvana can drop in on her, or snake her, as we say. So basically, she just wants to make sure that Dimity is nowhere near an 8-point ride. And it looks like there's some bumps out the back. Silvana looking at this insider,
this
deciding
is
that
interesting.
Yeah, deciding that this is not an 8.37. Let's see if it's not. Dimity Stoyle, nice surfing, small wave,
switch stance,
crowd pleaser.
I liked it, but then you got Silvana still on her tear. Bam, second turn. She's like the Terminator today. Finger snap.
Finger snap.
Well deserved.
Claim.
Crowd goes wild. You can hear it on the beach. Hey, another solid effort from Dimity Stoyle. She will actually be one of the surfers competing in the Alana Blanchard Foundation Super Heat. And there's a kind of a side purse, if you will, $2,500 to the winner of the Alana Blanchard Heat that will be happening tomorrow.
Another reason for people to come down, I actually was a little bit starstruck when I walked down earlier.
That I love, by the way.
Alana Blanchard is here, Chris.
She is. Got to talk to her just a little bit ago, a couple heats ago, and she's just stoked to be here. She's not competing this year, but she's spokesperson for this event, as well as for the Alana Blanchard Foundation. And here's a look at what happened in that heat. It started off fiery, paddle battle to get us going. And at the end of the heat, you know, Dimity Stoyle made a charge, but it was all Silvana Lima. High-speed surfing, and really putting on yet another dominating performance. This Brazilian is on fire. We will see more of Silvana Lima in the semifinals. We're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Keely Andrew versus Caroline Marks coming up next. right, surf fans, buckle your seatbelts. You are in for a shred show here at Zippers. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza in the water now. Keely Andrew and Caroline Marks. 30 minutes on the clock. Saw some big scores in that last heat. Silvana Lima taking the win. Grand total of 14.90. Highly contestable. In fact, absolutely rippable out here at Zippers. We're going to start this thing off. It looks like deepest on the peak it was Caroline Marks. She gives way to Keely Andrew. Here goes Keely. Trying to get on the open face she does. Quick float. A lot of pumping on this wave. Not a lot of action. And now priority will be dictated. And Caroline Marks, she's going to get right into it. Her backhand has been nothing short of stellar. See, she just really has a lot of control, command over her surfboard. That chemistry board shaped by Jason Bennett in Oceanside, California. And it's just looking like one of those boards you can just tell at her whim. Anything she wants to do on that board, it allows her to get to the places she wants to go.
Just an extension of her body, pretty much, as we see beautiful. Just that bottom turn that Caroline has and the poise she had priority pretty much. She could have taken off deeper than Keely Andrew, but letting Keely Andrew go, maybe Mike Parsons' words in her head, fresh, possibly Snips told her that second wave of the heat is the best one. We don't know. We don't know what these coaches tell these competitors, but I'm sure Caroline Marks knew she had a plan. She lets Keely Andrew go. Keely gets a 2.67 on her first ride, and Caroline Marks gets the better exchange. Judges like it.
Yep, 4.33. Just below that average mark, but you know, if she packs an 8 onto that, then she'd be looking closer to the average that's been getting these surfers through these tough quarterfinal heats. So we do have one semifinalist now, Silvana Lima. Looking forward to seeing what Silvana has to say after that heat that got really chippy at the beginning, but you saw at the very end after the heat came in, high five, hug, a show of great sportsmanship. So even after, you know, one of those heats that looked really contentious in the water, they came in and, you know, took off the competitive mask. And I don't know why, I'm just a sucker for good sportsmanship.
Yeah, no,
I really appreciate that.
And it was pretty cool to see on that replay how when Dimity Stoyle paddled for that wave, Silvana just kind of lifted her hands in the air, looked at her and smiled and goes, really? This is what's going on? But if there's one nationality that isn't phased when there's paddle battles, it's Brazilian surfers.
That's right.
I mean, these guys know how to turn it on, switch on, go out in the water and go, okay, it's on. I'm going to beat you, and I'm going to do anything I need to do to beat you. And then when they come in, they're like, whoo, cool, right on. Let's have an acai bowl together.
I love it. So with 5 minutes gone now, still just a couple low scores here.
An interesting Keely Andrew sitting 20th on the QS. Caroline Marks at 15 years of age sitting 27th. And it was Matt Myers who actually asked Caroline Marks and said, okay, let me just throw this out there. What if you win this event? What if you get 6,000 points and all of a sudden you find yourself towards the end of the year in a position where you can qualify for the CT? I mean, we've seen surfers that have to decide whether or not they want to do it or do they want to grind it an extra year. The first one that comes to mind is Tosh Burrow back in the day when that
was a big one.
He had the option to go onto the CT and goes, no, I'm going to work another year on my surfing, then I'm going to be a little bit more prepared for the CT. Caroline Mark could potentially be there this year.
She can't drive herself to surf contests.
That's so true.
She still needs a ride. Imagine that being dropped off at a WCT event by your parents.
Or your coach.
Or your coach. Yeah, she's down here with Mike Parsons, and you can tell as if she didn't need, you know, more confidence. She's just got
more help.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we got Matt Myers on the beach with what we know is going to be a very happy young lady, Silvana Lima, taking the win in that last heat.
That's right, Chris. We got a very happy young lady, Silvana Lima. Congratulations, our first semifinalist here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Silvana, you know, had a little bit rough start to the year. You're sitting in 34th on the QS rankings, 14th on the CT, but this could totally be your turning point in the year.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, I'm so happy because I know have like a really good result in Australia, and I did the weight to I think Japan and another contest have it for 3-star. So right now in the semi-final is really good result for me for sure.
Yeah, you're gaining a ton of points, and talk about how important it is to gain those points and gain momentum kind of going into the back half of the year.
It's so many important for me for sure because I know I have really good result in CT, so I'm looking for the KS right now for come back to next year in the CT again.
And talk to us, you know, you've been one of the rare surfers, especially on the women's side, going up and above the lip, doing those aerial maneuvers. Talk to us about the air game you have and the confidence you have going above the lip.
You know, I sometimes want to make some show. That's I always want to try to do air. I love it do air. That's the best maneuver I have. So I love it to do the air. And when I have a 2 good score, for sure I want to do the air.
Right on. Well, we'll be looking forward to you in the semifinals, doing some big aerials. Congratulations, moving on to the semifinals. Congrats, Silvana. Up to you guys.
Thank you, Matt Myers. Silvana Lima looking happy. And I would be too if I surfed that good. I mean, she is, obviously she's got that passion. She spent a lot of time on the QS, barely scraping together enough money to get herself from contest to contest to contest. But, you know, she proved herself once, she proved herself again. Now she's got that backing from the Brazilian company Oi, who puts on the Oi Rio Pro. So they have Silvana's back. It was a wise decision of them to pick her up because she is no doubt making them proud here in Cabo.
It's nice to see companies outside the surf realm really interested in sponsoring athletes, telecommunications companies.
Yeah, cell phone company, right?
Yeah. And as we see a little bit of action out the back, we had a sleepy start, only one wave ridden for both competitors, but now Keely Andrew on her front hand.
Here we go, we'll see if she can make something. I like that opening turn. Again, just gets stuck in that white water. I think the tide is wreaking a little bit of havoc right now. You see our surfers both going kind of far down the point, hoping for that quick end section to perk up for them. 21 minutes, 20 seconds to go. It's not going to be a huge score for Keely, but it'll be something to back up that 2.67. It's Caroline Marks trying to receive some telepathic information from Mike Parsons, who is on the beach. Looking back. Am I good? Am I good? It's just so nice for these surfers to have that safety blanket and that kind of, you know, technical assistance when you can look to the beach and have a guy. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone more knowledgeable when it comes to competitive surfing than Mike Parsons. You have there right there. There's Mike Parsons. So he's just scanning the horizon. And when you have a guy like this in your corner, you can look back on the beach and not only feel the confidence of, all right, get the best coach in the game. He's going to be sending a signal like, you know, go this way, go that way, you know, just subtle little things. He's not going to be throwing out tons of information, just subtle things to get her attention, to get her in the right spot.
Too much information sometimes is overwhelming.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen that happen plenty of times when maybe competitors don't necessarily define which one of their friends is going to be coach. And they say, okay, you guys help me out. You got 5 guys yelling and screaming, whistling different things. No, wait over there. No, I think you should come over here. No, you should wait for the bit. And that just confuses the competitor. Subtle hints, that's key. You know, she looks back, checks to see if Mike is there. And it's also reassuring to have someone in your corner nonetheless, just someone that's there for you, whether you win or lose. You feel more confident, like you were saying. It's totally different to travel around the world on your own and not have anyone. And we see that's why Brazilians stick together, right? We have a lot of Australians sticking together. It's not as fun when you're alone. It's so much nicer to have friends there helping you out. That seems to be Sage Erickson.
Oh, wow. This next heat coming up, it's going to be epic. Sage Erickson and Tatiana Wesson-Webb.
Number 9.
What a match.
Number 9 and number 10 on the CT Tour, respectively.
Oh, man. Well, this doesn't have huge ramifications towards the CT final standings. But I'll tell you, all these ladies, they've got a long memory when it comes to wins and losses versus their competitors. So even one win here on the QS level, that can extend up into the CT. Just that little shot of confidence sometimes is all it takes. 18 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Something on the horizon. Caroline Marks has priority. She has pick. And she is kind of in this mid portion of the wave. This wave already breaking down the line. Will she go? No, she's going to give this one to Keely. Keely Andrew now taking off. Skirting down the line. Quick snap. See these waves diminishing as the tide comes in.
It's funny and interesting to see that Caroline Marks is actually being really wise in her choice of waves. She has a really good bottom turn, and we've talked about that over and over. To get that projection out of the bottom turn, you really need a little bit more steepness to the wave. I think she saw that wave was really flat, so she was going to have to do most of the work. She doesn't want to do all the work. She wants the wave to do the work for her. As we see Keely Andrew doing an awesome job at staying with the wave. 3 maneuvers. Saw that the wave was very flat, but you really couldn't do more on that wave. Keely Andrew currently with a 2.67 and a 4.27. So interesting to see how the rest of the heat pans out. Plenty of time. I think we see a very relaxed Caroline Marks, knowing that in the last 20 heats or so that we've held today, there has been at least 6 good waves that had come in. Obviously, we haven't seen a set yet. We also had a very sleepy last 10 minutes of the previous heat. So competitors taking that into consideration, if the last 10 minutes of the previous heat were slow, and your first 10 minutes on this heat are slow, I mean, odds are you're going to get some good waves pretty soon.
Khaleesi getting ready for her next heat. Tatiana Weston Webb, of course, coming off that second place finish down in Fiji, the outer known Fiji Pro, which is on hold today. The men are still waiting for that proper day for them to get tubed. Looking forward to that.
Pretty cool for Ian Falk to get a chance to listen to his wife on the WSL WCT tour in Fiji, and then when it's off there, she gets to listen to Ian. Pretty cool.
They're really becoming the commentary power couple. Here you see we're getting there, getting down to golden hour in here. Golden hour lasts for about 3 hours down here in Cabo. This is the best time of the day. Starts to cool off a little bit, get this little ocean breeze. You know, the swell has calmed down a little bit, but there's still plenty of waves in the lineup. That last heat, Savannah Lima got a couple of gems out here. So Keely Andrew, Caroline Marks are hoping maybe that boat will send a little ripple towards our way. Now, there's still plenty of swell. A couple sets actually potentially coming through now. See those lines on the horizon. This is zippers, and we know zippers at any size can be really fun. I mean, a 1 foot wave here can give you ample push.
You were mentioning the golden hour, Chris, and it's nice that finally that intense sun is a little bit less intense, but that's not the case with the heats coming up. Those of you thinking of maybe taking a little break from the action,
don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't
we got
do
Tatiana Weston Webb and Sage Erickson in the next heat. Must be pretty cool for both of these competitors. Just a few days ago, they were surfing Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world, heavy reef bottom, and now they're here at a fun little right-hander in Mexico. As we see our sponsor, Cerveza Pacifico, the booth that they had originally planned for adults has become a cool little playground for grommets. You were mentioning there was arts and crafts a couple hours ago. Got all sorts of surfboards and walls painted. Got the Pacifico gals checking out.
She's on break.
Maybe she's checking out the action online.
She's probably looking at Los Cabos Open of Surf, the official Instagram for the Los Cabos Open of Surf, which makes sense. Thank you to all of you out there who have followed us. And we hope that in watching this contest, this is kind of got your mind going a little bit. Okay, how do I get myself down to Cabo next year? It's going to be roughly around the same time. We always do this contest in June. We were actually 2 weeks later in June last year. So this year, of course, we've started from Monday and ran all the way through.
It's actually really cheap to get to Cabo from the States, especially California. It's actually harder for us from other parts of Mexico to get to Cabo, as we see amazing talent. Look at that artwork, Chris.
Very cool.
Holy moly. That is so hard to do. I don't know if you've tried. I'm sure you have. Spray painting your boards. Never, ever does it look like that. As we see Keely Andrew from Australia on her front hand getting things started after a long pause in the heat. And we see potentially a second wave out the back. Yes, we do. Caroline Marks on her backhand. This is the bottom turn we were talking about. Manages to get up top, but the wave runs off away from her. Let's see if she paddles out and gets priority. Seems like she will. She's a good 20 feet in front of Keely Andrew. So Caroline Marks going to go out and reset. That's the size of the wave she wanted. Unfortunately, not the shape. But going back to getting to Cabo, usually flying from other places in Mexico, you have to go via Mexico City. But flying from the U.S. to Cabo, direct flights, at least from L.A., if I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
San Diego.
L.A., San Diego, Phoenix. Yeah, but I got a secret for you. It's not a secret. So there's something called the CBX. It's the Cross Border Express. Go to TJ. You cross the bridge into TJ. That's the Cross Border Express. You can take a flight from TJ down here for, again, even less money. And that was Keely Andrew.
And that CBX that you were talking about, Chris, that's not just crossing the border, because a lot of us have done that in the past. I heard about this CBX crossing. I thought that it was just an easier way to cross somehow, but it's actually a bridge that was built from the U.S. to Mexico airport, and no one can get on that bridge unless you have a boarding pass.
That's
is that
right.
correct?
It is literally, it takes 5 minutes to get, and you walk. You physically get your bags in Tijuana, beautiful new airport. You pay, I think we have a special going for Los Cabos Open Surf. It's like $16. Usually it's $20 or $30. Grab your bags, you walk, show your passport, you cross the border. In 5 minutes, I mean, you're bypassing the whole border wait thing, which can be crazy in your car. You're even bypassing the added, sometimes you land in San Diego. There's a super long line to get through customs. This bridge, and I've tried it multiple times, and every time it's literally been 5 to 10 minutes to get from TJ to San Diego. You wind up in a parking lot right there, get yourself an Uber, you're home. It's awesome.
As we see,
CBX.
Caroline Marks up and riding. This junior surfer, 15 years of age. Beautiful surfing. The fourth maneuver on the inside.
Oh, she knows. So the wave came through for Keely Andrew. It was a 7.5. That put Caroline Marks up against the ropes a little bit. Now this heat is starting to warm up as both surfers getting an exchange. Keely Andrew kind of quietly took over this heat that seemed like, Caroline Marks got that first scoring wave. She backed it up, 4.33 and a 3.10. She's pretty much had control of priority, but Keely Andrew just really getting the better quality of wave through that last couple of sets that came through. I'm very curious to see what Caroline Marks is going to get on her last wave.
It was well surfed.
Yeah, she really kind of turned it up. But then Keely backed it up again with another solid wave. So this has turned into a heat. I would say going into this thing, veteran knowledge-wise, you'd have to give it to Keely. She's on the CT. But then if we're going with momentum down here in Cabo, you got to give it to the surfer in blue here.
Fourth maneuver. I'm sure Mike Parsons was really stoked on that. He's just sitting right near the water's edge as we see Keely Andrews answer back. Interesting little floater on the inside. 3 maneuvers, a little bit smaller of a wave. Judges really taking their time.
And they're liking it.
And it's gonna be there, Chris. It's gonna be pretty interesting to see what the judges give Caroline Marks. She needs an 8.07. Waiting for the last judge to lock his scores in.
Oh! Should I tell him? It's an 8. Just under the required need. But fortunately for Caroline, that drops her ask to 5.43. But just as that score came through, Keely Andrew dropped another score of 5.93. And that, it helped her out a little bit, but still Caroline with that big 8, the highest single wave score of this heat, that'll put her, within reach. Now she needs something better than a 5.43. What do you think of that score, that 8?
I think the judges are giving themselves a little bit of room to breathe.
Right.
I don't think they want to go too high too soon, knowing what these two competitors are capable of. 8 minutes remaining, and yeah, I think there's going to be at least a couple more wave surf. So yeah, the judges definitely aware of what these young ladies can do. Caroline Marks has been dropping really high scores throughout the course of the entire event. As we see another really cool airbrush, Sage Eriksson, who's about to paddle out and compete against fellow CT competitor Tatiana Weston Webb, a Brazilian by way of Kauai. Tati coming off a second place finish, one of the best and most highly awaited for finals in the women's CT that we have seen. They waited a few days for the swell to come in, even interviewed most of the top WCT male surfers, asking, what do you guys think about us postponing the women's final and throwing it on the day we're going to start yours? And absolutely everyone, including world champ John Florence, was over the moon. She was like, yes, throw them out there. Yeah. They know how to surf. They charge. We want to see them go.
And speaking of, you said you like that airbrush. We're looking at some young artists right now in motion. I think Sage Eriksson's board was painted by Corey Harper. Corey Harper lending his artistic eye to Sage Eriksson. It's pretty cool. And I know she probably does some of her own art. And there's Tatiana Weston Webb just getting in the last bit of shade. 30 minutes out here in the lineup. Cabo right here at, getting into the afternoon. It can be taxing. You don't want to spend any extra time out in the sun unless that's kind of what you're doing for the day.
And we saw earlier Tatiana Weston Webb's mom was on the beach. Obviously she's backing Tati. Caroline Marks has Mike Parsons. What do you think the advantages and disadvantages of having a family member as your coach? Because it happens. We have Kalohe Andino had his dad helping out, and then it was actually Mike Parsons. So sometimes not that easy to hear it from a very close family member what you should do in the water.
Yeah, kind of a case-by-case thing. I think sometimes parents can get a little too emotionally involved. But, on the flip side of that, Bronte McCulley is a perfect example. Her dad, Dave McCulley, a legend in our sport, WCT heavyweight for a long time. He had a really long, illustrious career. And he seems like a very calming influence on Bronte, who will be coming up in the last quarterfinal of today. So I think it's just case-by-case thing. I think sometimes if your parent, your brother, or, relative is acting as the coach, sometimes, depending on the personality, it can get a little bit too close for comfort, I guess. I know when I watch my kids do sports, sometimes, it's like if somebody knocks them over or something, it's like an instant defensive mechanism. And that could be the same thing that goes for this. But I think everybody, at this stage, QS 6000 level, they've kind of figured out the format, especially when you get this deep into a kind of a highly competitive contest like this. They have kind of gotten their their format dialed. So they know what works, and that's what they're sticking with. Caroline Marks now, she's got 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go. This is where she is really going to rely on her gut feeling when it comes to which wave to take off on. Now this is where priority gets a little bit sketchy, because now you really have to be careful which wave of the set you take. If you take the first wave and right behind it, possibly a better wave, you're going to be kicking yourself. If you let the first wave go and you give it to your competitor and then you look back, nothing behind it, it can happen. We've seen it happen already multiple times. Priority being huge towards the end of these heats. But I tell you, Kelly, time, it's flying by like a seagull in flight.
Yeah, especially for Caroline Marks, who's chasing the 5.43. Needless to say, for Keely Andrew, it is ticking by in Mexican time. It's just going so slow. She's definitely hoping to hear that buzzer sound soon, as we see Tatiana Weston Webb about to paddle out through a sea of happy tourists frolicking in the beautiful Pacific waters of San Jose del Cabo. Beautiful shot. That's the East Cape around that corner. Well, there's all sorts of treats for surfers. Mainly rights, mainly perfect rights. But there are a few lefts if you're willing to drive and explore. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Caroline Marks needing a 5.43. Keely Andrew, if she wants to improve her situation, she needs to improve on a 5.93. As we see Keely sitting without priority, hoping that the ocean sends nothing but maybe fish. We saw a school of fish yesterday, roughly around 5 p.m. It's 4:40 p.m. to those of you tuning in from other parts of the world. 4:40 p.m. here in San Jose del Cabo, Baja California Sur. We're patiently waiting to see, hoping to see another flurry of waves. We've seen this happen time and time again. Hopefully we see this time winding down.
This is crazy, getting down to the wire. 1:24. Keely Andrew with the lead right now. Caroline Marks needs a 5.43. She's been dropping high fives throughout this entire event, relative ease, but now it's about the waiting game. Potential for something on the horizon. Will it come in time? We've got an incredible heat coming up next. Tatiana Weston Webb. She will be out there on her trusty Tim Carroll surfboard, shaped in Sunset Beach, Hawaii. She'll be going up against Sage Erickson, representing Channel Islands. Always fun, you know, the board brands. I like to mix it up as well. 40 seconds to go. This is it. Anything. It looked like there was potential for a set, but gone a little bit dormant. 28 seconds to go. Will Caroline Marks get another opportunity? I don't think so, Kelly.
No, the ocean is looking pretty flat, as we see here on screen. We usually see that boat in the background hobbling up and down. Unfortunately, I think both competitors know it. The time is up. Caroline Marks congratulating Keely Andrew. Stellar performance, taking out one of the informed surfers of the event. Caroline Marks bows out, quarterfinal number 1.
That is a big win for Keely Andrew. Caroline Marks has been charging hard through this competition, but Keely Andrew, WCT performer, and you see just nerves of steel. That was her highest scoring wave of that heat. It got her through a 13.43, besting the 12.33, a tight heat. But after 30 minutes, it was Australia's Keely Andrew taking the win, making her way into the semifinals. Do not go anywhere. We've got an incredible matchup coming up next. Tatiana Weston Webb versus Sage Erickson. This is going to be a heat to excite every surf fan. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surfing down here at Costa Azul Beaches. The wave is zippers, and we are very, very excited to announce that we are in Heat 3 of the quarterfinals of the women's QS 6000, and Tatiana Weston Webb right out of the gates just slamming a couple top turns up into the lip in a great opening ride. Thank you guys for joining us. We hope you are as excited as we are. Joined in the booth by Matt Myers, and we have live action here with Sage Erickson, just a searing arc. And she has found one of those waves with the open face. She passes Tati, has a nice turn just to let her know she's serious about taking this heat out. So we're hearing the cheers from the beach already. We love the action. Less than 2 minutes into the heat. Matt Myers, thank you for joining me, and you must be as excited as we all are to watch this situation unfold.
That's right, my brother Folky. We are fired up, as this is why we come down here to Cabo for this event, the Women's 6000. It's for heats like this. It's crunch time. It's the quarterfinals. Sage Erickson in the red, representing USA. Tati Weston Webb in the blue, representing Hawaii. And, two of the top competitors in the draw, two of the highest seeds we have here, they've found themselves in a big heat, because the woman who moves on is going to go to that semifinal and getting a bunch more points, some more cash in their back pocket, and a lot more bragging rights.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting battle, and great to see that they already got off to a fast start. The judges are still deliberating, dissecting those waves, making sure that they get the scores correctly and set the scale right the first time out. They've done a phenomenal job this entire event, so big shout out to the judges for making a really concerted effort to ensure that the scores are on point and consistent, and we've had no complaints. Surfers are going home a little disappointed if they don't make it through the heat, but they know that they put out their best effort. So thank you to the judges for making this surfing event possible. Matt, I'm looking over at your notepad. Oh, we're going to have a quick replay here. Walk us through this first wave from Tati. She got a quick start.
Yeah, Tati with that quick start you mentioned on her backhand that she loves so much. A nice crisp 1, 2, 3, 2 big snaps and a float. As we see Sage here on her opening wave, looking like she probably got the best of this opening exchange, and I really like the way she torqued through that turn right there, showing a ton of commitment to the rail as she snaps it up the section, dealing with a lot of backwash on the shoreline. And I'd say she came complete on that third turn. And, it's going to be a pretty close exchange, but in my opinion, in the initial scores of the judges, it's going to be a tip of the nod to Sage Erickson.
Great call there. And Sage Erickson, no stranger to right-hand point break. She is up north of San Clemente, where I'm from, and where you're staying currently in Costa Mesa. She is from, I believe, Santa Barbara. I think she falls into Ventura County. She's originally from Ojai, but spends a lot of time in Ventura and Santa Barbara. And when Rincon is on in the winter, and I'm sure a select other points that she and her brother and friends know about, she gets it done. And she's great partners with Channel Islands up there, always putting good boards under her feet, and I'm sure those boys are tuning in. Big shout out to the guys at CI. And the action is about to unfold, and we do have a score. First score of red in officially a 6.67, and there on the screen, Tatiana's drops at the same time, a 5.0. So there is a point of differentiation there. I'd say, love to get your analysis, Matt, but I'd have to say size of wave and clean, fast surfing from Sage gave her the nod.
Yeah, Sage's wave definitely opened up, gave her a bit more opportunity than Tati, and it really came down to that opening carve where she really turned back into the pocket, whipping her board around, and that's what the judges enjoyed out of that ride. And 6.67 this stage in the game, we'll see if she holds that in her back pocket, as there's still 25 minutes to go, but a great start for Sage. As we're kind of looking at her results quickly here on the WCT, and she's sitting in a requalifying spot, in the 9th place situation, as she has come up with a 3rd place at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro, a 5th place at the Oya Rio Women's Pro, and again, that last event, the Outer Known Fiji Women's Pro, another 5th place. So some really, impactful results for Sage this year, as she's looking to be probably one of the most improved surfers on the women's side of the CT.
That's right, Matt, and she's been on fire. And if you look at where she's gotten the results, the Margaret River and the Outer Known Fiji Pro, those are waves of consequence. Those are really, really powerful open water waves, as we watch Tatiana West, who's also not afraid of mixing it up. Huge backhand snap, and she's trying to get around this corner section here, and she just doesn't do it. So gives up priority for that wave, which hopefully if we get enough surf, we won't have that in the score line at the end. We want to see a lot of action. We know you guys do too. So thank you for joining us. And like we were talking about, once we get into the stats here, Matt, there's a lot more than just the heat at stake. Sage, like you said, currently sitting in that requalification spot of 9th. Tatiana Weston Webb, after that huge result, the second at the outer known Fiji Pro where she got one up on Sage, she's actually sitting in 10th, also requalifying spot. Interesting, though, the results flip-flop when you get to the QS with Tatiana Weston Webb currently sitting in 9th, just out of qualification, should she not make it on the CT, and then Sage Erickson a little bit further back in 16th. So it is a huge moment for these two girls with 23 minutes and 20 seconds left. There is going to be something special that comes out of this heat. And we have Mitch downstairs with our last heat winner. Mitch, please bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Ian and Matt, doing a great job so far. You know who else is doing a great job is Keely Andrew, already on to the semifinals. Keely, a big result for you this year on the qualifying series. You haven't had the results you wanted on the CT, but you're here in beautiful Los Cabos. Tell me that he kind of slow, and he even told me you want to go blow for blow at the end with Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline's probably been the standout all event, and I watched her surf in the Pro Juniors a couple of heats before ours, and I knew we were going to be in for a good heat, but unfortunately the waves didn't really show up. But that's probably the most nervous half an hour I've had. She's such an amazing surfer, and she could have easily got the score on nothing, so I'm just grateful to get through that one and, yeah, collect a few points.
All right, Keely, and another big thing that we usually talk about is that, you know, professional surfers don't really have enough downtime. You just told me that you don't really have any downtime yourself. Coming to an event here in Los Cabos where there's actually so many things to do just besides surfing excellent waves. You know, your last heat wasn't the best, but rounds before that, super fun waves. What have you actually been doing besides practicing in the water?
Yeah, like you said, we don't have much time. I spent a day at home between Fiji and here. That's probably the best day of my life. But yeah, I've just been cruising around. I got my mum here, so it's always super fun having her with me. And yeah, we always have a good time. But just taking it easy with this heat, it's crazy draining. But yeah, just watching the event and getting a couple waves out here.
And I got one more super important question for you. I see that you're riding Julian Wilson fins. I believe those are mediums as well. What kind of equipment are you riding out here? I know a big difference from Fiji. You come over straight pretty much from over there. A little bit of downtime at home one day, you said. But, you know, changing up the equipment big time. What kind of fins and what kind of board are you riding?
Yeah, I just had the day at home to swap board bags, actually. So, yeah, I'm just on my 5.7, actually, my usual board, my usual performance board. JR just shapes these amazing boards for me. And yeah, just on a Julian fins, I feel like they're really good out here. I've used them in the past years, so I'm just going back to what I know best. And yeah, I might have to bring out a Groveler for the next round if it gets smaller, but yeah, everything's feeling really good at the moment.
All right, well, Keely, congratulations and good luck in the semifinals. We know you can take it all the way and win the event. I hope you do. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Back up to you, boys.
Thank you, my bilingual brother, Mitch. Great insight there from Keely Andrew, and it just speaks volumes about kind of what they have to go through. It sounds like it is a dream job, and don't get us wrong, it is a dream job. But like every place of work, office, travel, anything you do, there's always kind of a little bit of a challenge. And I think she seems to have worked it out, although she only had a day home. She's had the best day ever. But
I want to know a little bit more about that day.
Yeah, because that sounded like a pretty special day. But sometimes just going back to where you grew up or where your family is all you need to recharge the batteries. As Tati up and riding again underneath priority, tags at one time as she comes around this section, gets up into the whitewater again. We're seeing a nice open face here, and she's getting vertical all the way onto the sand. So solid move there. Maybe stepped on a piece of rock, but she's a really tough girl, so that's not going to slow her down at all. But 20 minutes remaining. We're 10 minutes in this heat, and it's great to see a couple waves ridden. And thoughts, predictions for tomorrow. If you guys are out there watching, we are having a 7:30 call in the morning for a possible 8 a.m. start for semifinals for all three categories, Matt.
Yeah, with the declining swell, we have moved down to the end of the event. As you mentioned, the semifinals, as we're going to take a look here at Tati's wave. A nice, quick, aggressive snap there as she draws down the line. Meets the lip well, and I really enjoyed that bottom turn as she connected well on that third maneuver and finished solid to the fourth. So, you know, just running out of the water there, she stepped off onto the sand. And that's coming in at her best wave. It's going to further extend her lead at a 5.50, which means Sage out the back with priority, looking for the 3.83. And, you know, we obviously are huge surf fans, glued to the webcast the majority of the time. And it's always fun when you're watching the boys in the booth give their predictions. So should we put ourselves on the line?
I think we should put ourselves on the hot seat here and try to be optimistic for tomorrow, because we really want to see these competitors have the best opportunity to surf, and we have found those clean conditions in the morning. So, Matt, your thoughts?
As far as, are we picking winners? like
Oh,
event
man,
champions?
that's a tough one. I don't know if we want to go that far. I was thinking more conditions-wise.
Okay, because that's a little bit easier to guess the condition. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe
but,
not. I was thinking let's get ourselves on the hot seat, on a lower pedestal than picking winners here.
Okay, maybe tomorrow we'll up our game and really get risky and pick a champion because, as we know, there is 2 girls in the semifinals as well as 4 girls still surfing the quarters. Might not totally be fair as far as picking a winner, but I couldn't tell you which day we're going to run. The forecast for Saturday and Sunday, swell looking in that 1 to 3 foot range. Hopefully we'll have similar wind conditions. Obviously the tides aren't playing a bit of a factor, but we've had waves all event long through the high tide and the low tide. So I guess it would be kind of up to each competitor what condition they like surfing in, but from morning till now, it's been waves all day.
Yeah, it's been super fun, and we've seen actually our biggest heat total of the event by Cole Hauschman in quarterfinal 4 of the Pro Junior men's. So we know that today has had excellent scoring potential. And one thing about Cabo San Lucas is if you've ever been down here, the swell can be very sneaky. It can surprise you. It comes around up from the south. It hits right onto this peninsula here. So sometimes it can be a little bit better than predicted, and we're really keeping our fingers crossed for that. 17 and a half minutes remaining, and just looking at these 2 stoic girls out in the water, not talking. Sage holding pole position with priority, not looking back. At this point, she doesn't care what Tatiana does. If there's a good wave that Sage is interested in, she will take it.
Definitely. And just a question for you about the break. I know you've spent quite a bit of time here. Do you know if this wave zippers is more in tune with a long period swell, or it could suck in, a short period type of a wind swell?
Yeah, it can definitely suck in a smaller wind swell. You get much more broken up conditions. I think a really long period swell can also not be the best, only because, as we've seen, it's a wave that has a long wall. And if the wall gets too big and too long, it's really, really hard for the competitors to keep pace with it. And we saw that time and time again. We saw many waves for competitors getting them through the next heat by just doing 2 turns. And then zippers, of course, would just zip off down the line.
Right, we've seen a ton of that.
We've seen a lot of that, so I think it's going to be up to the competitors to get down here and assess the conditions in the morning and find out if they like what they see and be able to put their word in. And as we're talking, Sage Erickson has found that wave she's looking for. Really nice top turn, and there she goes. She's getting past all that white water. She's not going to let this wave outrun her, and does a huge hook up into the pocket and clean surfing from Sage Erickson, and she kicks out right onto the sand. So looking really confident right now. Sage, her board, her fins, her leash, her wax, her jersey, everything's in place. She's feeling really good. And you can just kind of tell by her body language, she's kicking out. That thing didn't gas her at all. She's got plenty to give still.
Yeah, Pop, Sage's dad on the screen there, and he's all smiles, rocking his signature puka shell necklace. I think he's had that thing on for about 10 plus years. And we're going to dig into the replay, and you stole the word right out of my mouth. Confidence. It is so important in your surfing, and Sage just showing her confidence in all her maneuvers, picking the right type of turns she wants to show off on the scoreboard, and the score is in, and she drops a hammer at 8.0.
That's a sledgehammer in this heat. I mean, with a 6.67 and followed up by an 8, that puts Tatiana Webb in a really challenging position. And there you go. You saw all the judges' marks there. Averaged out to be an 8 even. And now Tatiana Weston Webb needs a 9.17 to regain the lead here in this heat. And maybe earlier in the event, when the waves were bigger and more consistent, we could have said, hey, Tatiana hands down has the skill to get it. And she still might, but does the ocean cooperate with 15 minutes left? That is the question.
That is the question. And also, you could never put Tatiana, count her out. She has won so many big events in her young career, and she's the type of surfer. She's not going to give up. She's determined. And maybe a quick chance to give a shout out to Jesse Mendez, who might be watching online, Tati's boyfriend.
Yeah, Jesse.
Currently leading the WQS ratings on the men's side. He's won 2 6,000s, so he's got a huge lead on the men's WQS, and looking likely, hopefully, crossing my fingers, to qualify for the 2018 World Championship Tour.
Yeah, congratulations, Jesse, for your early success. A great surfer, really nice guy, and he and Tati have been together for a while, and I've seen Jesse at different events where they're running women's CTs, and I'm with my wife, Rosie Hodge, and it would be so great if he could get on tour, because they could really be at a lot more events together, and it would take less pressure off him trying to do both tours. He'd probably still do the key events, but really focused on the world tour, so that's great to see. And have a little motion in the ocean here. It looks like the girls are taking somewhat of a look. Sage is going to go ahead and take this wave. Tatiana knew that may not give her the 917, but Sage is thinking, hey, I might be able to improve that 667. I don't have priority, nothing to lose, and there you go, in and out.
She was going for the old used car saleswoman job right there.
She did it well.
And Tati, she didn't blink. She gave a quick look at that thing. She shrugged her shoulders, said, no thanks. I'm going to wait my turn and look for something better. As we are time taken away down to 13 and a half minutes.
Ooh, and there's the El Mercado stand. And
my mouth is watering.
We had dinner there last night, and it was your first experience. It was my second. We switched it up. We actually went for the sushi. They had very freshly caught yellowtail. They just made a suggestion for a sushi roll for us. We took it, and your thoughts?
We didn't think twice. They gave us. I love when you go into a restaurant, they sell you the dream, and you're just like, "Yep, done." I don't even need to look at the menu.
We walked away happy customers of El Mercado, one of the marquee sponsors of this event, and it looks like the ocean apocalypse has ended, and the zombie waves are coming to us. We're hoping for a couple big sets at the end of this heat. We know these girls have a lot to show, both extremely talented competitors and surfers in their own right, and Sage takes the first wave of the set, hammers it off the top, driving through that bottom turn, up again into the whitewater, getting that board, and riding out. And so, although not incredibly dynamic, she's staying loose, she's staying confident, she's continuing to feel out that board, and she is really focused on getting into the semifinals and surfing tomorrow for hopefully the $10,000 prize purse and the 6,000 points, as Tatiana Weston Webb now takes this wave up on her backhand, floats that section, looking for that pocket to do her signature backhand turn, and she gets it right there. Again, can she just comes unglued, and we just continue to see that. But Tatiana, you know, it's good for her to start moving. She could very well improve on that 5.5, and
yeah,
we can't make that call. It looked like she had some good flow. And Matt, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I still think Tati, this might end up being her best score of the heat thus far. You know, that was a pretty decent turn, but this was the money turn right here. She really connected well, and you know, we'll see what the judges think. It still will probably be a little mid-ranger. As Sage looking to improve on her low of a 6.67, but just comes short, 5.97 for Sage, so she does not better her situation. She's out the back now with priority, and we're going to just wait and see what Tati's last wave comes in at.
And Sage sitting comfortably out in front and holding down priority, as she has done for a little bit of this heat, and the scores are in for Tatiana Weston Webb's last wave. It gets a 4.83, so you and I were incorrect.
And that happens.
And that's why we're not judges, because we don't have the eye that those guys have, and we get a little emotionally attached to these heats, don't we?
We do, but that's all right. A little bit of an emotional club in here.
Yeah, it's been fun, and these girls have been ripping the entire event. And Sage, it's so good to see waves just piling in for these girls, and a nice snap off the top, and that is really looking like a signature move for her right now, but goes down. So questionable use of priority. That wave may have looked really good when she took off, and Kale and I were talking about it earlier, how challenging it is not only from the booth, but also from the beach, and especially from the water as a surfer, to pick the wave that gives you that nice open face with the pocket that doesn't run too quickly.
Oh, exactly. So the whole key here all event long is picking those correct waves. Easy to find yourself racing down the line behind the section. So it's all been about the surfers with patience, staying persistent, and keeping to their game plan. I know you do ride a ton of Channel Island surfboards. Do you have any idea which model she might be riding under her feet?
I have a good idea. I feel like I single-handedly keep Channel Islands in business with my board orders. I love surfboards. I love trying surfboards. I love collecting them and keeping them for longer than I should. I would say she's probably, it looks like she's on that Swallowtail New Flyer.
Okay.
It's got a nice V in the bottom out of the tail, and it really stays on edge. It's still flat. There's not much entry rocker. So what you're seeing from Sage right now is that quick down the line speed, but when she needs to get on the tail and make a tight turn, that bottom contour allows her to do that. And I'm just taking a guess based on the shape of what she is riding, but I would say it's a New Flyer, and it's been very popular board among many other board models that Channel Islands has for the CT competitors, for waves like this specifically.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to find out after the heat if you are correct about that one.
Whoever's down in the post heat will have to ask that question.
You missed on the or we missed on the scores by a hair, and now you're guessing which board she's riding. As we did see Bronte McCulley coming up next in the final heat of the day, women's quarterfinal heat number 4 against the Panamanian, or is it Peruvian?
Ecuadorian.
Ecuador, excuse me.
Mimi Barona.
Mimi,
so,
is that her nickname?
So Dominique, we just got some words from Mitch, and he was saying that her nickname is Mimi, and her brother Israel. two great surfers from Ecuador. And he was calling her Mimi in her heat, and she seemed to love it. So I hope she doesn't mind if we also join in on the nickname, because she is a passionate surfer, and we have really enjoyed her competitive spirit through this entire event and her performance.
It's going to be a nice battle of goofy footers coming up, as we do have a traditional regular versus goofy battle in the water now. And I'm Matt Myers, along with Ian Folky Folk.
That's right. And we're enjoying the booth time. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure today. We have the remainder of this heat, 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and then we have a clash, international clash in the next heat, Oz versus Ecuador. Mimi is trying to make it to the finals. Bronte McCauley desperately wants to get to the finals to secure her WQS position, win the 6,000 points and the $10,000. So big day for us and everyone tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, and once the final heat of the day is over, don't go anywhere, as we're going to do the highlight show showing the best waves of the day. So stick around for that, as we could replay some of those memorable moments.
That highlight package from today is going to be incredible. I can't wait to get through all of the juniors men's, juniors women's, and this QS. We've seen some crazy surfing. Silvana Lima, Crosby Colapinto, Alyssa Spencer. The list goes on. Cole Hauschman with the highest heat scorer total of the event so far. So that is going to be really fun to watch, and I hope you guys stick around for that. We do have this heat and one more remaining, and there is Mimi on the beach. We've been loving that airbrush all week long, and she just continues to surprise everyone with her ability to manage the heat and tear the waves apart. So it's going to be a great clash.
As you are, have a gifted knowledge about surfboards and their production. Do you know much about the kind of the carbon strips that they put up the center of a surfboard?
Yeah.
Can you touch on that?
I do, actually, and I have a number of the carbon strips in my boards. It's really, I think, generally meant to strengthen the board, but it also increases the flex pattern a little bit and allows the board to have a level of spring in the tail and the nose, and that carbon strip usually goes up about 2/3 of the middle of the board along the stringer. So I've actually been buckling and breaking a lot less board since I've used it, and it always exists on the bottom of the board. I've never had one on the top, and I couldn't speak to that. I don't know why they do that, but it is it looks cool. You feel like you've got something going on,
right?
It creates a little mojo before you even surf.
The first point is to look cool.
Look good, surf good, feel good.
Yeah, look
Something
good, surf
like
good, feel good.
I don't know. We're going to run with that one. That sounds like something the Positive Vibe Warriors would say.
Got to give a shout out for the PV dubs out there.
Always. The whole crew, Pat, Dane, Tanner, hope you guys are doing well. Hanalei, Hannah up in Canada, and Shelby in San Clemente.
Hannah Teeter.
Yeah.
Hannah, no, that's a snowboarder. Hannah.
Yeah, Hannah is, I can think of her Instagram handle, but I don't know. I can't think of her last name. We'll get you can track that down online right now.
I'm totally having a full meltdown, 12 hours in the booth.
But they call her Hooney.
I just hung out with her 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's been a long day, but we're going to get to the bottom of that. And also to Tom and Nancy Godoskas, who put a lot of time in, and now Frankie DeAndrea, if he's out there in Webland, we're giving a shout out to you, brother, as well. And there is the beautiful signage of the Los Cabos Open of Surf. When you get to the beach down here, that is what you're greeted with, and many, many other amenities. If you guys are in the area, make sure you stop by down tomorrow. There's so much fun stuff going on, and I would love to get a pan-over shot of the beach, because the crowd is electric. Anytime these girls stand up on a wave, people are whistling and clapping and celebrating their performance. So a lot of great energy for the competitors in the water, and everybody on the beach is enjoying the day. Another beautiful day in
Hannah Scott.
Hannah Scott.
Excuse us. I'm sorry, Hannah. I know I just saw you a couple weeks ago at Tofino. You're absolutely shredding at Cox Bay for the Rip Curl Pro Tofino. And I'm sure Dane I heard Dane's up there visiting you right now.
He is. Actually, there's a Vans event that's going on, and the G-Boys shaped a couple very, very small boards off of their original surfboards, Tanner shaped. I think they're in the 4-foot range, and all these surfers are bringing hand-shaped boards, and I believe they're going to leave them for the community, for kids up and coming in the surf scene in Tofino. So very cool activation there. Go G-Boys. We love you, and always thinking about you guys. And here is a wave. We've got one, maybe the best one we've seen this heat, at least the biggest, and Tatiana uses priority. And uncharacteristically comes unstuck. And look, you could see Sage looking back at her, very pleased that was the result of that wave, because Sage, with 4 minutes left, knew that was a good-sized wave and that Tatiana needed that 917, and Tati is not going to hold back. when she gets a wave of that size, she's going to send it vert as many times as she can, even if it means ending up on the sand.
Very true. And Tatiana, as time is ticking away, under 4 minutes, I was kind of thinking she might be in the 2-for-1 where, you know, she's looking to achieve 14.67 points, you know, which averages a couple 7.5s. So at this point in the game, there's not a ton of time left to get those, you know, 7.33, 7.5 type scores. So she might be looking really to focus on just getting the 9.17 on one sole wave instead of breaking it into 2.
Exactly. And we have time ticking down. And just taking a moment and look at the puppy on the beach. Look at that guy.
Everyone loves a puppy.
Everybody loves a puppy. That shot right there is going to go viral right out in front of the Pacifico booth. And Rip Curl team rider Alana right there with her down here with the Alana Blanchard Foundation doing a really cool activation. They've created somewhat of a super heat. You can see the patrons on the beach enjoying the puppy. What a cutie. Alana and her foundation, the Alana Blanchard Foundation, have brought 4 surfers to Cabo to surf a super heat. The winner takes home $2,500, paid for by the foundation of Alana Blanchard, and that will aid them in continuing their search and their quest to get on the world tour through the rest of the QS season.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alana, for having us, for being one of the hosts of the event, along with Chris Cote. You know, they're bringing us some great video action. If you go onto the Los Cabos Open of Surf website, you can check out some of the videos they've started in there. And Alana, you know, supporting the youth, supporting the other surfers who might not be, you know, having those major sponsors who are flying them around the world, putting them up in hotels. But Alana wants to do what she can to give back to her fellow surf patriots. And you might have a good chance to meet her. She's going to be at the event tonight. We're also doing a Rip Curl Girls team signing tomorrow.
Check that out.
3 to 4 p.m. down here at the Beach Shop for the Beach House pop-up store here on the beach. Nikki Van Dyke, Paulina Doe, Brisa Hennessy, Leilani McGonigal, Alyssa Spencer. Come on down, meet the Rip Curl Girls team.
That is the A team from Rip Curl down here this week, so you got to get your poster signed. And Tatiana Weston Webb on an insider, she got off Sage Erickson's priority and just lets one loose up into the lip, and you can kind of see her smile right there. Maybe a smile of frustration, maybe a smile of satisfaction. We're not quite sure yet, but given the amount of experience and success Tatiana has, I would guess that she knew that that wasn't really what she was looking for.
I'd have to agree with you there, Folky. As we're going to check the replay here, driving down the line on her backhand, getting a ton of speed off that float. And this is one big hammer turn. But, you know, at this stage in the game, looking for that massive 917, she was looking for a wall that offered multiple sections to do those type of maneuvers. As you see Sage looking in, she's trying to look and probably see how much time is on the clock. This time is ticking away, just over 1 minute. And we are waiting for that score. I'm not sure if that was the last, but it probably was, I'd say.
That was quick. If they dropped it, we'll find out. They'll post it on the screen, and we'll go off that official result with 58 seconds left. And you see Tatiana Weston Webb paddling further up the point, looking for something out of Sage Erickson's reach as she has priority. And the time is just ticking down, and we see a couple lines in the horizon. And actually, she was paddling past the competitor in the next heat, so I'm mistaken there. There is Sage out, holding down priority at the top of the point. She's not going to let she's not going to let Tatiana pull any tomfoolery on her in this heat. She's going to hold this one down with 30 seconds left. And
old tomfoolery.
Yeah, and she's looking pretty confident there. And there's the event site. We are up. We are out of view. You can't see us. You saw the judges right there. But Tatiana Weston Webb,
hugging it out.
Great sportsmanship there. 2 fellow World Tour competitors. I'm sure they will match up many more times this year. And unofficially, Sage will be going into the semifinal, searching for those coveted Los Cabos Open of Surf 6,000 points, as well as the $10,000 prize purse. So congratulations to Sage. There is the horn. It is official. Sage moving on. Tatiana Weston Webb still collecting some points. Great result for her, and she will probably be at the Supergirl Pro next.
Most definitely.
And looking forward to watching her throughout the year. And here is the replay, Matt.
So Tati started this heat out, just catching this inside wave, you know, keeping busy, getting quite a few waves, but this is the wave that really opened things up as she torqued into that thing and just released the fury right there. Sage Erickson surfing with all that confidence that we've been speaking about, negotiating the backwash very well as Tati tried to answer back, but it just wasn't enough, was it, Ian?
No, it wasn't. And Tatiana Weston Webb putting up a great fight, showcasing some of the backhand surfing she can do. And Sage Erickson runs away with the heat, and a great performance from her. Her board looking extremely spicy. And we are going to go to a quick commercial. Don't go anywhere, because Mimi Barona and Bronte McCauley are up next in quarterfinal 4. Thank you for tuning in. You are watching the Los Cabos Open of Surfing here at Zippers in San Jose del Cabo. Beautiful Baja, California, the very tip of the Baja Peninsula, and you are getting a shot of the swing set at the Pacifico booth. And what a popular space that has been in the afternoons. And there we have a look at Sage Erickson and her father breaking down that last heat. She did defeat Tatiana Weston Webb, putting her in the semifinal. She will be surfing that tomorrow. We're very excited to see that next matchup. The quarterfinal 4 heat has started. We have Dominique Barona from Ecuador, a.k.a. Mimi, right there, and Bronte McCauley from Australia. So 2 very strong surfers. They got to this place for a reason. They have been dominating their heats, Matt, and we expect fireworks here and want to see this action get kicked off with 27 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Volke, I think I smell a rematch here.
Oh, yeah. There was That's right.
This is last year's final.
This is last year's final, and that is a great point, Matt. We didn't even think of that. We've been in the booth a long time today. But the cool thing about this is we're continuing to learn, and we are now extremely excited. There's going to be some sense of revenge on Mimi's part. She finished second to Bronte McCauley, and this was a huge result for Bronte. She went on to finish third in El Salvador last year directly after this event, and that is what put her on tour. So here we are. Quarterfinal number 4, feeling like last year's final.
A little bit of deja vu for these 2 young ladies as they are out in the water, and I bet they're just like, I remember you. I've seen you before, and here we are. I know your
tricks.
Yeah, and here we are once again. So we're going to see if Bronte can back up that victory from last year, make her claim into the semifinal, or is it going to be Mimi, staking her way, trying to one-up her result from last year. She's got a lot of work still to do, as we are just in the quarterfinals. But, a sleepy start to this heat thus far. But with these 30-minute heats, knowing the conditions today, there'll be a few, positive sets before the end of time.
Absolutely. And given the talent field in this women's QS 6000, it is just incredible to make it to the quarterfinals. So we're excited to see what happens here and who matches up with Sage Erickson in the semifinal. We do have a 7:30 call for a possible 8 a.m. start tomorrow morning. We have seen an incoming tide push in the mornings. We have seen extremely glassy conditions. I think the only thing you could say was that the sunlight comes right up into the lip of the face of the wave, and that makes it a little bit challenging to surf. But these surfers are so good, they're so confident and so dialed in with this wave now, you'd want to think that they'd be more than happy to surf in those morning conditions.
Yeah, and hugs all around for Team Erickson down there. And I'm not a big fan of the light in your eyes in the morning. It's not easy, but these girls have surfed through so many rounds. They're so familiar with the lineup. They could probably surf in the dark.
Yeah, and actually, as we were here down here last night enjoying the Pacifico tent, we did realize it stays light very late here because we have an incredible moonrise right in front of us, right off the horizon line where you guys are looking at these surfers. Giant, big, white moon comes up and lights up the lineup. And some of our production team here actually surfed from 11 to midnight last night.
Wow.
Only guys in the water.
I'm thinking there's like Dawn Patrol. There's the Twilight Session. What do we call it when you surf at 11 p.m.?
Taco Bell's 4th meal? I'm not sure.
The 4th meal session. Folky, we've been here all day, and you are absolutely still on fire.
I've been heavily caffeinated today, and it's for a reason, because I wanted to bring the heat for these types of matchups. We're so excited you guys are tuning in. This is a big heat, a big moment for both of these surfers. Mimi trying to up her position on the QS. These 6,000 points would go very well for her, and the reason for that is it only requires approximately 13,000 points to get onto the CT. That was the cutoff for last year, and Mimi is currently sitting on 51 position. That is pretty far back from the top 6 that would qualify, but she does have 2,350 points. So add 6,000 onto that, and you are very close to qualification. That's two average results at the remaining 2 6,000s of the year. So if she can get herself there, if she can get a result here and get herself to those next 2 events, she has a great chance at qualifying, and I believe would be the first ever surfer from Ecuador to qualify for the World Tour.
Wouldn't that be cool? Isn't it fun when a new country qualifies for the CT? It just brings so much excitement to the tour, a whole new audience, a whole new vibe, and you'll see them down there on the beach. They'll have their fellow country mates down there waving the flag, and maybe Mimi Barona could be our first Ecuador surfer, qualify for the CT, and, the smile on her face when she comes in from those heats is something to see.
Yeah, and I imagine she wouldn't stop smiling for a long time if that was ever to happen. We know she has the talent. She's proven that to us, and she's still looking to open up her account, as is Bronte McCauley. They've been sitting like statues in the water, not talking, not looking at each other. You can almost feel the tension from here. Can't wait to get this thing started and really let them open up, take a breath, and get to business.
So you do look, if you look off the screen here, they are a bit out of position. They've kind of battled themselves up the point. As here we go, first wave of the heat. There's not going to be a restart.
And as she tends to do, she gets a first wave in the heat to get this thing going, and she gets a couple nice little twerks off the top there. And nothing special, like we mentioned earlier, kind of a windshield wiper turn, but you can hear the beach going electric. That she has a huge support from the local crowd, also traveling with Savannah Lima, so her whole crew. And Kale Carranza continues to remind me that the best communication tool for the Mexican crowd is the whistle. And we've heard it like crazy, and it's just in Latin culture. It's their signal. And so after that wave, we could just hear them going nuts on the beach. So we know she's got a lot of support. She's got to be feeling good about that.
Oh, man, I got to love the energy off the beach. You know, it's really fueling the fire. And when you're a competitor surfing in these tense moments, when you have your fans on the beach clapping for you, cheering, screaming, it's really going to loosen you up. You're going to relax the shoulders, and I feel like you really can perform your best. And this is the same question I asked you yesterday. We can repeat it again. Not sure if everyone at home is following along, but they probably are going to hear this twice. But the San Clemente crew down at Lowers at the Hurley Pro in September, just talk about the energy you guys bring to the water every year as you have a local boy in the event.
That's right. We have the Hurley Pro Trials, which gives San Clemente surfers an opportunity to get in the event, and the support has been crazy. And it's not just for the trialists. Chloe Andino on tour, he has a huge support crew that comes down, and San Clemente is a very prideful, very stoked surf city, and it's just so cool to continue to develop the talent and have these kids come out with a big smile on their face. And so there's always a huge crowd with T-shirts and banners. But for now, we're going to send it down to the original Positive Vibe warrior here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, Mitch, with the last heat winner.
Bulky, you are the original Positive Vibe warrior, but I will tell you something. Sage Erickson and I are matching T-shirts right now in the red jersey, 8.0, 6.67. How happy are you advancing on to the semifinals here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, Sage?
I'm so excited. That heat was always going to be really tough against Tati, and she doesn't fall much, and she's a very strong competitor. So to get past her, it's a big hurdle, and I think I got 4th in my first heat last year, so this is a big improvement from that. And the waves are really fun when they come. It is kind of inconsistent, so those lulls can work in your favor or against you. So I'm really happy that I chose good waves, and I got the win.
And talking about your approach, you've had, a very different approach to past years, as where you've really actually gone straight up vertical instead of actually going up on the open face. Do you think, going to Fiji before this event, a lot more vertical over there as well on your backside, do you think, changing gears, going to a right-hand point break and not saying, hey, I don't want to actually open up my shoulders, I want to go straight up and vertical, getting like 3 turns out of a wave, straight up and vertical, 8.0 on your best ride, do you think that's a big factor as to where your equipment changes as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think, this wave is challenging. Like, it looks really rippable, and it is, but there's certain sections that are kind of fat, kind of fast, and steep all at once. So it's a little bit mind-boggling. And also, I think, being regular foot, it's challenging to surf because you don't have the room on the wave to do a wrap or a carve. So you really kind of got to get up in the pocket. And yeah, I think high energy and looking excited makes a big difference in small waves. And, with being a little extra fit, more at the beginning of the year, maybe not now, especially after all this Mexican food. But I think that's just helped my overall confidence and maybe ability when it gets small like this.
And being such a long year on tour, you're on the CT, you're doing the QS at the same time. Not the best results at the Manly Open or at Merriweather at the Burden Toyota Pro, but you're traveling with your dad. You said that he's been down here every single year at the Los Cabos Open of Surf with you. How good is it to have that positive feeling around you at an event like this where it's such a fun event as to where there's many things to do afterwards your heat?
Yeah, definitely. My dad has so much passion, it's out of control. I pretty much can hear him having a conversation while I'm out in the water. But with that said, he has such a great heart and he wants me to win so much. So I definitely take that positiveness from it. And, everything means so much to him. So it means a lot to me also. And, I'm still, even though I'm 26, I still want to make my dad proud. And I've seen him all over the webcast, just double knuckles and fists, and super stoked. So I'm really happy, and our whole little team here is happy. And so I want to carry the momentum through and get in that final.
Well, congratulations, Sage. Semi-final finish so far. Your best here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Good luck tomorrow morning. Possible 7:30 a.m. start. So, Sage Erickson maybe advancing on to the final. She's in the semifinals right now. Good luck, Sage, in the next round.
Thank you so much, Mitch, and thank you, Sage, for that very honest interview. And Bronte McCauley with a couple quick snaps up into the pocket. Dominic Verona opened with a 2.83 on her first wave, and during that interview we didn't see any other waves ridden, so we got back to action just in time to catch Bronte's wave, and we'll update you guys on that score. Unfortunately, we didn't get the board detail that we were looking for from Sage Heat, so we'll have to investigate, and if you guys are watching, we'll definitely have that for you tomorrow for the 7:30 a.m. call, 8 a.m. start. We'll make sure that we touch on that point because I want to be right.
And I'm a big fan of, I'm pulling for you there. Come on, we got to get a couple of victories in here. But I'm a big fan of a Sage Erickson interview. I talked to her earlier this morning, and she's so fun to talk to. She's got a lot of insight, and as you said, she really talks from the heart. She speaks her mind. She doesn't hold back, and she really lets the viewers at home know what's going through her mind as she goes through this life as a professional surfer.
She has been on tour for a while on the QS and the CT and just continues to learn and develop as a surfer and as a human. And I guarantee, Sage, your dad is very proud of you and probably just really enjoying watching your success as you march through these rounds. And he's clearly enjoying his time on the beach as well. And it's so cool for guys like Sage's dad because I'm sure he knows everybody down here. And it becomes like a little bit of a reunion for him, too. And then to see Sage continue to march on, he's got to be ecstatic about that, and I guarantee he's going to come to the beach fired up tomorrow.
Right, that's right. So anyway, the Erickson clan is marching through, and could be a finals day tomorrow. And luckily for these finalists, they don't have to serve. Those kind of sometimes on the WCT we see those brutal finals days where we got round 5, quarters, semis, final, serving 30, 35-minute heats at places like Main Break, Margaret River, Bells Beach, in the bowl when it's 8 to 10 foot. But here, it's going to be 2 heats. Waves are going to be, hopefully chest high, waist chest high. It is scorching hot, but they're not going to have to pour too much into that finals day. They're going to let it rip, feel loose, relaxed, and go for the big win.
Exactly, and regardless of the surf, which we are optimistic that it is going to be quite fun in the morning with those glassy conditions and a pushing tide, make sure you tune in. I feel like tomorrow the competitors, as you were saying, will be able to conserve their energy because they're only going to have to surf 2 heats if they make it into the final. They'll surf their semifinal heat. They'll have a break as the other junior men's and junior women's surf, and then they'll be straight into the final and probably close out the day. So surfing 2 heats on a finals day is amazing for the fitness of the surfers. They'll be able to retain their spark and will continue to push their surfing to the next level. And Mimi out the back, Dominique with priority, does well to paddle into that wave. And as she stands up, she starts pumping down the line and finds that open face with a huge fan. She gets vertical again. That was so spicy. And you hear the beach just elated for her. And there she is, 2-turn combo. And we saw Bronte now sitting with priority. She has a 1-wave total of a 5.0. So she's sitting in a strong position for this heat with 15 minutes remaining. She's out the back with priority. She has the highest wave score of the heat so far, and she's sitting in a comfortable position now. There's a good chance after that last wave, as we'll see here, Matt, that Mimi will improve her position.
Here we go, Barona on that backhand. She took a little while to get into the wave, hopped her way into it, but it got electric right there. Hacked it really hard as she ejected, and I'd love to get a little camera of her fans on the beach, because the type of sounds we're hearing from them, it sounds like a wild pack of fiesta goers down there, really enjoying their time. And we'd like to see what's going on the beach.
Where are the vuvuzelas? That is what I want to know. And she drops a 6.0 for that two-turn combo. So as she has done this entire event, she continues to prove that 2 of her backhand snaps are lethal. And so, as we predicted, she would increase her situation, and she does it in a stellar manner. 6.0 and a 2.83, giving her a total of 8.83. Now, Bronte McCauley, a very talented surfer out of Australia, only needs a 3.84. So, well done to Barona. She's got herself in a much better position for the heat. Bronte does have priority and has a 5.0. So she's going to be looking to improve on that 5.0 and put a second score in her scoreline. But right now she's remaining incredibly patient with just under 14 minutes. And here we go. We've got a clip from last year queued up for you guys. This is the final, and we can't wait to show you guys the action as you see a couple beachgoers. And here we go. Get ready. Last year's final, Matt.
So there she is. Looks like she had a little strap on her front foot, but there's Barona claiming. I love the passion right there. And here we go. Bronte once again on her backhand, really opening the shoulders, swinging those hips around, banking off the whitewater. And, she is the champion, defending champ. And this is just a little highlight from last year. She also claims, and look at, she's about to have tears of joy, hugging her father on the beach and getting chaired up the beach. No better feeling than that right there.
Yeah, elated, ecstatic. I'm short of words. Her face says it all. You don't need to look farther than that smile and those teary eyes. Emotionally huge. And little did she know at that moment that she would go on the very next event just weeks later to lock up a third-place finish in El Salvador and really secure her spot for the WSL World Championship Tour the following year. She joined the top 17, and she continues to compete on that. And she's just backing herself up. She's now into the quarterfinals. She's looking to be in a strong position. She needs a couple waves to improve on her scoreline right now. She's definitely capable of that, and we're excited to see how this last year's final pans out, really.
So one thing I even noticed from just checking, some of the footage from last year, I'm going to go out and say that it looks like these 2 young ladies have improved their surfing. Not saying they were surfing bad. Obviously, they took first and second last year, but I've been so impressed with the backhand from both Mimi and Bronte here at this event. A whole another year of experience, of training, of working on their equipment, and they've come out firing at a whole new level in 2017.
Absolutely, Matt. I couldn't have said it better. You nailed it on the head. And I'm excited to see what the ocean gives these girls for the remainder of this heat with 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Time is winding down. We've almost covered 2/3 of this heat right now, and Bronte McCauley still needs a 3.84 to regain the first position. But we know with her competitive spirit and her surfing ability that she'll be looking for something much larger than that. She doesn't want to play ball with Mimi. She got to the final with her last year. She knows what she's capable of. She's only looking for a wave that can really rocket her into the lead.
That's so true, Folky. And, with that 12 minutes remaining and it's such a slow heat, it's all really going to come down to whatever that next big exchange is going to be. Barona is going to stay active on the inside without priority. Take it away.
And she is just gaining some speed down the line. And again, as she has done all event long, continues to throw those small snaps. And from the viewers, nothing to lose there. She didn't have priority. She can operate underneath Bronte McCauley and catch any wave she wants as long as Bronte doesn't show interest in it. If Bronte wants the wave, if she paddles for it and shows intention, it is Bronte's wave, and Mimi cannot interfere in any way with the risk of an interference. So right now, Barona from Ecuador is just going to be hanging out on the inside of Bronte and trying to collect her scores. She knows from experience through this entire event, we've seen it time and time again, that she can do damage on a small inside wave with 2 turns. So, and there is her cheering squad, Matt.
What's funny is there's about 5 or 6 of them here, and I thought there was a crowd of 30 from just by the sounds of it.
There's no shortage of passion in the Latin culture, and that is why we love the Los Cabos Open of Surfing. Not only the entourage for each surfer, but the beachgoers as well put up a huge applause every time a wave is caught. And Mimi down here from Ecuador is clearly a crowd favorite, and we just see them continuing. Look at Bronte. The body language says, Dominique, I don't see you. I don't feel you. You don't exist. It is me, my surfboard in the ocean, and I'm focused on catching that one wave. And she looks back, probably to check the clock. She also heard something from the beach announcer. So
she's finding that little meditative state out there.
Yeah, and it's different surfers have different ways of calming themselves, of realigning their chi per se, getting themselves in a headspace of confidence. And some surfers even at the highest level work with sports psychologists, and in those sessions they talk about how to regain consciousness, how to get back to a place of full confidence, how to find your moment. And right now Bronte McCauley is just harnessing that. She's sending good vibes out into the universe. She wants a set wave, and there is the pool scene as it has been all week. It looks like Tatiana Weston Webb joined by a friend, just checking out this quarterfinal.
I think that's Quincy Davis.
And that might be Quincy Davis. And they're just, checking out the action. The competitors, win or lose, typically stick around these event sites. Why? They want to see what their competition's doing.
Right.
They're inspired by the surfing that the competitors are doing, and they're also just enjoying the scenery. There's pretty much not a way to have a bad day up at that pool above the Los Cabos Open of Surfing.
And know what's cool about that pool is when we go on break, we can take a quick dip, wash off all the sweat in this 90-degree heat, and just really enjoy ourselves and watch some of the action. As I haven't took my eyes off the water all day long, as the ocean looks like it is coming alive here, as McCauley is taking a motion, looking at this wave, one of the bigger sets we've seen in quite some time. Take it away, Full.
She is paddling aggressively. There's no question she wants this wave. You saw her take a deep breath right there. She stood up and gets a turn right out of the gates, and another one up into the pocket, quickly drifting over that whitewater section, and that is what she was looking for. 3-turn combo, good set wave. We've talked about the size of the wave, not necessarily in the judging criteria, but there is something about a bigger wave that gives these surfers the opportunity to open up.
Nice quick snap there, and she really got it going here on that second turn and up and over for the third. McCauley looking in fine form there, riding a Darren Henley design, DHD, one of the top shapers from all over the globe. Darren, along with, he's got quite a few surfers on tour. He's actually got a new team rider, a good friend of mine, Nat Young.
Oh, very cool.
He's also been surfing at quite a few events, so good on you, Darren and Nat, for that partnership, as it looks like Barona has picked off as kind of a smaller insider.
And she is just pumping down the line. She's so good at creating the speed and so good at getting vertical, and I could hear her crowd once again cheering her on. So she is trying to improve on that 283 and making the task for Bronte McCauley a little bit harder. And there is the crew again, just letting loose for their girl out in the water. I don't want to get too off topic here, but I do have a funny DHD story right after this recap.
All right. So Barona just keeping active here. She wants to back up that that 6-point ride. See if she can get herself back into the lead as she connects with the lip a couple times. Smaller inside wave. And with 7 minutes left, she's going to book it back out the back. And we're going to wait on these crucial scores here and update the situation as McCauley looking very strong in her backhand. That 3-turn combo is really enjoyed by the judges, and it's coming in. It's going to be around a high 6, low 7, and there it is, a 6.93. McCauley out to the lead. Barona looking for a 5.94.
Yes, and great surfing from both those girls, and that puts Bronte McCauley solidly in the lead with that 6.93. And guys, we're not wizards out here. We actually have a little bit of a cheat sheet. We have a second screen that we're looking at where each judge is dropping the score, and you get the recap of that when the score is dropped. So we do have a little bit of advance notice on that. So we don't know how, we don't have the crystal ball. We're just reading you guys the scores, and we're excited to give you an early advance notice of that as we see more action in the water. Bronte McCauley, again, last year's winner here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, tagging it off the top, driving through that section, up in the lip again. It's very smooth surfing, consistent, tight stance, looking like any of the great goofy puts we've ever seen. Solid surfing, and that is what we expect from a defending champ. But she's not going to get off this heat easy as Mimi Dominique Barona from Ecuador continues to just hammer it off the top with a ton of crowd support. She stands tall. Her body language says it all. She is ready for battle.
Wow, what a crucial exchange as the time is ticking away here in this amazing quarterfinal bout, as we might even see a paddle battle getting back out there. Looks like Bronte does have the early lead in the paddle situation. She is a tall girl. She's got some length to her, so she's quite the paddler herself. And we're going to have to see where these two scores come into the scoreline, how it's going to fit to the puzzle. As, these girls are really going blow for blow here.
They are, and that is what makes surfing so great. And here's a replay of those two waves, Matt.
So Macaulay on her backhand, and I really enjoyed this wave. She was able to fit in multiple turns, getting up into the lip. You know, that was not an easy wave to ride. You see all that chatter kind of with the wind and the high tide at the bottom of the wave. And again, you know what I liked about Mimi there? That first pump, she almost went airborne, gaining her speed down the line as she also connected with her own 3-turn combo. So this is a tight heat, as I said, blow for blow. And we're going to look over our shoulder and see what the judges are giving us.
Oh, we
and
saw it.
Look at that score right there from the Surfer in Blue.
Yep, and we've got one in the Surfer in Blue, and Bronte Macaulay drops a hammer, but on screen you're seeing Dominique Barona with a wave score of 5.77. So now, with Bronte's last score of an 8.33, she's now holding on to that 8.33 and a 6.93, making it very challenging for Mimi Barona from Ecuador to get into that first place position. She now needs a 9.26. So great action in the water, and we are excited to see how this thing pans out. There it is. Judges really appreciating Bronte's smooth backside surfing, that tight stance. I just don't have a thing to say, but a compliment for her surfing right there. That wasn't necessarily a set wave. It was kind of one of those middle ones that we've talked about this whole event. So she stayed very calm, very collected, very patient. She knew what she was looking for as the defending champ. No question about it. She took off with purpose, and now she is back in priority, commanding this heat, leaving Barona with a 9.26 chasing.
Yeah, so quite the task, but Macaulay's going to let Barona take this one as she drives down the line, and she's going to get out of there.
Straight out of there.
So kind of going back to the judges' scoreboard, just for you, those at home who don't know exactly how the score is averaged, there's 5 judges as well as a head judge. Those 5 judges put in their score. The high score and the low score are going to get completely thrown out. The middle 3 scores are going to get averaged, and that's how we find, you know, kind of those random odd numbers, like a 5.77, a 6.93, 8.33, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, if you're the high judge, you usually stay pretty high. If you look at a lot of the judging scorecards, usually if the heat starts out and you throw in a 6.5 and most of the other judges are scoring a 5, you'll notice for the majority of the rest of the heat, that judge is going to be the high judge. It's not like that. It sticks through like that the rest of the day, but in those heat-by-heat situations, that's usually the trend that we see.
And those judges remaining very consistent throughout the day. Dominique Barona just putting her hands on her head, catching her breath, trying to realign herself, trying to find just that inner voice that tells her you can do it, you've got this. And she needs that right now because she needs a 9.26, which would be one of the highest single wave scores of the entire event. So still very achievable. Her talent level is incredible. She has all the tools. Her board looks amazing. She's proven to us time and time again that she has the grit to get through a heat. Now she just needs the opportunity as we do a pan over of the beach, and the beach is on fire. People are coming down to check out the action. We've got the locals, we've got the tourists, we've got the fan support, we've got the parents of all the surfers and the juniors. A great beach day down here at Los Cabos Open of Surf. Beautiful coastline, just littered with amazing hotels and places to stay, VRBOs, houses, restaurants, El Mercado. I mean, you can go on and on about Cabo, but if you haven't been, you got to get down here. The water is warm, the waves are fun, the beers are cold, the tacos are amazing.
Are you a salesman?
I might be. I've really fallen in love with Cabo the past few years.
Geez, you just sold the dream right there. I might just have to buy myself some property down here.
Well, it's your first trip. What are your thoughts?
Dude, I am having a blast. What else I was going to see there as we saw the Pacifico sign, those Pacificos are going down smoothly on the beach down there. And I'm sure we're going to see some great live music later, as Lily Miola is going to be playing at El Mercado.
Yeah, we can't wait. And what a cool venue that is. And so a couple highlights for you guys throughout the day. Bronte Macaulay just dropped that 8.33, which falls into one of the high-ranking single-wave scores of the day. But Matt, take us through a couple of these highlights.
Yeah, so we're going to stick around right when this heat wraps up. This is for the highlight show. We're going to read through these waves. As you know, stick around for that. We're going to be showing the likes of Silvana Lima, Sage Erickson, the girls on your screen right here, as well as the pro junior competitors. So we're going to have a whole highlight package with the top 15 scores of the day. We didn't just do top 10 scores today as we done in the last few. We went top 15 because the surfing action was so excellent.
It was, and it continues to be, and with 32 seconds left, Bronte Macaulay leading this heat does have priority, and she is going to take this wave, trying to once again up Mimi Barona from Ecuador, but a quick down and out for her, and that is the curse of zippers. Sometimes those waves look so good, and you said from the last heat, Sage Erickson was bewildered by this lineup. Very challenging, and Mimi now trying to find that 9.26. Still a lot of heart as she pumps down this wave and just giving it her all, and that is the heat. I think it's safe to say, based on the surfing we've seen so far, that wave is not going to do it, and that wraps it up for quarterfinal Heat 4 of the Women's Los Cabos Open of Surf 6000. What a heat that was. What a day that was, Matt. Can't say enough about these competitors and the wave quality we got at this event, the Los Cabos Open of Surf. It's been action-packed and some of the highest heat totals we've seen all week. Now, the waves were a little bit smaller, but the surfing was on fire.
And we are down to our final four, with the first semifinal tomorrow is going to be Silvana Lima versus Keely Andrew. Semifinal number 2, Sage Erickson versus Bronte McCulley. Great sportsmanship once again from these women. Hope everyone that serves competitively online has taken notice all day long, as heat after heat, we've seen high fives and hugs all around, and that's the type of vibe that we appreciate here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
And this heat recap, and you can see the spark and fire from Dominique Barona from Ecuador and Bronte McCulley not to be outdone. What an event this was so far. Make sure you guys check back in at 7:30 tomorrow morning for the call, and we cannot wait to see you guys. And we're going to just go to a quick commercial break, but stick with us because we have the top heat waves of the day so far. We've got 15 to show you. What a day that was here at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing in San Jose del Cabo, Baja, Mexico Sur. Ian Folk here, joined with Matt Myers. It was an absolute pleasure to bring you guys the action today. We hoped you enjoyed it. There was an amazing level of surfing and display from all of the competitors today. We ran the women's 6,000 quarterfinals. We ran the pro junior women's and men's quarterfinals. So tomorrow we are set up for an action-packed day of finals. We have a 7:30 call, Matt, for a possible 8 a.m. start in those nice glassy tide push conditions. So we're really excited about that as you see this beautiful shot down the bay. And this just gives you a small glimpse into the beauty of Cabo San Lucas.
Yeah, we're just enjoying ourselves. We only have 9 heats remaining, so we really can pick the best tides for these best surfers to finish this event in the optimum conditions, as a couple free surfers down at the Rock are really enjoying themselves. Nice little split of the peak there, a right and a left. Nice user-friendly wave, as we see a couple non-competitors just scratching in, enjoying their afternoon, as we are wrapping up the day here and we're really looking down. Yeah, and we got Chris Cote down on the beach, our last beach interview. Chris, who you got?
Well, I have the winner of the epic rematch from last year's final. Bronte McCulley took down probably your toughest competition yet you've faced. And you guys tussled last year out here. Same result, but tell me about surfing against Dominique. She is such an incredible surfer.
Yeah, I think she's such a cool person too. Like whenever I see him, they've just really high spirits all the time and just always so happy. There's a bunch of girls from that area, and yeah, she's obviously a very good surfer, and it was a very slow heat, so it was pretty scary because I know she could get an 8 on any wave, so I was kind of always on the edge of my seat.
Now, I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but you know, your dad, obviously a legendary surfer, helping coach you through these events. What does he tell you before a big heat like that?
He keeps things quite simple, really. We just we've kind of worked on a lineup, and then depending on the tide, you know, we could sit a bit wider or deeper from the lineup, and then just things like staying calm and you know, decide like whether to hold the inside or not, and just little like heat, I don't know, just little points. But he keeps it very simple and just kind of easy for me. We've got you know, obviously been doing comps for ages together, so I feel like there's a lot that doesn't have to be said, and yeah, it's pretty easy and simple.
Keep it easy, keep it simple. Bronte McCauley. Moving on into the semifinals, we have 4 surfers left in the QS 6000. This is going to be an incredible final series. Here's one of them. Bronte just ripped that last heat. We've got an incredible highlight package for you guys. Ian, Matt Myers, I envy your position in presenting such a rad package of surfing.
Well, thank you, Chris, and congratulations, Bronte. She will meet Sage Erickson in the semifinal tomorrow. And action-packed day again. I can't say it enough. There's the Mexican flag. Thank you guys for having us. And Silvana Lima, early in the morning, locks in an 8.33 for this ride. One of her best of the day as she continues to just blow that tail. And she wasn't done there, Matt.
No, this is one of the maneuvers of the day in the women's division as she busts the fins out into reverse, and she loves that move as we have Sage here drawn down the line. This was an 8.0 ride this morning as the conditions were really clean, beautiful, that sparkling, glistening sun on that open face. Sage feeling it all day long.
And that board looking so good for her. And there's her dad with the fist pump. And Mimi, Dominique Barona from Ecuador, still posting big scores. This one an 8.17 on her backhand, and she just lit this thing up from start to finish and had the claim to boot. She ended up ousting Coco Ho earlier in the event with that, and into the men's action.
Yeah, so we moved on to the Pro Junior quarterfinals. This is Rylan Rubin out of San Diego. This kid just got a mental backhand game as he really twerks his body up and down. And another backhander out of Newport Beach, Tyler Gunner, on his backhand, really feeling it here as he dropped an 8.33 for this impressive ride as he smoked this wave on his backhand all the way through.
Such a good kid. And from Ventura, Eitan Osborne.
Yeah,
wowed the crowd with his 9.40 as he took to the air with that grab rail reverse in the quick spin. They loved how he rode away with that with speed. And San Clemente's one of his favorite sons, Cole Hauschman, has just dominated on his backhand. And this was one of the heats where he put up the highest heat score total of the entire event. And 8.67 on that first wave, and we go straight into the next wave where he drops a 9.93, the current highest single wave heat total of the event, and right there puts an exclamation point on it. Look at him stand tall, throw the finger to the air.
Here we go, Crosby Colapinto in the same heat, dropping an 8.87 for this one. And that was just one of those heats where the waves decided to flare up, the tide push was on, and it was the best surfed heat, in my opinion, of the day, especially in the junior men's division, as it was, you know, the guys were going blow for blow, and this was Crosby showing his own air game as he flips over that section, shows a ton of speed and commitment, almost full rotation, landed backwards in the implosion, holds it down as we transition into the junior women's.
Alyssa Spencer, 14-year-old, doing her best to drive through these junior women's divisions as she hammers this thing up into an 8.33, one of the stronger waves of the day, and standout performer all event, also in the 6,000, Caroline Marks, backhand on point, so deadly, so fast, and so committed.
And here we go, Sage. Towards the end of the day, you know, the waves got a bit smaller, but Sage kept that confidence and the flow as she completely lit up the lineup. Really impressed by her surfing, her post-heat interviews. Sage has brought the complete package to this year's event. The last heat of the day, Bronte.
Yep, and she took down her finalist from last year as the defending champ, Dominique Barona. Bronte McCauley, strong performance there as we have this beautiful pan overview of the Los Cabos Open of Surf Zippers lineup. What an incredible space. And here we are, you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure to host you, Matt Myers. Great to spend some time in the booth with you. We really hope you guys check it out tomorrow. There's going to be a ton of action. Just a couple heats, but very important heats. A lot of World Tour qualification stuff going on in the 6,000. And the juniors are fighting for that junior title for North America and their respective regions. So everyone's trying to make their break for greatness.
Right. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 7:30 call for 8 a.m. start. And we're going to go hit the beach and enjoy the scene, what they have here at Los Cabos.
Right on, Matt. We'll see you guys in the morning. Bring your coffee.